The story of Zhang Zi, a young man plagued by misfortune, begins with him quietly gazing out the window, indifferent to the surrounding chatter about spiritual cultivation. While his classmates were letting their imaginations soar, envisioning themselves as mighty warriors, Zhang Zi was engrossed in his phone. His sigh seemed heavier than the arguments around him. Zhang Zi, it turned out, was worried sick about his poverty, teetering on the brink of having to sell his home to make ends meet. The survival instinct in his stomach urged him to enter the demon domain that very night, lest he starve to death. Zhang Zi was a transmigrator. He had transferred his household registration from Earth to this world 10 years ago. He was adopted by the Zhang family and raised as their own. Without them, there would be no Zhang Zi today. In this world there existed phenomena known as devil's dens. They had appeared 10 years before Zhang Zi's arrival, manifesting intermittently. Once the monsters within escaped, no weapon in the world could subdue them. Zhang Zi, frail of constitution, had barely enjoyed a period of peace before he witnessed his adoptive mother being savagely killed by a monster. He watched horrified as the creature devoured her alive as if she were a mere turnip. Even his adoptive father, clinging to his last breath, resolutely stayed behind, buying time for Zhang Zi and his sister to escape. Despite his heart breaking and tears streaming down his face, he suppressed his grief, pulling his sister away from that living hell. The colossal monster swiftly stomped on his father's body. Zhang Zi hadn't run far before he witnessed that horrific scene, his eyes burning red. Humanity, pushed to the brink, rose in defiance. They voluntarily entered the demon domain to enhance their physical capabilities, having discovered that strength gained there translated to strength in reality. Thus, various nations began organizing demon domain experts to attempt to combat the monsters from the devil's dens, achieving considerable success. Soon after, the Demon Domain Stronghold Association was also established. They classified experts into 5 tiers, Tier 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Against high-level monsters from the devil's dens, usually only a Tier 5 demon domain expert could defeat them. Awakened talents were categorized into 7 ranks from D to SSS. The higher the rank, the greater the power and the easier it was to kill monsters. However, only those who awakened an A- rank talent could pass the Tier 1 expert assessment. After making his calculations, Zhang Zi swiftly left the classroom. He vowed that tonight he would awaken an A- rank talent and pass the assessment. Upon returning home, Zhang Zi suggested that his sister go out for dinner. It wasn't that he had suddenly become generous, it was because of the shadow chicken in Zhang Feng's hand. He accepted his sister's good intentions but tactfully advised her not to be a kitchen killer in the future. Then a thought sparked in Zhang Zi's mind. He peeled off the chicken skin, ensuring his sister's painstaking efforts wouldn't go to waste. After dinner, Zhang Feng left for her study group, while Zhang Zi waited impatiently, counting every second until he could enter the demon domain. He was determined to pour all his effort into this mission, betting everything on it. The watch on his wrist pulsed with electricity, instantly pulling Zhang Zi into the endless plains. A guide spirit, as warm as fire, greeted him at the entrance. Zhang Zi stood alone in the trial grounds, ready to choose his name and attire. He hadn't slept for several nights, having already conceived of his plan, and immediately selected the ID Southern Rakshasa, paired with a masked image. In a flash, street youth Zhang Zi transformed into President Rakshasa. But whether this president was genuine or a knockoff would only be revealed after the talent test. Zhang Zi placed his hand on the glowing orb, silently wishing for an A- rank. However, the orb sputtered out in his hand like a defective product, leaving him frozen in shock. Even the guide was pale with fright. Zhang Zi was scared witless, stammering and pleading for a satisfactory answer. But fools have their luck. He only wished for an A- rank, yet heaven granted him an SSS-Rank Summoning Skill. The guide spirit shed her cute demeanor and congratulated him in a system-like icy tone. You have awakened an SSS-Rank skill talent, which exists only in legends. No one in this world has ever awakened an SSS-Rank talent. You are incredibly fortunate. Just one sentence left Zhang Zi so excited he was incoherent. Simply awakening an S-rank talent would grant entry to prestigious schools and a limitless future. What then if he awakened an SSS-rank talent? I can finally turn my fortunes around. Only after he calmed down did the guide spirit continue her explanation. Here is the detailed description of the SSS-Rank Summoning Skill talent. See for yourself. A clear and detailed SSS-Rank Summoning Skill attribute panel appeared, making Zhang Zi's excitement grow with every word, until he didn't even notice his voice had turned hoarse. This is too overpowered. This summoning skill is just insane. Damn, I can summon an exact replica just by killing a monster. Doesn't that mean I can build a monster army? He spoke, overthinking, almost shedding tears of excitement. Leading an army of boss-level monsters, that would be so cool. Thankfully, the intense pounding of his heart reminded him to stay calm. Zhang Zi then collected himself and got down to business, first checking the character interface. A detailed attribute panel about himself, with every word clearly presented. After quickly scanning the content, Zhang Zi drew a few simple conclusions. My mental power is slightly higher than an average person's. Is it because I'm a transmigrator? Just as he was about to randomly tap on the screen, the guide spirit, who had been silently observing, spoke. You may now officially enter the demon domain. Without asking for his opinion, she opened a portal to a virtual reality space. There, a group of people stood in the center of a wide plaza, looking around bewildered. No different from Zhang Zi, Ahua's sharp voice instantly echoed in every corner. "Newcomers, come over here quickly. We are the Demon Domain Administration. We will explain some knowledge about the Demon Domain to new players and also distribute weapons." The noisy space disoriented Zhang Zi for a few seconds before a grim conclusion finally formed in his mind. "There are too many people. This must be the real Demon Domain." Suddenly, as if a command had been given, the crowd collectively exclaimed, "Oh!" and surged towards one spot. The man dressed coolly spoke with clear arrogance. "That's right, I awakened an A-rank talent. Mighty punch." Those around couldn't help but whisper, "Someone actually awakened an A-rank talent? I'm so envious. Mine is a B-rank talent, but I'm already quite satisfied." Others, however, saw it as a psychological blow and silently wept in extreme frustration. "Why did I only awaken a D-rank talent? The worst talent." Even when someone sympathetically comforted him, "Cheer up, don't be sad," he remained unresponsive, muttering, "I'm not reconciled." The chaotic scene was quickly quelled by Elin with a snap of his fingers. "All right everyone, line up, we're distributing weapons now." His imposing aura made everyone obediently form a queue. In an instant the air suddenly grew tense. Elin spoke, following the Demon Domain's procedures. "In this Demon Domain, you must remember, I know many of you think the Demon Domain is a game. No, you are mistaken. In a game you can revive after death, but in the Demon Domain, if you die you are truly dead. Not even your corpse will remain, you will vanish instantly." You heard correctly. "Not even your bones will be left. It's extremely brutal, therefore I advise each of you to be fully prepared and alert. You cannot afford any mistakes, for a miss is as good as a mile. Here, besides being wary of monsters, you must also guard against your fellow humans." Awa stood aside, seeing her colleague busy checking the new recruits' weapons, and didn't forget to add some important information. "Also, you must remember this: if you want to leave the Demon Domain, you must return to the altar. Only from the altar can you teleport back." Aelin cleared his throat and spoke to Zhang Zi in the distance. Next, Zhang Zi nervously listened to Ahua's inquiry. "First, register your talent rank and skills, then choose your weapon." "What is your awakened talent rank?" Zhang Zi calmly replied, "D rank." Although this drew snickers from some of his companions behind him, his resolve remained unshaken. "So many people. Luckily I hid my talent rank earlier. The Demon Domain is a dangerous place. Those with high talents will surely be killed or ambushed. Hiding one's strength and acting low-key is the way to go." While he was busy conversing privately with Aelin, "What weapon do you want to choose?" "I want this bow." The rabble behind him had already begun to mock him, chattering away. "Did you hear that? Another D rank. At that rank I'd rather just go home. Why force yourself?" Zhang Zi ignored the buzzing, still focused on picking up the hardwood longbow and listening to Aelin's comments. "A ranged weapon. While its attack power isn't high, its advantage lies in safety. As long as you are careful and cautious, you can live longer." After a while, Awa sighed tiredly, finally having finished distributing weapons. "I'm exhausted." When Aelin approached and asked, "How many A-rank talents awakened this time?" she had to perk up and report, "Let me see, only 3. This made Aelin sigh in disappointment. Honestly, this time isn't as good as the last. Meanwhile, the new recruits, full of vigor, were rushing haphazardly into the depths of the forest with their weapons. "Charge, watch me decimate everything." Meanwhile, one person remained at the welcoming platform's training grounds, practicing archery. Zhang Zi looked at his arrows, sighing in frustration, his gloomy mood quietly pulling him away from reality. "Bows are harder to operate than I imagined. After shooting so many arrows, I've only hit the bullseye once. In real combat, I won't have this many chances to correct my shots. I don't have any summons right now, so I absolutely cannot rush into battle. I must improve my archery skills as quickly as possible, then find the right opportunity to strike. I need to hurry and summon my first monster." After a long time, the sunlight grew increasingly dazzling, and the ground was strewn with arrows he had shot. Zhang Zi's gaze suddenly sharpened remarkably. His bow-drawing posture was standard, like a battle-hardened warrior. The moment the arrow left the string, it sliced through the air, heading straight for its target. The arrow accurately hit the bullseye. The notification, "Archery Mastery has leveled up to level 4 inches," appeared, making Zhang Zi break into a gentle smile. His arms dropped and a satisfied sigh escaped his lips. This should be enough. As confidence surged within him, he quickly donned his mask and immediately ran into the forest. "Let's go." Little did he know, terrifying monsters had long since stirred, crawling out of their nests. They silently transformed hunters into walking succulent bait. A heavy presence forced Zhang Zi to open his Demon Domain guide while running. Demon Domain Level 1, violent rabbits, hard-shelled turtles, iron-toothed wolves. As he rushed to the scene, the screams of the earlier new recruits already echoed through the vast jungle. "Help!" They desperately fled, evading the pursuit of giant hard-shelled turtles behind them. The ground trembled. One unlucky soul fell, involuntarily letting out a desperate cry, "Help!" Just as the monster opened its huge mouth to swallow him, an arrow flew, stopping it. Zhang Zi, full of righteous indignation, yelled to attract its attention. Hey, look over here, cute little turtle, let's be friends." His oily, smooth talk, thicker than tar, enraged the monster. The intimidating aura spread, and even from a distance Zhang Zi felt it, freezing on the spot. As the hard-shelled turtle shifted its target to chase him, Zhang Zi took off running, yelling as he went, Look over there." Although tears were flowing inwardly, he stubbornly kept up a cheerful front. How terrifying! The two played a game of chase until Zhang Zi spotted the familiar platform from earlier. This motivated him. and he accelerated forward as if he had a virtual engine on his backside. The towering stone pillars instantly shot out a powerful electric current. The unfortunate hard-shelled turtle suffered a sudden blow. As it painfully collapsed, Zhang Zi boldly drew and fired his bow again. A volley of arrows pierced the hard-shelled turtle's body, giving the system a chance to report the good news. Defeated, its massive body slowly dissipated into nothingness, revealing a spirit orb, giving Zhang Zi another notification. You have obtained a low-tier demon soul orb of power. Holding the item in his hand, he happily wiped a thin layer of sweat from his forehead. It was indeed correct to use the altar's magic barrier. Before his thoughts could extend, the system had already updated Zhang Zi's knowledge. Demon Domain Guide. Monsters may randomly drop demon soul orbs after death. Quickly scanning the information panel, he soon grasped the key point. Low-tier demon soul orbs can only increase attributes by 0.01 points. I'll accumulate them for now. His brain and his talkative mouth worked simultaneously. I remember hearing on TV that one low-tier demon soul orb could sell for 1,000 yuan. Suddenly, a new system window popped up. You have defeated a hard-shelled turtle. You can now summon a replica. Do you wish to summon? This made Zhang Zi excitedly forget his earlier thoughts. Summon! A circle of energy swiftly swirled in the space before him. As the energy surged, the hard-shelled turtle was pushed out of the spatial light circle to greet its master. It roared menacingly, making Zhang Zi's face flush with excitement. As soon as his hand touched the cheek of the monster he had summoned, he excitedly yelled, "Summoned beast, I finally have my first summoned beast." That cool CEO-like expression lasted only 3 seconds before crumbling into a goofy grin as he frolicked with the giant turtle. Elsewhere, violent rabbits were busy rampaging through the crowds of people who had recklessly entered the forest. Seeing their companion fall, Ashu and Ahai bravely blocked the monsters. Ming, step back first. Ouch, that monster, there are so many of us, I don't believe we can't beat you. But the stalemate lasted for a long time until the sky began to darken. Strange bird calls made Ahai look behind him in confusion. The scorching gaze of the newly arrived monster on the battlefield turned his face pale with fright. No, there's a hard-shelled turtle behind us. The three of them frantically guarded both directions, not daring to be careless for a moment. Fortunately, this scene stopped when Ashu suddenly realized what they had missed. Wait, am I seeing things? How can someone be riding on the back of a hard-shelled turtle? Feeling the gaze directed at him, Zhang Zi showed an arrogant and provocative smile. Brothers, say hello. His masked image instantly turned the trio's fear into dissatisfaction. What the hell? Monsters in the demon domain attack on sight. So why isn't this hard-shelled turtle attacking him? Can monsters in the demon domain be tamed? So enviable. Maybe it got beaten too badly. Ming blurted out something rather undignified. What's there to be envious of? Why don't we try taming this violent rabbit? Then I'll have this violent rabbit carry us out of here. Before he could finish, he was punched to the ground by the violent rabbit. Ming's groans echoed through the forest. My tooth, this hateful rabbit fights dirty. This startled his two friends, who immediately raised their weapons, ready to fight. Ming, step back first. Ouch, that monster, there are so many of us, I don't believe we can't beat you. But the stalemate lasted for a long time until the sky began to darken. Strange bird calls made Ahai look behind him in confusion. The scorching gaze of the newly arrived monster on the battlefield turned his face pale with fright. No, there's a hard-shelled turtle behind us. The three of them frantically guarded both directions, not daring to be careless for a moment. Fortunately, this scene stopped when Ashu suddenly realized what they had missed. Wait, am I seeing things? How can someone be riding on the back of a hard-shelled turtle? Feeling the gaze directed at him, Zhang Zi showed an arrogant and provocative smile. Brothers, say hello. His masked image instantly turned the trio's fear into dissatisfaction. What the hell? Monsters in the demon domain attack on sight. So why isn't this hard-shelled turtle attacking him? Can monsters in the demon domain be tamed? So enviable. Maybe it got beaten too badly. Ming blurted out something rather undignified. What's there to be envious of? Why don't we try taming this violent rabbit? Then I'll have this violent rabbit carry us out of here. Before he could finish, he was punched to the ground by the violent rabbit. Ming's groans echoed through the forest. My tooth, this hateful rabbit fights dirty. This startled his two friends, who immediately raised their weapons, ready to fight. Ming, step back first. Ouch, that monster, there are so many of us, I don't believe we can't beat you. But the stalemate lasted for a long time until the sky began to darken. Strange bird calls made Ahai look behind him in confusion. The scorching gaze of the newly arrived monster on the battlefield turned his face pale with fright. No, there's a hard-shelled turtle behind us. The three of them frantically guarded both directions, not daring to be careless for a moment. Fortunately, this scene stopped when Ashu suddenly realized what they had missed. Wait, am I seeing things? How can someone be riding on the back of a hard-shelled turtle? Feeling the gaze directed at him, Zhang Zi showed an arrogant and provocative smile. Brothers, say hello. His masked image instantly turned the trio's fear into dissatisfaction in just a brief moment. What the hell? Monsters in the demon domain attack on sight. So why isn't this hard-shelled turtle attacking him? Can monsters in the demon domain be tamed? So enviable. Maybe it got beaten too badly. Ming blurted out something rather undignified. What's there to be envious of? Why don't we try taming this violent rabbit? Then I'll have this violent rabbit carry us out of here. Before he could finish, he was punched to the ground by the violent rabbit. Ming's groans echoed through the forest. "My tooth, this hateful rabbit fights dirty." This startled his two friends, who immediately raised their weapons ready to fight. Ming stepped back first. "Ouch, that monster, there are so many of us. I don't believe we can't beat you." But the stalemate lasted for a long time until the sky began to darken. Strange bird calls made a high look behind him in confusion. The scorching gaze of the newly arrived monster on the battlefield turned his face pale with fright. "No, there's a hard-shelled turtle behind us." The three of them frantically guarded both directions, not daring to be careless for a moment. Fortunately, this scene stopped when a shoe suddenly realized what they had missed. Wait, am I seeing things? How can someone be riding on the back of a hard-shelled turtle?" Feeling the gaze directed at him, Zhang Zi showed an arrogant and provocative smile. "Brothers, say hello." His masked image instantly turned the trio's fear into dissatisfaction in just a brief moment. "What the hell? Monsters in the demon domain attack on sight. So why isn't this hard-shelled turtle attacking him? Can monsters in the demon domain be tamed? So enviable. Maybe it got beaten too badly." Ming blurted out something rather undignified. "What's there to be envious of? Why don't we try taming this violent rabbit? Then I'll have this violent rabbit carry us out of here." Before he could finish, he was punched to the ground by the violent rabbit. Ming's groans echoed through the forest. "My tooth, this hateful rabbit fights dirty." This startled his two friends, who immediately raised their weapons ready to fight. Ming stepped back first. "Ouch, that monster, there are so many of us. I don't believe we can't beat you." But the stalemate lasted for a long time until the sky began to darken. Strange bird calls made a high look behind him in confusion. The scorching gaze of the newly arrived monster on the battlefield turned his face pale with fright. "No, there's a hard-shelled turtle behind us." The three of them frantically guarded both directions, not daring to be careless for a moment. Fortunately, this scene stopped when a shoe suddenly realized what they had missed. Wait, am I seeing things? How can someone be riding on the back of a hard-shelled turtle?" Feeling the gaze directed at him, Zhang Zi showed an arrogant and provocative smile. "Brothers, say hello." His masked image instantly turned the trio's fear into dissatisfaction in just a brief moment. "What the hell? Monsters in the demon domain attack on sight. So why isn't this hard-shelled turtle attacking him? Can monsters in the demon domain be tamed? So enviable. Maybe it got beaten too badly." Ming blurted out something rather undignified. "What's there to be envious of? Why don't we try taming this violent rabbit? Then I'll have this violent rabbit carry us out of here." Before he could finish, he was punched to the ground by the violent rabbit. Ming's groans echoed through the forest. "My tooth, this hateful rabbit fights dirty." This startled his two friends, who immediately raised their weapons ready to fight. Ming stepped back first. "Ouch, that monster, there are so many of us. I don't believe we can't beat you." But the stalemate lasted for a long time until the sky began to darken. Strange bird calls made a high look behind him in confusion. The scorching gaze of the newly arrived monster on the battlefield turned his face pale with fright. "No, there's a hard-shelled turtle behind us." The three of them frantically guarded both directions, not daring to be careless for a moment. Fortunately, this scene stopped when a shoe suddenly realized what they had missed. Wait, am I seeing things? How can someone be riding on the back of a hard-shelled turtle?" Feeling the gaze directed at him, Zhang Zi showed an arrogant and provocative smile. "Brothers, say hello." His masked image instantly turned the trio's fear into dissatisfaction in just a brief moment. "What the hell? Monsters in the demon domain attack on sight. So why isn't this hard-shelled turtle attacking him? Can monsters in the demon domain be tamed? So enviable. Maybe it got beaten too badly." Ming blurted out something rather undignified. "What's there to be envious of? Why don't we try taming this violent rabbit? Then I'll have this violent rabbit carry us out of here." Before he could finish, he was punched to the ground by the violent rabbit. Ming's groans echoed through the forest. "My tooth, this hateful rabbit fights dirty." This startled his two friends, who immediately raised their weapons ready to fight. Ming stepped back first. "Ouch, that monster, there are so many of us. I don't believe we can't beat you." But the stalemate lasted for a long time until the sky began to darken. Strange bird calls made a high look behind him in confusion. The scorching gaze of the newly arrived monster on the battlefield turned his face pale with fright. "No, there's a hard-shelled turtle behind us." The three of them frantically guarded both directions, not daring to be careless for a moment. Fortunately, this scene stopped when a shoe suddenly realized what they had missed. Wait, am I seeing things? How can someone be riding on the hard-shelled turtle's back?" Feeling the gaze directed at him, Zhang Zi showed an arrogant and provocative smile. "Brothers, say hello." His masked image instantly turned the trio's fear into dissatisfaction in just a brief moment. "What the hell? Monsters in the demon domain attack on sight. So why isn't this hard-shelled turtle attacking him? Can monsters in the demon domain be tamed? So enviable. Maybe it got beaten too badly." Ming blurted out something rather undignified. "What's there to be envious of? Why don't we try taming this violent rabbit? Then I'll have this violent rabbit carry us out of here." Before he could finish, he was punched to the ground by the violent rabbit. Ming's groans echoed through the forest. "My tooth, this hateful rabbit fights dirty." This startled his two friends, who immediately raised their weapons ready to fight. Ming stepped back first. "Ouch, that monster, there are so many of us. I don't believe we can't beat you." But the stalemate lasted for a long time until the sky began to darken. Strange bird calls made a high look behind him in confusion. The scorching gaze of the newly arrived monster on the battlefield turned his face pale with fright. No, there's a hard-shelled turtle behind us. The three of them frantically guarded both directions, not daring to be careless for a moment. Fortunately, this scene stopped when a shoe suddenly realized what they had missed. Wait, am I seeing things? How can someone be riding on the back of a hard-shelled turtle? Feeling the gaze directed at him, Zhang Zi showed an arrogant and provocative smile. Brothers, say hello. His masked image instantly turned the trio's fear into dissatisfaction in just a brief moment. What the hell? Monsters in the demon domain attack on sight. So why isn't this hard-shelled turtle attacking him? Can monsters in the demon domain be tamed? So enviable. Maybe it got beaten too badly, Ming blurted out, something rather undignified. What's there to be envious of? Why don't we try taming this violent rabbit? Then I'll have this violent rabbit carry us out of here. Before he could finish, he was punched to the ground by the violent rabbit. Ming's groans echoed through the forest. My tooth, this hateful rabbit fights dirty. This startled his two friends, who immediately raised their weapons, ready to fight. Ming stepped back first. Ouch, that monster, there are so many of us. I don't believe we can't beat you. But the stalemate lasted for a long time until the sky began to darken. Strange bird calls made a high look behind him in confusion. The scorching gaze of the newly arrived monster on the battlefield turned his face pale with fright. No, there's a hard-shelled turtle behind us. The three of them frantically guarded both directions, not daring to be careless for a moment. Fortunately, this scene stopped when a shoe suddenly realized what they had missed. Wait, am I seeing things? How can someone be riding on the hard-shelled turtle's back? Feeling the gaze directed at him, Zhang Zi showed an arrogant and provocative smile. Brothers, say hello. His masked image instantly turned the trio's fear into dissatisfaction in just a brief moment. What the hell? Monsters in the demon domain attack on sight. So why isn't this hard-shelled turtle attacking him? Can monsters in the demon domain be tamed? So enviable. Maybe it got beaten too badly, Ming blurted out, something rather undignified. What's there to be envious of? Why don't we try taming this violent rabbit? Then I'll have this violent rabbit carry us out of here. Before he could finish, he was punched to the ground by the violent rabbit. Ming's groans echoed through the forest. My tooth, this hateful rabbit fights dirty. This startled his two friends, who immediately raised their weapons, ready to fight. Ming stepped back first. Ouch, that monster, there are so many of us. I don't believe we can't beat you. But the stalemate lasted for a long time until the sky began to darken. Strange bird calls made a high look behind him in confusion. The scorching gaze of the newly arrived monster on the battlefield turned his face pale with fright. No, there's a hard-shelled turtle behind us. The three of them frantically guarded both directions, not daring to be careless for a moment. Fortunately, this scene stopped when a shoe suddenly realized what they had missed. Wait, am I seeing things? How can someone be riding on the back of a hard-shelled turtle? Feeling the gaze directed at him, Zhang Zi showed an arrogant and provocative smile. Brothers, say hello. His masked image instantly turned the trio's fear into dissatisfaction in just a brief moment. What the hell? Monsters in the demon domain attack on sight. So why isn't this hard-shelled turtle attacking him? Can monsters in the demon domain be tamed? So enviable. Maybe it got beaten too badly, Ming blurted out, something rather undignified. What's there to be envious of? Why don't we try taming this violent rabbit? Then I'll have this violent rabbit carry us out of here. Before he could finish, he was punched to the ground by the violent rabbit. Ming's groans echoed through the forest. My tooth, this hateful rabbit fights dirty. This startled his two friends, who immediately raised their weapons, ready to fight. Ming stepped back first. Ouch, that monster, there are so many of us. I don't believe we can't beat you. But the stalemate lasted for a long time until the sky began to darken. Strange bird calls made a high look behind him in confusion. The scorching gaze of the newly arrived monster on the battlefield turned his face pale with fright. No, there's a hard-shelled turtle behind us. The three of them frantically guarded both directions, not daring to be careless for a moment. Fortunately, this scene stopped when a shoe suddenly realized what they had missed. Wait, am I seeing things? How can someone be riding on the hard-shelled turtle's back? Feeling the gaze directed at him, Zhang Zi showed an arrogant and provocative smile. Brothers, say hello. His masked image instantly turned the trio's fear into dissatisfaction in just a brief moment. What the hell? Monsters in the demon domain attack on sight. So why isn't this hard-shelled turtle attacking him? Can monsters in the demon domain be tamed? So enviable. Maybe it got beaten too badly, Ming blurted out, something rather undignified. What's there to be envious of? Why don't we try taming this violent rabbit? Then I'll have this violent rabbit carry us out of here. Before he could finish, he was punched to the ground by the violent rabbit. Ming's groans echoed through the forest. My tooth, this hateful rabbit fights dirty. This startled his two friends, who immediately raised their weapons, ready to fight. Ming stepped back first. Ouch, that monster, there are so many of us. I don't believe we can't beat you. But the stalemate lasted for a long time until the sky began to darken. Strange bird calls made a high look behind him in confusion. The scorching gaze of the newly arrived monster on the battlefield turned his face pale with fright. No, there's a hard-shelled turtle behind us. The three of them frantically guarded both directions, not daring to be careless for a moment. Fortunately, this scene stopped when a shoe suddenly realized what they had missed. Wait, am I seeing things? How can someone be riding on the back of a hard-shelled turtle? Feeling the gaze directed at him, Zhang Zi showed an arrogant and provocative smile. Brothers, say hello. His masked image instantly turned the trio's fear into dissatisfaction in just a brief moment. What the hell? Monsters in the demon domain attack on sight. So why isn't this hard-shelled turtle attacking him? Can monsters in the demon domain be tamed? So enviable. Maybe you got beaten too badly, Ming blurted out something rather undignified. What's there to be envious of? Why don't we try taming this violent rabbit? Then I'll have this violent rabbit carry us out of here. Before he could finish, he was punched to the ground by the violent rabbit. Ming's groans echoed through the forest. My tooth, this hateful rabbit fights dirty. This startled his two friends, who immediately raised their weapons, ready to fight. Ming stepped back first. Ouch, that monster, there are so many of us. I don't believe we can't beat you. But the stalemate lasted for a long time until the sky began to darken. Strange bird calls made a high look behind him in confusion. The scorching gaze of the newly arrived monster on the battlefield turned his face pale with fright. No, there's a hard-shelled turtle behind us. The three of them frantically guarded both directions, not daring to be careless for a moment. Fortunately, this scene stopped when a shoe suddenly realized what they had missed. Wait, am I seeing things? How can someone be riding on the hard-shelled turtle's back? Feeling the gaze directed at him, Zhang Zi showed an arrogant and provocative smile. Brothers, say hello. His masked image instantly turned the trio's fear into dissatisfaction in just a brief moment. What the hell? Monsters in the demon domain attack on sight. So why isn't this hard-shelled turtle attacking him? Can monsters in the demon domain be tamed? So enviable. Maybe you got beaten too badly, Ming blurted out something rather undignified. What's there to be envious of? Why don't we try taming this violent rabbit? Then I'll have this violent rabbit carry us out of here. Before he could finish, he was punched to the ground by the violent rabbit. Ming's groans echoed through the forest. My tooth, this hateful rabbit fights dirty. This startled his two friends, who immediately raised their weapons, ready to fight. Ming stepped back first. Ouch, that monster, there are so many of us. I don't believe we can't beat you. But the stalemate lasted for a long time until the sky began to darken. Strange bird calls made a high look behind him in confusion. The scorching gaze of the newly arrived monster on the battlefield turned his face pale with fright. No, there's a hard-shelled turtle behind us. The three of them frantically guarded both directions, not daring to be careless for a moment. Fortunately, this scene stopped when a shoe suddenly realized what they had missed. Wait, am I seeing things? How can someone be riding on the back of a hard-shelled turtle? Feeling the gaze directed at him, Zhang Zi showed an arrogant and provocative smile. Brothers, say hello. His masked image instantly turned the trio's fear into dissatisfaction in just a brief moment. What the hell? Monsters in the demon domain attack on sight. So why isn't this hard-shelled turtle attacking him? Can monsters in the demon domain be tamed? So enviable. Maybe you got beaten too badly, Ming blurted out something rather undignified. What's there to be envious of? Why don't we try taming this violent rabbit? Then I'll have this violent rabbit carry us out of here. Before he could finish, he was punched to the ground by the violent rabbit. Ming's groans echoed through the forest. My tooth, this hateful rabbit fights dirty. This startled his two friends, who immediately raised their weapons, ready to fight. Ming stepped back first. Ouch, that monster, there are so many of us. I don't believe we can't beat you. But the stalemate lasted for a long time until the sky began to darken. Strange bird calls made a high look behind him in confusion. The scorching gaze of the newly arrived monster on the battlefield turned his face pale with fright. No, there's a hard-shelled turtle behind us. The three of them frantically guarded both directions, not daring to be careless for a moment. Fortunately, this scene stopped when a shoe suddenly realized what they had missed. Wait, am I seeing things? How can someone be riding on the hard-shelled turtle's back? Feeling the gaze directed at him, Zhang Zi showed an arrogant and provocative smile. Brothers, say hello. His masked image instantly turned the trio's fear into dissatisfaction in just a brief moment. What the hell? Monsters in the demon domain attack on sight. So why isn't this hard-shelled turtle attacking him? Can monsters in the demon domain be tamed? So enviable. Maybe you got beaten too badly, Ming blurted out something rather undignified. What's there to be envious of? Why don't we try taming this violent rabbit? Then I'll have this violent rabbit carry us out of here. Before he could finish, he was punched to the ground by the violent rabbit. Ming's groans echoed through the forest. My tooth, this hateful rabbit fights dirty. This startled his two friends, who immediately raised their weapons, ready to fight. Ming stepped back first. Ouch, that monster, there are so many of us. I don't believe we can't beat you. But the stalemate lasted for a long time until the sky began to darken. Strange bird calls made a high look behind him in confusion. The scorching gaze of the newly arrived monster on the battlefield turned his face pale with fright. No, there's a hard-shelled turtle behind us. The three of them frantically guarded both directions, not daring to be careless for a moment. Fortunately, this scene stopped when a shoe suddenly realized what they had missed. Wait, am I seeing things? How can someone be riding on the back of a hard-shelled turtle? Feeling the gaze directed at him, Zhang Zi showed an arrogant and provocative smile. Brothers, say hello. His masked image instantly turned the trio's fear into dissatisfaction in just a brief moment. What the hell? Monsters in the demon domain attack on sight. So why isn't this hard-shelled turtle attacking him? Can monsters in the demon domain be tamed? So enviable. Maybe you got beaten too badly, Ming blurted out something rather undignified. What's there to be envious of? Why don't we try taming this violent rabbit? Then I'll have this violent rabbit carry us out of here. Before he could finish, he was punched to the ground by the violent rabbit. Ming's groans echoed through the forest. My tooth, this hateful rabbit fights dirty. This startled his two friends, who immediately raised their weapons, ready to fight. Ming stepped back first. Ouch, that monster, there are so many of us. I don't believe we can't beat you. But the stalemate lasted for a long time until the sky began to darken. Strange bird calls made a high look behind him in confusion. The scorching gaze of the newly arrived monster on the battlefield turned his face pale with fright. No, there's a hard-shelled turtle behind us. The three of them frantically guarded both directions, not daring to be careless for a moment. Fortunately, this scene stopped when a shoe suddenly realized what they had missed. Wait, am I seeing things? How can someone be riding on the hard-shelled turtle's back? Feeling the gaze directed at him, Zhang Zi showed an arrogant and provocative smile. Brothers, say hello. His masked image instantly turned the trio's fear into dissatisfaction in just a brief moment. What the hell? Monsters in the demon domain attack on sight. So why isn't this hard-shelled turtle attacking him? Can monsters in the demon domain be tamed? So enviable. Maybe it got beaten too badly, Ming blurted out, something rather undignified. What's there to be envious of? Why don't we try taming this violent rabbit? Then I'll have this violent rabbit carry us out of here. Before he could finish, he was punched to the ground by the violent rabbit. Ming's groans echoed through the forest. My tooth, this hateful rabbit fights dirty. This startled his two friends, who immediately raised their weapons ready to fight. Ming stepped back first. Ouch, that monster, there are so many of us. I don't believe we can't beat you. But the stalemate lasted for a long time until the sky began to darken. Strange bird calls made a high look behind him in confusion. The scorching gaze of the newly arrived monster on the battlefield turned his face pale with fright. No, there's a hard-shelled turtle behind us. The three of them frantically guarded both directions, not daring to be careless for a moment. Fortunately, this scene stopped when a shoe suddenly realized what they had missed. Wait, am I seeing things? How can someone be riding on the back of a hard-shelled turtle? Feeling the gaze directed at him, Zhang Zi showed an arrogant and provocative smile. Brothers, say hello. His masked image instantly turned the trio's fear into dissatisfaction in just a brief moment. What the hell? Monsters in the demon domain attack on sight. So why isn't this hard-shelled turtle attacking him? Can monsters in the demon domain be tamed? So enviable. Maybe it got beaten too badly, Ming blurted out, something rather undignified. What's there to be envious of? Why don't we try taming this violent rabbit? Then I'll have this violent rabbit carry us out of here. Before he could finish, he was punched to the ground by the violent rabbit. Ming's groans echoed through the forest. My tooth, this hateful rabbit fights dirty. This startled his two friends, who immediately raised their weapons ready to fight. Ming stepped back first. Ouch, that monster, there are so many of us. I don't believe we can't beat you. But the stalemate lasted for a long time until the sky began to darken. Strange bird calls made a high look behind him in confusion. The scorching gaze of the newly arrived monster on the battlefield turned his face pale with fright. No, there's a hard-shelled turtle behind us. The three of them frantically guarded both directions, not daring to be careless for a moment. Fortunately, this scene stopped when a shoe suddenly realized what they had missed. Wait, am I seeing things? How can someone be riding on the hard-shelled turtle's back? Feeling the gaze directed at him, Zhang Zi showed an arrogant and provocative smile. Brothers, say hello. His masked image instantly turned the trio's fear into dissatisfaction in just a brief moment. What the hell? Monsters in the demon domain attack on sight. So why isn't this hard-shelled turtle attacking him? Can monsters in the demon domain be tamed? So enviable. Maybe it got beaten too badly, Ming blurted out, something rather undignified. What's there to be envious of? Why don't we try taming this violent rabbit? Then I'll have this violent rabbit carry us out of here. Before he could finish, he was punched to the ground by the violent rabbit. Ming's groans echoed through the forest. My tooth, this hateful rabbit fights dirty. This startled his two friends, who immediately raised their weapons ready to fight. Ming stepped back first. Ouch, that monster, there are so many of us. I don't believe we can't beat you. But the stalemate lasted for a long time until the sky began to darken. Strange bird calls made a high look behind him in confusion. The scorching gaze of the newly arrived monster on the battlefield turned his face pale with fright. No, there's a hard-shelled turtle behind us. The three of them frantically guarded both directions, not daring to be careless for a moment. Fortunately, this scene stopped when a shoe suddenly realized what they had missed. Wait, am I seeing things? How can someone be riding on the back of a hard-shelled turtle? Feeling the gaze directed at him, Zhang Zi showed an arrogant and provocative smile. Brothers, say hello. His masked image instantly turned the trio's fear into dissatisfaction in just a brief moment. What the hell? Monsters in the demon domain attack on sight. So why isn't this hard-shelled turtle attacking him? Can monsters in the demon domain be tamed? So enviable. Maybe it got beaten too badly, Ming blurted out, something rather undignified. What's there to be envious of? Why don't we try taming this violent rabbit? Then I'll have this violent rabbit carry us out of here. Before he could finish, he was punched to the ground by the violent rabbit. Ming's groans echoed through the forest. My tooth, this hateful rabbit fights dirty. This startled his two friends, who immediately raised their weapons ready to fight. Ming stepped back first. Ouch, that monster, there are so many of us. I don't believe we can't beat you. But the stalemate lasted for a long time until the sky began to darken. Strange bird calls made a high look behind him in confusion. The scorching gaze of the newly arrived monster on the battlefield turned his face pale with fright. No, there's a hard-shelled turtle behind us. The three of them frantically guarded both directions, not daring to be careless for a moment. Fortunately, this scene stopped when a shoe suddenly realized what they had missed. Wait, am I seeing things? How can someone be riding on the hard-shelled turtle's back? Feeling the gaze directed at him, Zhang Zi showed an arrogant and provocative smile. Brothers, say hello. His masked image instantly turned the trio's fear into dissatisfaction in just a brief moment. What the hell? Monsters in the demon domain attack on sight. So why isn't this hard-shelled turtle attacking him? Can monsters in the demon domain be tamed? So enviable. Maybe you got beaten too badly, Ming blurted out something rather undignified. What's there to be envious of? Why don't we try taming this violent rabbit? Then I'll have this violent rabbit carry us out of here. Before he could finish, he was punched to the ground by the violent rabbit. Ming's groans echoed through the forest. My tooth, this hateful rabbit fights dirty. This startled his two friends, who immediately raised their weapons, ready to fight. Ming stepped back first. Ouch, that monster, there are so many of us. I don't believe we can't beat you. But the stalemate lasted for a long time until the sky began to darken. Strange bird calls made a high look behind him in confusion. The scorching gaze of the newly arrived monster on the battlefield turned his face pale with fright. No, there's a hard-shelled turtle behind us. The three of them frantically guarded both directions, not daring to be careless for a moment. Fortunately, this scene stopped when a shoe suddenly realized what they had missed. Wait, am I seeing things? How can someone be riding on the back of a hard-shelled turtle? Feeling the gaze directed at him, Zhang Zi showed an arrogant and provocative smile. Brothers, say hello. His masked image instantly turned the trio's fear into dissatisfaction in just a brief moment. What the hell? Monsters in the demon domain attack on sight. So why isn't this hard-shelled turtle attacking him? Can monsters in the demon domain be tamed? So enviable. Maybe you got beaten too badly, Ming blurted out something rather undignified. What's there to be envious of? Why don't we try taming this violent rabbit? Then I'll have this violent rabbit carry us out of here. Before he could finish, he was punched to the ground by the violent rabbit. Ming's groans echoed through the forest. My tooth, this hateful rabbit fights dirty. This startled his two friends, who immediately raised their weapons, ready to fight. Ming stepped back first. Ouch, that monster, there are so many of us. I don't believe we can't beat you. But the stalemate lasted for a long time until the sky began to darken. Strange bird calls made a high look behind him in confusion. The scorching gaze of the newly arrived monster on the battlefield turned his face pale with fright. No, there's a hard-shelled turtle behind us. The three of them frantically guarded both directions, not daring to be careless for a moment. Fortunately, this scene stopped when a shoe suddenly realized what they had missed. Wait, am I seeing things? How can someone be riding on the hard-shelled turtle's back? Feeling the gaze directed at him, Zhang Zi showed an arrogant and provocative smile. Brothers, say hello. His masked image instantly turned the trio's fear into dissatisfaction in just a brief moment. What the hell? Monsters in the demon domain attack on sight. So why isn't this hard-shelled turtle attacking him? Can monsters in the demon domain be tamed? So enviable. Maybe you got beaten too badly, Ming blurted out something rather undignified. What's there to be envious of? Why don't we try taming this violent rabbit? Then I'll have this violent rabbit carry us out of here. Before he could finish, he was punched to the ground by the violent rabbit. Ming's groans echoed through the forest. My tooth, this hateful rabbit fights dirty. This startled his two friends, who immediately raised their weapons, ready to fight. Ming stepped back first. Ouch, that monster, there are so many of us. I don't believe we can't beat you. But the stalemate lasted for a long time until the sky began to darken. Strange bird calls made a high look behind him in confusion. The scorching gaze of the newly arrived monster on the battlefield turned his face pale with fright. No, there's a hard-shelled turtle behind us. The three of them frantically guarded both directions, not daring to be careless for a moment. Fortunately, this scene stopped when a shoe suddenly realized what they had missed. Wait, am I seeing things? How can someone be riding on the back of a hard-shelled turtle? Feeling the gaze directed at him, Zhang Zi showed an arrogant and provocative smile. Brothers, say hello. His masked image instantly turned the trio's fear into dissatisfaction in just a brief moment. What the hell? Monsters in the demon domain attack on sight. So why isn't this hard-shelled turtle attacking him? Can monsters in the demon domain be tamed? So enviable. Maybe you got beaten too badly, Ming blurted out something rather undignified. What's there to be envious of? Why don't we try taming this violent rabbit? Then I'll have this violent rabbit carry us out of here. Before he could finish, he was punched to the ground by the violent rabbit. Ming's groans echoed through the forest. My tooth, this hateful rabbit fights dirty. This startled his two friends, who immediately raised their weapons, ready to fight. Ming stepped back first. Ouch, that monster, there are so many of us. I don't believe we can't beat you. But the stalemate lasted for a long time until the sky began to darken. Strange bird calls made a high look behind him in confusion. The scorching gaze of the newly arrived monster on the battlefield turned his face pale with fright. No, there's a hard-shelled turtle behind us. The three of them frantically guarded both directions, not daring to be careless for a moment. Fortunately, this scene stopped when a shoe suddenly realized what they had missed. Wait, am I seeing things? How can someone be riding on the hard-shelled turtle's back? Feeling the gaze directed at him, Zhang Zi showed an arrogant and provocative smile. Brothers, say hello. His masked image instantly turned the trio's fear into dissatisfaction in just a brief moment. What the hell? Monsters in the demon domain attack on sight. So why isn't this hard-shelled turtle attacking him? Can monsters in the demon domain be tamed? So enviable. Maybe you got beaten too badly, Ming blurted out something rather undignified. What's there to be envious of? Why don't we try taming this violent rabbit? Then I'll have this violent rabbit carry us out of here. Before he could finish, he was punched to the ground by the violent rabbit. Ming's groans echoed through the forest. My tooth, this hateful rabbit fights dirty. This startled his two friends, who immediately raised their weapons, ready to fight. Ming stepped back first. Ouch, that monster, there are so many of us. I don't believe we can't beat you. But the stalemate lasted for a long time until the sky began to darken. Strange bird calls made a high look behind him in confusion. The scorching gaze of the newly arrived monster on the battlefield turned his face pale with fright. No, there's a hard-shelled turtle behind us. The three of them frantically guarded both directions, not daring to be careless for a moment. Fortunately, this scene stopped when a shoe suddenly realized what they had missed. Wait, am I seeing things? How can someone be riding on the back of a hard-shelled turtle? Feeling the gaze directed at him. You stand there and wait for death. After a while, Moonshadow gasped, exhausted, her body covered in wounds big and small, but she showed no signs of retreating. I can't believe the elite monster on this first floor is so strong. It still has so much health. Just then, the wolf suddenly pounced, and Moonshadow quickly dodged. She also took the opportunity to use Light Slash. However, Moonshadow's calves began to tremble. Her weakened body triggered a system warning. Excessive blood loss has led to reduced stamina. Skill use is impossible. At the same time, the wolf continued to coldly observe its prey. It excitedly transformed into a gust of wind, charging towards its opponent. Moonshadow seemed to anticipate what was about to happen and could only stand her ground, breathing heavily. Before its sinister slash could land, Moonshadow's body had already fallen, but the iron-toothed wolf showed no mercy, opening its bloody maw. Though her eyes were blurred, they still held a flicker of defiance. Fortunately, just before the worst could happen, a volley of arrows shot at the wolf from seemingly nowhere. It turned out that Zhang Zi, after countless internal struggles, had finally decided to intervene. But his method of attracting the monster was so embarrassing it defied description. "Hey puppy, come and catch me?" This sudden sight made Moonshadow's mind race. She sighed, muttering to herself, "I remember him. He's a first-year student. Why hasn't he escaped yet?" Watching Zhang Zi's dog-teasing antics even while gasping for breath, she couldn't help but warn him, "Hey, stop provoking it, run, you can't beat it." However, he seemed to pay no mind, becoming even more energized, which doubled the worry in the already weak Moonshadow's heart and on her face. "This idiot, he's going to die." In another area, urgent footsteps echoed through the forest. Zhang Zi, who had initially been calmly provoking the wolf, was now gritting his teeth and charging forward with all his might. This elite monster still has half its health bar. Rushing out now is pure suicide. "But I've come this far, how can I not go out? I can't die. Who will take care of my sister if I do? I must lure it to a more open area where my summoned beasts will have an advantage. Too fast, I'm getting out of breath." Just as the wolf opened its huge mouth ready to tear Zhang Zi to pieces, he slammed on the brakes, lowered his center of gravity, turned around and shouted, "Summoned beasts." This shout swiftly pulled the rabbit and turtle brothers out of the void and into reality. Under the merciless system prompt, excessive blood loss, physical exhaustion, Moonshadow struggled to her feet, taking a health potion, and secretly cursed in her mind, "This is ridiculous. A newcomer actually thinks he can take on an elite monster. I must hurry and save him. I need to stop the bleeding quickly. I hope that newcomer can hold on during this tense time." A sweet voice suddenly rang out in the dark area. "Emerald healing." The staff surged with fresh green energy, enveloping Moonshadow for healing. The familiar magic brought a look of surprise to her face. "Little princess, what are you doing here?" Money excitedly stood before the others and said, "We're all here." Her teammates immediately voiced their displeasure. "Moonshadow, you're crazy. Can you really defeat an elite monster by yourself? You're too reckless. This is a tier 1 elite boss, not something you can handle alone." This blunt reprimand made Moonshadow feel ashamed, and she stammered, "I am sorry, I thought I could." Fortunately, Giant God remained clear-headed, looking around and asking, "Hey, where's that elite monster?" This reminded her of the important matter, and she cried out, "Oh right, it's the elite shadow wolf, that wolf of shadows. It was just lured away by a newcomer. We have to go save him quickly." At this, the four of them were shocked. What? A newcomer lured away an elite monster? Meanwhile, Zhang Zi was still locked in an intense battle with the high-level iron-toothed wolf. "Summon beasts, attack!" Watching his rabbit and turtle army charge forward, he suddenly fell into thought as sounds of thump-thump and smack-smack echoed through the scene. Although the shadow wolf was fast, its movements were bound to be restricted under the siege of the three violent rabbits. Just like that, the hard-shelled turtle suddenly swung its tail at the wolf, sending it flying to hit a nearby tree. Utterly unable to resist, this sight boosted Zhang Zi's confidence, a cold smile gracing his face, and also allowed the lava turtle at a disadvantage in speed perfectly strike the shadow wolf. Until the wolf grew enraged, fighting 1 against 4 was nothing to it. The previous script quickly reached a stalemate, making Zhang Zi break out in a sweat. "The losses are too great. I must make the summoned beasts avoid direct attacks as much as possible." Fortunately, just then he suddenly received good news. A violent rabbit swung its fist at the fierce wolf. Violent rabbit has leveled up to level 2. This exhilarating notification instantly lifted Zhang Zi's downcast spirits. The violent rabbit has also leveled up. Just surround and attack it. Lava turtle blocks its attacks. Violent rabbit goes all out. With these words, his beloved pets eagerly rushed towards the wolf. After a while, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed and moonlight illuminated the battle below. Instead of good news, Zhang Zi unfortunately received bad news. Level 1 Violent Rabbit has died, which made his bow-drawing forearm freeze for a few seconds. Violent Rabbit, it wasn't over. The wolf's furious attack claimed another Level 1 Violent Rabbit. The legendary arrow of resentment swiftly shot into Zhang Zi's heart. "Damn it. My violent rabbits, I'm so angry I can't even stop myself from cursing. It's been fighting for so long and it's still not dead." His inner rage continued to surge. "If you don't die soon, I'll be left with no one. All of Zhang Zi's hope quickly turned to the hard-shelled turtle's powerful tail. Die, you bastard! Its sheer physical suppression quickly showed results as its body slowly dissipated. A brief loot interface appeared. Elite Shadow Wolf has been defeated. Joy instantly flooded Zhang Zi's entire body as the system recorded his achievement. That was too dangerous. The two remaining summoned beasts also had only a sliver of health left when he saw the dropped equipment. A mid-tier demon soul orb, a wolf fang necklace, and a wolf bone saber. He happily shouted in the quiet space. As expected of an elite boss, the demon soul orb dropped as a mid-tier one, a wolf bone saber, a wolf fang necklace. I can use the necklace, and the wolf bone saber has high damage, but I'm not good at close combat, so it's not very useful. I'll sell it when I get back, that way I can pay for my sister's medical expenses again. But when peace came, Zhang Zi still felt a slight sense of loss despite losing two summoned beasts. Yet the next second he joyfully declared, "But I can't resist summoning a wolf cub." Zhang Zi excitedly raised his hand, immediately summoning a new member. "Come out, my elite shadow wolf." The spatial light circle suddenly grew larger than ever before. The shadow wolf proudly emerged, greeting its master. Looking at its attribute panel, the excitement on his face was evident. "These stats are insane. This is definitely an invincible existence on the first floor." His eyes, gazing at the moonlight, were also filled with a rare pure hope. "It's late, I should head back. I have class tomorrow." After a while, Money's voice suddenly appeared at the site of the earlier battle. "I found it. There are many Shadow Wolf claw marks here. That newcomer must have already escaped." Dragon King also reported to Moon Shadow. "I just patrolled around and didn't see anyone else. It seems the prognosis is grim." Giant God bent down to inspect carefully, sighing as he interjected, "There's nothing we can do about it. After all, he was just a newcomer. That newcomer risked his own life to save someone. He was truly a brave and kind-hearted person." Moon Shadow didn't want to hear such talk anymore, so she left dejectedly. "That person must be Teacher Lu's student. Tomorrow I'll go to the school to find Teacher Lu Wei. If someone is truly in trouble, he'll surely know." Her determined eyes silently vowed in her heart, letting heaven and earth bear witness. "If he really died, then all this is my responsibility." In the real world, the silent air made the sound of the wind louder than ever. It even drowned out Zhang Zi's muttering in his private room when he found he had over 70 demon soul orbs, including mid-tier ones. "Today's harvest is truly abundant. I should hurry and sell some on the online trading platform. Let me try absorbing one demon soul orb. According to the instructions, if my power increases, then my strength in reality will also become stronger. I'll try it at the martial arts gym tomorrow." The next day, Zhang Zi woke up to the echoing bird calls on the rooftop. He slowly walked out into the living room and then had a brief conversation with Zhang Feng. "Brother, hurry and brush your teeth and wash your face, then come eat breakfast. Didn't I tell you not to cook? You never listen to me. It's just breakfast." "I can do it, brother, don't worry. Don't just brush your teeth." A host of thoughts also popped into his mind. "My sister's kidneys are already starting to fail. I must earn more money. Should I tell them I awakened an SSS-Rank talent? No, it's better to keep my SSS-Rank talent a secret to avoid attracting attention." Her brother's tired appearance made Zhang Feng silently take note in her heart. "Brother came home so late yesterday. Did he awaken a low-rank talent?" But her concern grew stronger and the little girl had to speak up. "Brother, a demon domain is full of dangers. Why don't you stop going? I'll find a way to earn money for rent." This made Zhang Zi, who was busy eating noodles, immediately ask, "You have a way? What way?" However, she gave him a mysterious and vague answer. "It's a secret I can't tell. I have my own way." After a while, the sounds of the siblings packing up echoed over the high walls outside. Before leaving, Zhang Zi didn't forget to remind his sister, "Remember to study hard. Leave the money matters of the family to me." "I'm leaving," he received an ambiguous response. "Goodbye, brother." He slowly walked into the spacious campus where a group of students were noisily chatting until the class bell rang. The students' discussions about awakening quickly reached Zhang Zi's ears. "I awakened a D-rank talent. I guess I'll just be an ordinary person this life. What about you? What talent did you awaken?" "B-rank talent." No matter how boisterous their banter. "That's awesome. We said we'd be losers together, but you turned out to be a genius." Zhang Zi maintained his initial composure, scrolling on his phone. "Demon soul orbs are indeed hot commodities. They've all been bought. I should withdraw the money first. Today I must go to the demon domain to earn more demon soul orbs. My sister's surgery fees are almost gathered." Suddenly, Teacher Lu's authoritative voice startled Zhang Zi. "Everyone take your seats. Is everyone here?" The class teacher's authority, however, couldn't silence the students in front of the beautiful senior Lu Yueying. Seeing the goddess in real life for the first time, she's even prettier than in the demon domain. "I wonder if the goddess has a boyfriend. It would be great if she didn't. Wake up. You only have a D-rank talent." Teacher Lu still gently yelled, overpowering everyone's voices. "Class, there was an unexpected situation yesterday when fighting the boss on the first floor. I'd like to ask who helped Moonshadow lure the boss away at that time. Please, that student, stand up. Moonshadow wants to personally thank him," as everyone excitedly speculated. "Who is it? I don't know." The protagonist, Zhang Zi, however, was looking down, scrolling on his phone, muttering to himself, "Thanks aren't necessary. I won't expose my identity. The unsatisfactory result led to a brief conversation between Teacher Lu and Moonshadow outside the classroom. Moonshadow, that student might not be from our class. Yes, if Teacher Lu has any news, please remember to inform me. Alright, hurry back to class. Only the classroom, as noisy as a released seal, was left. Louder than the Antong market? Seriously, who could it be? Daring to lure an elite boss alone. Is he crazy? That's a real man. So admirable. I've been exposed. Actually, I'm the one who lured the elite boss away. Alright, stop bragging. Even if you ate a leopard's gall, you wouldn't dare lure a boss alone. Amidst those voices, Wang Yang's mysterious voice suddenly sounded. I know who that person is. He easily pulled Zhang Zi away from his phone, making him talk anxiously. Who is it? After the boss appeared, all the students ran away, leaving only one person. He ran towards the boss. He seemed to be called Rakshasa. It doesn't necessarily mean that the person who ran towards the boss was him. Maybe he was too panicked and ran in the wrong direction. Wang Yang skipped the topic, playfully joking. Let's not talk about that. Yesterday, when I entered the demon domain to fight monsters, I met two little sisters. Unfortunately, Zhang Zi wasn't very interested in this. Boring, I still have to work at the martial arts gym. This startled Wang Yang. Does your sister need surgery fees again? Only after hearing Zhang Zi's confirmation. Don't worry, I can still handle it. Did Wang Yang relax and change the subject? Alright, if you ever need anything when you go to the demon domain in the future, come find me. My name in the demon domain is Fat Handsome Guy. That day passed quickly until the dismissal bell rang. Zhang Zi was busy exercising on the playground, but his mind was still calculating. If I just earn more demon soul orbs, I won't have to work here anymore. In the central area far away, students' flattering voices rose and fell. Zheng Hao, you're amazing as expected of the strongest student in the 5th Academy. That's right, he can hit 507 kilograms, which is 7 kilograms higher than Qing University Martial Arts School's requirement. What's more, he's awakened an A-rank talent. His future is bound to be bright. Amidst these praises, Zheng Hao calmly unwrapped the bandages from his hands. What's this? There's always someone stronger. There are plenty of people more powerful than me. Even though he said that, the fervent fan remained insistent. You're far too modest. Besides senior sister Lu Yueying, you're the most formidable. At the mention of that name, Zheng Hao also quietly expressed his admiration. I wouldn't dare compare myself to Goddess Yueying. She's a genius girl who awakened an S-rank talent and was directly recommended by Qing University's martial arts school. I'd be perfectly content just to be half as strong as her. Thanks to this conversation, Zhang Zi secretly marveled to himself. She really is impressive. When his hands were no longer occupied by the mop, he gathered all his strength and punched the nearby force measuring machine. The number 497 made Zhang Zi beam with joy. Amazing, just a slight increase in attributes and I've become this powerful. This also made Zhang Zi think more deeply than usual. Before, my best punch was only 390 kilograms. Now, after absorbing just one high-tier demon soul orb, I'm this strong. Tonight, I must enter the demon domain. He had just finished reading a message from Zhang Feng. Brother, I'm going to a friend's house tonight, so I'll be home late. Please make your own dinner. Zhang Zi couldn't help but sigh, wondering what this girl was hiding from him. I'll have to ask her properly at the right time. For now, I should hurry to the demon domain to earn demon soul orbs. Finally, the first floor of the demon domain opened. The spacious platform seemed incredibly small amidst the surging crowd. Bored, Zhang Zi checked his pets. There were still 7 empty slots for summoned beasts. The list of summoned beasts made him ponder for a long time, and he unconsciously spoke aloud. It's better not to rush into the second floor of the demon domain. The second floor is too dangerous. It won't be too late to go up once I've gathered 10 summoned beasts. By late night, he excitedly summoned his top-tier pets. Come out, my little monsters, let's go hunt. With one iron-toothed wolf, the damage should be sufficient. Now, getting more hard-shelled turtles is the best choice. The hunt continued until dawn. A wild hard-shelled turtle roared furiously. Before it could approach Zhang Zi, he launched a surprise attack, sending its soul to the underworld faster than expected. Even the strong, violent rabbit couldn't escape this fate. Time flew by. A lineup of 7 turtles, 2 rabbits and 1 wolf filled Zhang Zi with joy. Finally, I've gathered enough. Now I can safely go to the second floor. Suddenly, he heard a desperate cry for help from a distance. Help! Curiously, Zhang Zi put on his hat and quietly peeked out. The face of the person running in front of him startled him. Ha! Isn't that Wang Yang? Wang Yang pleaded in a panic. Big brothers, uncles, please don't kill us. We're just newcomers to the demon domain. We don't have anything valuable on us. However, he was met with the sinister, terrifying laughter of the thin men behind him. Of course we know you're newbies, and we don't care about the trash on you. But if we catch you and threaten your families in the real world to pay a ransom, that's a different story. This scene forced Zhang Zi to hide deeper into the bushes. Once your identity in the demon domain is exposed, you're highly likely to be targeted by criminals for kidnapping and extortion. Even reporting it to the police at that point would be difficult to act upon. Usually, even if a ransom is paid, the hostage might not be released. To ensure their identities aren't exposed, they often choose to silence witnesses by killing them. Meanwhile, Wang Yang was still desperately pleading for mercy. Big brother, my family is poor. Please let me go. However, he was immediately refuted by Ashang. Trying to trick us? Weren't you just showing off your luxury car in the real world to those 2 girls? Let's see where you can run now. A muddy trap. Seeing his and his teammates' legs being sucked into the black mire, he exclaimed for everyone, This is a talent skill. Just then Aishang gently pressed his knife against Wang Yang, threatening him with cold words that echoed through the space. If you don't want to die, hand over your family's information. But he still showed defiance. Though his heart was pounding, he said, "Dream on, I won't tell you." Unfortunately, Aishang wasn't one to reason. He scoffed, "Those guys were as stubborn as you, but after I chopped off an arm they obediently gave up the information." From a distance, an arrow shot from the string, flying rapidly forward and piercing directly into that guy's wrist. The intense pain made Aishang roar furiously, "Damn it, which bastard dares to ambush me? Do you have a death wish? How dare you ambush me?" Just as he spotted Zhang Zi's figure, the system conveniently gave a prompt, "Archer Rakshasa." While they were still fuming, he arrogantly cursed first, "A bunch of scumbags doing all sorts of evil deeds." Bah! This sentence made one person raise his foot, eager to take credit. "The ambushing archer is over here." It wasn't until Zhang Zi turned and fled into the forest that Aishang exploded in a rage, leading his subordinates in hot pursuit. "You shot me and now you think you can run? Those 3 idiots are already hit by my talent skill. They won't escape within an hour. You guys come with me to catch that guy who ambushed me. I'll tear him to pieces." From another angle, Zhang Zi was quietly observing the group behind him, simultaneously activating calculation mode in his mind. "I've been here before. This terrain is dangerous. It's surrounded by mountains with only one single path. First, I need to lure them in." Both sides pursued each other until Zhang Zi was cornered at a secluded cliff edge. The bandits' laughter echoed all around. "Run, why aren't you running anymore? What a foolish idiot, seeking his own death." Aishang didn't forget to instruct his subordinates, "Don't let him die too quickly. I want to torture him slowly. Killing him directly would be too much of a waste. First, search for all his money." When Zhang Zi suddenly asked, "If you kill someone in the demon domain, won't anyone outside know?" that guy arrogantly condescended to give him an answer. "Don't worry, if we kill you here, absolutely no one outside will know. Of course, if you're willing to beg, I can let you die with your body intact." Their disgusting words, however, bought Zhang Zi time to activate his spatial ring. "Is that so? That's just perfect. Come out, my darlings, let's entertain our guests together." Numerous magic auras suddenly appeared by the secluded cliff edge. In just an instant his pet army made their appearance before those rude guests, scaring them into trembling. "How can you summon so many monsters? So many monsters? And with this treacherous terrain, it's very disadvantageous for us. Let's get out of here first." But they hadn't taken more than a few steps when they saw strange shadow energy swirling around them, and the iron-toothed wolf's cold gaze suddenly lit up in the night. That extraordinary aura made everyone easily conclude it was the alpha wolf of this pack. Even the 2 most foolish bandits realized this. An iron-toothed wolf leader, and an elite leader at that? Zhang Zi's voice was like pronouncing an anonymous verdict. "Didn't you just say that if you kill someone here, no one outside would know?" Realizing this was no joke, the group turned pale with fright and fled. But how could they outrun that elite wolf? Those figures that once struck fear into the hearts of newcomers were now beaten breathless. Whether it was the iron-toothed wolves, hard-shelled turtles, or even the violent rabbits with their exceptional fighting spirit, all displayed astonishing power. Moments later, the cliff edge returned to its original silence. Zhang Zi looked at the chaotic scene before him but showed no mercy. They brought this upon themselves. These guys actually have a lot of good stuff on them, don't they? It wasn't until he held the berserk talisman in his hand that he had a thought that seemed somewhat normal. Good stuff. It can be used as a last resort in critical moments. Zhang Zi left contentedly, leaving a chaotic battlefield behind him. Time to head to the 2nd floor. As he was about to step through the spatial gate, Wang Yang's noisy shouts reached his ears. "Hero, hero, wait a moment, I knew you were still alive. Thank you so much for saving us." His companions nearby also quickly added their thanks. "Yeah, thank you for saving us." Hearing Wang Yang's tearful cry, "Hero, good people like you are truly rare in the demon domain. I must repay you. Is 1 million enough?" Outwardly, Zhang Zi politely brushed him off with a sense of integrity. "No need, I just didn't want to see those scumbags harm anyone. Be careful next time." But inwardly he sighed, 1 million, you're really rich, Fatty Wang. But I can't accept it because once the transfer is made my identity might be exposed. You should keep this money for yourself. Seeing that there was nothing else, he waved goodbye. "Until we meet again." What he didn't know was that a fan club for him had quietly formed behind him, followed by everyone's heartfelt exclamation for the unknown man. "Handsome guy." On the 2nd floor of the demon domain, the platform was located inside a huge cave. Zhang Zi looked around at the surroundings, surprised that the 2nd floor of the demon domain was an underground cave. While others were excitedly clamoring, "Anyone with a B-rank talent or higher is welcome to join. We need a tank team here. My talent is support type 10 rank. Add me to your team if you need me." While everyone clearly expressed their willingness to cooperate, he leisurely left because he was true to his own way of doing things. "It's safer for me to fight alone." During his free time, Zhang Zi carefully studied the types of monsters on this floor. Although poison spiders and vampire bats weren't as concerning as the devouring toad leader, all the monsters made him, a newcomer, feel uneasy. It seems the monsters on the 2nd floor are stronger than those on the 1st. As he walked leisurely, Zhang Zi's senses suddenly went on high alert. He hurriedly ran forward, then turned to look back, his gaze meeting that of a giant spider which had appeared on a pile of silk threads at some unknown time and was now staring intently at Zhang Zi. His violently pounding heart made his voice tremble for a few seconds. A poison spider. Before the multi-eyed monster could let out a piercing shriek, intense worry forced Zhang Zi to use his familiar trump card. "Come out, summon beasts!" The violent rabbits were the first to appear. These chosen creatures swiftly charged at the poison spider, but just as they were about to punch, they were blocked by the spider's webbing. As it watched its opponent sway and struggle to escape from its loose cage, the spider quickly shot out foul-smelling venom, causing the unfortunate rabbit to writhe in agony as the spider venom slowly seeped into its body. This rapid probing led Zhang Zi to a conclusion amidst his worry. Although this poison spider's damage wasn't high, once poisoned, the blood loss was very rapid. So he quickly resorted to the close-quarters combat tactic often seen in superhero movies on TV. "My minions, follow me." No matter how powerful the spider was, fighting 11 against 1 was too difficult for it. Moments later, the poison spider was defeated. Zhang Zi dejectedly quickly summarized the entire battle. It took sacrificing 1 violent rabbit just to defeat 1 poison spider. Before he sighed and looked at the ground, only 2 low-tier demon soul orbs remained on the floor once that emotion dissipated. He then enthusiastically summoned his new pet. Summon Poison Spider. The spider that had just dissipated now reappeared in a healthier state than ever before. Glancing at its attribute panel, Zhang Zi couldn't help but get excited. As expected of a second-floor monster, its stats are significantly higher than the first-floor violent rabbits and hard-shelled turtles. After that, he continued on his path to leveling up. Unfortunately, his pace grew slower and slower as he dejectedly realized that after walking for so long he had only defeated 2 poison spiders so far. Although the monsters on the second floor were stronger than those on the first, their numbers seemed sparse. Before he could figure things out, Zhang Zi was suddenly ambushed by a swarm of vampire bats. Fortunately, he remained calm and summoned his minions. Summon! With just a simple call, all of Zhang Zi's obedient pets appeared. His violently pounding heart made his breathing somewhat rapid. "Luckily, my summoning speed has improved, otherwise being ambushed would be no joke." But with all his might he commanded, "All of you, attack!" At first, the pets fought fiercely and performed excellently. It wasn't until the bats started going wild, biting their necks, that the extraordinary bodies of these powerful magical beasts gradually weakened with the loss of blood. This scene made Zhang Zi frown nervously. Vampiric attacks can actually restore so much health to them. It seems I must focus fire and defeat them one by one. The vampire bat's lifesteal ability is too strong. This thought prompted him to summon the new member just added to his summoned beast family, the poison spider, and order it to use venom attacks. It quickly obeyed, spraying a large cloud of concentrated venom, causing the bats to move sluggishly due to severe poisoning. Thanks to this, Zhang Zi regained his previously diminished confidence. "Let you taste my venom." The venom's damage perfectly countered the vampire bat's lifesteal ability. Seizing this opportunity, he took advantage and issued orders to his pets. "Good job, poison spider, everyone attack together. Take them down one by one." The sounds of colliding attacks constantly echoed through the huge cave, sounding painful. The vampire bats gradually lost the initiative, being continuously attacked to the point where they couldn't even open their eyes. They fell to the ground in despair, then dissipated into nothingness. This brutal battle finally ended, but Zhang Zi couldn't bring himself to be happy. To eliminate just 2 vampire bats, I had already lost several summoned beasts. It seems only the most powerful summoned beast can survive until the end. His mind had just cleared up. He then reached out and summoned, "Come out, summoned beasts." Looking at the 2 bats he had just painstakingly defeated, Zhang Zi immediately calculated in his mind, "If I add these 2 vampire bats, I'll have a total of 8 summoned beasts. That's about enough. It's time to challenge the second-floor boss." Deciding to act immediately, he stopped moving forward and turned back to his original spot. He hadn't expected to find a large group of people already standing there at some unknown time. They showed their anger. "Have these guys gone crazy? This is clearly a public boss. Since when did it become their private property? We constantly strive to grow stronger and enter the demon domain to fight monsters, all to protect our homes and our country. Yet these guys betray the nation for money. That's outrageous. Is no one going to stop them? Is the Demon Domain Association doing nothing? All the experts have gone to the upper floors. Who's going to look after us newcomers?" Faced with these harsh accusations, Old 3 stepped forward to quell the unrest. "Everyone quiet down." He slammed his hand heavily on a board. "If you want to fight the boss, you have to hand over 10 demon soul orbs." Seeing the price, a newcomer couldn't help but complain. 10 demon soul orbs? That's too greedy. Old 3 was not to be trifled with and immediately retorted sharply, "This is a protection fee, understand?" Still daring to complain about the price, "There's 1 boss slot left. Who wants it?" In the silent air, Zhang Zi's strange voice suddenly rang out from his throat. "I'll take that one. Big brother, I just entered the demon domain and don't have many demon soul orbs. Can I pay with gold bars instead?" Seeing such a sincere person for the first time caught Old 3 off guard. "What, gold bars?" But when the other party displayed a docile attitude, Old 3 heard him say again, "Yes, my family has a lot of money. As long as you take me to fight the boss and get the key to the 3rd floor, all that money is yours." He immediately took the bait and became excited. "Kid, don't you dare brag. If there are no gold bars later, you'll see how I'll deal with you." Zhang Zi didn't show any discomfort being patted on the shoulder. Instead, he nodded in agreement. "Big brother, how could I dare?" Seeing his silly demeanor, Old 3 stopped probing and immediately agreed. "All right, let's go. I'll show you what the devouring toad boss is like." Meanwhile, Zhang Zi continued his act. "Okay, thank you, big brother." He didn't forget to inwardly mock those fools. "Just you wait. The group slowly ventured deeper into the small cave. Someone had already been waiting there for a long time, and Old 3 hurriedly went to report, "Captain, everyone's here, let's move out." Arrow Superman just turned his head indifferently and grunted, Old 3 shrieked, "In a little while, when the captain fights the boss, you just sit quietly and watch." This couldn't hide Zhang Zi's concern upon seeing the leader's appearance. I remember Lu Yuing's evaluation was also for a swordsman class. Anyone with that title is powerful. The group silently followed, venturing deep into the dry cave. The sight before them was new to the newcomers, who exclaimed in awe, "There's such a huge cave inside, it's truly amazing." But Zhang Zi noticed something else obscured by the dust, a plump figure that remained motionless, quickly catching his eye and filling him with undisguised surprise. The ugly devouring toad silently watched the humans before it, never expecting to encounter it so soon. He unintentionally blurted out, "The devouring toad is so big." Suddenly, Arrow Superman slowly removed his heavy cape. "Everyone stand back a little, I'm going to fight the boss." Once the fabric fell onto the dusty ground, he activated the power in his feet, leaping forward. His powerful fists were also covered in a strong fiery aura, giving Arrow Superman even more confidence to jump directly at the huge toad. The desire for victory made him take a nervous breath. Arrow Superman quickly delivered a flurry of punches to the monster's throat. His agile figure drew endless admiration from the people below. "He's amazing." The boss lost half its health in just one move thanks to his A-rank talent Flame Punch. Arrow Superman had the confidence to continue his impetuous assault, however. This fighting style enraged the devouring toad, which spat out a fireball as a warning to the noisy humans. But because of this, Arrow Superman had another chance to change his posture and strike the toad's head forcefully. The prolonged battle made Zhang Zi's brows furrow. The devouring toad still has half its health. I must seize the opportunity. Arrow Superman was also very displeased with how long it was taking to fight the boss, and he yelled, "Die!" Seeing the monster's health rapidly decline, Zhang Zi excitedly drew his bow. Now, the arrow swiftly cut across the battlefield, flying straight into the poor toad's vulnerable eye. The sudden intense pain made it struggle furiously, unintentionally knocking Arrow Superman to the ground. It didn't turn to dust. Instead, it was blessed by that arrow filled with resentment, allowing it to clearly see which bastard had harmed it. This sudden turn of events made his subordinates curse angrily. "Damn it, didn't we tell you not to interfere? Don't let it kill the boss or it'll pick up all the drops." The devouring toad furiously chased Zhang Zi, giving Old 3 the courage to run to his superior. "Captain," but before he could say anything, Arrow Superman cut him off. "Don't mind him. A newcomer daring to steal the boss, he's asking for death. No one is to interfere, let the devouring toad eat him." Zhang Zi clearly heard those nonchalant words. The blonde man laughed disdainfully. "How overconfident. An archer trying to solo a boss, it's hilarious." The black-haired man also echoed. "This guy is dead for sure, daring to steal the captain's boss." The three stood outside observing the battle, constantly commenting, "Even if he really defeats the boss, how will he get out of here? Arrow Superman and his people won't let him go." At this moment, a light of summoning appeared in Zhang Zi's hands, and immediately countless monsters appeared, rushing towards the devouring toad to attack. Old 3 watched dumbfounded. "How can this kid summon monsters?" Arrow Superman also watched with a different expression. "Summoning skill, I've never seen anyone with this talent before." Meanwhile, the devouring toad was being continuously bitten, and Zhang Zi continued to draw and shoot arrows at it. The devouring toad, injured and unable to resist, fell the next second, going to meet its maker. Zhang Zi received a system notification and smiled in satisfaction. "You have defeated the devouring toad lord." The faces of the three men instantly changed. "He really killed the boss? Unbelievable. How could a newcomer do that?" He then walked to the piles of spirit stones on the ground. As expected of a lord-level boss, it dropped a lot of items. Suddenly, someone walked up behind Zhang Zi. "No wonder you dared to steal the boss." Old 3 looked at him greedily. "So you do have some tricks up your sleeve," he threatened loudly. "Hand over everything you have and 10 gold bars and we'll let this go, otherwise you won't leave here alive." Zhang Zi glanced around thinking, "They still dare to say I stole the monster. If you guys hadn't blocked the entrance, I could have killed it myself. Charging a fee is simply unreasonable. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Some violent rabbits died during the boss fight, and I also lost a vampiric lava turtle. There were considerable losses, but I still have my shadow wolf unsummoned. Dealing with them shouldn't be a problem." At this moment, Arrow Superman spoke. "Kid, your talent is interesting." A wisp of black energy appeared around him, but it's useless. Arrow Superman jumped up and eliminated a monster, making Zhang Zi shout, "Vampiric lava turtle." He then received a notification, "Vampiric lava turtle has died." Not only that, but he also stomped on its corpse. Zhang Zi gritted his teeth in anger, while Arrow Superman remained expressionless. "No matter how many you summon in front of an expert, they are just a bunch of weaklings." This remark pushed his anger to its peak. Originally, it was just about fighting the boss for the key, but now he wanted to beat these guys senseless. Suddenly, someone appeared among them. "Wait, Heaven's Net has arrived holding a bow. I am an inspection technician from the Demon Domain Administration. All of you don't cause trouble." Zhang Zi glanced at the disciplinarian. These people belonged to the high echelons of the administration, responsible for detailed investigations, gathering evidence, and judging rule-breaking behavior. Although their rank was small, their power was immense. "It seems I won't have to act." Old 3 hurriedly leaned into Arrow Superman's ear to warn him. "Captain, If this guy spills the beans about bribing Chief Jong, then we're in big trouble. Otherwise we would have dealt with him long ago." Then he ordered them. "I've recorded all your words and actions, and I will report them to my superiors. I advise you to turn back, surrender to the administration immediately." But Arrow Superman revealed an inscrutable smile. He didn't seem afraid at all. "Unfortunately, you won't have that chance. Even Heaven's Net hadn't anticipated this situation. You intend to silence us by killing us?" Zhang Zi and those around him were already surrounded, and Heaven's Net raised his weapon. "Don't be afraid, I will protect you." Not only that, but his gaze also appeared exceptionally firm. "Your talent skill is very practical, and I think it has great potential. After these guys are captured, I will introduce you to the leaders." Then the first person swung his sword and rushed to attack, and Heaven's Net immediately counterattacked with Ice Ray. The next second that person was frozen. Old 3 was somewhat surprised. This is an A-rank mage talent, but Arrow Superman seemed disdainful. "Don't worry, that kind of talent skill has a cooldown. I can handle it." Then he loudly commanded, "Everyone charge." Hearing this, he rushed forward aggressively, charging towards Heaven's Net. Heaven's Net bent down to dodge a large hammer. Then he counterattacked, kicking Old 3 flying with just one kick. Heaven's Net said proudly, "I'm an outstanding graduate of Martial Arts University. Did you think I was a helpless scholar?" He looked directly into Arrow Superman's cold face. "My colleagues will arrive here soon." Not only that, but Heaven's Net also pointed at them, his tone sharp. "Demand your immediate surrender. You will not escape the law's judgment." Old 3 stood up looking nonchalant. "Surrender? Dream on." A golden power surged from his palm, slowly enveloping Arrow Superman. "Good job, Old 3. Then he stomped his foot, gathering strength. The flames in Arrow Superman's hand blazed fiercely, and he charged forward like a gust of wind. Heaven's Net immediately raised his staff to counterattack with Ice Ray. However, this attack caused no damage because Arrow Superman used magic resistance. He was stunned. "How can this be?" Then Heaven's Net heroically shielded Zhang Zi. "You quickly go. This guy is difficult to deal with. We can't beat him." And Arrow Superman, seeing this protective gesture, sneered, "None of you are getting away." He waved his hand, shooting flames at them. It happened too suddenly. Heaven's Net had no time to block and could only raise his hands to shield himself. He closed his eyes, accepting his fate, but unexpectedly a monster blocked the flames, protecting Heaven's Net. A lava turtle. On top of it, a spider was spraying webs at Arrow Superman. At this, Zhang Zi stepped forward. "Disciplinarian, leave it to me." Heaven's Net was full of surprise. "What, you want to fight them?" Circles of green light appeared around Zhang Zi's hands. "Who said I was going to act?" And Zhang Zi extended his hand to summon. "These guys are the ones fighting them." A black mist enveloped everyone, making them curious. "Why is there suddenly so much fog?" Then a black wolf with fierce eyes slowly walked out. Old 3's eyes widened. An iron-toothed wolf, and an elite one at that. It walked to Zhang Zi's side, forming an unbeatable unit. While Arrow Superman had by then lightly torn through the spider web, Zhang Zi's eyes were cold and inscrutable. Then a huge figure appeared behind him, astonishing everyone even more. A devouring toad. He can summon that too. The brown-haired man was dumbfounded. "What's going on? Why are the bosses from the first and second floors both here? Is something wrong?" The person behind him cursed. "This idiot, that guy summoned them." He panicked again. "What kind of monstrous talent is this? He can even summon bosses?" The long-haired man's eyes widened. "This is too amazing. He can actually summon bosses." The witch nearby also exclaimed, "I think this archer's talent is probably a rank? No, at least S rank or higher." At this moment, Old 3 anxiously shouted, "Captain, what do we do now? That kid summoned 2 big bosses." Arrow Superman frowned deeply. "There's no turning back now." Following this, he ordered, "Leave the magical beast to me. You guys go deal with that kid." Arrow Superman once again charged forward with his fiery punch, and Heaven's Net shouted in alarm, "Be careful." Zhang Zi immediately instructed the 2 monsters, the devouring toad and the iron-toothed wolf, to attack, and they immediately charged forward ferociously. The iron-toothed wolf immediately pounced on Arrow Superman, but he agilely dodged. Arrow Superman rushed forward with a punch, causing the devouring toad lord to lose a third of its health. It didn't back down, immediately spitting a ball of fire at him, but was hit by another punch from Arrow Superman. At this, a triumphant smile appeared on his face. "It's just killing a few more monsters." But Zhang Zi frowned in anger. "This guy is indeed very powerful. He plans to deal with the devouring toad first and then the iron-toothed wolf." Old 3 at this moment shouted with immense satisfaction, "Do you think you can defeat our captain?" He sneered. "How many times do you think we've killed the devouring toad boss? Do you think summoning a boss means you can win?" Heaven's Net's expression grew tense. "This guy is truly terrifying. The devouring toad's defense isn't high. It looks like it won't last long." Zhang Zi pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. "It seems I'll have to show you my true strength." That item was interspersed with mysterious red and black, and the yellow specks of light created a feeling of immense power contained within it. Heaven's Net quickly recognized the Berserk Talisman. This is. He immediately released it. The iron-toothed wolf went on a rampage. The Berserk Talisman flew to it and immediately burned out above the iron-toothed wolf's head. Its power then began to increase. The iron-toothed wolf's eyes turned blood red, full of belligerence, and then it roared in defiance, making even Arrow Superman wary. "This killing aura is too terrifying." The blonde man uneasily backed away. A Berserk Talisman. Old 3 also began to worry. Boss was Berserk. The iron-toothed wolf roared at Arrow Superman. Drenched in sweat, Arrow Superman's mind raced. Is this its Berserk state? I haven't even landed a serious blow. How did it go berserk so quickly? The next second, Arrow Superman hastily jumped back to escape, not forgetting to glance back. I can't win in this state. Self-preservation is paramount, however. Arrow Superman's every move did not escape Zhang Zi's eyes. Trying to run, too late, kiddo. He immediately jumped up and chased after him. As the guy turned back, the iron-toothed wolf's claws were already upon him. Arrow Superman was trapped by swirling black energy, continuously attacked from different directions. The iron-toothed wolf struck fiercely with its claws, making Arrow Superman scream in pain. Old 3, seeing this scene, was devastated. Captain, while that guy couldn't help but fall to his knees. Arrow Superman grimaced in agony, his mind reeling. This kid's strength is actually so formidable, I underestimated him. The moment he fell, a system notification appeared. Arrow Superman has been defeated. The remaining people panicked, chattering over each other. The captain's dead, that guy is too formidable, run. As soon as he finished speaking, they scattered and fled. Unfortunately, Old 3 was targeted by the iron-toothed wolf. No, Zhang Zi merely observed coldly. Today I'm going to make you suffer. Heaven's Net, standing nearby, cast a silent glance. This talent is terrifying. Such a talent must be recruited to help the nation, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Suddenly voices came from a distance. Heaven's Net, we're here. He was ecstatic. Excellent, my people are here. Don't let a single one escape. Capture them all. They then chased after those people. Stop right there. Zhang Zi leisurely knelt down to pick up the items. As expected of a high-level adventurer, what a lot of wealth the items Arrow Superman dropped. He picked up a piece of iron armor and found a strange object. Zhang Zi curiously picked it up. What's this? Suddenly a system notification appeared. It was an invitation. The more he looked, the more confused he became. What death zone? I don't remember this in the Demon Domain Guide. So Zhang Zi focused again on picking up the stones. Forget it, I'll absorb a few high-tier demon soul orbs first. Heaven's Net ran over, praising him. Brother Zhang Zi, you performed exceptionally well just now, he said, placing a hand on Zhang Zi's shoulder, appearing quite friendly. Are you interested in joining the Demon Domain Administration to serve the nation? But Zhang Zi showed not a hint of interest on his face. Sorry, I don't have plans for that yet. Heaven's Net pondered for a moment, then took out paper and pen and began writing. All right, everyone has their own ambitions, and I won't force you. Here's my number. Contact me anytime if you need anything. Zhang Zi politely accepted it. Okay, I've got it. Not only that, but Heaven's Net continued. Brother Zhang Zi, there's one more thing. He reminded him with a serious expression. I don't know how powerful you will become in the future, but I hope you remember that the blood of Daxia flows in your veins. You must never do anything that would harm the nation and its people. Zhang Zi turned around and promised, raising his hand. I know, I am also a citizen of Daxia. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped into the teleportation portal. Zhang Zi's destination this time was a dense and mysterious forest. He looked around and silently assessed. The monsters on this floor seem fewer than the last, and the magical beasts are much stronger. If you're not strong enough, don't go seeking death. Then Zhang Zi opened his book to check what monsters were on the third floor, and the words Demon Domain Guide immediately appeared. Currently, there were two types of monsters here, Goblin Warriors and Goblin Mages. He focused on the book. The monsters on this floor weren't insects or beasts but humanoid. This was interesting. Zhang Zi raised his hand and looked at his watch. It was getting late. Time to go home. He once again stepped through the spatial gate. His familiar home was now dark. Zhang Zi walked into the room and looked around. It's so dark. Why hasn't anyone turned on the lights? He walked to a room door and called out loudly. Zhaofeng, are you asleep? Zhaofeng, receiving no response, Zhang Zi opened the door. Brothers coming in. Seeing the room empty, he couldn't help but wonder. She's not back yet at this late hour? Then Zhang Zi opened his phone. Did something happen? I'll try calling. The time displayed on his phone screen was 23:34 late at night. He quickly pressed the dial button. The call was immediately answered. Zhang Zi quickly asked, Hello, is this Pan Pan? I'm Zhang Feng's brother. Her voice grew urgent. Why did you just answer the phone? Hurry to the Cloud Thunder Club quickly. Zhang Zi was startled and began to worry. What happened to Zhang Feng? Zhang Zi immediately rushed there. This was Tianfeng City's most luxurious ballroom. What is that child doing here? The security guard saw suspicious individuals at the entrance and immediately warned. Hey, what are you doing here, kid? He gnashed his teeth in anger. Is that child working here? Is that what she meant? No matter who it is, if they dare to touch a single hair on her head, I will never let them off. Then Zhang Zi injured those two people and charged inside. Get lost, he rushed into the ballroom door without hesitation. Inside the room, Chen Cheng was cursing with a cold face. I've given you face, yet you're still so shameless, asking you to have a drink with young Master Chen, and you're so uncooperative. He smiled and pulled out a stack of bank cards. Here's 10,000 yuan. Come over and join us for a drink. Then Chen Cheng unceremoniously threw them onto the floor. You've come all this way and you're still feigning purity. It's truly disgusting. Pan Pan quickly stood in front of Zhang Feng to shield her. Esteemed guest, my friend really doesn't drink. I'll drink for her. But he immediately pushed her away. Who do you think you are? Young Master Chen wants her. Tian Cheng pointed at the young girl's face and threatened, I'm telling you, today you must accompany this esteemed guest well, otherwise. Suddenly a voice came from outside, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Esteemed guest, Zhang Zi strode in, full of righteous anger. I don't care what kind of esteemed guest you are. If you dare to touch a single hair on my sister's head, I'll break your legs. Zhang Feng immediately cried out, brother, as if grasping at a lifesaver. Tian Cheng, however, still said dismissively, Brat, you dare oppose Tianqing Group? Are you asking for death? Hearing this, Pan Pan was somewhat startled. Tianqing Group, is it Wu Tiancheng? Those around them whispered. This person is from Tianqing Group. It seems this brother and sister are in for trouble. Her face was filled with worry. This is big. Wu Tiancheng has a lot of influence in Zhangbei and many demon domain experts. He has connections in both legal and illicit circles. Then Zhang Zi silently picked up the bank card. Tiancheng saw this and smiled smugly. That's more like it, isn't it? Better to just obey? Zhang Zi coldly held up the card. You think one card is enough to lay a hand on my sister? Then Zhang Zi forcefully threw the bank card away. You're truly mistaken. It flew directly towards his face. Suddenly a figure appeared in front of Tiancheng. His fingers had already caught the bank card. Chen Feng, with one hand in his pocket and the other holding the card, struck a cool pose. Zhang Zi couldn't help but be surprised by this. So fast, and he pointed in Zhang Zi's direction and ordered, "Men, break his legs for me." So those underlings followed Tiancheng's instructions and rushed forward to break his legs. A battle was about to erupt when a woman's voice rang out. "Stop." Sister Zhang appeared, arms crossed with a stern expression. "You dare cause trouble in my Cloud Thunder Club? Do you have a death wish?" Pan Pan revealed a joyful smile. "Sister Zhang." She slowly walked over, thinking, who could it be? Sister Zhang said sarcastically, "So it's Boss Wu Tiancheng. What brings you to my Cloud Thunder Club?" She still had some reservations. This Wu Tiancheng wasn't a good person, and she couldn't let him lose too much face. Tiancheng also spoke unceremoniously. "Sister Zhang, the young girls here have too many rules. My friend and I aren't having any fun at all." She responded warmly. "Boss Wu, you're a magnanimous man. Why bother with children? How about we just let it go?" But he seemed unsatisfied and reprimanded. "Let it go? What are you talking about? You guys have a lot of nerve. I think Tianfeng City should change hands too." At this, Sister Zhang forced a smile. "Boss Wu, you're welcome to visit Tianfeng anytime." The next second, her face changed. "But if you want to cause trouble here, you'd best roll back to your Zhangbei." So everyone in the room echoed in agreement. "Is Zhangbei so great? You dare come here to throw your weight around?" "Sister Zhang is right. If you dare bully us, we don't welcome you. Bullying people, little sister, don't be afraid. The law will take care of them." Tiancheng pointed at them and mocked. "You penniless wretches, if I hadn't trained demon domain experts to fight monsters, would you even be alive today? Only true powerhouses deserve to enjoy life." Then he pointed at Zhang Feng again. "Today I must take this little girl." Sister Zhang reached her limit, her face turning ashen. "Is that so? Then don't blame me for being impolite." She immediately moved behind Tiancheng, raising her katana unexpectedly. Chen Feng appeared in front of her, kicking Sister Zhang flying with just one kick. Chen Feng frowned in displeasure, while Tiancheng laughed heartily. "Young Master Chen is indeed the only S-rank expert in Zhangbei in the past 10 years. She lay on the ground, cursing angrily. "This brat." Then he glanced at the young girl and ordered, "Bring that little girl to me. Let's see who dares to stop me now." Tiny Zhang Feng stood trembling between two bodyguards. Suddenly a hand reached out towards the little girl. But Zhang Zi's hand was faster. He delivered an elbow strike directly to the man's face. "Take your filthy hands off her." Chen Feng's eyes showed interest. Zhang Zi picked up his sister and declared with conviction, "I said it before, anyone who dares to touch my sister I won't hold back," he praised. "Very fast indeed." Tiancheng also recognized Zhang Zi's identity. "You're also a demon domain adventurer." At this, Sister Zhang also walked over curiously. "Young man, what's your agility attribute? How are you so fast?" Chen Feng's gaze also became serious. "My agility attribute is already 11. I didn't expect someone to be even faster than me." Then he ran a hand through his hair. "Interesting. Now a formal introduction. I am Chen Feng, a senior student at Longhu High School in Zhangbei City." "What's your name?" Zhang Zi answered candidly. "Fifth Middle School in Tianfeng City." Zhang Zi. Chen Feng, hands in his pockets, took a step forward and said with conviction, "I didn't expect you to be in the same year as me." He immediately extended his hand, eagerly gesturing. "What a coincidence. Let's spar a bit." Zhang Zi immediately put his arm around Zhang Feng's shoulder and brushed past him coldly. "Sorry, I'm not interested." Noticing a wine bottle suddenly flying from behind, Zhang Zi immediately spun and kicked it, the bottle instantly shattering. Then he quickly glared at Chen Feng, his eyes filled with severity. Chen Feng shamelessly and quickly found an excuse to provoke him. "You caught me. Your speed is indeed very fast. Without my permission, you two siblings won't be leaving here today." Sister Zhang from behind quickly reminded him, "That guy is very strong, at least 800 pounds of force. You must be careful." However, Zhang Zi was unafraid and immediately solemnly instructed Zhang Feng, "Sister, wait for me over there. Once I deal with him, we'll go home." Chen Feng stood with his arms crossed, his tone filled with excitement. "There was only one person like you in all of Zhangbei's schools, and I didn't expect to coincidentally meet you today." Luck. The corners of his mouth suddenly curved upwards, the eagerness on his face undeniable. "I hope you can surprise me." As soon as he finished speaking, he fiercely stomped his foot, then rushed out like an arrow shot from a bowstring. He immediately threw a punch, triumphantly charging straight at Zhang Zi. Sister Zhang, seeing this, couldn't help but turn pale with shock. It turned out that Chen Feng had been hiding his true strength until now. His first punch already reached 1,100 pounds of force. Chen Feng quickly delivered a fierce punch, but Zhang Zi had already quickly dodged to the side. He pursed his lips, calculating strategies in his mind. "My advantage is speed. I must finish this quickly." Then he immediately swung a powerful fist in retaliation. But Chen Feng's arm quickly and timely blocked it. Seeing that Zhang Zi's attack only pushed him back a negligible distance, Chen Feng provocatively said, "Not bad, but your punch is still too light for me." Zhang Zi immediately moved as swiftly as the wind, instantly appearing behind him. He quickly turned back, his face filled with shock and panic so fast. He was still astonished by Zhang Zi's almost incredible speed. How can he be so fast? Chen Feng gritted his teeth, angrily watching Zhang Zi gaining the upper hand. Damn it, how much agility does this guy have? How can he be so fast? Even Tian Cheng, observing from outside, widened his eyes in surprise. I never expected such hidden masters in this small Tianfeng city. I was careless. Zhang Zi immediately threw a punch from behind, making Chen Feng scream in pain, and Pan Pan also opened her mouth wide in surprise. Her brother was usually very gentle and warm-hearted. She never expected him to be so strong. Zhang Feng stood with her hands on her hips, smiling smugly. My brother is just a little modest. After a series of fierce attacks, Zhang Zi quickly retreated, maintaining a safe distance from his opponent. Chen Feng clutched his aching arm, his face filled with displeasure. Damn it. Zhang Zi clenched his fist, revealing a very smug smile. Chen Feng, it seems your arm can't be lifted anymore. Do you still want to fight? Chen Feng remained silent. His legs no longer seemed as stable as they were at the start. Tian Cheng, standing outside, immediately suggested, Young Master Chen, a wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. We'll have our showdown another day. This is Tianfeng City. These words made Chen Feng hesitate. Suddenly another master appeared. The best course of action now is to slip away. However, he didn't retreat quietly. Instead, he resolutely made a pact. Zhang Zi, I'll remember you. The national tournament is in 3 months, once I get into Qing University's martial arts school. Zhang Zi's face immediately broke into a bright smile, and he said, What a coincidence. I also plan to apply to Qingda Martial Arts Academy. Maybe we'll even become classmates. Chen Feng instantly showed his displeasure, shouting, While your speed is quite fast when it comes to strength, physique and mental power, you don't meet the standards in any aspect. As for capability, I think if you really had it, you wouldn't let your sister come to a place like this, would you? Zhang Zi, however, was unfazed, generously extending his hand in a friendly gesture. Don't need to worry about my affairs. You should focus on your arm first. We'll see each other at Qingda Martial Arts Academy. Chen Feng still wore a displeased expression, saying, I really don't know why you're so confident. After he and Tian Cheng left, the surrounding crowd immediately cursed loudly. Get lost just because you have a bit of dirty money? Want to bully the people of Tianfeng City? Now you've brought it upon yourselves, haven't you? Zhang Zi then put his arm around Zhang Feng's shoulder and gently said, Zhao Feng, it's getting late. Let's go home. Just then, Sister Zhang suddenly spoke. Little brother, please wait. She softly invited. Little brother, I'm truly grateful for what you did today. If it's not too much trouble, could we go upstairs to chat? I have something I want to discuss with you. Zhang Feng immediately said enthusiastically, Brother, Sister Zhang is a good person. Zhang Zi agreed at once. All right then. The siblings were then led upstairs. Sister Zhang slowly walked over and said, Little brother Zhang Zi. She then placed a banknote on the table and stated directly, Here's 500,000. Her voice sounded incredibly sincere, as if it were just a small token of her appreciation. However, Zhang Zi firmly declined. Although I'm short on money right now, I can't just accept your money casually. Even so, he felt a twinge of regret. 500,000 would be enough to cover his sister's medical expenses. Sister Zhang didn't hesitate to honestly express her intentions. Little brother Zhang Zi, I'll be blunt. You saw today that there's bad blood between me and Wu Tiancheng of Tianqing Group. Her expression gradually became reassured and relaxed. Today he brought Chen Feng here, clearly intending to cause trouble. This money is to ask for your help, little brother. If it weren't for you today, I would have been in big trouble. Zhang Feng immediately put on a cute pleading expression that Zhang Zi couldn't refuse. Brother, please help Sister Zhang. Zhang Zi sighed and agreed. All right, I'll take this money for now. As for that Chen Feng, if they come to cause trouble again next time, I'll definitely step in to help. Sister Yang's tone immediately became very pleased. Thank you, little brother Zhang Zi, I'm truly grateful. Zhang Zi softly said, You're welcome. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. Sister Zhang showed great composure and respect. I'll have someone see you home. Zhang Zi politely declined and then quickly departed. No need, we can go back by ourselves. After leaving, Zhang Zi immediately sternly instructed Zhang Feng, Zhao Feng, you're not allowed to go to places like that again. Zhang Feng, clinging to his arm, happily said, Brother, I know I was wrong, but the pay there is really good. Zhang Zi immediately warned loudly, No matter how good, it's not allowed. Zhang Feng softly replied, I know. She blinked, her face beaming with immense pride and a happy smile. Brother, you were so handsome when you were fighting today. Zhang Zi, however, remained completely unmoved, his tone still cold and firm. Handsome, what's handsome? Hurry home and go to bed early, you have school tomorrow. The next morning the campus was filled with the warm sunlight. As Zhang Zi stepped out of the classroom, he heard Wang Yang's boisterous voice. Zhang Zi, he rushed over with open arms, 2 lines of tears at the corners of his eyes. My dear brother, I almost didn't see you again. Yesterday I was almost kidnapped. He hugged Zhang Zi tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. If it weren't for Big Boss Rakshasa saving me, I'd probably be torn to pieces by now. Zhang Zi was completely unmoved, instead pushing him away coldly. You're really lucky. Hurry up, I still need to go home and cook for my sister. Afterwards, Wang Yang jumped up and down with joy, his face full of adoration. Big Boss Rakshasa is truly strong. I want to become his disciple. Zhang Zi secretly worried in his heart. This fatty has such a good memory. Just then, Zheng Hao suddenly walked up and greeted. Hello, classmate. He directly asked, I'm Zheng Hao. I wanted to ask you, did you go to the martial arts gym to clean up after school yesterday? Zhang Zi's face immediately showed an uneasy expression. Ah, it's him. You awakened an A-rank talent. Did he see me inputting the values into the force measuring machine? His tone immediately became hesitant. It was me. Zheng Hao immediately leaned in, excitedly asking, "Then did you see who was using the force measuring machine at the time?" Zhang Zi stammered in reply. "Sorry, I didn't see that." After speaking, he glanced at Zheng Hao's reaction, then hastily turned and ran off. "I have something to do, I'm leaving first." Only then did his heart gradually relax. Thankfully, he hasn't discovered it yet. It seems I need to be even more careful and absolutely not expose my talent. Meanwhile, Zheng Hao remained standing looking at Zhang Zi's retreating back, pondering his suspicions. Could it be him? His friend beside him immediately denied it adamantly, his face full of doubt. Impossible. That's Zhang Zi from class A8. He didn't even make it into the top 100 in the school during the last initial test. It absolutely couldn't be him. Even so, Zheng Hao couldn't entirely dismiss his suspicion. Alright then, I'll wait until the global tournament, and the truth will naturally come out. While Zhang Feng was washing dishes, Zhang Zi was focused on watching the TV news. Recently, a dangerous fugitive has escaped to our city, Tianfeng City. The Municipal Police Bureau reminds citizens to be vigilant. Students should avoid going out at night unless absolutely necessary. If you observe any suspicious activity, please report it immediately. Afterwards, he walked over and cautiously reminded Zhang Feng, "Zhaofeng, I'm going to the demon domain now. It's not very safe outside these days. Remember to stay home and be good, okay?" Zhang Feng softly replied, "Okay." On the third floor of the demon domain, the blue sky was vast and flocks of birds soared. Zhang Zi focused on the system panel, carefully pondering. Although he had already acquired the devouring Toad Lord, the casualties were also quite heavy. There were already 5 empty slots in his team. He had to fill them as soon as possible. There were still 5 empty slots in the summoned beast list. So Zhang Zi took out his demon domain guide and focused on studying it. Currently there were 2 options, goblin warriors and goblin mages. Zhang Zi cautiously calculated each step, intending to fight a battle first to see and then decide which type of goblin to add to his team. At this moment a question suddenly arose in his mind. I wonder how strong the monsters on the 3rd floor will be. Suddenly a desperate cry for help echoed from a distance. Help! A group of warriors were nervously fighting against goblins. Be careful, its attack power is very strong. No sooner had he spoken than his eyes widened, his face filled with terror. The goblin warrior angrily charged over, swinging its sword, cutting through the shield and piercing his abdomen, spilling blood everywhere. The others scattered and fled, but still couldn't evade the goblin's powerful attacks. Zhang Zi observed from above, carefully analyzing the situation. 3 melee soldiers, and they can't even defeat 1 goblin. Meanwhile, the pathetic cries for help from the warriors below continued to echo. Help us! All of this led Zhang Zi to one conclusion. It seems both types of goblins are very strong. He immediately spread his arms, giving a loud command, "It's time for you to enter the fray. Devouring Toad, go." The devouring toad immediately appeared, its eyes ablaze, exuding an aura ready for battle. It then instantly spat out a series of scorching flames, charging directly at the goblin warrior, the heat wave seeming capable of incinerating everything. Zhang Zi became exceptionally excited at this moment, shouting, "Lava turtle, go!" The hard-shelled turtle quickly appeared, accompanied by a sky-shattering roar showcasing its overwhelming power. It immediately charged forward, its body as hard as iron, but the goblin warrior still firmly blocked it with its shield. Zhang Zi's face couldn't help but show a look of shock and confusion. What, it can still block it? The goblin mage then counterattacked, throwing a series of stones. Seeing this, Zhang Zi couldn't help but gape in surprise. Damn it, this stone goblin's throwing skill is too strong. His hard-shelled turtle quickly fell due to exhaustion. Facing this situation, Zhang Zi immediately issued an urgent command, "Devouring Toad, change target, attack that stone goblin." The devouring toad immediately spat out a fiercely burning stream of fire, violently shooting towards the goblin mage. The goblin mage's eyes widened, watching in terror as the hot flames rushed towards it. Zhang Zi was thrilled, seeing the flames roar and cause a terrible explosion, inflicting immense damage on the goblin mage. Well done, keep it up. The goblin mage's body was engulfed by flames, its life force rapidly weakening. At this moment, Zhang Zi pressed his advantage. Iron-toothed wolf, finish it off. However, he never expected the goblin mage's cowardly act. What? His face turned pale, instantly freezing. Damn it, it's running away after being defeated. In this critical moment, the goblin mage immediately turned and desperately fled. Zhang Zi didn't let it escape easily, immediately summoning the violent rabbit to attack. Trying to run, let's see who's faster, you or my violent rabbit? The violent rabbit with its bulging muscles immediately charged out, catching up to the goblin mage in a flash. Meanwhile, Zhang Zi stood with his hands on his hips, majestically challenging the goblin warrior. It's just you left, you still want to stubbornly resist? Go. No sooner had he spoken than the devouring toad and the iron-toothed wolf simultaneously charged forward, making the goblin warrior scream repeatedly. Zhang Zi's voice was filled with triumph when the goblin warrior finally lay motionless on the ground. Quite tenacious, it took a full 10 minutes to subdue. He swiftly extended both hands and a flash of light immediately appeared, ready to capture the goblin warrior. Come on up, my little darling. Let me see how powerful your attributes are. The goblin warrior immediately stood up, its body full of vitality, and the attribute panel simultaneously displayed the powerful stats of Goblin Warrior Rakshasa. HP 450, defense 300. Zhang Zi's face couldn't help but show a look of shock and surprise. Both attack and defense are very strong. As expected of a third-floor demon domain goblin, although it has no skills, its attributes are stronger than a level 3 violent rabbit. As he spoke, he suddenly remembered that the violent rabbit was still chasing the goblin mage. Speaking of the violent rabbit, I just remembered, why has it been gone so long and still hasn't returned? Just then a system notification popped up. Your violent rabbit has died. Zhang Zi immediately panicked upon seeing this. What happened? How did my little rabbit die? Suddenly, a series of urgent heavy footsteps echoed behind him, making the ground tremble violently. What's that sound? Many goblin figures suddenly appeared in the distance, walking in groups. The goblin mage led them, charging over, accompanied by a low roar as if signaling its companions to attack. This impact made Zhang Zi's eyes almost pop out of their sockets, his whole body swaying as if he might fall at any moment. Damn it, that stone goblin actually called all its companions. Without thinking, he immediately turned and ran. Why are there so many? Will my summoned beast army be wiped out? It's best to recall them first. I must run quickly. Zhang Zi ran desperately alone in the forest. Behind him a group of goblins roaring in furious pursuit. The goblin mage suddenly spread its hands, signaling its companions to stop. Zhang Zi hid on the altar, panting while intently observing the goblins' movements. These guys actually know not to approach the altar. How smart. Other players, seeing the goblins gather in groups around the altar, couldn't help but discuss amongst themselves. Damn it, what did these guys do to attract so many goblins? Did he perhaps seduce a goblin's wife, which is why he's being chased? My god, is his taste that unique? The goblin mage gritted its teeth in anger but was helpless. Then it gave Zhang Zi the middle finger and turned to leave. Its companions also dejectedly turned away, their faces etched with bitterness and helplessness. Zhang Zi sat on the altar intently studying the goblin warrior's attribute panel, then pondered carefully. These goblins are too cunning. Not only do they run away, but they also bring reinforcements. The best way now is not to give them a chance to escape. How can I make it so they can't get away? He suddenly widened his eyes as if he had discovered something. Got it. He immediately jumped up excitedly. How could I forget that? Afterwards, Zhang Zi quietly stood on a tree branch observing the movements of the other two goblins. He stared at them intently, his face filled with determination. After a while, Zhang Zi reached his conclusion. It seems whether it's ranged or melee, you all have fixed formations. This time I'm really going to open your eyes. He fiercely waved his hand, giving a loud command. My darlings, go attack those goblins. The hard-shelled turtle immediately appeared and swiftly chased the goblins. Zhang Zi continued to summon the iron-toothed wolf and the devouring toad, making the space instantly blaze with fiery heat. The shadow wolf and devouring toad unleashed fire, burning those goblin monsters to ashes. Immediately after, the hard-shelled turtle charged and rammed its sturdy body into the goblin warrior, knocking it instantly to the ground. Zhang Zi smirked, looking extremely pleased. Can't block that this time, can you? He quickly redirected his attention to the goblin mage, now isolated and alone. He glared, his voice full of menace. Only you are left. The iron-toothed wolf bared its sharp teeth and pressed close to the goblin mage, which had only a meager amount of health left. It immediately turned and fled, just like last time. Zhang Zi's face lit up with glee, and he summoned the poison spider as if he had anticipated this. I knew you'd run, he commanded. Poison spider web attack. The poison spider swiftly shot out a web of sticky venom, binding the goblin mage's legs and making it tumble to the ground. Zhang Zi and his summoned beast army surrounded the goblin mage, mocking it with extreme satisfaction. Didn't you know how to run? Didn't you know how to struggle? Brothers, finish him off for me. The goblin mage gritted its teeth, its body trembling uncontrollably, the fear clear on its face. Instantly its cries of pain echoed throughout the forest. Zhang Zi then checked the attribute panel after subjugating the goblin mage. This one's range damage is really high. Its power stats surprised him. Goblin Mage Rakshasa HP 300, Defense 280. At this moment, Zhang Zi's face showed fierce determination. The damage is almost equivalent to the Shadow Wolf. No wonder it hurt so much. No, I must summon a few more. He quickly summoned his entire summoned beast army and excitedly commanded, Brothers, charge, we'll wipe out these goblins. The battle began with the poison spider's web control. Following that, the iron-toothed wolf and goblin warrior simultaneously rushed forward to deal with the prey. Zhang Zi observed intently, secretly drawing conclusions. The poison spider's web attack was indeed very effective. It seemed he would have to use it more often in the future. The devouring toad also immediately unleashed fire to incinerate the other goblins. At this moment, the system displayed a notification. Lava Turtle Level 3, life exhausted, deceased. After the battle of subjugation ended, Zhang Zi immediately checked the numbers of his summoned beast army. 7 goblins, 1 poison spider and 2 big bosses, finally full. The corners of his mouth curved up in immense pleasure. This time, I'm going to see what the boss of Demon Domain Level 3 really looks like. Immediately after, Zhang Zi moved to a place with towering mountains shrouded in mist, creating a magnificent and awe-inspiring atmosphere. From above, the goblin lair appeared incredibly vast and heavily guarded. Zhang Zi felt somewhat hesitant and perplexed. It seems the boss of this level is much stronger than the previous ones. In this level, besides the Goblin King boss, there are countless small goblins following it. Fighting them one-on-one would be quite difficult. Just then, an attractive invitation unexpectedly rang out from a Tong in the distance. I've reached S-rank talent and can guide newcomers to fight bosses for free. If you want to come along, get on the carriage quickly. We'll depart when we have 100 people. This opportunity won't come again. Zhang Zi heard this and thought seriously. There were truly too many people who profited by guiding newcomers to fight bosses for a fee. Looking at A Tong's hypocritical smile, he couldn't help but feel incredibly frustrated. Because there were no supervisors here, it created an opportunity for these people to unjustly profit. Robberies and assaults happen very frequently, and some people even lost their lives. He simply closed his eyes, ignored it, and didn't bother to care. Another con artist. At this moment, A Tong suddenly waved and called out with a bright smile, "Archer brother, over here." He then extended his hand, inviting him with a gentle and affectionate tone. "Are you interested in joining my legion? We still need 5 more people to reach the full number of members, and the entire journey is free. All the loot obtained after killing monsters is also yours. We won't take anything." Zhang Zi carefully considered in his mind. "This place is too crowded. I need to find a less populated spot. Relying on my summoned squad advancing step by step, the problem shouldn't be too big." He then decisively refused. "No need, I prefer to act alone." His resolute attitude made other players express their displeasure. Wow, he's got guts. Being personally invited by a master, yet he dares to refuse. That's right, an archer trying to act alone on this mountain. Isn't that just seeking death? Let him be. Why care so much? His death has nothing to do with us. Is that brother normal? Does he want to pay money to find someone to bring him along? Zhang Zi paid no attention and immediately approached the goblin fortress, then hid behind a tree and focused on analyzing the situation. This place is not only uncrowded but also has very few enemies. I'll break in here. He immediately drew his bow and at the same time loudly summoned his treasures. Instantly, all his summoned beasts charged forward with surging momentum. Charge! The devouring toad quickly opened its mouth wide, spewing a blazing stream of fire that incinerated the guarding goblins. The iron-toothed wolf also swung its sharp claws, stabbing directly, inflicting serious damage on them. In a flash, Zhang Zi seized the opportunity to infiltrate the goblin base. Seeing the goblins intending to pursue and stop him, the devouring toad quickly unleashed a fiery blast, charging straight ahead to clear a path for Zhang Zi. Meanwhile, Zhang Zi took out and checked the number of demon soul orbs he had collected so far. This trip has indeed yielded quite a few demon soul orbs. Then he quickly took out a book and focused on studying the terrain. According to the displayed map, a desperate scream suddenly echoed from inside the tent in front of him. Help! This allowed him to confirm that the Goblin King boss was indeed inside. At the same time, the tragic screams continued to reverberate throughout the space. Help! Zhang Zi's eyes became wide with surprise and confusion. Could someone have already started fighting the boss? The chaotic screams grew increasingly panicked and desperate. Goblins are killing people. Other players were fleeing in disarray from the attacks in pursuit of the Goblin King. Help! The Goblin King roared furiously. Instantly, the Goblin warriors rushed forward, swinging their swords and cutting down their bodies. Under the command of the Goblin King, another group of people was also surrounded by goblins with no escape. Seeing the goblins savagely tearing apart and slashing the players, Zhang Zi couldn't help but be shocked and stunned. Aren't those the people from earlier? What happened? The guy in the purple cloak was there, but why didn't he help them? The goblins continuously launched brutal slashes, while the players could only scream tragically and grit their teeth in endurance. Finally, the Goblin King swung the colossal sword in its hand and unleashed a powerful finishing blow. The players kept falling one after another, their bodies collapsing amidst the fierce clang of weapons. The Goblin King immediately sat back in its chair, laughing with extreme glee and arrogance. The scene before Zhang Zi's eyes helped him see through Atong's intentions. Understand now, that guy in the purple cloak wasn't an S-rank talent master at all. He was responsible for leading newcomers to their deaths. He looked at the scattered equipment on the ground and keenly deduced, he'll then find an opportunity to collect these demon soul orbs and equipment. After that, he carefully stepped forward and reached out to pick up the demon soul orb in front of him. Zhang Zi stared intently at the demon soul orbs in his hand, unable to help but feel furious. These low-tier demon soul orbs were all obtained by those newcomers at the cost of their lives. That guy in the purple cloak is truly despicable. Suddenly, a colossal saber shot through the air from a distance at terrifying speed. Zhang Zi was startled as the saber struck hard, causing the ground to instantly shake and shatter into pieces. Only then did his eyes widen in panic, realizing, oh no! The Goblin King roared furiously, its body glowing with dazzling lightning flashes all around. It then slung its sword over its shoulder and snarled loudly, "A fool who doesn't know his place." The Goblin warriors immediately charged forward in unison, ready to attack without mercy. Zhang Zi quickly retreated and immediately summoned his own goblin warriors to appear. Big brother, second brother, third brother, help me fend off the attacks from those around here. Thus the goblin warriors from both sides clashed, opening an evenly matched battle. In just a brief moment, Zhang Zi had already come up with an incredibly perfect plan. As long as the goblin warriors temporarily hold back these small fry, I'll have time to fight the boss alone. He quickly drew his bow taut, and at the same time combined it with summoning the poison spider to appear. Come on everyone, he commanded. Poison Spider Web Attack. The poison spider immediately spewed a thick web capable of restraining enemies. Zhang Zi quickly ordered his goblin warrior to charge forward and attack directly. Fourth and fifth brother engage in close combat. The Goblin King roared furiously, then poured all its strength into slashing and tearing at the goblin warriors, calling them just a bunch of ants. Its claws and sudden lightning flashes instantly knocked back and defeated the goblin warrior in a flash. Zhang Zi's face couldn't hide his extreme fear and astonishment. Damn it, this is his whirlwind skill, isn't this damage too terrifying? However, he wasn't disheartened and immediately knelt down, drawing his bow high, preparing for the next move. Devouring Toad, Goblin Mages, Ranged Warriors, focus fire on the boss. As Zhang Zi's arrow was shot, the Devouring Toad immediately spewed a blazing flame, enveloping it to increase its damage. The flame roared directly towards the Goblin King. Around it, the magic stones from the Goblin Mages created an overwhelmingly powerful attack. The Goblin King roared angrily, then swung the two blades in its hands, easily deflecting Zhang Zi's attack. Fools who don't know their place, I condemn you to death. Zhang Zi's face immediately showed extreme shock and surprise. To think he could parry with two blades. His mind couldn't help but be utterly confused. Except for the Devouring Toad's fireball spell, he blocked almost all other physical attacks by more than half. Seizing the opportunity, the Goblin Mages on the other side simultaneously threw stones flying towards Zhang Zi. The nimble Goblin Warriors rushed out, using their shields to block the attacks and protect him. Meanwhile, Zhang Zi continued to assess the situation and strategize. This guy's attack and defense skills are both terrifying. Those small fry on that side are also almost unable to hold on. What to do now? Should I retreat first? At this moment, a Tong suddenly appeared, swinging a dagger that emitted dark energy directly towards Zhang Zi. A sudden slash from behind struck his abdomen, making Zhang Zi freeze in shock. Go to hell. He immediately clutched his abdomen, his face contorted in extreme pain, then angrily pointed his finger at a Tong and shouted in astonishment, "It's you!" Zhang Zi secretly blamed himself for his mistake. I forgot to pay attention to this kiss of death guy earlier. He didn't hesitate to immediately curse loudly. You despicable bastard! A Tong then licked the blood off his dagger, speaking with arrogance and pride. I can't believe that after such a fatal stab you're still alive. It seems your attributes are quite excellent. That's right. My talent is invisibility. As long as I don't actively attack or take damage, I can always remain invisible. How about it? Isn't it cool? Zhang Zi's eyebrows furrowed in extreme frustration and annoyance. This talent of yours is very mediocre if used against monsters, but it's top-notch if used against other people. It seems you've relied on it to deceive newcomers, haven't you? A Tong didn't deny it. On the contrary, he defiantly and brazenly admitted it. That's right, if you hadn't come to cause trouble earlier, I would have harvested a bunch of demon soul orbs. So now you must die. Zhang Zi focused on analyzing the situation, secretly worrying. The situation is not looking good right now. Behind me is the Goblin King boss, and in front is the kiss of death. I'm surrounded by enemies. At the same time, the Goblin King decisively swung its blade, cutting through his Goblin warrior's body. Zhang Zi's eyes widened in shock as the system displayed a notification. Your Goblin warrior has been killed by the Goblin King boss. With only a meager amount of health left, Zhang Zi was now caught in a pincer movement with no escape. What to do? Am I about to be defeated by this guy? No, I must quickly think of a way. A Tong's voice rang out with a challenging tone. What now? Still not giving up? Zhang Zi's eyes suddenly widened as if he had just had an idea. I've got it. Without hesitation, he immediately summoned the Poison Spider. He commanded, Poison Spider Web Attack. The Poison Spider quickly unleashed a thick web surrounding A Tong from all sides, catching him off guard. Careless. After being bound and forced to fall to the ground, he threatened, Kid, do you think you can escape just by binding me with a spider web? The Goblin King boss's enemy is not me. The corner of Zhang Zi's mouth suddenly curved up, and he spoke with an extremely mysterious and delighted tone. Who said I wanted to run? I still have to stay here and wait to pick up your corpse. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately waved his hand, ordering the Goblin warriors currently confronting the Goblin King. My darlings, all of you come back here. A Tong saw this and couldn't help but be terrified. You crazy kid. Zhang Zi then sprinted away, not forgetting to leave behind a smug and mocking smile. I'm not crazy, you're the one who's about to go crazy. The chessboard now seemed to be entirely in his hands. I've recalled all my summoned beasts. Now I'll run out of the boss's activity range. If the boss doesn't fight me, who else will it fight? While A Tong was tightly bound and immobile, Goblin King raised its twin blades to the sky, charging up for an attack. Damn it, I fell for it. The Goblin King's eyes suddenly glinted, its sharp teeth clenched as if ready to devour its prey whole. Just as its twin blades were about to strike, A Tong formed a hand seal, firmly believing he still had a sliver of hope. You brat, don't delude yourself that your plan succeeded. I still have my invisibility skill. After he used his invisibility skill, both the twin blades and the Goblin King's body instantly froze in place, looking bewildered. A Tong gritted his teeth, angry and terrified. You brat, I'll remember this. Once I get out of this mess, I'll hunt you to the ends of the earth. With 25 seconds left as the Goblin King looked around, Zhang Zi suddenly appeared. Seeing this, A Tong was dumbfounded and panicked. What's going on? Why is this kid back? What exactly does he want to do? Zhang Zi gently parted the curtain, closed his eyes and revealed an excited smile. He swiftly drew his bow, aiming at A Tong. He really did go invisible. The arrow shot out like a meteor, as if to lend the Goblin King a helping hand. Then let me lend you a helping hand. The arrow flew straight into his chest and Atong immediately fell backward. Damn it, his face showed an expression of extreme shock and confusion. I'm already invisible, how can this kid still see me? He gritted his teeth, terrified to find the Goblin King's fierce gaze right behind him. Oh no, the Goblin King's eyes lit up as if it had found the prey it was looking for. It immediately swung its blade at Atong's back and Atong let out a tragic shriek. He fell to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably, on the verge of collapse. Only 5 seconds left. Just 5 more seconds, he let out a heartbreaking roar. I hate this damn trick, I'll definitely kill you. The system displayed a notification at this moment. Entangled status lasts 50 seconds. Zhang Zi stood with his hands on his hips, his face beaming with the pride of a victor. I don't need to see you at all, I just need to see my web. Then he continued to draw his bow, his tone carrying a hint of pity and anger. Enjoying being tortured by the boss, are we? Don't you usually watch many people being tortured to death by bosses? Now it's your turn. The arrow flew straight and ruthlessly pierced his chest. At the same time, the Goblin King behind him also raised its twin blades, preparing for a full power attack. Atong gritted his teeth, uttering his last words before death. Even if I die. As soon as he finished speaking, the Goblin King fiercely swung its blade, striking his body hard. I won't let you off easy. Seeing his body almost dissipate, Zhang Zi said with satisfaction. He brought it upon himself, he got what he deserved. Then he swiftly raised his hand, summoning all his summoned beasts who charged forward with surging momentum. Come out everyone, it's our turn now. At this moment the Goblin warriors ran in a panic towards the Goblin King. After they had gone a certain distance, Zhang Zi bent down wearing a pair of gloves and picked up several orbs from the ground. He exclaimed, this guy really had a lot of stuff, dozens of demon soul orbs. He gently put on the newly picked up gloves and the system immediately displayed white silk gloves, he thought in surprise. This equipment is good, 50 attack power. My attack power has finally increased. After putting on the picked up items, Zhang Zi immediately drew his bow and shot at the Goblin King, the arrow flying forward like a meteor. However, when the arrow hit the Goblin King's head, it was unharmed. Instead, the arrow was bent instantly. Zhang Zi awkwardly mumbled about his attack. Something's not right. The Goblin King grew enraged and swiftly cast Whirlwind Slash, but its target was the Goblin warriors. The Goblin King impatiently roared, a bunch of ants. Just like that, one Goblin warrior after another fell under Zhang Zi's gaze. Level 1 Goblin life exhausted, deceased, he exclaimed. The boss's Whirlwind Slash damage is too high and its area of effect damage too terrifying. I must find a way. Serves you right? The Goblin King pointed its blade at Zhang Zi and roared. A bunch of ants, all of you die. Seeing it prepare to bring down its blade, Zhang Zi immediately summoned Poison Hand, and the poison spider shot out a web. Soon the web covered the Goblin King's legs. Thus he easily dodged the Goblin King's attack. When the blade touched the ground, it was tightly bound by the web and the Goblin King couldn't lift its blade or move. Zhang Zi seized the opportunity to attack, telling his melee units to spread out and his ranged units to prepare to attack. The devouring toad, hearing the command, immediately opened its mouth wide and spewed scorching flames. Even the Goblin mages immediately launched their attacks. Seeing this, the Goblin King swiftly wielded its twin blades to block these attacks. Zhang Zi secretly smiled smugly. Is this enough to deal with you? Immediately after, the devouring toad's flames grew fiercer and fiercer, gradually engulfing the Goblin King. At this moment, the Goblin King's health bar above its head was a mere 9. Zhang Zi commanded loudly, push harder, we're almost there, only 9 health left. Ranged attack, just like that. In just a few seconds, countless attacks rained down on the Goblin King. By the time it came to its senses, only the fiery silhouette of the devouring toad remained before its eyes. Finally, with just one blow, the Goblin King was defeated. After its health bar was depleted, the system immediately displayed a notification. Congratulations, you have eliminated the Goblin King. Zhang Zi shouted joyfully. Finally won. Suddenly, the Goblin King's throne slowly cracked open, revealing a fissure, and then a mysterious vortex appeared. System message. The portal to the 4th floor has appeared. Seeing this, Zhang Zi muttered to himself, no wonder I couldn't find the portal. It was hidden in the boss's throne. He looked down at the orb in his hand, smiling gently. As expected of a boss, even a high-tier demon soul orb dropped. Get up, stop lying there. The moment he gave the order, the Goblin King slowly rose from the ground with a loud bang. Its eyes gleamed red, looking down at Zhang Zi. But Zhang Zi smiled back at it. He gently tapped its head, chiding, you were really tough to beat. Sacrificed several summoned beasts. He rubbed its head and praised, but from now on you're my minion too. With that, Zhang Zi turned and pondered his plan. Summon beast list. Currently I have 3 bosses. Shadow Wolf, Devouring Toad, and Goblin King. Although the Shadow Wolf's attributes are the lowest among these 3 bosses, it's an elite monster nonetheless, and it's almost leveled up. There are still 5 empty slots. I'll add 3 Goblin Warriors and 2 Goblin Mages later, but for now I should go to the 4th floor, otherwise the boss will respawn quickly. Breaking free from his thoughts, Zhang Zi laughed heartily. If I can try summoning a few more bosses and Goblin Kings later, won't I be invincible? Just as he was about to step into the portal, a voice from behind caught his attention. Stop! A group of people rushed towards Zhang Zi from somewhere unknown, threatening, drop your weapons, surrender immediately. I repeat, drop your weapons, surrender immediately. Someone even appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Observing the badges on their chests, Zhang Zi mused, this insignia is for the Demon Domain Administration. Instantly, a large number of adventurers surrounded Zhang Zi, and one of them asked loudly, where are all the adventurers who were in your team? Zhang Zi replied blankly, what are you talking about, everyone? I wasn't in a team at all. "Ah, I think you've got the wrong person." But Xiao Lin loudly rebuked, "Don't quibble, we've received a report. Someone under the guise of being a master pretended to lead newcomers to fight monsters for free, but was actually swindling them. In 1 year this has led to 3 cases and hundreds of deaths." At this moment Xiao Ning gripped her bow and arrow tightly. She shouted loudly at Zhang Zi, "We are the Demon Domain Administration's control team. Today you won't escape. Quickly put down your weapons and come with us. If you dare to resist, you'll face the consequences." After speaking, she immediately drew her bow and warned, "Don't even think about escaping to the 4th floor through the stone gate. We've set up a dragnet. If you don't put down your weapons now, we'll act immediately." Seeing this, Zhang Zi secretly mused, "There are over 10 of them. Judging by their equipment, they're clearly not ordinary adventurers. Resistance might not lead to victory." He spread his hands and sighed, "Looks like I'll have to go with them today. What bad luck." Suddenly a voice rang out, attracting everyone's attention. "Wait, that person isn't the criminal." Zhang Zi saw the person and quickly shouted, "It's Heaven's Net." Heaven's Net walked over and said, "Rakshasa, what a coincidence, we meet again." And the people around shouted, "Administrator," hearing everyone call him that. Zhang Zi couldn't help but be curious. "Administrator, weren't you an inspector? When did you get promoted to administrator?" Heaven's Net laughed heartily in response. "It's all thanks to Rakshasa." He extended his hand to shake Zhang Zi's, then continued, "Thanks to the case we resolved together last time, my superiors promoted me exceptionally. I'm now the head of the control department, and I owe Rakshasa a debt of gratitude for his help back then." Zhang Zi replied, "You're too kind, it was just a small matter, no need for thanks." Seeing this, Xiao Ning asked Heaven's Net doubtfully, "Supervisor, when we arrived he was the only one here. If not him, then who could it be?" Heaven's Net happily explained, "Listen up everyone. First, Rakshasa is my friend and I believe he is not the criminal. Furthermore, according to the report, the criminal deceiving new adventurers in the demon domain is named Kiss of Death. By the way, Rakshasa, did you see Kiss of Death here? And those new adventurers he scammed?" Zhang Zi shook his head and said, "You're too late, all the new adventurers have perished." Everyone present and Heaven's Net exclaimed simultaneously, "What? All perished?" Heaven's Net muttered through gritted teeth, "Hundreds more sacrificed. That Kiss of Death is truly wicked, I must catch him." Zhang Zi, however, spoke softly, "I'm afraid you'll never find him because I've already killed him." Everyone exclaimed, "What?" Heaven's Net walked to his side and asked, "According to the administration's records, Kiss of Death claimed to have an S-rank talent and was an experienced high-level adventurer in the demon domain for many years with the title Veteran Assassin. He's a very difficult individual to deal with. Are you telling the truth?" Zhang Zi said blankly, "Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, you can check my kill list." The kill list will record enemies killed by adventurers in the demon domain, including goblin warriors, Kiss of Death, and goblin mages. Xiao Ning exclaimed, "You just passed the 3rd floor and you actually managed to eliminate an expert described as veteran?" Xiao Lin added in shock. "And you did it alone." Heaven's Net smiled and asked Zhang Zi, "You really killed him? How did you do it?" Everyone present whispered, finding it hard to believe. "Are young people today so powerful? I remember when I was a beginner I had to follow experts every day, begging them to take me to fight monsters. There's no harm in comparison. Maybe he's a legendary genius." Heaven's Net patted Zhang Zi's shoulder at this moment, praising him. "Rakshasa, you've impressed me once again. The younger generation is truly formidable. Thank you for ridding us of this menace." Zhang Zi replied, "It's nothing, just a small matter." With that he turned to leave. "There's nothing else, I'll be going now." Heaven's Net suddenly called out, "Wait a moment Rakshasa, there's one more thing you must know. Kiss of Death was a member of a secret organization in the demon domain. This organization is called Dawn, and while its name sounds righteous, it is actually extremely evil. Kidnapping, robbery, assassination, you name it, they've done every crime imaginable. Our Demon Domain Administration has been investigating this organization, but because they conceal their tracks very cleverly, and their members are all very powerful and cunning, we haven't made any progress. Since you killed one of their members, they'll likely target you. For your safety, I suggest you join the Demon Domain Administration." Zhang Zi fell into thought after hearing this. Dawn, after thinking for a moment, he decided to turn and leave, waving his hand as he said, "No need to join the administration. I've noted the organization's name and I'll be careful on my own." Soon Zhang Zi vanished. Heaven's Net stood in place, clenching his fist, silent. Then he smiled and murmured, "Good, you'll join our Demon Domain Administration someday." On the 4th floor of the Demon Domain, a beam of light shone directly down, illuminating the protective circle there. Immediately after teleporting, Zhang Zi found himself trapped in that protective circle with a large group of adventurers. He watched them struggle in confusion. "What's going on?" The people there loudly cursed and complained. "Why won't the Demon Domain Administration let us out? The demon domain is public, we have the right to enter and exit freely. I haven't finished the task my boss assigned today. If you don't let me fight monsters and I get fined or fired by my boss, who's going to be responsible? Talking about a death zone appearing on the 4th floor, only a fool would believe you. You must be hiding some conspiracy from us. I demand to protest." After listening for a while, Zhang Zi's brow immediately furrowed, infuriating. "It's the Demon Domain Administration again?" Group continued to clamor loudly. "What? A death zone appeared on the 4th floor? Only a fool would believe you. This is all a conspiracy. We protest against monopolizing the 4th floor." But Zhang Zi grew suspicious. A death zone, a death zone. I have an invitation to a death zone in my bag. Could it be related to this? Just then, a staff member from the Demon Domain Administration stepped forward to announce to everyone, the Demon Domain Administration consistently upholds and protects the stability of the Demon Domain and would never oppose you all. A death zone has indeed appeared on the 4th floor, and many of you might not know what a death zone is because there is no mention of it in the Demon Domain Guide. Please allow me to explain. A death zone is actually another dimension. We haven't thoroughly researched the specifics of this dimension yet. How terrifying the scene in the death zone was then. The sky was gray, terrifying monsters were everywhere. They devoured everyone. There were also some gigantic, incredibly powerful monsters. The adventurers who witnessed this scene scattered and fled in fright. The person continued, saying they only knew it would randomly appear on a certain floor of the demon domain. The monsters, seeing attackers, gradually turned blood red with murderous intent. The person went on to say that the difficulty of demon domain's 4th floor had suddenly increased to that of the 10th floor. That's why we're preventing everyone from entering the 4th floor. It's too dangerous, and we hope for your understanding. Some adventurers in the protective circle loudly retorted, "Why should I believe you? I don't believe your nonsense. I want to leave." The Demon Domain Administration staff member retorted, "If you insist on leaving, I can let you, but you must bear all the consequences yourself." "I can let you, but you must bear all the consequences yourself." The adventurer in the protective circle spat in annoyance. He shouted loudly, "So what if I leave? I'm not afraid of you." Then ran out of the protective circle. He turned and accused the Demon Domain Administration staff. "Did you think I was really a coward?" The Demon Domain Administration staff member glanced at the adventurer who insisted on leaving and sighed softly. He asked everyone in the protective circle, "If anyone else insists on leaving, I will also allow it." Some adventurers inside murmured softly, "Should we go out? Is there really a death zone? Do you believe it?" Suddenly, a scream from afar caught everyone's attention. The adventurer who had just left rushed back, clutching the scratches on his face. He cried out in pain, they've mutated, it's terrifying, terrifying, the monsters have all mutated, they chased me like mad. Luckily I ran fast, I almost died out there." Everyone in the protective circle panicked, hastily asking him, "What? They really mutated?" The person trembled and said, "I didn't expect there to really be a death zone." The Demon Domain Administration staff member turned and said, "Now everyone believes it, right? I advise everyone not to log into Demon Domain's 4th floor for the next few days. Come back to this floor once the death zone disappears." Some adventurers already exclaimed in surprise, "What, we can't log in for several days? What are we waiting for here then? Let's log off and rest." And so, one by one, they left the game. Seeing this, Zhang Zi also thought to himself, "It's late. Since I can't go out, I should head back too. Fortunately, tomorrow is Saturday, so no school." Meanwhile, in another area of the game at this time, a colossal monster gripped an axe tightly. It roared at an adventurer before it. However, the adventurer merely smiled faintly with satisfaction. The person lightly drew a sword. With a series of practiced movements, the person stomped a foot and charged forward. The adventurer cut through the monster with just a few strikes. The person's sword moves split the monster's face in two. Ultimately, the monster was defeated by the adventurer. The system displayed, "Congratulations, zombie giant has died." A purple orb of light dropped from the monster's body. Seeing this, the adventurer sheathed the sword. The person bent down and slowly picked it up. System notification. "You have received a new message. Would you like to view it? Kiss of Death has been defeated by Rakshasa." After reading this message, the adventurer displayed an inscrutable smile. The person murmured to themselves, "Rakshasa, huh, interesting." With that, the person walked forward, heading to challenge the boss on the 22nd floor. The next morning at Zhang Zi's home, Zhang Zi was currently sitting at the dining table watching his sister bring over a plate of food. Instructed the little girl, "Zhaofeng, you stay home and do your homework. I'm going out for a bit," Pan Pan said. "My cousin has a job that's perfect for you." Zhang Feng replied worriedly, "Zhang Panpan's cousin, I heard his job is very dangerous." He turned to leave, not forgetting to comfort the little girl. "Don't worry, you know what I'm capable of. You be good at home," the little girl obediently replied. "Okay, big brother, be careful." A while later, in a deserted area, a person was walking leisurely. Zhang Zi scratched his head, looking at his phone, somewhat confused. He couldn't help but blurt out, "The address is clearly right here." "Zhang Panpan, where are you?" Panpan stood at the entrance of a derelict building, shouting to Zhang Zi, "Big brother Zhang Zi, over here, over here." With a radiant smile, she continued to call out, "Big brother Zhang Zi, over here, come in, my cousin is waiting for you inside." The moment the door opened, Zhang Zi secretly surveyed the place. It seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. Following that, the two went deeper inside. Several people were discussing something in front of them. Panpan loudly called out, "Cousin, this is big brother Zhang Zi I told you about." Then she turned and introduced, "This is my cousin Lu Kai." Hearing this, Lu Kai extended a hand and warmly said to Zhang Zi, "Pan Pan told me you have some skills and also need money, right? Would you be willing to join my team?" Zhang Zi awkwardly replied, "I am indeed looking for work, but I don't know what you guys do yet." Lu Kai sighed and explained, "We're going to the Ruin Zone," he exclaimed in surprise. "The Ruin Zone," he began to explain. "As you might know, many cities have recently been invaded by monsters and turned into ruins. However, the Ruin Zone doesn't just have monsters. It also has many treasures like money, antiques, valuable paintings, and so on. Many wealthy people have their eyes on these items and want to bring them back for their collections. This job is very dangerous. If you're unlucky, you'll encounter monsters. And because the National Security Bureau prohibits ordinary people from entering the ruin zone, what we're doing is illegal. We're risking it all for money. Suddenly, Tai Gang next to Lu Kai laughed loudly and said, "No risk, no reward, kid. Join us." Crazy grinned, suggesting, "One trip, 300,000 yuan per person." "How about it, kid? Are you in?" Behind him was old Ba, whose face was scarred. He remained silent, as if waiting for a response. Zhang Zi frowned, lost in thought. 300,000 yuan was no small sum, and his sister's life was a race against time. The money earned from selling demon soul orbs plus the 500,000 from Sister Zhang totaled over 800,000. With another 300,000 it would be enough for his sister's kidney transplant. After some calculation he decided to accept. "All right, I'm in." As soon as Zhang Zi spoke, Lu Kai placed his sturdy arm on Zhang Zi's shoulder, his tone filled with joy. "Well done, you've got guts. And another piece of good news, the boss's mission this time is very difficult. So the reward is doubled, 3 million yuan." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up and Crazy couldn't help but cheer. "What, 3 million? So we each get 600,000? Hearing such a large sum of money, Zhang Zi couldn't help but wonder, what are we looking for this time? Lu Kai's expression instantly became serious and his voice gradually lowered. "A calligraphy and painting from the 5 Dynasties period." After some discussion, Lu Kai instructed everyone that the location was the Jiangdong Museum. They were to gather precisely at 4 a.m. tomorrow. The next day before dawn, Zhang Zi woke up and prepared to leave. Just as he walked out of his room, he was surprised to see Zhang Feng preparing breakfast. "Zhaofeng, why are you up so early? Aren't you tired?" the little girl replied with an obedient smile. "It's okay. I knew you had to get up early for work, so I got up to make you breakfast." Zhang Zi's gaze suddenly landed on 2 fresh apples on the table. "Where did these apples come from?" Zhang Feng happily said. "Oh right, the new neighbor next door gave them to us. That uncle seems very kind." He munched on his sandwich, exclaiming, "Resources are scarce now, especially fresh fruits and vegetables. 2 apples would cost at least several hundred yuan. That new neighbor is really generous." Seeing that it was almost time, Zhang Zi hastily slung on his backpack and left, but not without reminding his sister, "You keep these to eat. Next time, remember not to casually accept things from others." On leaving, the little girl obediently nodded. "Got it, big brother. Be careful." He walked down the empty streets of the early morning, hastily eating and secretly pondering. Today's mission is very dangerous. I already absorbed all the remaining demon soul orbs before going to bed last night. Zhang Zi opened the system to check his personal information. He focused on the 2 most important attributes. Currently, my strength attribute has reached 14. Although I haven't tested my punching power, I think it must already exceed 10,000 kilograms. My agility attribute is 15. If I encounter tiger ghost monsters, I should still be able to hold my own, right? I still hope everything goes smoothly and safely and that we don't run into any monsters. Soon after, Zhang Zi arrived at his destination. The sight before him was shocking. A colossal city wall pierced the gray sky. He said to himself, "This is the city wall." Beneath the giant character Forbidden painted in bright red on the wall, the team had already gathered. Lu Kai waved, "Over here." He immediately handed Zhang Zi a dead chicken. "Take this. Use it in an emergency." He accepted the chicken blankly, completely confused. "What's this for?" Lu Kai explained unhurriedly. "Tiger ghost monsters like to eat corpses. If you get targeted, throw this dead chicken at them and run." Zhang Zi mumbled as he put the chicken into his pocket. "I see." Just then it started raining and his teammates urged, "Don't dawdle, hurry up and catch up." Lu Kai hastily responded, "Coming." Zhang Zi quickly grabbed the preset rope, pressing his feet firmly against the vertical surface of the colossal city wall, climbing upwards. The torrential rain made the rope slick, making his climb somewhat difficult. Zhang Zi finally reached the edge of the city wall. Sweat and rainwater mixed, blurring his face. Below the city wall, towering skyscrapers now lay as heaps of rubble, torn apart by countless monsters under the gloomy sky. Lu Kai couldn't help but sigh. What a tragic sight. He turned, patted Zhang Zi's shoulder and instructed, "You're Pan Pan's friend and I hope nothing happens to you. Follow me and listen to my instructions. I guarantee you'll return safely." He merely nodded slightly in agreement. Crazy, climbing down the city wall, urged, "Hurry up, it's getting late." After descending the city wall, the team quickly entered the dilapidated streets. Old Ba walked up to Lu Kai and whispered, "Big brother, after we're done, let's find an opportunity to send that kid back. It's really inconvenient with a burden." Lu Kai also nodded in agreement. I think so too." The team stopped before a massive building, its main entrance blocked by a mountain of rubble. Lu Kai happily shouted, "We're here." Zhang Zi asked blankly, "But there's no entrance here." Crazy had at some unknown point climbed up to scout. Lu Kai shouted loudly, "Crazy, did you find it?" Crazy pushed aside a piece of broken concrete with his hand, revealing a still flickering sign. He turned proudly and said with a smile, "Big brother, it's here." Once Crazy confirmed the location, Lu Kai immediately ordered, "Old Ba, go." Old Ba stretched his wrist joints, signaling everyone to move aside. He clenched his fist tightly and unleashed a powerful punch, a heavy blow that shattered the thick concrete, sending bricks and stones flying. When the dust settled, an opening wide enough appeared. Lu Kai proudly boasted that Old Ba had the highest strength attribute in the team. He remembered it was around 12. Zhang Zi frowned slightly, feeling a bit uncertain in his heart. 12. His strength attribute is even lower than mine. The team members entered the building through the crack one by one. Lu Kai didn't forget to remind everyone, tiger ghost monsters like to hide in dark corners. It's pitch black in here and monsters might be lurking inside, so everyone must be careful. The team cautiously proceeded deeper into the building. Their lights illuminated countless scattered human bones on the floor. After passing through a death corridor, they stopped before a heavy metal door. Lu Kai placed his hands on the cold door and slowly pushed it open, accompanied by a grating screech. Seeing the spacious exhibition hall filled with dusty precious paintings, Lu Kai urgently ordered, "We've reached the exhibition hall. Everyone, split up and remember to be careful." Everyone dispersed immediately. Lu Kai walked along a wall, his light sweeping over a huge inkwash painting depicting majestic mountains and rivers. He squinted, shining his light on a small bronze plaque below, inscribed with the artwork's name. He murmured the name, then said disappointedly, "Spring River boating painting doesn't seem to be it." Suddenly Zhang Zi spoke from behind him, asking, "Is this the gift to Prince Junfu?" The image displayed on his phone screen perfectly matched the willow painting in front of them. Lu Kai cheered excitedly, his voice full of fervor. "That's right, that's it." Once the target was confirmed, he carefully took the painting down from the wall. Lu Kai carefully rolled it up and put it into his backpack. Crazy stood by, continuously cheering. "Mission accomplished. Once I get my share of the money, I'm going to the Cloud Thunder Club to have some fun with some girls." Zhang Zi suddenly felt something was amiss. He looked around the exhibition hall. "Isn't someone missing?" That's when everyone started to notice. "Home, where's Tai Gang?" Lu Kai picked up the walkie-talkie to call. Tai Gang, do you read?" But there was no reply. Old Ba also became alert. "How could a grown man just disappear?" Lu Kai, sensing trouble, decisively ordered, "We can't wait here, it's too dangerous. Leave a message for Tai Gang, we're leaving first." They had no idea they were being watched by a pair of crimson eyes from the ceiling. The group ran out together, unaware that something was slowly climbing down. Zhang Zi keenly heard a sound. "What's that sound?" Just as he turned his head, a huge crash echoed behind him. As if something massive had fallen, Lu Kai's face instantly turned pale. "Damn it, we ran into them." Zhang Zi frowned and asked, "What is it?" A giant claw emerged from the smoke. A terrifying monster with many hands and teeth appeared, and Lu Kai screamed in horror. "It's a Tier 2 tiger ghost monster." Old Ba leapt up to attack, not forgetting to instruct everyone, "You guys go provide support, I'll deal with it." Charged at the monster like lightning, he unhesitatingly drew his knife and swung it with all his might, but to his surprise the blow was like a mosquito bite, and even his knife shattered. Old Ba's face showed both anger and fear. "Damn it, its hide is really thick." Before he could react, the tiger ghost monster swung its claws to attack. He quickly crossed his arms to block. The monster slammed into him. Everything was shrouded in dust, and everyone anxiously cried out, "Old Ba?" In the hazy smoke, a figure could be vaguely seen, slightly hunched over. "Luckily Old Ba's okay," he casually reassured everyone. "Just my hand is busted, I'm fine." Zhang Zi watched the scene, cold sweat trickling down his back. This monster was terrifying. Old Ba, over 100 kilograms, was sent flying into the wall by a single blow from the tiger ghost monster. The tiger ghost monster opened its mouth wide and roared, revealing countless rows of teeth inside, a sight that made Zhang Zi's face turn pale. Zhang Zi quickly pulled the chicken from his bag and threw it with all his might. Lu Kai quickly motioned, "Run." They ran out of the corridor with all their might. The monster followed close behind. As they hurried out, Zhang Zi looked back and saw the monster already closing in on Crazy and Old Ba. Crazy, taking off his glasses, cursed. "Damn it," he yelled while drawing his weapon to attack the monster. "Brother, everyone run first, I'll take on these monsters." Countless explosive rounds flew towards the tiger ghost monster, forcing it to stop and block with its hands. Old Ba also pulled out a grenade, his tone firm. "My brother and I will fight them today, we die together." The two of them used all their strength to block the monster. They kept shouting forward, "Brother, run!" The moment the grenade hit the monster, it immediately exploded, creating a massive blast filled with smoke and fire. The force of the explosion even reached near Lu Kai and Zhang Zi. Zhang Zi looked back with a heavy heart. Old Ba, Crazy, Lu Kai also couldn't help but cover his face. Damn it, though tears welled in his eyes, he knew he shouldn't waste his teammate's sacrifice. Now wasn't the time for sorrow, they had to escape first. No sooner had he spoken than he grabbed Zhang Zi's hand and pulled him along. Lu Kai ran, clinging to hope. As long as they got out of this hole, they'd be safe. The two struggled to squeeze through the narrow opening. The moment Lu Kai squeezed out, his face suddenly changed. What is this? They had run to the place they entered from. As long as they got out of this hole, they'd be safe. Zhang Zi and Lu Kai struggled to crawl out along the passage. Before long, the two climbed out. Lu Kai stood outside looking around. Suddenly he was startled. What is this? Before them another tiger ghost monster was staring intently at them from within the dilapidated ruins. Several tiger ghost monsters slowly appeared, surrounding Zhang Zi and Lu Kai. Seeing the succulent bait before it, it immediately pounced with excitement. Lu Kai threw his backpack to Zhang Zi. "The calligraphy and painting are in the bag. You run first. Please take care of my sister from now on." Zhang Zi immediately refused. "No, if we go together." Lu Kai recklessly raised his gun at the group of monsters, his eyes full of determination, and charged forward, firing repeatedly at them. "Die, you disgusting things!" His bullets were merely a tickle to the tiger ghost monsters. It raised its hands high, preparing to attack. Lu Kai quickly sensed the situation and took a step back. He jumped backward, dodging the blow. Unfortunately, before he could land successfully, another tiger ghost monster was already waiting there. He quickly pulled the pin from a grenade with his teeth and decisively threw it forward. This action enveloped it in an explosion. The tiger ghost monster's figure gradually emerged from the dust. It stared at Lu Kai from behind, drooling. Zhang Zi warned, "Watch out." However, the tiger ghost monster had already seized Lu Kai. He was held firmly in its grasp, unable to move. It waved its hand, throwing him far away, breaking his handgun in two. Kai crashed heavily against the wall in immense pain. He struggled to lean on the wall and stand up but failed. Lu Kai knelt, sighing, "Damn it, am I really going to die here?" The tiger ghost monster could no longer restrain itself. It charged at him, drooling. Lu Kai gritted his teeth, having almost given up all hope. Zhang Zi, clenching his fists, rushed forward from behind and instantly blocked in front of Lu Kai. He looked at Zhang Zi with extreme surprise. He loudly cursed the tiger ghost monster. "Bastard!" He raised his fist again, leaping to confront it. He directly attacked the tiger ghost monster's palm, sending it flying with immense power. Lu Kai watched the scene and couldn't help but exclaim, "My God, your strength is incredible. You can actually fight a monster." The battle wasn't over. It immediately landed successfully. Zhang Zi flexed his arms. Though they were fine, direct confrontation with the monster was indeed inefficient. He looked worriedly at the tiger ghost monsters. "There are too many monsters. If they all charge at once, we won't be able to defeat them." Lu Kai immediately calmed him. "Don't worry, tiger ghost monsters have a characteristic. They won't fight over prey. Unless one actively gives up, they won't charge at once." Indeed, the few in front were only roaring, not moving. Zhang Zi confidently stepped forward. "If that's truly the case, then I'm relieved." Having just taken a blow, the tiger ghost monster was enraged. Zhang Zi proudly looked at it. "Your strength is great, but I wonder about your speed." Its roar grew louder as if it couldn't stand his provocation. It extended its hands to attack Zhang Zi. Thanks to his skill, it only caught empty air. Zhang Zi had already jumped. He flew into the air, attracting its attention. He clenched his fist. "Die." His fist struck it, blurring its teeth and lips together. Disgusting blue liquid flowed from its eyes. Zhang Zi quickly landed and looked at it. The tiger ghost monster reached out to him. Lu Kai observed the battle somewhat admiringly. "Little brother, you're amazing. That punch was great." The tiger ghost monster, intending to attack Zhang Zi, seemed to be exhausted and fell. He wiped sweat looking at it. "That last blow was extremely dangerous. Luckily I was fast enough." He sighed, fine beads of sweat still on his forehead. Having dealt with one, he looked at the still roaring tiger ghost monsters before him. "There are still 3. Today I'm going to have a good fight with you all." 2 tiger ghost monsters looked at each other as if considering who would claim the prey, and one immediately ran towards him. Zhang Zi immediately took a fighting stance. Suddenly something strange rushed over, making him turn his head. A foot slammed onto his shoulder and a mysterious woman jumped past, using his shoulder as a springboard. She leapt up, danced a few moves and attacked the tiger ghost monster. It angrily turned to look at her. The tiger ghost monster immediately shifted its target to the mysterious woman. She nimbly flew backward, dodging its attack. The mysterious woman observed it from above. She powerfully kicked the tiger ghost monster's back, making it sway. That last blow was a critical hit. Its bones shattered into pieces. The moment she landed, it was immediately struck down. Zhang Zi watched the scene astonished. "This girl is incredible. The force of that kick just now was at least a ton of force." The mysterious woman turned around. "Young man, before you could even figure out what was happening, a car drove up behind you." "Oh!" The car pulled up beside the mysterious woman. At the same time, the tiger ghost monsters were charging over. She looked at the scene before them and said, "Take your friend and get in the car quickly." Zhang Zi quickly agreed as he helped Lu Kai into the car. Someone inside said, "Sister, get in quickly." Another trap. She immediately rushed into the car. "Got it." She quickly closed the car door. "Go." The driver immediately pulled the lever. The car sped away instantly. The car sped through the air with the tiger ghost monster still chasing behind. The car drove further and further, but still couldn't stop the increasing number of monsters. Zhang Zi looked back at the scene, somewhat scared. Another tiger ghost monster blocked the car's path, preparing to attack. The driver was determined to crash right through it, knocking it down onto the road. He spoke up to warn, "Sister, there are so many monsters. If we lure them all to the city wall and they attack Tianfeng City, that would be a big problem." She remained silent, only looking out the car window, then turned to Zhang Zi. "Young man, stop looking." He turned his head blankly. "Ha?" The mysterious woman quickly opened the car roof. "If you don't want to die, lend a hand." She quickly grabbed her backpack. The mysterious woman turned to him. "Time to get to work. Don't make my rescue of you a waste." Zhang Zi opened his backpack. Before he could recover from his confusion, the mysterious woman demanded, "These are flashbangs. Throw them behind us to drive those monsters away." The two climbed onto the car roof. Before them was a group of chasing tiger ghost monsters. Grenades and flashbangs were constantly thrown out, triggering a series of explosions. Zhang Zi and the mysterious woman continued to watch them. She took out a grenade and pulled the pin. He also immediately pulled out a flashbang, ready to throw. The two simultaneously threw grenades and flashbangs at the tiger ghost monsters. It still charged forward without hesitation, as if devoid of intelligence. A continuous series of explosions sounded. One after another, the tiger ghost monsters were engulfed by the scorching flames. In the blink of an eye, the car had shaken them off. Zhang Zi grew suspicious. "Who is this girl? How does she have so many weapons and ammunition?" The driver turned to Lu Kai and Zhang Zi. "What exactly did you do? Why are the tiger ghost monsters targeting you?" Lu Kai politely placed a hand on Zhang Zi's shoulder. "We didn't do anything. We just wanted to return to our hometown to worship our ancestors, but we unexpectedly ran into tiger ghost monsters. Thank you both for saving us." The mysterious woman and the driver were somewhat puzzled, but lacking evidence, they remained silent. She turned to Zhang Zi, startling him. "Young man, what's your name? You were very agile and brave when fighting the monster just now. I like what I saw in you." He candidly introduced himself. "My name is Zhang Zi." She nodded and said, "Zhang Zi, a good name. Next time don't go digging for things in the ruined zone, you'll lose your life. Unless you're a demon domain expert." He pondered, somewhat at a loss. Although the girl's identity was a mystery, they didn't seem to bear any ill will. The mysterious woman instructed, "The city wall is up ahead. Since some of you are injured, you must go to the hospital for treatment as soon as possible. We'll drop you off here." Zhang Zi and Lu Kai politely thanked the two. Zhang Zi supported Lu Kai, full of questions. "Who exactly are they?" "I don't know who they are, but they must be demon domain experts. Otherwise they couldn't have defeated the tiger ghost monsters so easily." He turned around, a little regretful. "What bad luck. My backpack was torn by the monster and the box with the calligraphy and painting fell out." Lu Kai sighed wearily. "It must be fate," he comforted Zhang Zi. It's gone. At least we're still alive." By the time the two reached the hospital, it was dusk. Zhang Zi scratched his head as he walked along the corridor. Today was truly eventful. If that girl hadn't suddenly appeared, Lu Kai and I would probably have died in the ruined zone. It's a shame I lost that calligraphy and painting, or I wouldn't be empty-handed today. Preoccupied, he bumped into a man wearing a tight mask. "Excuse me." As he walked past the man, his expression immediately changed. "Why does this person's figure look so familiar?" He watched the man mysteriously pull down his hat. Zhang Zi thought this person looked a lot like Taigang. Could it be him? "I saw him disappear into the ruined zone earlier and now he's here." He gravely put away his phone, then followed. "I'll see where you're going." Zhang Zi kept his distance from him to observe his movements. He walked through various streets. Zhang Zi tried to keep his distance to avoid being noticed. With every step he was determined to track his every move. His destination was a secluded alley. Zhang Zi hid behind a wall, observing him. He peeked out half his face to avoid being seen. He pulled out his phone and made a call. "Hello, boss." Hearing this, Zhang Zi immediately grew furious. This bastard, was he behind everything? The man, still unaware he was being followed, sounded very confident. "Yes, I'm here. No one followed me. Don't worry." In the distance, two figures gradually approached him. None other than Han Fei and Boss Li. "You're here?" He held a cigarette, smiling slightly. "Did you bring what I need?" The face revealed from behind the mask showed joy. It was indeed Taigang. He presented the item before them. "I did." He hinted at payment, but Boss Li interrupted. "What about my money? You won't be short a single cent." Boss Li satisfiedly unrolled the painting. "I truly admire you. You're ruthless." He looked at Taigang without hesitation, smiling, and said, "To monopolize 3 million yuan, you didn't hesitate to harm brothers you've known for over a decade. That's truly vicious." Hearing their conversation, Zhang Zi couldn't help but curse. "Taigang, you bastard!" Boss Li gestured to Han Fei. "All right, here's 3 million. Looking at the stack of money before Taigang, his eyes lit up like stars, and he snatched the money. Only ruthlessness leads to success. Behind him, Han Fei was loading his gun, aiming it at Taigang's head, startling Taigang. Taigang turned his head angrily. "What are you doing?" His eyes grew wide with terror. Before he could get an answer, a bullet had already struck him. Boss Li watched him lie in a pool of blood. Does only ruthlessness lead to success? There's some truth to that. He took the briefcase back from Taigang's hand, a scornful smile on his face. "So I must be more ruthless than you." Boss Li took the painting and turned to leave. "I utterly detest such despicable people." The narrow alley was an ideal place to dispose of someone without anyone finding out. Zhang Zi watched the scene that had just unfolded, feeling a chill down his spine, a headshot, killing without batting an eye. Who exactly is this Boss Li? Seeing that the two had already left, he quietly retreated. "I must leave here first." Night fell, and he returned home. Zhang Feng was already waiting outside the door. He rushed home, the afternoon's events perhaps still echoing in his mind. The little girl saw him and waved with a smile. "Brother, you're back. How was work today?" He stretched lazily. "Don't ask. Today's a long story. Let's go inside." Just as he was about to enter, the next-door neighbor's door opened. Zhang Feng happily called out uncle. He looked at the little girl's enthusiasm, a little puzzled. The little girl introduced him. "Brother, this is the neighbor uncle who gave us apples." He turned his head to look at him. "The scar on his face, how is it so similar to Han Fei, whom we met this afternoon?" The man smiled and greeted. "Hello, you must be Zhang Feng's brother?" Zhang Zi was a meticulous person. He immediately noticed that the scar on his forehead was identical to Boss Li's bodyguard. He somewhat worriedly shielded Zhang Feng behind him. "Hello, uncle. Thank you for the apples." The man extended his hand, signaling friendliness. "Don't mention it. We're neighbors. We'll need to help each other in the future." The little girl Zhang Feng added enthusiastically, "Yeah, uncle, would you like to come over for dinner at our place?" Zhang Zi interrupted her. "Enough." He waved his hand with a perfunctory smile. "Uncle, I'm too tired today. We'll invite you next time. We'll head inside now." Walking inside, Zhang Feng didn't forget to promise, "Uncle, you must come over for dinner at our place when you're free." The door slammed shut, leaving Han Fei standing there alone. He mused thoughtfully as if he had sensed something. Zhang Feng, wearing an apron, spoke. "Brother, I'll go prepare dinner." Zhang Zi still suspected the neighbor's identity. "No way. Why is the scar on that uncle's forehead identical to the assassin's? Could it be?" He immediately turned and left. "Zhang Feng, I'm going out for a bit. The little girl was very puzzled. "Brother, you just got back, why are you going out again?" He climbed out the window, not forgetting to instruct. "You wait for me at home, don't go out." He had already made up his mind. "No, I must clarify this, otherwise my sister and I will be in danger." Zhang Zi quickly jumped onto the next door balcony. He looked around Han Fei's house. "There's even lime powder scattered on the balcony? Fortunately, my agility attribute is 15, so avoiding it won't be difficult." He slowly opened the window. An ordinary person wouldn't set up something like this. He slowly walked into the room, looking around. The furnishings in the room are too simple, and there's lime powder on the balcony window. This guy is definitely not an ordinary person. Zhang Zi bent down to look under the bed and found a box. He immediately opened it. Inside the box was a Demon Domain Expert Tier 1 certification certificate for Huang Hanfei. He clutched the paper tightly. It's him after all. He's disguised as an uncle renting next door to us. What exactly does he want? Suddenly, a sound from far to near startled him. Zhang Zi immediately realized Han Fei had returned to his room. He opened the door and said, "Kid, come out yourself." Zhang Zi hid under the bed, praying, "I hope he doesn't find me. If I'm exposed, I'll have to fight him to the death." Han Fei walked over with his gun, smiling sinisterly. Under the bed, Zhang Zi was in a perilous situation. He slowly walked to the side of the bed. "Stop hiding. I know you're still in this room." Fear crept onto Zhang Zi's face. "It's over. He found me, as expected of a Demon Domain Expert." At this moment the clock ticked, with only a little time left until 8 p.m. The clock stopped at this moment. A bell rang, startling him. "It's 8 o'clock. Han Fei heard the bell and couldn't help but smile. "Found you." The bell revealed Zhang Zi's location, terrifying him. Han Fei didn't hesitate to pull the trigger, firing under the bed. His sinister smile didn't diminish in the slightest. Inside, Zhang Zi was dripping with cold sweat. Just as the bullet was about to hit his head, the clock emitted a blue flash of lightning. It turned out his time to enter the demon domain had arrived. Han Fei's room glowed with dazzling blue light. He stared motionless at the bed. The bed was immediately flipped over. He cursed, looking at the empty space before him. He pulled out the bullet that had shot into the floor, a trace of anger on his face. "The demon domain gate opens at 8 o'clock. That kid must have entered the demon domain." He bared his teeth sinisterly. "Brat, I'll wait for you here." He threw the bullet to the ground and his face grew incredibly excited. Zhang Zi had now transformed into Rakshasa. He opened the attribute panel to check his stats. "He found me. That guy will definitely wait by the bed for me to return, and I can't stay in the demon domain forever." His anxious expression couldn't be hidden beneath his cloak. "In 12 hours, when my stamina runs out, I'll be kicked out of the demon domain. What should I do?" He looked at the screen before him, making up his mind. "Welcome to the demon domain. Which floor do you want to go to? I must become stronger within 12 hours. Otherwise, I won't be able to fight that criminal at all." He immediately clicked and quickly selected the 4th floor. Soon he arrived on the 4th floor of the demon domain. Before him was a bustling scene of adventurers from various places. Zhang Zi slowly appeared in the space. He looked around blankly. "Hasn't the death zone disappeared yet? I can't leave the altar, so how can I level up by fighting monsters?" He inquired around for information. "The Demon Domain Administration said the death zone is about to appear and told us to wait a bit longer," one person complained. "I've been waiting for over 10 hours. How much longer do I have to wait?" Another group of people rushed over to ask, "Do you know what the situation is now?" "Ah well," crowd began discussing enthusiastically. "They say that only when the boss in the death zone is eliminated will the death zone disappear. I heard a top expert is preparing to enter the death zone." Someone else offered their opinion. "I heard that to enter the death zone you must have a death zone invitation, otherwise you can't get in at all." "Yeah, only bosses drop that invitation, and the drop rate is extremely low. 100 bosses only drop 1. Zhang Zi continued to observe their conversation. "We newcomers shouldn't even dream about it. Although the rewards in the death zone are tempting, it's also extremely dangerous. We'd definitely just be sending ourselves to our deaths if we went in. So even if you gave me an invitation, I wouldn't take it." Zhang Zi opened his backpack to check the death zone invitation. "This is a pass to a C-rank death zone, one-time use." He looked at it, lost in thought. "Death zone invitation?" He looked at the item in his hand with some surprise. It was exactly the invitation the adventurers were talking about. A red notification panel immediately popped up. "The death zone gate has opened. Do you wish to use the invitation to enter?" accompanied by 2 options. Zhang Zi pondered silently. "I've already cleared the first 3 floors and there are no rewards for going back to fight monsters, and I can't enter the 4th floor. In the real world that demon domain expert is still eyeing me, wanting to kill me. It seems I have no other choice." He immediately clicked yes, and used the death zone invitation. The notification screen popped up again. "Use successful. Entering death zone in 3 seconds, please prepare." The system began counting down, and the invitation also faintly emitted a green glow surrounding his body. The system counted down to 1, and the ground beneath Zhang Zi's feet immediately lit up. He officially entered the death zone and soon arrived at the mission location. Before him, some adventurers had already arrived. He looked at the scene before him full of confusion. "What's going on?" he observed some foreigners, wondering. "Isn't the demon domain not interconnected between different countries? Why are there so many foreigners here?" There was even someone wearing samurai armor in front of him. This person might be from Japan. Zhang Zi was deep in thought when a hand suddenly clapped his shoulder, calling out, "Rakshasa!" He jumped in surprise, instinctively turning his head quickly. His eyes immediately flashed with a hint of wariness. Lu Yueying slowly approached, greeting him enthusiastically. The happy expression on her face was undeniable at this moment. "I finally found you," she spoke softly. "You saved my life last time. I've been looking for you to repay you but couldn't find you. I didn't expect us to meet here again." Uncle Lu remembered something important and interjected, "Yueying, is he the one who helped you lure away the shadow wolf last time?" Lu Yueying also smiled and confirmed, "Yes, Uncle Lu, he was the one who saved me that day." Zhang Zi, suddenly mentioned, couldn't help but wave his hand awkwardly. "Ah, it was just a small matter, nothing to mention." She smiled and introduced them one by one. "This is my sixth uncle and this young man is my younger brother," Xiao Tian then shyly said. "Hello." Uncle Lu sized him up and couldn't help but praise. "Truly impressive, you entered the death zone alone, you're very brave," he meticulously reminded him. "However, this place is different from the demon domain. Not only are the monsters fiercer, but there are also many foreign adventurers." After speaking, he didn't forget to emphasize, "Fights often break out here over monsters and items." Uncle Lu actively offered a suggestion. "So don't go alone, it's best to come with us." Xiao Tian also friendly invited. "Yeah, brother Rakshasa, my sixth uncle is rated as an excellent tier adventurer. You'll definitely be safe with us." Zhang Zi's eyes suddenly lit up. Excellent tier? According to the Demon Domain Handbook, adventurers' strength evaluations are divided into novice lowest, then successively increasing to proficient excellent, powerful extraordinary, with supreme being the highest title. Zhang Zi's whole body seemed to stiffen slightly due to this sudden news. "I didn't expect sixth uncle to be excellent tier. His strength is clearly not weak." He seriously re-evaluated the situation. "It is indeed very dangerous to enter the death zone for the first time alone." Finally, he decided to take a chance. "Actually, this is my first time in the death zone. If you uncles agree to let me come along," his heart was as joyous as if it were a festival at this moment, "then that would be perfect, of course," Uncle Lu praised with great satisfaction. "Neither arrogant nor impatient, you have a good character." Lu Yueying, on the side, finally dared to let out a sigh of relief. "I was worried he'd refuse, then I wouldn't be able to repay him." No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than the system notification sounded immediately. "Rakshasa has joined the team." Uncle Lu cautiously made a request. "Since Rakshasa has joined the team, we are now teammates. I think it's necessary for everyone to know each other's talent skills so we can cooperate better when we encounter problems in the future." He also nodded slightly in agreement after hearing this. Indeed, Uncle Lu quickly took the initiative to demonstrate, "My talent skill is repulse." As if hearing the praise thoughts, the monster had pounced to attack at some unknown moment, but Uncle Lu's resolve remained unshaken by the aftershock, his gaze chillingly firm. Repulse, as fast as lightning, he suddenly unleashed a palm strike and the powerful force sent the monster flying backward, giving it no time to resist. The system quickly updated with a notification. Talent skill Repulse can knock back the target 10 steps and also stun the target for 30 seconds. Xiao Tian also actively displayed his ability. "My talent skill is Phantom, which can create a phantom of the target, lasting for up to an hour." He skillfully demonstrated his skill, every movement fluid and full of charm. Suddenly the expression on his face gradually grew a little awkward, but the phantom cannot fight. It was Lu Yueying's turn to speak softly. "My talent skill is Light Slash. You must have seen it last time." "What's your talent skill?" A wave of worry surged in Zhang Zi's heart. "Anyway, it will be discovered sooner or later, so why not just say it now and go all out?" "Ah, my talent skill is..." In an instant, a fierce aura swept over his entire body like an invisible torrent. Witnessing this scene, everyone was stunned into silence, simply gaping in extreme astonishment. The goblin warrior appeared immediately upon command, its murky, pale eyes containing a strong murderous aura. It let out a deafening roar. Its intimidating cry seemingly meant to challenge the entire space. Zhang Zi casually deployed his formation, summoning. Lu Yueying couldn't help but show admiration. "That's incredible." Uncle Lu on the side also praised repeatedly. "Very good." She walked forward curiously to ask, "Do the monsters you summon obey your command?" Zhang Zi nodded gently in confirmation. Uncle Lu, seeing that the time was right, hastily urged, "Let's stop the introductions here for now. Others have already entered the village. If they snatch all the bosses, we'll only be left empty-handed." He obediently cooperated with his senior. "Okay." Zhang Zi, while exploring the battlefield, excitedly asked, "Are the bosses in the death zone much more dangerous than those in the demon domain? What items do they drop?" Uncle Lu calmly replied, "That's right. The death zone is essentially an independent dungeon. It would drop non-attribute demon soul orbs, high-tier equipment, rare items, etc. But at the same time, the danger level would also double." His voice remained unhurried as he explained, but the dazzling glow of high-tier items unconsciously appeared in his mind. He turned to Zhang Zi and shared his thoughts, saying he brought Moon Shadow and Xiao Tian this time to give them a chance to broaden their horizons. The four walked forward calmly, their steps filled with confidence and without hesitation, when Zhang Zi suddenly sensed something was wrong. What's going on? Before them was an extremely chaotic scene with monsters and players locked in a frantic melee. Despite the terrifying spectacle, Uncle Lu remained calm. These people might be controlled by something, which is why they've become like this. "Let's go into the village first to find the boss." Uncle Lu, sensing the situation growing increasingly dangerous, quickly led the entire team to follow closely behind him, warning them not to get separated. He ran while carefully observing his surroundings. This village seemed like a labyrinth, and he kept every corner they passed firmly in his mind. And the houses here were all roughly the same length. Urgent footsteps echoed one after another, accompanied by a tension that permeated the entire space. Zhang Zi suddenly realized something was amiss, and he quickly turned to warn his teammates. "No, it seems we've already walked this way." Moon Shadow also couldn't hide her worry. "That's right, it looks like we just went in a circle." A sense of unease suddenly struck her, and she opened her eyes wide in alarm. "We're here." She immediately tensed up, scanning everything around her vigilantly. Suddenly, frenzied roars echoed through the space, so loud they seemed capable of splitting the very floor. The monsters continuously roared, their hunting instincts exploding violently as if they had been starving for centuries. They approached aggressively, looking like a mighty army advancing. The footsteps grew denser and denser, indicating the increasing number of monsters, and the air was stretched taut, suffocating, as if a tiny movement would instantly trigger a battle. At this critical moment, Uncle Lu gently spoke to reassure them. "Don't panic." He carefully assigned everyone's tasks. "I'll handle the front defense, Moon Shadow the rear, and Xiao Tian and Brother Rakshasa will take the middle. We'll fight as we go. Whatever you do, don't get separated." All team members unanimously agreed to this plan. Okay. They held their ground in the maelstrom of the battlefield even as the situation shifted rapidly. The monsters, unable to resist roaring wildly the moment they spotted their targets, wasted no time fiercely pouncing on their prey, attempting to strike everyone down. In stark contrast to their anxious state, Zhang Zi calmly utilized his abilities. He immediately and skillfully used his summoning skill, Come Out. Goblin Warrior, Goblin Mage. Xiao Tian's trembling made him pay attention. Seeing his fear, it seemed he was a newcomer. Still lost in thought, Zhang Zi hadn't yet realized the monster had already charged in front of him, swinging its arm and sending the Goblin Mage flying as if swatting away a weak commoner. The chaotic scene before him couldn't help but surprise Zhang Zi. What? These monsters have such high damage and defense. Once again, he was careless in battle. Right before his eyes, a huge monster was preparing to attack. At the critical moment, a figure swiftly arrived. Uncle Lu had appeared in time at some unknown moment to rescue them, decisively splitting the enemy in half with a single strike. His eyes were filled with disappointment. "I thought he could save Moon Shadow and must be formidable, but unfortunately, he still seems not to have recovered from the sudden sight." Zhang Zi stood blankly in the chaotic situation when a dark vortex suddenly appeared above, as if a black hole was about to drain all life from the space. He only managed to shout a warning in panic, "Uncle Lu, watch out!" Uncle Lu's face suddenly showed an expression of extreme shock. "What? Someone ambushed me." An earth-shattering clap of thunder echoed. Lightning ripped through the sky, striking directly at him. In this extremely chaotic environment, an aggressive voice suddenly rang out. "Daxia people," the doctor said enthusiastically and politely. "We meet again." Uncle Lu couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes, only stammering blankly, "It's you." The doctor completely ignored his words, coldly drawing his weapon. He excitedly revealed a sly smile and used his fireball skill. Uncle Lu quickly warned his teammates loudly, "Paralysis effect, I can't move, everyone be careful." With a deafening explosion, the entire battlefield shook violently, thick smoke billowing and obscuring their vision. Uncle Lu knelt on the cold ground, his body trembling as if all life had drained from him. Moon Shadow panicked, speechless. "Uncle Lu!" In the chaotic melee, an arrow suddenly flew at an astonishing speed, and only upon hearing her teammates' warning did she realize the danger in time. "Watch out!" She immediately turned with agile footwork, decisively waving her hand to repel the incoming arrow. Above the opposite building, a blurred figure loomed and faded. Elf stood proudly, poised to attack her opponent at any moment, a proud smile still gracing her face. Zhang Zi seized the opportunity to quickly summon a Goblin Warrior. "Goblin, go!" It bravely charged towards the huge figure without hesitation. The clang of metal echoed across the entire battlefield, chilling to the bone, making the atmosphere even more tense and oppressive with surging momentum. Harrison excitedly stepped out as if ready to challenge all enemies before him. Zhang Zi anxiously reminded them loudly, "This guy's attack power is very strong." Uncle Lu looked at the crowd before him and questioned loudly. "It's you three again," he said contemptuously. "I spared your lives last time. I didn't expect you'd dare come to your deaths again." Black energy erupted around Uncle Lu, and he said, "What a bunch of shameless scoundrels." At this moment, the doctor retorted, "I didn't expect you'd bring 3 newcomers to the death zone today. How could we let this opportunity pass?" Saying this, he summoned lightning with his staff. "As long as one can laugh last, what does shamelessness matter?" No sooner had he spoken than a huge beam of light struck directly at him. Moments later, Uncle Lu lowered his head, residual lightning still flickering, worried in his heart. "Damn it, it's the paralysis effect again. If this continues, I might die here. This beast really wants to fight to the end, but I still have 2 juniors from my family behind me." Uncle Lu decided to drink the potion, thinking in his heart, "Especially Moon Shadow, this child is the future hope of the family. She must not suffer any harm." He only heard the 2 behind him loudly calling Uncle Lu's name. Uncle Lu struggled to grip the hilt of the sword before his abdomen, decisively drawing it and shouting, "Charge!" The doctor was somewhat surprised by his actions. I didn't expect him to dare use an activation potion, although the activated state lasts 30 seconds, during which one is immune to all negative effects. The cost is taking an additional 20 damage. Moonshadow worried for his life. Uncle Lou, she thought. Uncle Lou has already used the activation potion. I'm afraid he's desperate. Black energy around Uncle Lou had turned green. Without turning back, he loudly called Moonshadow. She listened carefully to his next words. I'll retreat immediately. Don't worry about me. Moonshadow still refused to leave, standing at the front. Uncle Lou, the doctor immediately ordered Harrison to be summoned. He swiftly swung his huge axe. None of you guys will escape. Uncle Lou didn't back down even in a verbal spat. Enough talk. His single strike sent Harrison spinning in the air. Enough talk. Moonshadow frowned, very worried, as she didn't want to make a futile effort. Moonshadow turned and led the way. Elf left them no retreat, trying to run. Let's see where you'll run. Her arrow snaked like a serpent, chasing Moonshadow as if possessed by a spirit. Xiao Tian quickly turned and reported, Sister, this arrow is chasing us. She reacted quickly. This is a talent skill. Everyone be careful. Subsequently, Moonshadow drew the sword from her waist and single-handedly blocked the arrow. However, she inadvertently missed an arrow. Moonshadow's pupils constricted in terror. Oh no. Due to its immense speed, she was struck by it. Moonshadow gritted her teeth, enduring the pain of pulling out the arrowhead. She instructed Xiao Tian and Zhang Zi, their target is Uncle Lou. They won't target us for now. Xiao Tian softly called out behind her, Sister Moonshadow, what should we do? Moonshadow threw the arrow to the ground and ordered, let's quickly find a place to hide. Once the Death Zone boss is dealt with, we can leave here. The three hid behind a large rock, and Zhang Zi suddenly spoke up and asked, by the way, I have a question. I remember adventurers from different countries can only fight monsters in their own country's demon domain. How did your Uncle Lou come to be enemies with those foreign adventurers? Only 2 goblin mages and some low-tier bosses hadn't been summoned yet. Moonshadow glanced at him and explained, the demon domains of different countries are indeed not interconnected, but the Death Zone is different. Watching Uncle Lou's battle, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. Perhaps Uncle Lou had conflicts with those people before. Over here, Xiao Tian sat on the ground letting out a long sigh. It's all my fault. If I had known the Death Zone was so dangerous, I wouldn't have repeatedly asked to come here. My talent skill is completely useless. Are you even a man, getting scared like this over a small thing? Seeing him blaming himself, Zhang Zi walked over to comfort him. Don't be so pessimistic. Your talent skill is actually very strong. You just haven't mastered how to use it yet. Xiao Tian just kept blaming himself. Stop comforting me. Your talent skill can summon small monsters to fight for you, but what good is my summoned phantom? Suddenly Moonshadow was startled and said softly, don't speak. Did everyone hear something? The three turned their heads simultaneously. What greeted their eyes was a prisoner bound by chains, and a drooling mouth numbered 300. A strangely shaped figure appeared before the tall tower wielding a weapon. He was known as the Death Butcher. The Death Butcher's figure stood majestically at the foot of the tower. The three's eyes widened when they saw clearly. Moonshadow unconsciously cried out, oh my god, it seems we've encountered a boss. Xiao Tian was both aggrieved and angry. Oh my, why are we so unlucky? Just escaped one trap and now we've run into a boss. She looked at Zhang Zi with a serious expression. What now? If Uncle Lou were here we might have a chance, but with just the three of us it's tantamount to suicide. He gestured for everyone to be quiet and reminded them, don't be nervous, the boss hasn't spotted us yet. Xiao Tian trembled, clutching his head in shock. What do we do? Foreign adventurers behind us, the Death Butcher in front. We're dead this time. Zhang Zi watched him and began to ponder. We can't just stand here and wait to die, he spoke to himself, his eyes slightly closed. In that case, let's go defeat the boss together. These words made Xiao Tian suddenly stand up. What? That's the Death Zone boss, how could we possibly defeat it? Moonshadow agreed with great concern. That's right, are you sure you can handle the Death Butcher? Zhang Zi firmly persuaded the two. I don't have a 100% chance of winning, but instead of standing here waiting to die we might as well go all out. Although he said so, Xiao Tian continued to object. It's still not good. What if those three guys flank us from behind while we're fighting the boss? Wouldn't we be dead then? Zhang Zi smiled and praised. That's a good question. Your talent skill will come in handy then. Xiao Tian tilted his head, asking foolishly, what do you mean my talent? Returning to the battle of the doctor and his two companions, someone cursed loudly. Watching the charging monster, Harrison commented, I can't believe that Raging Wind Pursuit still had 10 random teleportation scrolls to use. He casually delivered another blow, taking it offline. After dealing with it, Harrison speculated with a puzzled expression, I seem to remember that thing is very expensive, at least tens of thousands of dollars on the market. That guy is really rich. At this moment, Elf sat down and summoned a magic orb. He was lucky this time, otherwise we definitely would have gotten our revenge today. The doctor stood by, calculating aloud. No need to feel sorry. When that guy escaped, his health was only about 10. If he teleported to a place surrounded by monsters, could he still survive? Therefore he was very pleased. Exactly, it's best if he teleported right next to a boss so the boss could finish him off directly. Harrison next to him smiled. I hope so. Suddenly the doctor's mind seemed to be struck by lightning and he loudly called out to his teammates, Look quickly, the Death Butcher has appeared before us. Could it be? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. It's really the boss. Elf recognized its identity. The Death Butcher. Harrison's face was filled with excitement. We've struck it rich this time. The boss holds a lot of gold. Before anyone else discovers it, let's quickly eliminate it. The doctor also couldn't hide his excitement. What luck today. I didn't expect it to be our turn to fight the boss. Elf drew her bow and fired the first arrow. The S-rank equipment is mine. Then an arrow rain fell, and the Death Butcher watched motionless as the arrows pierced its body. The doctor summoned a magic orb and said, "Physical immunity, what about this move?" The flames were magnified and spread several times, but the Death Butcher remained unharmed. The doctor was slightly surprised. What's going on? Why is this boss completely unharmed? Harrison frowned deeply, utterly astonished. It's too strange. I've never seen a boss like this before. It doesn't seem to have any physical form. He seemed to realize something. Could this be a boss skill? Does it immediately turn invisible when attacked? Meanwhile, Xiao Tian also activated his ability. You two, hurry up. My phantom skill can only last an hour. Moonshadow's eyes widened. She hadn't yet formulated a plan. How do you plan to fight? Zhang Zi only responded briefly. We absolutely cannot charge in recklessly. We must first slowly discover its weaknesses. Then a green light appeared in his palm. Come out, my darlings, it's your turn to perform. No sooner had he spoken than dozens of monsters were summoned. Moonshadow was stunned for a few seconds. I didn't expect you could summon a first-floor boss. I thought you could only summon small fry. Just then, the iron-toothed wolf transformed, directly leveling up to Tier 2. Zhang Zi seized the opportunity to assign tasks. Time is of the essence. Let's both go in together. So all the summoned beasts charged forward together. The Death Butcher scornfully watched the charging iron-toothed wolf and Goblin King as if looking at a swarm of insects. It quickly counterattacked with its colossal blades. Zhang Zi commanded sternly, "Dodge quickly." No sooner had he spoken than the Death Butcher swung its blades down. At this moment the iron-toothed wolf's eyes gleamed. It struggled to dodge the attack while the Death Butcher growled, already sensing the aura of death. Subsequently, the iron-toothed wolf was beaten without any power to retaliate. Ultimately, the Death Butcher forced it into a continuous retreat. Zhang Zi stood outside, clenching his fists. As expected of a Death Zone boss, its power is indeed terrifying. The Death Butcher snorted disdainfully. A bunch of ants, foolishly thinking you can defeat me. At this moment, Zhang Zi frowned deeply and commented, "Indeed a Death Zone boss. Its power is truly terrifying." Moonshadow stepped forward, preparing to draw her sword. "Your iron-toothed wolf is no match for it. Let's attack together, otherwise it won't last long against the Death Butcher." Zhang Zi suddenly summoned another beast, ordering the poison spider to use its web attack. The web shot towards its legs, immobilizing it. Seizing this opportune moment, Moonshadow leapt to a high vantage point. She brandished her sword like a dancer. It was Zhang Zi's turn to launch a ranged attack. The devouring toad, obeying the command, spat out a massive ball of fire. Despite this, only a few specks of dust clung to the Death Butcher's body. This time it was thoroughly enraged. "I will eat your flesh and drink your blood." Zhang Zi realized in panic that this boss's intelligence was surprisingly high. He hadn't expected it to directly attack him. As things stood, Zhang Zi had no choice but to use the Goblin King. The two humanoid bosses clashed on the battlefield. The Goblin King's eyes gleamed. But the Death Butcher gained the upper hand, enduring the attacks, forcing even Zhang Zi to retreat a few steps. Too terrifying. Bone Shatter skill. Reducing defense and speed by 20 to increase damage. The Death Butcher was completely unaware that the iron-toothed wolf had appeared at some unknown point. It roared, swinging its claws as it charged. The Death Butcher turned its head, thrusting its colossal blade straight into the iron-toothed wolf's chest. "Yield your life." Zhang Zi's pupils constricted in shock. "Iron-toothed wolf, its health has reached 0. My iron-toothed wolf." He couldn't hold back any longer and cursed softly. "Damn it, he actually took down my iron-toothed wolf." Moonshadow was worried but still reminded him, "Now is not the time for sorrow. If we can't defeat the boss, we'll all die." Xiao Tian's face turned pale. "You two, hurry up, I can't hold on much longer." Zhang Zi pulled out a bow from somewhere unknown. "Alright, I'll fight you to the death." Poison Spider web attack. The devouring toad and Poison Spider combined forces for a ranged attack, incinerating the boss. The Death Butcher was startled and turned around sharply. Before it was a colossal flame, Moonshadow used the momentum to leap to a high position. She commanded everyone, "Charge forward, collective attack." Thanks to this surprise attack, the boss's health dropped to 30. The Death Butcher struggled desperately to escape. Zhang Zi noticed something unusual. "Careful, it's about to level up to Tier 2. Moonshadow cautiously retreated. "Watch out, another strange phenomenon has suddenly appeared." "What's going on?" Zhang Zi himself was puzzled. "Why is this boss running? What does it want to do?" It's no longer targeting the three of them. The Death Butcher was continuously regenerating health. "I want meat," watching its health constantly rise. Moonshadow shrieked. "Oh no!" Zhang Zi realized the boss's formidable nature. This boss could actually restore health by devouring things. Zhang Zi and his summoned beast stood motionless in place, while the Death Butcher was continuously regenerating health. Zhang Zi drew his bow and commanded, "Quickly stop it. Don't let it continue to recover health." Ranged attack. Charge up the flame breath. The devouring toad had already accumulated a massive amount of flames in its mouth, which it shot directly at the Death Butcher. Nothing could be seen but light and smoke. Somehow the Death Butcher managed to hold on and was still evolving. Zhang Zi quickly deployed a web. Poison Spider web attack. Don't let it get near the devouring toad. The Death Butcher, wielding two weapons, charged forward. At this moment Moonshadow also unleashed Light Slash, and the Goblin King broke free from behind, preparing a sneak attack. It ruthlessly swung its blades down, while Zhang Zi encouraged, "Everyone push harder, this guy can't hold on much longer." Seeing this, she also shouted words of encouragement. Go! The Goblin King seemed to gain strength, seizing the opportunity to continuously hack away. Quick! Zhang Zi directly drew his bow and aimed. No sooner had he spoken than the arrow struck its forehead. Die! The Death Butcher shrieked in agony. It struggled, trembling. I refuse to accept this. Its colossal body crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar, leaving behind only one word, Fin. Xiao Tian withdrew his blue orb of light and asked, We've defeated the boss. The system continuously popped up notifications. Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. Xiao Tian looked gleefully at the rewards on the ground. I'm taking one. That was thrilling, truly amazing. We finally defeated the boss. Suddenly Zhang Zi noticed something. The system information for the bow quickly displayed. Bloodthirsty longbow. A surprised expression showed beneath his mask. This was actually an S-rank weapon. Moonshadow next to him couldn't help but exclaim, This weapon has the property of increasing health. Your luck is incredible. This weapon also suits you very well. Many people have toiled in the death zone for over a decade and still don't have an S-rank weapon. Zhang Zi then immediately tried out the bow. He frowned, feeling its power. This weapon is too powerful. I can even feel a bloodthirsty aura emanating from it. Zhang Zi put away the weapon, then checked. A total of 16 non-attribute demon soul orbs had dropped, 10 teleportation scrolls, 4 rapid recovery potions. I'll keep these 10 scrolls, we'll split the rest. Moonshadow waved her hand awkwardly, refusing. Oh no, I don't want them. The system suddenly popped up a new notification. Rakshasa has sent a gift to your mailbox, please check. Zhang Zi gestured to her. It's already in your mailbox, don't refuse it. We defeated the boss together. Moonshadow still felt a little uncomfortable. Well, she thought, although these items can help me challenge the second floor of the demon domain, this time defeating the boss. The biggest credit truly belongs to him. The doctor's voice suddenly came from a distance. So you're here, you despicable Daxia people. I can't believe you dared to trick me with an illusion. Xiao Tian was so scared he wanted to retreat. Oh no, it's them. Moonshadow recognized the 3 people before them. It's you, Harrison roared in anger. Stop wasting words on them. He quickly charged forward to deal with them. Then just grab the items back. Zhang Zi glanced at the summoned beasts behind him. Only a few remained. If they fought them head-on, their chances of victory were probably slim. Let's quickly leave the death zone. Xiao Tian next to him also agreed. Exactly. We've already defeated the boss, so it's best to run for now. But this time Moonshadow made a different choice. No, you two go first. This person took down Uncle Lu. I must have my revenge. Xiao Tian didn't want to risk it and immediately turned around. I don't know. I don't want to die. I'm leaving first. Moonshadow's determination made Zhang Zi uneasy. This Lu Yuing is truly stubborn. Am I really going to leave her here alone? Seeing him still hesitating, she frowned. Hey, why aren't you leaving? This is my personal vendetta. It has nothing to do with you. Regardless, Zhang Zi couldn't just ignore her. Although her personal vendetta has nothing to do with me. I absolutely cannot stand by and watch those 3 foreigners deal with her. No sooner had he spoken than he summoned something. Come out, let them taste your might, Elf suddenly exclaimed. What? Harrison couldn't hide his surprise. The Death Butcher's figure slowly appeared. This time, Zhang Zi was actually able to summon the Death Butcher as a weapon. They couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. What's going on? The Death Butcher has actually revived. I've never heard of a Death Zone boss reviving after death. Am I seeing things? Only the doctor remained calm among the crowd. You're not seeing things. Another Death Butcher really appeared. Harrison gripped his weapon tightly, gritting his teeth. But why isn't this Death Butcher attacking those 2 Daxia people? Moonshadow's tears welled up. Uncle Lu, I've come to avenge you. Just then, she received a notification. You have received a message from Raging Wind Pursuit. Would you like to view it immediately? Uncle Lu sent Moonshadow a message. Moonshadow, I'm still alive. You and Rakshasa quickly leave there. Absolutely do not fight those 3 foreigners to the death. She couldn't help but be surprised. Uncle Lu, is it really you? You haven't logged off yet, he replied in a teasing tone. Do you want Uncle Lu to die so quickly? Stop talking nonsense and come out quickly. Xiao Tian just told me everything. You two are amazing. Moonshadow couldn't hide her joy. Uncle Lu, I'm just glad you're okay. I'll be right back. After reading, Moonshadow turned to inform him. Great, Uncle Lu is alive and he told us to go back quickly. Zhang Zi's eyes widened, feeling relieved. That's truly great. Soon, she clicked to teleport back to the city. We'll meet at the 4th floor altar. Zhang Zi felt even more relieved in his heart. This girl, he didn't know what to say about her anymore. On the other side, the 3 were entangled in battle with the Death Butcher. Harrison's axe slammed heavily onto the ground. Both he and the Death Butcher vanished. How did the Death Butcher disappear? A while later, on the 4th floor of the demon domain, Moonshadow reunited with Uncle Lu and Xiao Tian. Uncle Lu smiled and praised, Rakshasa, Moonshadow, you two did very well. You young men are truly outstanding, simply amazing. I certainly didn't misjudge you. Zhang Zi responded nonchalantly. You flatter me. Then Uncle Lu turned to remind Xiao Tian, you should learn more from Rakshasa. Look at yourself, what a mess. He put his arm around Zhang Zi's shoulder and pulled him aside. Well, young man, the next words made Moonshadow blush. Her family is also considered a prominent clan and Moonshadow doesn't have a boyfriend yet. You two are around the same age, so you should keep in touch more in the future, she stammered. Uncle Lu, she cried out in annoyance. Uncle Lu, you're teasing your niece again. Uncle Lu laughed heartily. All right, I won't say any more. At this moment, Zhang Zi suddenly spoke. By the way, senior, there's something I'd like to ask you. He resumed his serious demeanor. What is it? Go ahead and say it. He frowned, posing his question. It's like this, senior. What should I do now to defeat a Tier 1 demon domain expert? He secretly pondered. Future matters are for later. Right now, there's still an assassin waiting for me in the real world. Glancing at Uncle Lu, Zhang Zi commented, although the Lu family isn't the largest in Daxia, it ranks among the top, possessing considerable strength. Uncle Lu stroked his chin and thought, a demon domain expert, Brother Rakshasa, have you encountered some trouble? Don't be shy, just tell me, I can help you get justice. Despite Uncle Lu's kind offer, Zhang Zi waved his hand, refusing. Thank you for your kindness, but I believe I can handle this myself. He always had one thought in his mind. The hardest debt to repay in this world is a favor. I'd better resolve this myself. I have 8 high-tier non-attribute demon soul orbs in hand. After absorbing these high-tier demon soul orbs, my strength will definitely increase significantly. Xiao Tian suddenly urged anxiously, Brother Rakshasa, demon domain experts are much more powerful than we imagine. You absolutely must not impulsively rush into a fight to the death. Moonshadow also echoed, if you want to deal with a demon domain expert. Besides being powerful enough yourself, Uncle Lu continued their thoughts, you also need to pay attention to the opponent's weaknesses. A thought suddenly flashed through Zhang Zi's mind. Rakshasa, he began analyzing the situation. Everyone knows that to become a demon domain expert you must pass a trial, but the trial for a Tier 1 demon domain expert is very simple. You can pass as long as your 4 core attributes reach the standard. Warrior classes boost strength, assassin classes boost agility, but some experts, to make their power stand out even more in the later stages, focus on enhancing a specific attribute from the very beginning. Mage classes boost spirit. For example, if a demon domain expert invests a lot of resources into boosting their strength attribute, then that person's power will definitely be immense, and their attack power will be much higher than other demon domain experts. The same applies to spirit or agility. After listening to this detailed guidance, Zhang Zi nodded. I understand even demon domain experts of the same tier will have differences due to varying 4 core attributes. As he spoke, he scrolled through his system interface, secretly pondering his own 4 core attributes. My agility is my highest attribute, already at 15 points. If I continue to invest resources to raise it, my movement speed and attack speed will increase accordingly. This way I'll have a greater advantage in combat and a higher chance of winning. I just don't know where Huang Hanfei's advantage lies. Just then, Xiao Tian waved and announced, Uncle Lu, Sister Moonshadow, our time in the demon domain is almost up, let's go home. Moonshadow then decided to leave. All right, if there's nothing else, we'll be going now. The system's mechanical voice sounded, Lu Yueying has sent you a friend request. Her figure then gradually blurred, and she didn't forget to remind, be careful by yourself. Zhang Zi nodded, I know, goodbye. Immediately after, the system notified that the request had been accepted. At this moment, Zhang Zi lowered his head and sighed. He pressed the screen, muttering to himself, it's my turn. The next moment, countless demon soul orbs were scattered around Zhang Zi. He reached out and picked one up, thinking, I must absorb these demon soul orbs first. Upon absorption, the light orb immediately enlarged, and the demon soul began to move faster. Zhang Zi thought with satisfaction his speed had already increased to 26 points. At that moment his eyes became serious and he clenched his wrists ready to fight with all his might. Seconds later, Zhang Zi had already moved to another location. A dazzling beam of light shot from the window, emitting a strong blue glow. A gray smoke rose at his landing spot. Zhang Zi knelt on the ground, looking around the room in confusion. No one. Where did that Huang Hanfei go? He suddenly stopped, his eyes wide. Wait, could it be? Immediately after, Zhang Zi hurriedly pushed open the door and ran out, his heart continuously panicking. Damn it, Zhao Feng is in danger. He ran straight into the house shouting, Zhao Feng. The sight before him was Zhang Feng timidly sitting next to Han Fei. Han Fei gasped as soon as he saw Zhang Zi. The little girl behind him tearfully and timidly called out, brother. Han Fei calmly continued, kid, you're back earlier than I expected. Don't rush, sit down first. He ate an apple with a knife, smirking sinisterly. Let's have a good talk. Zhang Zi anxiously pleaded, please let my sister go, we can talk about the rest slowly. Han Fei glanced at the little girl again indifferently, saying, let her go, that's impossible, since she's seen my true face she'll definitely report me to the police, so… Zhang Zi frowned, questioning. Then what exactly do you want to do? At this moment, Han Fei had already placed the knife against Zhang Feng's neck, scaring the little girl into trembling violently. Uncle, I won't call the police, please let me go. He chuckled with amusement. What do I want to do? Han Fei calmly stated his intention. Of course it's to sell your and your brother's organs on the black market. He proudly raised his hand and exclaimed, let me tell you, you two siblings are now my gods of wealth. Finally, Han Fei leaned close to the little girl's face, darkly threatening. How could I possibly let you get hurt? At this very moment, the doorbell suddenly rang from outside, startling all three. Han Fei gnashed his teeth, his face full of anger. You dared to call the police? Zhang Zi quickly retorted. I didn't. Immediately after, he tightly gripped Zhang Feng's shoulder, ordering, open the door, don't play any tricks. Zhang Zi turned, constantly thinking to himself, I just sent a text to Teacher Lu, there's no way he could be here so fast. At this moment, Zhang Zi slowly grasped the doorknob and pulled the door open. Outside was a girl holding a box. Hello, your ordered takeout has arrived, enjoy your meal. Zhang Zi frowned at her. I didn't order fast food, did you deliver to the wrong address? The girl raised her voice in surprise. How can that be? Then the girl deliberately stepped aside. The address is clearly right here, aren't you just messing with me? her gaze fixed inside, and she said, "Oh, could it be those two people who ordered?" Due to his emotions being suppressed for too long, Zhang Zi could no longer hold back. He forcefully shoved her out. "I already told you we didn't order takeout. Go back quickly." Immediately after, Zhang Zi slammed the door shut with a bang. The girl furiously screamed and banged on the door. "That's outrageous. What kind of attitude is that? Are we delivery people not human?" A few minutes later, the girl, puffing out her cheeks, turned and left, still muttering, "HMPH, what's with them? Are city people so amazing?" Seriously. However, at that moment the girl suddenly started to laugh excitedly. The little princess effortlessly took off her hat, cheering happily. "It's here after all. The 1.5 million yuan reward is mine." Back in Zhang Zi's home at this time, Han Fei had completely lost his patience. He cruelly dragged Zhang Feng, threatening with his knife. "Open the door, let's go here." After getting out, Zhang Zi couldn't help but ask, "Where are we going?" Han Fei impatiently replied, "Stop talking nonsense, get in the car quickly." He looked at his sister, continuously comforting her. "Don't be afraid, brother will protect you." Seeing Zhang Zi standing there, he angrily roared, "Stop dawdling, move quickly." At this moment, an object suddenly flew directly towards Han Fei from a distance, making him gnash his teeth and curse. He pressed the knife even closer to the little girl's neck. "Who's there? Come out or I'll kill her." However, at this moment, the little princess emerged from nowhere, calmly replying, "I didn't expect to miss, but if you want to kill her, go ahead and do it." She lightly twirled the dart in her hand, playfully winking. "That way it'll be easier for us to deal with." As soon as Zhang Zi saw her, he immediately recognized her. "Isn't that the delivery girl from just now?" Han Fei, however, smirked excitedly. "Is this little girl a bounty hunter? How much money do you want? But do you really think you can catch me by yourself?" The little princess confidently interrupted, "Uncle, don't judge a book by its cover." Immediately after, she fiercely threw a dart at Han Fei, provocatively saying, "Try me if you don't believe it." However, this threat had no effect on Han Fei. He continued to tighten his grip on Zhang Feng's neck, pressing the knife closer. "Don't forget, I have a human shield in my hand." At this moment, Zhang Zi rushed towards his sister without hesitation. However, just as he reached out to block, the dart suddenly changed direction, flying past from behind, startling Han Fei into hastily letting go of the little girl. Zhang Zi quickly turned and pulled his sister behind him. "What?" The dart's trajectory made Han Fei stare in dumbfounded panic. "What?" At this moment, the little princess also couldn't believe her eyes, thinking, "This person's speed is too fast. I didn't expect him to be able to catch my dart barehanded." Zhang Zi angrily shouted, "You almost hurt my sister just now." The little princess put her hands on her hips, smiling and explaining, "HMPH, I didn't do it on purpose. Who told her to stand in front of the criminal?" Just then, Han Fei suddenly laughed aloud. "Originally, I didn't plan on killing today." Darkness covered his face, preventing the other party from guessing his expression. Han Fei smirked, lamenting, "But now it seems impossible." At this moment, the little princess also began to charge forward. "Unrelated people, please move aside, my darts don't have eyes." Han Fei seemed to sense an evenly matched opponent, so he calmly pushed up his glasses. "This little girl's speed attribute seems very high." As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed down his glasses and Han Fei's eyes widened, simultaneously emitting a purple glow. Then he stared at the little princess, grinning provocatively, making her face turn pale. "What?" The other party's attitude immediately pleased Han Fei greatly, and he couldn't help but laugh heartily. "All attributes are invested in agility, so mental power must be very low," he confidently threatened. "Of course she can't escape my mental control. You want to catch me? Today I'll show you how I send you to your graves." At this moment, Zhang Zi, seeing her standing there, anxiously asked himself, "Oh no, why isn't she moving? She seems to be controlled. Is this a mental control skill? I didn't expect Huang Hanfei's specialty to be mental power." Thinking this, he quickly rushed forward to take the initiative. In that case, seize the opportunity, eliminate him. Zhang Zi's body flew towards Han Fei. He clenched his fist behind his back, very determined to exploit his speed advantage now. At this moment, Han Fei had already sensed his intention. He angrily gripped his pistol and cursed. However, before Han Fei could act, Zhang Zi delivered a fatal punch to his abdomen, making him gasp in surprise. Han Fei clutched his stomach, painfully raising his gun at Zhang Zi, preparing to pull the trigger. "Don't push your luck." At this moment, Zhang Zi had already raised his leg to kick Han Fei's face, making him turn and lose balance, and the pistol fell from his hand. Han Fei lay on the ground, still unable to believe his eyes. "You brat, how are you so fast?" However, Zhang Zi didn't answer, only secretly breathing a sigh of relief. What luck if he had pulled out his gun at the beginning. I don't know what the consequences would have been now. Zhang Feng ran over worriedly. "Brother, are you okay?" He gently shook his head. "I'm fine." Afterwards, the little girl asked about the little princess again. "Brother, what about her?" Zhang Zi pursed his lips, guessing she might be hypnotized by him. This bounty hunter is truly greedy for money. "You almost hurt her just now." At this moment, Zhang Feng suddenly leaned close to the other party, grinning. "Should we help her?" Zhang Zi, puzzled. "Help? She brought it upon herself. Why should we help her?" The little girl continued to ask back. "Brother, do you have a pen, preferably one that's hard to erase?" Zhang Zi quickly understood his sister's intention, and he also happily nodded. "Yes, I'll go get it." In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes later, more people appeared in the outer area. Teacher Lu helplessly scolded, "Zhang Zi, you're truly bold, young man. Didn't I send you a text message telling you not to act rashly? The police and I are coming soon. Do you know that 7 victims have already died at his hands?" Zhang Zi realized this huge problem, scratching his head apologetically and replying, "Sorry Teacher Lu, I didn't have time to check my phone then." At this moment the police officer walked over and clapped his shoulder, helping him out. "Don't criticize him anymore. Today he's a great hero for our Tianfeng city. We've been chasing this fugitive for 2 years and he always managed to escape. Today he was caught by your student. You should rightly feel proud." Speaking of which, Teacher Lu's voice suddenly choked. He trembled, pointing, "Of course I'm proud, but what I worry about most is the safety of these 2 siblings. But speaking of which, Zhang Zi, how did you defeat this guy? He's a demon domain expert." Zhang Zi glanced at him, unsure what to say for a moment. He thought, "I should hide my strength for now. It's not yet time to reveal it to Teacher Lu." He immediately pointed at the little princess and explained, "Of course I couldn't defeat him alone. It was all thanks to that girl's help. By the way, she seems to have been hypnotized by Huang Hanfei and can't move now." The police officer recognized her as soon as he saw her. "It's Shen Mengdi again. This girl truly doesn't care about her life for money." Zhang Feng sighed after hearing this. "So her name is Shen Mengdi, that sounds nice." The police officer slowly walked forward and hummed, "She's a bounty hunter. And an experienced one, also a Tier 1 demon domain expert. Although she's caught many fugitives, she's also caused us police a lot of trouble." However, as soon as he got closer, the police officer stroked his chin in confusion, asking, "But what happened to her face?" Zhang Feng mischievously shook her head. "I don't know, her face was like that when we met her." Shen Mengdi's face had graffiti drawn on it with a red brush. At this moment the police officer temporarily put aside this question. "Alright then, we'll take this criminal and Shen Mengdi back to the police station first." After she was lifted onto a stretcher, the police officer didn't forget to remind, "By the way, young man, Huang Hanfei's bounty is 1.5 million. If you say you and Shen Mengdi teamed up to catch him, then the bounty will be split evenly. Remember to bring proof to the police station to collect the money in a few days." His words immediately made Zhang Zi exclaim, "What, half each, 750,000, that much money?" He put his arm around his sister's shoulder, enthusiastically replying, "Yes, all right, thank you, officer. Great, the total money combined is already enough to pay for my sister's surgery." Outside Zhang Zi's house it was 8 p.m. He lay on his bed constantly hesitating, fiddling with his watch. Time's up. The death zone has been cleared and Demon Domain's 4th floor should also be freely accessible. Immediately after, Zhang Zi decided to press the button, and a lightning-fast beam of light instantly shot out. "Demon Domain 4th floor, here I come." In a blink of an eye he arrived at Demon Domain's 4th floor, where the desolate mountain forest scenery gradually appeared, withered branches as if drained of life. At this moment a guy behind him raised his hand and shouted, "4-person team, still need 1 female nurse. Generous pay." Zhang Zi looked around thinking, it seems this place has returned to normal and is freely accessible. He lowered his head and opened the notebook in his hand. After the previous battles, many slots in his team were empty. However, now with the Death Butcher and the Goblin King plus the Devouring Toad's long-range fireballs, it shouldn't be much of a problem. Zhang Zi silently pondered, "Let me see what types of monsters are on this floor." The system displayed that 1 type of monster on Demon Domain's 4th floor is Boar monsters, Avian monsters, Minotaur Overlord boss. Reading this, he felt somewhat surprised. The information on the Boar monsters and Avian monsters was simple, but their damage seemed considerable. "I'll scout it out first." Zhang Zi soon arrived at the barren forest, where a wisp of fantastical white smoke rose from beneath his feet. Behind the withered trees several pairs of fiery red eyes appeared. They were boar monsters staring at him fiercely. Zhang Zi gripped his wrist and exclaimed with satisfaction, "Perfect timing." He calmly extended his hand, summoned a swirling magic orb and then shouted loudly, "My mighty ones, come out and greet our guests." No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Zi's monsters swiftly appeared, both imposing in stature and evenly matched in strength. Goblin King, Death Butcher. At this the boar monsters glared down angrily, low roars rumbling in their throats, drool trickling from the corners of their mouths. The two sides confronted each other and the atmosphere instantly became incredibly tense. The next moment the boar monsters swiftly charged forward to gain the upper hand, and Zhang Zi immediately commanded, "Goblin King, encircle them." No sooner had he spoken than the Goblin King leapt up, blocking their spiked bludgeons with its sturdy sword. The clang of metal was deafening. Hearing this, Zhang Zi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Wow, its counter-damage capability is too high." He immediately followed up with another command, "Death Butcher, ambush them." The Death Butcher slowly swung its long chain, its corpulent body trembling with the force, and the chain then slammed viciously into the boar monster's face, giving it no time to resist. Zhang Zi was drenched in sweat from shock, cursing, "That damage is too formidable." Just then an avian monster suddenly flew in, raising its sharp claws and pouncing at him. Just as it was about to strike Zhang Zi, he agilely leaped back to dodge. Zhang Zi turned around and exclaimed in surprise, "Is this an avian monster? Its speed is incredible." He quickly opened his system interface and summoned a familiar weapon. Zhang Zi confidently drew his bow taut, threatening, "I'll let you taste the power of an S-rank weapon." He stared at it sharply. "Prepare to die." No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Zi released the arrow. The very next second, however, the arrow flew out, only to softly drop to the ground. The avian monster hovered in the air, watching him provocatively. Zhang Zi's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. He hastily pointed and commanded, "Devouring Toad, get rid of it for me. Drive it away, quickly drive it away." Upon hearing this, the Devouring Toad let out a low growl from its throat, and fire began to spark from its mouth. The next second it opened its abyssal maw and spewed out a scorching pillar of fire, tearing heat capable of incinerating all creation. The avian monster, seeing this, was somewhat panicked, its entire body enveloped in raging flames. It struggled to turn and flew into the air with all its might, trying to escape the inferno chasing it from behind. However, that terrifying heat swiftly pursued it. At that moment, a deafening explosion ripped through the sky. The scorching flames blossomed like a flower of death, instantly engulfing the slender figure. Zhang Zi chuckled with satisfaction. Let's see where you'll run now. In the blink of an eye, an hour later, the avian monster, enveloped by the system in a jade-green glow, plummeted straight to the ground in a stunned state. Zhang Zi bent down to pick up the demon soul orb, thinking, fortunately, the boar monsters and avian monsters don't have too high defense, otherwise they would be difficult to deal with. He then stood up again, summoned a vortex and declared, "Only you are left." No sooner had he spoken than the avian monster immediately flew out of the vortex. It spread its mighty wings. Zhang Zi surveyed the many monsters he possessed, muttering contentedly, "Finally, I've gathered them all." The system displayed the summoning list of all his monsters. Zhang Zi calmly closed it. Now ready to go meet the boss of Demon Domain's 4th floor. Just then a scream suddenly echoed, startling him. "Help, someone's trying to kill me." Zhang Zi's gaze instantly deepened. A tall man was chasing a girl, threatening. "Stop right there, today I'm going to teach you a good lesson." Zhang Zi saw the girl running towards him, and the man continued, "Stop right there, today I'm going to teach you a good lesson." He quickly turned away, seemingly not wanting to get involved. "Why is this happening everywhere? I'd better not meddle." However, the girl shamelessly rushed over, hugging his leg and pleading, "Big brother, please save me. Someone's chasing me to kill me." With tearful eyes she continued to cry out in terror for help. "Brother, please save me. They want to kill me." Zhang Zi gravely and tactfully refused. "Sorry, I can't save you. Go back to the altar quickly, you'll be safe there." However, little rabbit refused to let go, clinging to him. "Brother, I've done everything you asked. Now they've chased me here, you can't just abandon me. I've given you everything too." The girl's words filled his mind with questions. What are you babbling about?" The man caught up in a flash, cursing angrily. "So you're the one behind her. I hate people like you the most. Today I'm going to execute justice on behalf of heaven." Hearing this, Zhang Zi hastily turned back in confusion. "Brother, you're a bit too agitated," he thought to himself. "I don't even know this person." At this, the Raging Dragon King stomped its foot, angrily condemning him for abandoning teammates when trouble arose. He gripped his mountain-subduing staff tightly, lunging forward and cursing, "Are you even a man? Prepare to die." Zhang Zi couldn't help but curse inwardly. "This guy not only has a bad temper, but is his brain broken too?" Little Rabbit, as if grasping a lifesaver, happily waved, "Big brother, I'll leave this to you. I'm off now." A system notification suddenly popped up. "Moonlight, Little Rabbit has stolen 3 mid-tier demon soul orbs from you." Zhang Zi opened his backpack in shock, exclaiming in surprise, "Damn it, so that girl was a thief. No wonder the Raging Dragon King was chasing her. She must have stolen something from him." He remained suspended in the air, roaring, "Damn it, hand over what that brat stole from me." Zhang Zi hastily explained, "Hey, I really don't know her. And she just stole 3 demon soul orbs from me too." However, the Raging Dragon King completely ignored him, still rushing forward, swinging its staff. "Don't even think about deceiving me." His stubborn attitude greatly annoyed Zhang Zi. "What a blockhead. It seems you won't give up unless we have a showdown." He immediately summoned his monster loudly. "Poison spider web attack." The Dragon King was startled by its appearance. "What's going on? How can a poison spider appear on Demon Domain's 4th floor?" The spider silk entangled his mountain-subduing staff, bringing him to a halt. You actually have summoning magic? Is that your talent skill?" This time it was Zhang Zi's turn to ignore him. Continuing to summon the devouring toad, Zhang Zi extended his hand forward and shouted, "Fireball attack!" No sooner had he spoken than a concentrated fireball erupted from the vortex, shooting forward like a meteor, like a falling asteroid. The surrounding air trembled violently and the ground beneath their feet cracked from the spiritual aftershock. An earth-shattering explosion ripped through the air and the shockwave erupted violently, sweeping up debris and dust into a scorching whirlwind of flames. The Raging Dragon King slowly stood up, still defiant. "Damn it, if you've got guts, don't use spiderwebs to trap me. Let's fight head-on and see who's stronger." He tilted his head back, downing the red potion in his hand in one gulp. The next moment, a surge of intense energy erupted from the Raging Dragon King's entire body, as powerful as a whirlwind. Zhang Zi's mind felt as if struck by lightning. What did that guy just drink? I didn't expect him to be able to break free from the spiderweb. He then charged forward, vigorously swinging his mountain-subduing staff, the staff's wind whistling through the air. However, Zhang Zi agilely leaped back to dodge, his eyes wide with surprise as he exclaimed, "This kid, his speed is truly fast." The Dragon King stubbornly prepared for another strike. "Don't think that's enough?" Just then, a huge greatsword extended, blocking the path of the mountain-subduing staff. The clash of the 2 metal objects was deafening. The Raging Dragon King couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, it's the Goblin King. How many monsters can this guy summon?" He clenched his fists, threatening, "Although the Goblin King is only a boss from the 3rd floor, I'm alone now without teammates. It might be difficult to deal with it." However, Zhang Zi completely ignored him, continuing to raise his arm and summon a vortex. The Dragon King, seeing himself enveloped in darkness from behind, turned his head, stammering with fright, "Oh my god, no way!" The Death Butcher's colossal figure left him stunned and frozen, unable to make any move. The Dragon King hesitated, unable to believe his eyes. "This is the Death Butcher. I can't believe someone can summon the Death Butcher." Finally, he immediately slumped to the ground, pleading, "No more fighting, no more fighting, I give up." The Dragon King then couldn't help but give him the middle finger, threatening, "Even though I surrender, I don't submit to you. If you've got guts, put away all these monsters and let's fight one-on-one." Zhang Zi asked, "Wouldn't that be too unfair?" He calmly stated, "My talent skill is summoning. If you don't let me use my skills, what would I fight with?" "What did that moonlight little rabbit steal from you?" The Dragon King, furious, crushed a glass bottle. "Then I still won't submit to you. Aren't you two in cahoots? Now you're even asking me, are you trying to enrage me to death?" This attitude greatly annoyed Zhang Zi. "She and I are really not in cahoots." He opened the system notification and pushed it in front of the other party. "She stole my stuff too. If you don't believe me, see for yourself." As soon as he finished reading, the Dragon King immediately awkwardly rubbed his nose. "Oh, I really misunderstood." The Dragon King scratched his head awkwardly. "I really just misunderstood earlier. My apologies." Zhang Zi looked down at his outstretched hand, feeling somewhat surprised. This raging Dragon King, though blunt and a bit simple-minded, has good moral character and admits his mistakes. He's a rare breed. The raging Dragon King enthusiastically spoke, his tone very sincere. "Well, we fought and now we know each other. Let's be friends." These words immediately brought a smile to Zhang Zi's lips. He thought to himself, "It's been a long time since I met someone so friendly. His personality really suits me." Just as Zhang Zi grasped his hand, the system's mechanical voice immediately sounded, "You have successfully added Raging Dragon King to your friends list." He chuckled. "All right." A moment later, the Dragon King left. He turned and waved goodbye. "All right, if you ever need help with anything, come find me. I've got a few friends I'm meeting to hunt monsters. I'll take my leave for now. See you later." Zhang Zi's gaze lingered on his retreating back, thinking this Raging Dragon King's way of doing things is a bit too simple and rough, but also very interesting. A moment later, Zhang Zi wandered around with his map. "How much time was wasted just now? I need to hurry and find the boss of the 4th floor. It's like a maze. If it weren't for the map in this guide, I'd easily get lost." He stopped then, muttering to himself, "According to the map, if I keep going this way, I'll reach the boss's location." A moment later, in the barren stone forest, Zhang Zi was walking when another trembling scream came from a distance. "Help!" He frowned in confusion, thinking, "How come every time I get to the boss's location I hear someone calling for help? But that voice sounds a lot like that moonlight little rabbit." Zhang Zi eagerly hid behind a tree to observe. The scene before his eyes was Little Rabbit trembling in front of a group of colossal monsters. The Minotaur Overlord gripped its axe tightly, continuously smashing thin sheets of ice. The impact sounds continuously echoed in the air. Little Rabbit pleaded in fear, "Help, will no one save me?" The shattered ice fell, making her cower and cry. "Who will save me? I don't want to die," Zhang Zi observed gravely, thinking, "Sure enough, it's that girl. She's getting her comeuppance this time, isn't she?" He then suddenly noticed another monster, the boar monster whose name stood behind the boss. "Why does it look a bit strange?" Bai Ryu's eyes were bloodshot and exceptionally fierce. "Damn brat, daring to steal my things, you deserve to die." Hearing this, Zhang Zi pursed his lips, thinking, although that moonlight little rabbit specializes in stealing from others and is detestable, her crime doesn't warrant a death sentence. Doing this seems a bit cruel. At this, the Minotaur Overlord continued to violently strike the ice in front of it, leaving behind a dazzling blue light. In the distance, Zhang Zi had already drawn his bow, aiming at it. Just as the arrow touched the Minotaur Overlord head, it immediately let out a pained shriek. It angrily gripped its axe, turning its head to look around. "Who's there?" Bai Ryu, recognizing the direction of the arrow, angrily pointed and cursed. "Who are you? If you're smart, don't meddle here. She's a thief and she deserves to die." Zhang Zi stood high above, shouting with righteous indignation. "I know she's a thief, but you don't have to push someone to the brink, do you? She's not very old. Can't you give her a chance to turn over a new leaf?" The Minotaur Overlord said nothing, immediately charging at him like a moth to a flame. Bai Ryu scoffed in disgust. "Don't tell people to be magnanimous if you haven't experienced their pain. Are you trying to play the hero for the damsel in distress? Why don't you see if you even have the capability?" Then he loudly threatened, "This is a 4th floor boss, you can't possibly deal with it alone." However, Zhang Zi merely smiled with interest. "Don't worry, I can handle it." With that, he extended his hand to summon his monsters. "Come out, let them see." All the monsters in Zhang Zi's hand swiftly appeared at his command, ready for battle. Bai Ryu, seeing the group of burly monsters before him, cursed in surprise. "Holy cow, did you summon all these monsters? I never thought there'd be a talent like that." At this moment, the Minotaur Overlord continuously emitted low growls from its throat. Surrounded by dazzling blue light, Yu commanded the poison spider. "Web attack!" The Minotaur Overlord immediately swung its axe wildly in all directions. Then Zhang Zi raised his bow and shouted, "Everyone, charge fire!" All the monsters rushed towards their targets in unison, and the scene instantly became chaotic. The Death Butcher fiercely lashed the Minotaur Overlord with its chains, dealing 419 points of damage. Zhang Zi continued to draw his bow and shout, "Devouring Toad, burn it for me!" The monsters swiftly charged forward to engage, going all out for a quick battle. Bai Ryu watched the explosion of flames, secretly shocked. "This brat, I can't believe he can even summon a boss. If this continues, won't he be invincible?" He clenched his fists, muttering to himself, "In this situation, isn't my camouflage talent completely useless? Fine, Rakshasa, I'll remember you." Finally, Bai Ryu turned to look at the little girl hiding behind the ice block. You little brat, you got lucky this time, some idiot was willing to save you. Little Rabbit's eyes widened as she looked up, the explosions and scorching heat making her sweat with uncertainty. At this moment the Minotaur Overlord health bar was almost depleted, its body violently exploded, and its axe finally flew out of its grip, crashing heavily to the ground. A system quickly covered the Minotaur Overlord's sturdy body. Then the system's cheers rang out, full of enthusiastic congratulations. He bent down to examine the demon soul orbs rolling on the ground. A full team is indeed terrifying. Only sacrificing one boar monster to kill a fourth-floor boss. Suddenly a hesitant voice came from behind Zhang Zi. I'm sorry." Little Rabbit took out all the demon soul orbs in her hand, her face tear-streaked. "I know I was wrong. Big brother, thank you for saving me, these are all for you." Zhang Zi silently looked at her expression, thinking this can be considered her punishment. He stood up, looking at Little Rabbit's retreating back, and shouted, "Don't ever steal other people's things again. Next time I won't be so kind as to save you." After a while, Zhang Zi looked down at the demon soul orbs, muttering, "Alright, stop playing dead, it's time to enter the 5th floor." With that, the Minotaur Overlord figure immediately disappeared. He looked at the portal and instructed, "Go in, activate the 5th floor, and then go home to rest early." Meanwhile, in another location, in a messy room, a dazzling light suddenly appeared. Bai Ryu gritted his teeth and cursed. "Damn it, that brat was almost killed by the boss, but then some meddling Rakshasa appeared out of nowhere. It really pisses me off." He impatiently opened the instant noodles he had just cooked, still muttering what terrible luck. However, just as Bai Ryu put a mouthful of noodles into his mouth, he suddenly froze as the bounty board appeared before his eyes. It read Rakshasa with a picture of Zhang Zi next to it. Bai Ryu laughed excitedly. "This time you're dead." In a flash, it was the next morning. In the teaching building, the corridor was packed with students rushing to class, accompanied by their noisy conversations and discussions. 2 students were gossiping. "Have you seen the Demon Domain Forum? The Dawn organization is putting out a bounty," the other immediately replied. "Of course. That's the highest bounty on any board. This time that person is in big trouble." Zhang Zi heard this and immediately had questions. Demon Domain Forum. Some information was displayed on his phone screen. He murmured to himself, "The Demon Domain Forum doesn't belong to any country, and no one can track its true location. All adventurers worldwide have the right to post on the forum. It's the most active and influential social website for exchanging experiences and building relationships." Immediately after, a shocking announcement caught Zhang Zi's eye. "I can't believe someone actually offered 5 million for me." Zhang Zi gritted his teeth, muttering to himself, "That person named Don." He clenched his fists, angrily guessing. It must have been Kiss of Death who secretly informed his companions before he died, which is how they knew he died at my hands. It seems I can't escape this big trouble. Then Zhang Zi carefully calculated. It seems I have to find some reliable friends in the demon domain. With their help I won't have to fear being stabbed in the back anymore. At this moment, Zhang Zi walked to the classroom door and several conversations immediately came from inside. "Hey, did you hear? A death zone appeared in the demon domain a few days ago. The 4th floor of the demon domain has been sealed off by the administration and no one is allowed in," someone immediately mocked. "Are you an ancient person? This news has been all over the place these past few days, who doesn't know?" The girl continued. "I was there at the time, and later I heard that the demon domain's boss was eliminated by someone from our great Shah." The foreigners all turned pale when they heard that and then quietly left. The boy opposite shouted in surprise, "Is that true? That's awesome, that's awesome. This time our great Shah really made a name for itself." He said with emotion, "Do you know who killed the boss? That great master really brought honor to the country this time. I think the country should reward him something," he shouted loudly. Rakshasa at that time. Everyone in the death zone received a notification, and it was notified 3 times in a row, which was so cool. Just then a boy called out to Zhang Zi and Wang Yang grabbed his shoulder, shaking him excitedly. "Did you hear? My idol Rakshasa killed the death zone's boss. He's practically a god, I have to become his disciple." Zhang Zi pushed him away helplessly. "Then go find him. Why are you hugging me? I'm not Rakshasa." Just then an angry roar suddenly came from outside. "Which scoundrel is Zhang Zi?" Crocodile kicked open the door aggressively, hands in his pockets as if he didn't care about anyone. "Get out here now," he cursed contemptuously. "What are you looking at? I'm looking for Zhang Zi." "Zhang Zi, get your ass out here now," Wang Yang stammered. "I'm not Zhang Zi." A boy hiding outside the door whispered, "That's the leader of the crocodile gang. I heard he's already awakened a B-rank talent." The girl next to him gasped in surprise. "Ah, encountering this jinx, Zhang Zi is probably going to be tortured to death this time." Wang Yang spoke grimly. "That person is called Crocodile. I heard his strength is not to be underestimated. He can kill a bull with 1 punch. Zhang Zi patted his shoulder to remind him. "It's okay, Wang Yang, you stand aside first." At this moment, Crocodile casually picked up a chair in the room and slowly walked over. "You're Zhang Zi. You've got some nerve. I heard you want to replace me." He frowned and replied, "I don't think I know you." He suddenly lost his temper, lifted the chair and jumped, preparing to smash it at him. "Seeing your arrogant face makes my hands itch. Get out of my way." Just as the chair was a few meters away from Zhang Zi, he swiftly dodged, then punched Crocodile in the face, making him spit out a mouthful of blood. Crocodile's body flew backward, crashing heavily into the wall, and the entire room seemed to shake. Zhang Zi merely HMPH'd at this sight, and his subordinates immediately rushed over. "Boss," he pursed his lips, cracked his knuckles and muttered to himself, "I thought he was someone important." In a flash the students were all discussing, Holy cow, just one punch. When did Zhang Zi get so strong? The girl also gossiped. What's going on? Was Boss Crocodile defeated? A string of questions kept being asked. What? Zhang Zi, can he defeat the boss of the Crocodile Gang with just one punch? Zheng Hao looked down at the equipment, muttering to himself. The force of this punch reached 4,060 kilograms. He couldn't help but wonder how Zhang Zi did it. Why did his speed and strength increase so terrifyingly? A few days ago, his strength in the force test was only 497 kilograms. How could it increase to 1,000 today? Thinking of this, Zheng Hao gritted his teeth in displeasure. No, I must get into Qingda Martial Arts Academy. No one can steal my spot. That night at Zhang Zi's house, he seemed to remember something and said, by the way, Zhaofeng, the security outside the school hasn't been very good recently. Be careful when you go to school. Zhang Feng, who was washing dishes, heard her brother say this and reassured him. Brother, don't worry. I heard the security guards at our girls' school are demon domain experts. He let out a relieved, That's good, it's getting late. I'm going into the demon domain. The little girl suddenly asked curiously, I've noticed you enter the demon domain to fight monsters every day recently. What exactly is your talent skill? Zhang Zi didn't answer immediately, only being mysterious. When you awaken your own talent skill, I'll tell you. Zhang Feng pouted, annoyed. What's so great about it? I'm almost awakening my talent skill too. The 5th floor of the demon domain presented a magnificent scene. A vast blue ocean, lush islands, towering cliffs embracing ancient stone circles and seagulls soaring freely in the brilliant sky. Zhang Zi covered his face, pretending to read, secretly observing everything around him. Why do I feel like there are more people on this 5th floor than on the 4th? Many eyes were staring intensely, as if ready to devour him whole. It seemed he had been targeted. It seems the bounty board is already working. Those people might attack me for money. Zhang Zi's eyes gleamed with hawkish sharpness, firm and cautious. I can't leave here immediately, otherwise I'll definitely be attacked by them. He painstakingly opened the summoned beast list, thinking he should return to the 4th floor to collect bosses and build a perfect summoning list. Zhang Zi disappeared under the astonished gaze of the black-clad leaders. Returning to the 4th floor, the dark-haired black-clad leader shouted in a panic, That kid ran away. The light-haired subordinate also said nonchalantly, He must have sensed it. He boldly declared, Who knows which floor he ran to? Next time I see him, let's see if he'll still be so lucky. The 4th floor of the demon domain was completely different from the 5th floor. The 4th floor appeared mysterious and sinister, as if the light was swallowed by the pervasive demonic energy, with withered trees everywhere. He walked along, secretly relieved. Fortunately, I slipped away quickly, otherwise I might have been discovered by those people. The top priority now is to quickly gather the bosses. Zhang Zi clearly felt someone hiding behind a tree. Who's there? Come out now. He suddenly turned around, hands clenched, like a warrior ready for battle. But there was no fight, only Little Rabbit running over and hugging Zhang Zi's leg. He didn't expect the little girl to come up with another trick. It's you again. Why are you using that trick again? Little Rabbit started to play the victim. I'm sorry. I know stealing is wrong, but I really have no choice. I need money. I must go to the 30th floor. Please help me. Zhang Zi softened a little. Speak slowly. What's wrong? Let go of my leg. The little girl refused to listen, continuing to cry and beg until the end. If you don't agree, I won't stand up, he whispered. If you keep crying, you'll attract others. All right, I agree to help you. Little Rabbit's eyes lit up like car headlights. Really? The little girl immediately handed Zhang Zi a colorful ball. Thank you, Brother Rakshasa. This is the most valuable thing I have. It's all for you. He politely declined the gift and gave Little Rabbit a few instructions. You should keep these. Anyway, I'm still going to fight bosses, so taking you along won't be a big deal. But I have to make it clear first, I'm just a beginner, and I don't know how far I can help you. Following me means doing your best. The little girl became obedient, extremely well behaved. Okay, thank you, Big Brother, Brother Rakshasa. The system confirmed that Moonlight Little Rabbit had joined Zhang Zi's team. The two began their journey, and he turned to ask Little Rabbit about her special skill. By the way, Little Rabbit, is your talent skill stealing things from the target? The little girl explained, Yes, my talent skill is called Take What You Can Get. Although I don't really like this talent skill, there's nothing else I can do. Zhang Zi had an idea. I have an idea. I'll help you contain the monsters, and then you use your talent skill on the boss to see if you can steal anything. The little girl agreed with both hands and feet. Okay, I've never stolen anything from a boss before. He curiously asked Little Rabbit why she was so determined to go to the 30th floor. By the way, Little Rabbit, why do you insist on going to the 30th floor of the demon domain? Is there something there? The little girl sadly recounted. My father disappeared on the 30th floor, so I want to go there to find him. Zhang Zi's eyes flickered with weariness and worry. A sigh was filled with regret and helplessness. He struggled internally between fear of danger and sorrow for the deceased. People who disappear in the demon domain have only one outcome. Either they are eaten by monsters or they are killed by other adventurers. Otherwise, they would definitely be kicked out by the demon domain system within a certain period. Help! Suddenly, the Minotaur Overlord appeared before them, striking someone who then cried for help. The Minotaur Overlord struck without mercy. Zhang Zi stood tall and discussed with Little Rabbit. It seemed the Minotaur Overlord had already annihilated everyone. Then let's charge straight in now, she replied decisively. Zhang Zi's gaze was focused and stern, his voice low like a command. Come out. The summoned beasts appeared one by one, more ready than ever before. My darlings, come greet our guests. Zhang Zi trustingly handed the important task to Little Rabbit. I'll provoke the Minotaur Overlord to draw its attention. Take this opportunity to steal its items. Don't worry, I won't let it touch you. Little Rabbit was somewhat scared, but she obeyed. Okay. Zhang Zi fiercely raised his bow and arrow, commanding, my darlings, charge. The Death Butcher charged first, wielding its chains to make the Minotaur Overlord lower its guard. The other summoned beasts followed closely, each using their most powerful skills, all aiming to defeat the Minotaur Overlord. It could no longer tolerate this, letting out an earth-shattering roar. The enraged Minotaur Overlord was like a mad bull. It hurled its sharp blade towards Zhang Zi. Zhang Zi quickly ordered the poison spider to use its web attack and gestured for Little Rabbit to act. Web attack, Little Rabbit, it's your turn to shine. Now it could only struggle like a beast trapped in a cage. This was a good opportunity, Little Rabbit replied with determination. Okay. She summoned a purple light full of power, as if pouring all her belief and strength into it. This effort paid off as she obtained the horn, and the system even issued a congratulatory notification. Little Rabbit pondered with the horn in her hand, wondering what it was for. Before she could figure out its use, the Minotaur Overlord let out a deafening roar, exploding with terrifying fury, making Little Rabbit tremble with fear. Zhang Zi struck a heroic pose. Don't be afraid, I'm here, it can't touch you. He pointed at Little Rabbit and said, Little Rabbit, keep stealing, don't be shy. Little Rabbit asked in surprise, Huh, keep stealing? She had no choice but to obey and do as told. The system notified again that Little Rabbit had obtained the Minotaur hide, constantly taking its items, infuriating it. Little Rabbit seized the chance to provoke, stupid bull, you can't touch me. I'll steal everything you have. Zhang Zi consulted his notes, wanting to understand the horn's use. This might be a material, but the Demon Domain Guide never mentioned such a thing. Little Rabbit, let me hold on to this for now. Little Rabbit turned and replied, Okay. Zhang Zi closed the book, thinking it seemed fine. It probably had nothing left to steal. The Death Butcher implicitly understood and attacked it mercilessly, after subduing the Minotaur Overlord. The Death Butcher went back to rest. Before leaving, Zhang Zi reminded Little Rabbit, Little Rabbit, did you get the key? Wait for me on the 5th floor, I need to go back to the 3rd floor to fight a boss. Little Rabbit happily agreed. Okay, brother Rakshasa, I'll wait for you at the 5th floor altar. Zhang Zi waved his hand in agreement. He immediately summoned his monsters. Come out. As soon as it appeared, it let out an earth-shattering roar. Zhang Zi operated the system panel while commanding, let's go, we need to hurry. We still need to collect the 3rd floor bosses, the 3rd floor of the Demon Domain. A place full of deathly aura and majesty. With a gigantic arena at its center, its ground a deep red as if soaked in the blood of countless fallen souls. He had his monsters practice combat. The Death Butcher struggled to fend off the devouring toad's explosion, while the Minotaur Overlord fiercely swung its scythe for critical strikes. Zhang Zi knelt to pick up the colorful orbs. How lucky, no one is fighting me for the bosses. Subduing the Goblin King will be enough to form a complete team. He checked his monster summoning list in the system, feeling reassured and ready to continue his journey. It's about time. With this team, even if I'm surrounded by those adventurers, I won't be afraid. 5th floor, here I come. Zhang Zi teleported to the 5th floor. The familiar scene of the 5th floor of the Demon Domain unfolded before his eyes, a magnificent and romantic natural landscape. Little Rabbit, seeing him safe, hurriedly ran over. Brother Rakshasa, she whispered. These people must have seen the bounty. They're up to no good, you must be careful. Zhang Zi knew no one could do anything to him, so he put on a confident air. Don't worry, they won't dare to cause trouble for long. In the distance, Moonshadow waved to him. Rakshasa, we meet again. Everyone was happy, but Shan Wai unhappily pointed at him. It's that thief. He walked up and asked, Hey friend, why are you walking with that thief? Are you two in cahoots? Zhang Zi protected Little Rabbit. Things aren't as you imagine. Little Rabbit already knows she was wrong. She promised she won't steal anymore. Little Rabbit put on a repentant expression and handed Shan Wai 3 colorful orbs. I'm sorry, I won't steal again next time. Please forgive me. Although he verbally dismissed it, he still felt a little uncomfortable. A man doesn't quibble with a little girl. I'll let you off this time. De Young actively approached to strike up a conversation. Rakshasa, you're smiling brightly. Hello, I heard from Moonshadow last time that you helped her lure away the Shadow Wolf. You're very brave and I really hope to be friends with you. He politely and skillfully refused. Zhang Zi worried that this relationship would bring danger to everyone. Being friends with me now might not be safe. A large group of people is waiting to kill me for the bounty. As soon as she heard about money, Meng Dai's eyes sparkled and she leaned in. What? You're the bounty target? She greedily grabbed his hand. How much is the bounty? Don't let good fortune go to outsiders. Why don't you let me take that bounty? Shan Wai immediately rebuked Meng Dai. Money, money, money. For money you'd even betray your friends? Besides, didn't you already get a bounty of 1.1 million before? She put on a proud and petulant posture. Don't even mention it. I had to split half with that Zhang Zi, which sharply reduced my income this month. It makes me so mad. Zhang Zi eagerly recognized a familiar face, so it was her. The bounty hunter Shen Mengdi. He didn't expect the money princess to be the bounty hunter Shen Mengdi. De Yang helplessly stopped Meng Dai. Princess, enough with the jokes. Rakshasa is Moonshadow's savior after all and also Dragon King's friend. We should get along harmoniously. She outwardly agreed but was inwardly reluctant. Got it. He cheerfully patted Zhang Zi's shoulder. I'll tell everyone, Rakshasa's talent skill is incredibly powerful. He can summon monsters to fight for him. He can even summon bosses. Jichu was astonished and shocked. What? Summon bosses? Even Shanwai found it hard to believe. He had to ask for clarification. He can really summon bosses? Hey Rakshasa, your talent must be at least S-rank, right? Zhang Zi humbly said, just by accident, a little higher than S-rank. Shanwai was dumbfounded. What? Higher than S-rank? That's sulfur monosulfide rank then? Oh my goodness, he praised effusively. In the entire Great Sha, there are fewer than 500 S-rank adventurers. He widened his eyes. I never imagined we'd be lucky enough to meet an adventurer with an sulfur monosulfide rank talent skill. Everyone's praise made him feel very embarrassed. You flatter me. I'm still a beginner and I'll need everyone's continued guidance in the future. Zhang Zi didn't want to show off. It was best to stop there. Di Young enthusiastically wanted to be friends with this great master. Since everyone has met, let's add each other as friends. I've never had an adventurer friend with an sulfur monosulfide rank talent skill before. Shanwai nodded repeatedly. Exactly, SS rank talent. We can show off to everyone to our heart's content. The system notified. You have successfully become friends with Ye, Di Young and Meng Dai. Little Rabbit's eyes were filled with envy, and sulfur monosulfide rank talent is amazing. I can't believe I accidentally latched onto someone so powerful. Zhang Zi then remembered the little girl beside him. By the way, if we're forming a team, we should include Little Rabbit. Little Rabbit, I promised to take her to the 30th floor to find her father. She doesn't need any loot just to pass the level. He hesitated, like a reserved young lady. I don't have a problem with it. But I wonder how others feel. Meng Dai shouted loudly, trying to get everyone's attention. Hey, is no one speaking? Do you all want to be good people? Anyway, we'll be putting in effort, so we should at least show some sincerity. Shanwai's eyebrows furrowed again. You only care about money. Di Young tried to ease the atmosphere. All right, stop arguing. I'll pay for Little Rabbit. She was petulant and haughty, like a princess whose pride had been wounded. Fine, for the captain's sake, it's free this time. But don't expect me to heal Little Rabbit, Moonshadow explained, hoping he wouldn't feel too uncomfortable. Princess is the only one in the team who can heal. Although she's a bit focused on money, she's a good person and very powerful, just a bit bad-tempered. So please don't mind her. But Zhang Zi had already figured out Meng Dai's personality. He knew very well how much she valued money. Di Young charged forward as the vanguard like a brave warrior. All right, everyone's ready, let's go. This time we must defeat the 5th floor boss, the Black Flag Witch. We failed last time because we were unprepared, but now we're well stocked with potions, and with Rakshasa joining, we're sure to succeed. He was equally excited. Exactly, because everyone was fighting side by side, it lightened his burden a lot, and it seemed safer now. Anyway, those assassins wouldn't dare kill him directly. She gave Zhang Zi a few words of caution. Rakshasa, from the 5th floor onwards, the power of both regular monsters and bosses greatly increases, and the demands on adventurers are higher. So only by cooperating as a team can we pass safely and easily. He kept it in mind. Okay, I'll be careful. Everyone arrived at the magic circle area, which exuded a sacred aura. Moonshadow carefully instructed the entire team that there were many small monsters to eliminate along the way. Everyone be swift and decisive and don't waste potions. The entire team replied loudly. Understood. The battle grew fiercer and fiercer. He firmly and decisively wielded his shield, which emitted a dazzling light. Di Young's massive shield unleashed a powerful magic circle, making the monsters somewhat stiff. The system panel displayed information about this power. All team members' defense increased by 50 with no time limit. Furthermore, there were some small details about this power that surprised Zhang Zi. Light of Defense S-Rank Level 1. I didn't expect his talent to be S-Rank Light of Defense. A wave forger rushed in furiously from somewhere unknown, its sharp claws ready to tear the world apart at any moment. Shanwai leapt up and struck it without hesitation. Even Zhang Zi and Moonshadow, standing outside, didn't know what expression to show. Die. The wave forger raised its staff and cast Tide Transformation. A light spread out, instantly restoring its companion's health, a sight that made Dragon King frown slightly. Moonshadow suddenly rushed up from behind, her sword glinting coldly, shouting loudly. Leave it to me. She wielded her sword, using Light Slash to attack the monsters. Not only that, she swiftly chained her moves, Lu Yuing, cleanly taking down a wave forger in an instant. The remaining 2 wave forgers suddenly stopped. The ground beneath their feet was covered in frost, frozen like chains. Jichu, holding his divine staff, waved it, using the Ice Seal witchcraft skill, shouting loudly. Finish them quickly. All the monsters were frozen in place, unable to move, becoming sitting ducks. Zhang Zi, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim, their coordination is truly seamless. Little Rabbit also nodded in praise. They're really amazing. Dragon King rushed to the monsters and attacked them with his staff. Moonshadow also charged with her sword, slicing them into pieces. Zhang Zi looked at the frozen remains of the wave forgers, thinking, joining such a strong team is very beneficial for me. I won't have to fight alone anymore. But I didn't even get a chance to make a move. After all the wave forgers were defeated, the group gathered and moved forward. Jushin led the way, reaching out to touch a rock by the sea, saying, everyone come touch this rock. After receiving the water god's protection, we can dive into the seabed. Zhang Zi walked up, somewhat puzzled by these words. Water god's protection? What's that? Moonshadow explained. Because the 5th floor boss is at the bottom of the sea. To fight it, we must dive underwater, so we definitely need to get the water god's protection. After listening, Zhang Zi also walked up and touched the rock. the system immediately popped up a notification. Water God's Protection Level 1 effect, underwater movement without needing to breathe for 1 hour. After reading it, he raised an eyebrow, thinking, underwater movement, and I have to pass within an hour. Dragon King, carrying his staff, smiled and said, exactly, otherwise we'll suffocate and lose 10 health every minute. We failed several times before, but hopefully, this time we can defeat the Black Flag Witch. After receiving the blessing, the group dived into the seabed. Zhang Zi pondered. The Demon Domain Guide only states that the Black Flag Witch is a spellcasting monster with no detailed description. Meng Dai listened and curled her lips in disdain. Fool, few people can clear the 5th floor. A strategy guide for defeating the Black Flag Witch is very valuable. Only an idiot would write it in the Demon Domain Manual. Zhang Zi fell into deep thought after hearing this. I didn't expect such a powerful team to encounter such an obstacle. It seems that Black Flag Witch is difficult to deal with. I must obtain the Black Flag Witch. In the deep sea, the group moved freely as if on flat ground. Waves churned around him. Jushin glanced at Meng Dai and mocked, Meng Dai, have you cured your aquaphobia? I heard the next few levels are all underwater monster fights. What are you planning to do? She stammered in retort. SS, shut up. Say one more word and I won't heal you later. Before she could retort, a familiar voice came from a distance. Hey brother Jushin, are you here to fight the boss too? Jushin looked up in surprise. Brother Black Carp Turtle, you guys are? Before them stood Black Carp Turtle leading a group of veterans. Everyone was in ragged clothes, covered in scars, waving their hands as they recounted their failure once more. Damn it, that Black Flag Witch is too hard to beat. We reached the 3rd phase and were almost wiped out by its 2 sacrifice skills. If we hadn't run fast, the whole team would have been finished. Jushin sighed after hearing this. The Black Flag Witch's 3rd phase skills were indeed very tricky. We failed in the 3rd phase last time. Black Carp Turtle encouraged. Brother Jushin, keep it up, we'll go ashore first and try to find an expert team. Let's see if it's truly unbeatable. After they left, Jushin turned and explained. Black Carp Turtle is an S-rank talent adventurer, but he's also been stuck with the Black Flag Witch for almost a month. Now, to get an expert to lead a team, it would probably cost over $1 million. Zhang Zi asked curiously, is there anything special about this Black Flag Witch? Can you tell me? Moonshadow began to tell everything she knew. The Black Flag Witch is unlike the bosses from the previous floors. The battle process is divided into 3 phases. In the 1st phase, the Black Flag Witch will not personally engage in combat but will summon small monsters to protect itself, after summoning 3 times. If there are still adventurers alive, it will personally enter the battle, commencing the 2nd phase. In the 2nd phase, the Black Flag Witch will use an attack called Dark Strike, which deals massive damage to the target and also knocks enemies back. When the Black Flag Witch's health drops below half, it enters the 3rd phase. This is also the most difficult phase. It uses the Death Sacrifice skill, which deals damage to all enemies and its effect stacks. The first Death Sacrifice deals 20 damage, then each time this skill is used, damage of Death Sacrifice will increase by 20 until it reaches 100, at which point the entire team will be wiped out. Zhang Zi nodded after listening. I see, it sounds really difficult to deal with. Jushin quickly led the team forward, assigning tasks clearly as they entered the combat area. The first 2 phases are fine, we've tried them 3 times already and everyone's used to them. The last phase is still the hardest. This time, let's assign tasks. I'll block the boss's attacks. Moonshadow will use damage skills to control enemies. Dragon King and Zhang Zi will be responsible for guarding against the small monsters that appear in all 3 phases. As long as we prevent the boss from sacrificing small monsters, we can defeat it. The entire team shouted in unison, understood. At the end of the path, Jushin stopped, his gaze fixed on the main hall. Then he shouted, Black Flag Witch, we're back. Before them stood a gloomy temple, a dark figure towering within it. The 2 sides confronting each other, poised for battle. The Black Flag Witch was shrouded in black energy, holding an ancient staff in one hand, and in the other a swirling energy orb was coalescing, purple light flickering around it, as if souls were crying out. As soon as it detected the intruders, it raised its staff and a surge of dark power erupted, sweeping through the entire temple, causing it to tremble. Jushin took out his shield from behind, placed it in front of him, and said, Everyone stand behind me. Ji-Chu use Ice Seal Witchcraft to control the small monsters. In an instant the team was in position, each person holding their weapon ready for battle. Jishen's shield emitted a golden light enveloping the team, providing protection. Ji-Chu waved his staff and a cold magical power erupted, freezing the small monsters as soon as they appeared. The surfers were cut down by Moonshadow's sword. On the other side, Dragon King also gritted his teeth and wielded his staff, repelling the incoming surfers one by one. Zhang Zi raised his hand to summon the Devouring Toad and Goblin King, then said, It's not advisable to attack rashly now, just stand here and defend. The Devouring Toad and Goblin King, armed with weapons, protected the team together. The surfers attempting to rush in were blocked by the Goblin King's massive body, but the surfers also didn't show any weakness, attacking the Goblin King one after another, causing its health to plummet. Zhang Zi cursed at the sight. Damn it, the monsters on this floor are too terrifying, even the small monsters deal so much damage. The Black Flag Witch across from them raised its hand and pointed at the crowd, uttering strange sounds, directing the surfers to attack. Moonshadow wielded her sword and streaks of golden light flashed, cutting down the small monsters while shouting, Everyone pay attention, we're about to enter the 2nd phase. Seeing its subordinates were ineffective, the Black Flag Witch immediately joined the battle herself. It suddenly appeared above the male lead's team, startling Jushin. Moonshadow also noticed it, then screamed in horror. Dragon King, watch out! The Black Flag Witch had already appeared behind Dragon King, gripping its staff tightly, preparing to strike. Feeling the presence behind him, he gritted his teeth, unsure who it was. Everyone anxiously shouted, Dragon King, watch out! But the Black Flag Witch's staff had already lit up, emanating dark energy, and a cold smile seemed to play on its lips. It cast the Dark Strike skill, causing Dragon King's health to continuously plummet, and he cried out in pain. Zhang Zi was shocked. What, it can teleport? Seeing the critical situation, Meng Dai immediately used the Green Blessing skill, and a green energy orb appeared in her hand. It transformed into scattered leaves. Immediately after, Dragon King regained health. He gripped his staff, his face grim as he muttered, damn it. He gritted his teeth and mumbled to himself, why does it always come for me whenever it swings its staff straight to the Black Flag Witch to question? Always hits me first. The staff slammed down, but there was nothing in front of him. The Black Flag Witch had already used teleportation to disappear. This time it appeared behind Moonshadow. Seeing this, Dragon King anxiously shouted, Moonshadow, watch out for the Black Flag Witch attacking from behind. The attack was so swift and precise that she couldn't dodge it at all, only enduring it squarely, letting out a tragic shriek. Moonshadow gritted her teeth and turned, wanting to counterattack the Black Flag Witch, but it had already focused the power in its staff even faster, and a force sent Moonshadow flying. Seeing this, Zhang Zi quickly stepped forward to help her up. He asked with a worried face, are you okay? She stammered, blushing, and nothing. Ji-Chu stood in front of them, extended his hand and gritted his teeth. Using Ice Seal Witchcraft, he waved the staff in his hand and a blue light emanated, striking the Black Flag Witch. Seeing it frozen, he quickly shouted, Dragon King, now's your chance. As soon as he finished speaking, Dragon King rushed forward, smashing the ice with his staff, causing the Black Flag Witch to fly. But then it disappeared, surprising everyone. The Black Flag Witch used teleportation magic to return to the temple. It gripped its staff tightly, roaring in anger. Jushin quickly raised his shield and reported, watch your health. The Black Flag Witch is about to enter the third phase. Everyone take your positions as agreed. Dragon King immediately raised his staff and rushed forward, shouting, Zhang Zi, let's take our positions. He ran over and responded, okay. Zhang Zi used his summoning ability as he ran, and a system panel appeared before him, allowing him to choose. This time he summoned the Poison Spider, Devouring Toad, and Minotaur Overlord. He placed his high hopes on them, hoping these three could hold it off. Jushin at the rear observed and reminded, we've entered the third phase, everyone prepare for battle. Suddenly, a purplish-blue spatial vortex appeared above Zhang Zi's head. From the vortex, some roaring surfers charged out trying to emerge, and everyone collectively attacked Zhang Zi. He summoned the Death Butcher to block the attacks, muttering, it seems I can only fight fire with fire. You guys just wait and see the power of summoning magic. He continued to summon the surfers he had captured and shouted, charge new recruits. Dragon King was in battle, noticed his actions, and couldn't help but exclaim, wow, that's too awesome. Zhang Zi truly lives up to his sulfur monosulfide rank talent. Just then a group of monsters charged from behind to attack him. He angrily swung his staff and cursed, damn it. Suddenly the Black Flag Witch raised the staff in its hand, summoning the surfers back to its side. It reached out and grabbed a surfer, draining its life force to use for the Death Sacrifice skill. The Black Flag Witch reached out and drained a surfer's life force and then immediately used the Death Sacrifice skill. A massive dark power erupted from its body, attacking the people within the magic circle. Zhang Zi was hit by one strike, and the system displayed that the Black Flag Witch had deducted 815 health points. The system displayed Death Sacrifice Layer 1 Level 1 after reading it. He wanted to curse, damn it, this skill is too terrifying, in front. Jushin still held his shield, blocking attacks, and turned to assign tasks. Ji-Chu, quickly freeze all remaining Murlocs and deal with them as fast as possible. We cannot give the Black Flag Witch another chance to use the Death Sacrifice skill. Ji-Chu immediately raised his staff and loudly replied, understood. He used the Ice Seal Witchcraft skill, and a blue power shot from his staff, freezing all the surfers. Moonshadow saw an opportunity, immediately drew her sword, and streaks of golden sword light slashed at the frozen surfers. Dragon King cooperated with them, waving his staff to knock away the unfrozen surfers, while shouting, damn Murlocs, die! Zhang Zi stood aside, secretly pondering, the current attack power on the boss is insufficient. If this drags on, the Water God's protection time will run out. I must find a solution. Just then, the Black Flag Witch attacked again, letting out a cry and shooting a dark energy orb. The Death Sacrifice skill was used again, causing everyone's health to be deducted by 1147 points by the Black Flag Witch. Fortunately, Meng Dai used her healing ability in time. Dragon King, with less than half his health remaining, anxiously shouted, Meng Dai, quickly heal us, she cursed as she cast the skill. Do you think I'm free right now? Another surfer appeared and charged to attack Moonshadow. She deflected it with her sword and said impatiently, this dragging on isn't a solution. It's impossible to eliminate these Murlocs. The Black Flag Witch on the opposite side grabbed another minion to drain its life force. The surfer screamed in agony as its power was drained by the Black Flag Witch. Once done, it used the Death Sacrifice skill again. This blow caused everyone's health to be deducted by 156 points by the Black Flag Witch. One blow hit Moonshadow's chest squarely, and she cursed, Damn it, she clutched her injured chest and fell. At this point everyone's health had dropped to its lowest. Jichu clutched his wound and said worriedly, "This is bad. If this continues, everyone will die." Moonshadow propped herself up with her sword, thinking to herself, "Am I going to fail again? Life and death in the demon domain are not a game." Just then a group of surfers raised their staffs, activating a healing spell skill. Moonshadow saw her health recover and couldn't help but wonder, "What's going on?" Dragon King, seeing his health gradually replenish, said happily, "Is it healing magic? Health is increasing. Healing. Everyone look." Zhang Zi was controlling the surfers to use healing magic. Seeing this, everyone cheered. "It's the Tide Caller." He looked up and asked, "My summoning magic is also very useful, right?" Dragon King laughed heartily and praised, "Zhang Zi is too awesome. If you hadn't summoned these murlocs to heal us, we would have probably fallen long ago." Jushin also smiled and praised, "Zhang Zi always brings surprises, as expected of, and sulfur monosulfide rank talent skill. It's great." Meng Dai also expressed happiness for the whole team. "With so many murlocs helping with healing, ensuring sufficient health, we can fight." Jushin focused his power on the shield protecting the team, then loudly boosted morale. "Everyone, let's go all out and eliminate the Black Flag Witch. We're almost through. No need to spend money hiring experts anymore." Moonshadow nodded in agreement. "Exactly, everyone worked together." Jichu stood in the protective circle, waving his staff to freeze monsters. Moonshadow seized the opportunity, continuously attacking with her sword while shouting loudly for focused fire. Zhang Zi extended his hand to summon his weapon. Zhang Zi raised his bow, aimed at the target, and shouted, "Devouring Toad," he muttered to himself. "It's time. I must defeat him myself to summon him." The Black Flag Witch, unaware of the approaching danger, was still diligently absorbing the life force of its subordinates. When it sensed the arrow approaching, it suddenly looked up, but by the time it realized it was too late to dodge the blow, a loud bang erupted and the system notified that the Devouring Toad had dealt 1977 damage, stunning everyone. Meng Dai muttered, "This is..." The Black Flag Witch disappeared. The system displayed a teleportation bar, and Meng Dai happily cheered, "It's a portal, we succeeded." Dragon King cheered joyfully. "Level cleared successfully. The portal appeared. Finally got the key. We can go to the 6th floor." The system popped up a notification. "Congratulations, you have eliminated the Black Flag Witch." Dragon King ran over to call Jushin. Jushin walked over, letting out a sigh of relief as he exclaimed, "Finally eliminated the Black Flag Witch." Little Rabbit looked at the sparkling items before her in amazement. "So many items dropped." Jushin spoke up. "You contributed the most today. You choose the reward items first." Zhang Zi nodded in agreement. "Okay." He bent down and scanned around and noticed one item. "This is a Death Zone invitation." He picked up the invitation and recalled, "Last time I went to the Death Zone, I summoned the Death Butcher. If I can go again, I wonder what I'll encounter." He turned back to ask for their opinion. "Everyone can split the other items. Can I take this invitation?" Jushin nodded in agreement. "Of course." Everyone then turned and asked, "Little Rabbit, you didn't participate in the battle, so you can't get any of the spoils." Little Rabbit immediately nodded in agreement. "Okay, I don't want anything. I never even dreamed I'd reach the 6th floor of the demon domain." Dragon King couldn't help but urge with excitement, let's go, I can't wait to see what the 6th floor looks like." Jushin smiled and said, "Since everyone's excited, let's head to the 6th floor. According to the Demon Domain Handbook, the 6th floor is a mining cave, and the monsters there are kobold miners." Dragon King was walking with his arm around Zhang Zi's shoulder when suddenly someone called out from behind them. Both turned to look. It was Black Carp Turtle and his team calling out to Brother Jushin. He pointed at them, his face full of surprise as he asked, "You successfully cleared it?" Then he couldn't help but sigh. "Unbelievable, we paid an expert to help us and you've already cleared it." Jushin scratched his head, replying with an awkward smile, "We just got lucky, Brother Lee. You keep at it too, you'll definitely succeed this time. See you on the 6th floor." He immediately gave a thumbs up in agreement. "All right, Brother Jushin." Just then the expert Black Carp Turtle had hired spoke up unhappily. "You invited me without checking beforehand. The boss has already been defeated by someone else and it won't respawn for another 24 hours. Isn't this a waste of my time? In this situation, I won't be refunding the deposit." Black Carp Turtle was startled to hear this. "Oh well," but since he couldn't offend the expert, he could only blame himself. Yes, I'm sorry, it was our oversight." Zhang Zi was still watching them. Lu Yuyin called out, "Zhang Zi, let's go." He replied vaguely. He walked towards the portal, and couldn't help but wonder if, when he became a demon domain expert, many people would also come with money, asking for his help. The group successfully entered the 6th floor of the demon domain. It was a vast space with many precious ores. Around the 6th floor hall were 3 stone pillars imbued with power, and many adventurers were already present. Zhang Zi checked the system and said, "The Demon Domain Handbook states that the 6th floor is a maze. It seems the passages here are very intricate." Jushin nodded and explained, "That's right, because the maze on this floor constantly changes, there are no fixed passages. Everyone must be careful not to get separated or you'll be trapped in this maze forever." Meng Dai looked around in frustration and asked, "Where did that annoying Dragon King go? Where did he run off to?" Zhang Zi also looked around to confirm, reporting, "He really doesn't seem to be here." Just then Dragon King ran out of a cave entrance shouting in panic, "Help!" Behind him was a group of monsters making him shriek. So many kobolds. The kobolds saw Dragon King almost reaching the hall and shouted for him to stop. As expected, the kobolds were trapped outside the hall, while Dragon King meanwhile fell to the ground. Jichu asked in surprise. Dragon King, what did you do? Why are you being chased by a whole group of kobolds? He took out a red gem and explained, because I took this stone from their mining cart. Meng Dai was drawn to it. HMPH. She ran over, snatched the stone from Dragon King's hand, examined it carefully and asked curiously, what kind of stone is this? Is it valuable? Just then, Ah Chong appeared and asked, is this your first time on the 6th floor of the demon domain? He walked over explaining, the ores here are very valuable, especially black gold ore. On the trading website, a single piece of black gold ore sells for as much as 500,000 yuan. As soon as she heard about money, Meng Dai's eyes immediately lit up. What, 500,000? Ah Chong nodded. That's right, because these ores are used to reinforce equipment and weapons. Meng Dai had just looked down when she realized the stone in her hand was gone, feeling very confused. Zhang Zi had at some unknown point snatched it. Holding it in his hand, he asked, oh, so this is ore for reinforcing equipment and weapons. How exactly does one reinforce them? Meng Dai shouted. Hey, give it back to me. Ah Chong stroked his chin thoughtfully. Well, that, he kindly explained. To reinforce equipment and weapons, you need to go to the dwarf blacksmith's home on the 10th floor. The higher the equipment's level, the higher the ore grade required. The piece you have is just ordinary ore, probably worth about 10,000 yuan. Meng Dai snatched back the gem, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, 10,000 yuan isn't bad. If I could collect a dozen pieces at once, I'd be rich. After hearing this, Zhang Zi fell into deep thought. Although the bow's damage was S rank and very high, its level wasn't that high. It was time to reinforce it. Ji Chu offered his opinion. Since we're already on this floor, besides fighting monsters, we can also collect some ores. We might need them later. Money-loving Meng Dai excitedly jumped up and cheered. We definitely will. What are we waiting for? Let's go. I can't wait. Jushin tried to persuade her with an awkward smile. It's already late. Defeating the Black Flag Witch took too much time and dawn is almost here. Everyone should go back and rest. Health is more important. So let's log off. Meng Dai's enthusiasm vanished upon hearing this. She puffed out her cheeks and grumbled, logging off so early? We should at least find a piece of black gold ore before logging off. Dragon King retorted sarcastically. The person who usually logs off fastest has suddenly changed her tune. The power of money is truly terrifying. Lu Yuing also patted her shoulder, advising, let's rest first. We can continue fighting monsters tomorrow. She reluctantly agreed. Alright. Zhang Zi said goodbye. Then I'll log off first. See you all. He glanced at the time, thinking to himself. It really was late. His sister should be asleep by now. Dragon King nodded in agreement. With that, Zhang Zi logged off, not forgetting to say goodbye before he disappeared. The next day in the real world, people came and went outside the police station. Inside the station, a police officer handed Zhang Zi an envelope and said, young man Zhang Zi, here's your bonus. Please accept it. He nodded. Thank you. Meng Dai, meanwhile, leaned against the wall angrily and said, so you're Zhang Zi, HMPH, I'll remember you. She accused him furiously. Not only did you take half of my bonus, but you also drew a turtle on my face. What an annoying guy. He turned his head and said coldly, you can't just go around making accusations. I didn't draw a turtle on your face. She pointed at Zhang Zi and cursed. Still not admitting it, even though I was hypnotized at the time, my mind was very clear. You and that little girl did it. It took me ages to wash it off. You two siblings are truly outrageous, he retorted indifferently. No matter how outrageous we are, it's nothing compared to you. For money, you'd even disregard other people's lives. Meng Dai sneered. To me, money is more important than anything. Only with money can one establish themselves in this society. Besides money, everything else in this world is an illusion. Hearing this, he couldn't help but wonder if this girl had suffered some kind of trauma, which made her so obsessed with money. Just then, a group of reporters broke through the cordon and ran in, shouting, look, they are the heroes who apprehended the criminal Huang Hanfei. Young man Zhang Zi, we heard it was you who subdued that wanted criminal. Could you tell us about the situation at the time? The reporters continued to bombard him with questions. Young man Zhang Zi, we heard you're still in school. Could you tell us which school you plan to apply to? Young man Zhang Zi, as far as we know, the situation was very critical at the time. If you hadn't intervened in time, Miss Shen Mengdi might have been killed by that criminal. What were you thinking at the time? Were you scared? Could you share the details with us? Meng Dai angrily turned her head and cursed. Hey, who said he saved me? I didn't need his help at all, a male reporter retorted. We watched the surveillance footage. At the time, you were indeed hypnotized by that criminal, standing perfectly still, and on your face, back home, he saw his sister reading the news on her phone. Tianfeng City hero Zhang Zi, resourceful and brave, eliminates evil for the people, specially commended by the Public Security Bureau, receives a 1 million yuan bonus. And another headline, young hero assists police in apprehending criminal. Heroic deeds spread throughout the streets. Zhang Zi smiled and said, it's just catching a criminal. Everyone will get used to it soon enough. There's no need for us ordinary people to be too flamboyant. Zhang Feng heard this and asked, brother, haven't you heard? If you want to get famous, you have to seize the opportunity. He smiled and urged, this little girl only learns useless things. Finish eating and go do your homework. I need to enter the demon domain. The little girl immediately put down her phone and replied, oh, alright, got it. In the hall of the 6th floor of the demon domain, many players were logging on. Zhang Zi checked his summoned beast list while pondering. Adding 4 tied collars to help with healing should be fine overall. He now had 10 monsters on his summoned beast list. Meng Dai suddenly appeared, waving and greeting, you're early. Zhang Zi frowned as soon as he saw her. Why her again? Fortunately, she didn't know his true identity. Lu Yuing also logged on and walked over, asking, Zhang Zi, the bounty on you has increased again. It's now 5 billion yuan. What exactly did you do to offend the Dawn organization? They clearly want you dead. Zhang Zi scratched his head, explaining awkwardly. Actually, I don't want to provoke them, but sometimes trouble just finds its way to me, she nodded, reminding him. Anyway, be careful. Don't act alone in the demon domain. Try to stay with everyone. She hesitated, then extended an invitation. If you need anything, you can contact me. I'll log on and fight monsters with you. At least it'll be safer that way. After she finished speaking, Lu Yuying's phone number popped up on his system. Seeing it, he asked worriedly, "This is your private phone number related to your safety. Is it really okay to give it to a stranger like me?" She smiled, answering with complete trust, "You saved my life once. I believe you're not a bad person." However, he still decided to refuse. "Thank you for your trust. But I won't save this phone number." Hearing this, Lu Yuying turned away in annoyance and said, "Suit yourself." Zhang Zi was puzzled, full of questions. Was she angry? What a strange girl. The group was finally complete. Jushin spoke first. "Is everyone ready? If there are no problems, let's set off." Everyone nodded in agreement. Everyone's here." Dragon King confidently raised his staff and laughed heartily. "Kobold miners, here I come. Just pick any cave entrance and charge in." The group chose a cave entrance and walked in. Zhang Zi secretly felt. The monsters in the demon domain are getting stronger and stronger. I used to think the lava turtle was very powerful, but now it's as weak as a snail in comparison. As they walked, everyone continuously heard the sound of chiseling. Jushin, leading the way, immediately warned, "Watch out." As soon as he saw kobolds, 2 kobolds heard the movement and immediately looked up, their eyes meeting. The kobolds seemed to have spotted Dragon King, the one who stole their ore, and immediately clenched their weapons, grinding their teeth. Seeing the kobolds charge over, Jushin immediately pulled out his shield and assigned tasks. The strategy remains the same. I'll block the monsters. Jichu will control them. Meng Dai will handle healing, and the rest will attack. Everyone shouted in unison. Understood. One charged forward, swinging its pickaxe at the group, but it was blocked by the shield. The system showed that Kobold Miner deducted 79 health points. Zhang Zi saw his health decrease and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, the kobold's strength is really great." Jushin's defense was already very high, yet he still lost health. Seeing the situation was grim, Jushin immediately used his skill, Light of Defense, then loudly reminded, "Be careful not to get hit by them. Their damage is very high." From behind, Jichu waved his staff using the Ice Seal witchcraft magic. After the kobolds were frozen, the system showed that Jichu deducted 203 health points. Dragon King immediately rushed forward, raised his staff and brought down a strike. The system showed that Raging Dragon King deducted 399 health points. Lu Yuying also seized the opportunity to draw her sword and attack. The system continuously showed notifications of Lu Yuying deducting health. Zhang Zi waved his hand, summoning the Death Butcher and a Tide Caller, thinking, "I shouldn't summon the Black Flag Witch yet. A mage's defense is too low, it would be a shame if it died." The ice block sealing a kobold miner suddenly trembled violently, then cracked, as if something inside was struggling frantically. Immediately after, it broke free from the ice and let out a roar. As soon as it broke free, it immediately swung its pickaxe to attack Dragon King. Dragon King was hit, startled, and cursed. "Damn it, that hurts." A notification immediately popped up above his head. Kobold Miner deducted 496 health points. Jichu saw this scene and gritted his teeth in disbelief. "What's going on? The freeze duration of Ice Seal Witchcraft is 60 seconds. Why did it wear off in just over 10 seconds? Could it resist?" Zhang Zi was equally surprised. Ice Seal Witchcraft was an A-rank talent skill, yet its effect was greatly reduced. He pondered, "It seems if I don't upgrade my equipment and weapons, they might become useless on higher floors ahead." The kobold was still wildly swinging its pickaxe. Dragon King gritted his teeth and shouted, "Heal me quickly, I can't hold on much longer." Meng Dai immediately raised her scepter, activated the Green Blessing skill, and agreed, "All right." Zhang Zi also summoned a Tide Caller, which had a healing effect, and shouted, "All right." Lu Yuying rushed like an arrow towards the monster that was suppressing Dragon King. She swung her longsword to attack. Streaks of golden light flashed, accompanied by continuous system notifications of Lu Yuying's health deduction, and the monster let out a final roar before collapsing and turning to ash. Lu Yuying sighed in relief, finally dealt with one. Beside her, Jushin was still being suppressed by another kobold, his health already more than halved. He quickly shouted, "There's still another one here. Quickly focus fire on it." Zhang Zi immediately took out his weapon, aimed at the target, and loudly declared, "Devouring Toad." The arrow struck the kobold, followed by a loud bang. The system notified, Devouring Toad dealt 389 damage, Zhang Zi dealt 297 damage. Everyone immediately ran out of the explosion radius. Following this, the Death Butcher, Lu Yuying, and the Raging Dragon King unleashed a series of combos. Finally, under the combined assault of the team, all the small monsters were eliminated. Jushin suggested, "We underestimated the strength of the monsters on the 6th floor. It's difficult to find the boss's location now. I suggest we clear the small monsters on the periphery first. We'll make further plans once our strength has improved." Zhang Zi bent down to pick up the equipment, analyzing its attributes while doing so. High damage, not low health. The small monsters on this floor are so strong the boss must be even more terrifying. Just then, a series of barks echoed from the cave, startling Jushin. Here they come again, everyone be careful. As soon as the kobolds charged over, they were frozen by Jichu's ice seal witchcraft. Dragon King raised his staff and leaped down, preparing to strike, but suddenly the kobolds broke free from the ice and lunged forward, swinging their claws to attack. Fortunately, the Death Butcher appeared in time to block the attack. Dragon King returned to the protective circle, wailing and complaining, "Damn it, I can't take it anymore, let's go back to the 5th floor," Jushin encouraged. "Don't be discouraged, everyone. I've heard it's quite normal to be trapped by small monsters on this floor for a month." Mengdai was stunned upon hearing this and asked, "What, a month? Then I'd starve to death." Moonshadow sheathed her sword and turned to ask Zhangzi, "What are you still looking at? You're practically nose to nose with it." He replied, "I just made a new discovery that might help us easily deal with these kobold miners." Moonshadow was startled. "What discovery?" Zhangzi asked confusedly. "Hasn't everyone noticed they all wear the same thing on their heads?" Hearing his hint, she also discovered something and exclaimed, "It's candles." She pointed in a direction and asked, "It seems so. They all have a candle on their heads. Do they rely on candles for illumination?" Zhangzi drew his bow, his gaze sharp as he locked onto the target, and calmly replied, "That's right. Actually, at the very beginning of the battle, I accidentally shot off the candle on one of the kobolds' heads, and after that it immediately stopped attacking and just spun around in place, so the kobolds' weakness is their candles." He released the bowstring, and the arrow, as if tearing through the air, shot through the candle on the kobold's head, and he shouted, "I'll prove it to you." The flame extinguished and a strange thing happened. The kobold clutched its head and spun around in place, completely disoriented. Moonshadow exclaimed in surprise. "It seems they can't see the way," Dragon King laughed excitedly and praised, "Indeed, the candles are their weakness. Brother Zhangzi, you're truly amazing." Dragon King seized the opportunity and charged forward, smashing a club onto the kobold's head, shouting, "Die." Moonshadow followed closely, and with a flash of her sword another kobold was dealt with. Finally, that kobold was completely struck down. Dragon King, carrying his staff, burst into laughter, the joy of victory spreading. Jushin laughed heartily and clapped his shoulder, saying, "Zhangzi, brother Zhangzi, thanks to you, after we clear this floor, let's have an offline gathering together, my treat." Upon hearing about food, Mengdai immediately happily agreed. Great, let's go to that hotel from last time. I love their preserved vegetable fish there." However, Zhangzi just gently shook his head and refused. "Let's talk about the offline gathering later. I'm a wanted person now, after all. If my true identity is exposed, I'm afraid it will cause everyone more trouble." Everyone fell silent for a moment, and Jushin nodded, saying in a deep voice, "I forgot about that. My apologies. Then let's talk about the offline gathering later." After defeating the kobolds, items from the demon domain appeared, and everyone ran over to split the spoils. Zhangzi, meanwhile, opened the system to check. According to the Demon Domain Handbook, there is a cave at the deepest part of the 6th floor, which is the kobold miner boss's lair. Immediately after, the kobold miner boss's information was displayed. Jushin called out, "Now that we know the kobold's weakness, dealing with them will be much easier. Everyone, try to eliminate them quickly, and hurry to meet the boss." Everyone followed behind him, shouting in unison, "Okay." The team quietly ventured deeper into the dark cave. Footsteps echoed in the cold. As the torchlight swept across, a wide opening appeared before them. Zhangzi narrowed his eyes, pointing forward, his voice low and alert. "This might be the boss's lair." Dragon King, carrying his staff, laughed happily. "Finally found it. Let's go in and take a look." Jushin led the way, but not forgetting to turn back and instruct, "Everyone be careful. The boss is much stronger than the small monsters, and it has a very powerful skill called Bomb Explosion. It not only deals high damage but also has a stun effect, so everyone must be extra careful." Everyone responded in unison, "Okay." But as soon as they stepped into the cave, they were met with a chaotic scene. Another team had already surrounded the boss, its health bar almost depleted. Zhangzi frowned and muttered, "It seems someone got here first." Mengdai looked around and suddenly spotted a girl standing by the rock wall, arms crossed, watching the show, and couldn't help but exclaim, "How is it her?" Luoyan Shao Xiannu heard the familiar voice and glanced over. A hint of arrogance curled at her lips. "Oh, I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's Miss Shen." She scoffed disdainfully, her tone laced with mockery. "The demon domain is really small. I didn't expect to meet Miss Shen here. Have your family's debts been paid off?" Mengdai gritted her teeth and retorted, "Don't you dare be so smug. Though my Shen family has fallen, we're not someone an upstart like you can look down on." Shao Xiannu raised an eyebrow, glanced at the people behind Mengdai and mocked, "So what if I'm rich? These are all my subordinates." "Now look at your subordinates. Every single one of them is old, weak, and sick." Mengdai angrily retorted, "Shut your stinking mouth. They're not my subordinates, they're my friends." Zhangzi saw the two arguing and curiously asked, "Who is this girl? They seem to have some personal grudge." Moonshadow replied, "She might be someone Mengdai knows in the real world, but given the current situation, we'd better not interfere." Dragon King stood behind, smiling and reassuring, "Don't worry, if Mengdai needs help, she'll definitely ask." Shao Xiannu pointed at her provocatively. "I never thought a golden bow like Miss Shen would actually have friends now." Ah Chong ran back from the battlefield, gun still smoking, and asked, "Miss, the boss is almost dealt with. Do you know these people?" Shao Xiannu pointed at Mengdai and angrily accused, "Know her? Of course I do. She's the one who used every means to humiliate me before. I'll never forget it in this life. I swore then that I would definitely regain my lost dignity." She then pointed at Zhangzi's team and announced, "Listen up, you people behind her. If you leave her team now and join mine, I guarantee all items obtained after defeating the boss will be yours." Plus I'll give you an extra $1,000,000 yuan, how about it? The air seemed to freeze. Meng Dai clenched her fists, her body trembling slightly with anger. Dragon King, hearing those unpleasant words, couldn't help but curse. Take back your foul language. Though I'm poor, I've never betrayed a friend. Jushin also protected Meng Dai, saying that's right. No matter what grudges you had with Meng Dai before, she is our friend now. If you really want to buy us off, I advise you to give up that idea as soon as possible. After hearing these impassioned words, Xiao Xiannu pointed at them and scoffed, a bunch of fools. If you all want to be as poor as her, then scram. To tell you the truth, this floor's boss is already taken by me, Dragon King angrily retorted. What? The demon domain isn't yours. What makes you think that? She pointed at Ah Chang, who was aiming his gun at them, and confidently replied. What makes me think that? Try it if you don't believe me. Dragon King gripped his staff tightly, gritting his teeth. Try it then, who's afraid of whom? Zhang Zi patted his shoulder and asked, she's covered in S-rank equipment and weapons, how can we possibly beat her? Meng Dai saw that they weren't coming forward, and a hint of mockery curled at her lips. Looks like you have some self-awareness. Ah Chang next to her also sneered. Since you know you can't beat us, why aren't you scrambling? Dragon King, seeing them so contemptuous, asked Brother Zhang Zi. Why are you stopping me? He replied. Don't rush. I've already figured out a way to deal with him. Jushin was also surprised. What way? Just then Xiao Xiannu nervously recoiled a few steps. What's going on? Why did the dynamite barrels suddenly explode? Arrows shot out wildly and fiercely at them. Explosions sounded one after another, and shattered rocks and dust flew everywhere. Those subordinates scattered and fled in disarray. I'm injured, run, she shouted loudly. Don't run around, hurry and eliminate the boss. Meng Dai covered her mouth and secretly snickered with schadenfreude. How pathetic. Dragon King raised his thumb in praise. Rakshasa, well done. Xiao Xiannu ran, cursing angrily. You all did this, you bunch of low-life scum. Subsequently, the ground immediately cracked, making everyone sway and lose their balance. Moonshadow quickly turned her head and looked around. What's going on? It looks like the cave is collapsing. Everyone don't panic. Xiao Xiannu's team screamed and fell into the abyss together. They all landed in an unfamiliar place. She struggled to get up, and before she could catch her breath, the kobolds were already waiting above, scaring Ah Chang into blurting out. So many kobolds were surrounded. Xiao Xiannu fearfully clung to her teammate. Quickly think of something. If we die in the demon domain, we'll really die in the real world. I don't want to die. The kobolds menacingly pounced as if they wanted to devour them alive. Ah Chang reached out and summoned something, then said his goodbyes. There's no way, there are too many. Sorry, miss, I don't want to die either. He quickly disappeared, scaring Xiao Xiannu into a panic. Ungrateful bastard. A kobold immediately pounced on her, revealing its sharp fangs. Xiao Xiannu helplessly reached out and screamed. They were immediately frozen by ice seal witchcraft, leaving her bewildered. Meng Dai and her teammates above laughed happily. Hello there, Miss Shen. Xiao Xiannu, as if clutching a treasure, incoherently stammered. It's you, please save me. She took a few steps forward and stated her condition. We can save you, but you know we're very poor, so 5 million each. Xiao Xiannu began to complain. What, 5 million each? Meng Dai then deliberately turned to leave. If that's too much, then we'll leave. She weakly stood up and agreed. Okay, 5 million each, I'll have someone call you. Give my butler your bank account and they'll transfer the money to you. Please save me first. Meng Dai excitedly cast her skill, producing a rope and throwing it down. Since Miss Shen is so generous, then let's save her. Xiao Xiannu quickly grabbed the rope and was pulled up. 10 minutes later, Meng Dai happily checked the notification. Good, the money has arrived. Miss Shen, you can leave now. Xiao Xiannu left, but she was very unwilling. Rest assured, I remember you all. I'll repay this life-saving kindness in the future. Dragon King quickly walked forward and praised. Princess, you're really ruthless. You actually demanded 35 million from her. Meng Dai shrugged disdainfully. It's not much. She has so much money. What's this amount for saving her life? We can't save her for free. Zhang Zi quickly pulled everyone back to the main topic. What about those guys below? If we don't eliminate them, we won't be able to proceed to the next floor. Meng Dai stepped forward, looking down and commenting. Hard to deal with. Too many small monsters around. Dragon King, carrying his weapon, smiled confidently. Rakshasa, this time it's up to you. Only you can attack from range here, so it's all yours. You attack from above, we'll go down and fight the monsters. Zhang Zi calmly replied, okay. Then everyone immediately jumped down, announcing in unison, it's all up to you, Rakshasa. That arrow just now was excellent. This time I owe you one. Jushin took out his shield and ordered. Formation unchanged. Jichu controls monsters. Dragon King lures small monsters. Moonshadow looks for opportunities to attack the boss. Princess handles healing. Start the battle. Dragon King immediately noticed something unusual. Holy cow, why does this kobold miner boss have so many candles on its head? 1, 2, 3, 10. Oh my god, it actually has 10 candles on its head. Zhang Zi quickly noticed and rushed to help. Let me handle these candles, I'll find a chance to shoot them down. His arrows instantly shot down several candles. The kobold miner boss immediately turned to dodge Zhang Zi's arrows. Zhang Zi was suddenly startled, so this guy knew to protect his candles. Jichu also continuously used ice seal witchcraft to support. Too many monsters, I'll freeze some to relieve the pressure first. Moonshadow charged forward, brandishing her sword with practiced movements. She panted as she looked around, commenting, the damage is too low. The kobold miner boss then threw a bomb at Moonshadow. Dragon King saw the bomb flying through the air and quickly shouted, Moonshadow, be careful not to get hit by the bomb. The damage is very high. No sooner had he spoken than it was shot down by Zhang Zi's arrow before it even landed. An explosion like fireworks then occurred in the air. Dragon King praised repeatedly. That's awesome. Moonshadow was both scared and glanced at Zhang Zi, grateful to her teammate. He had saved her once again. At this moment, Zhang Zi continued to use the devouring toad, aiming directly at the boss. The devouring toad immediately shot out red flames, and arrows from Zhang Zi plunged straight into the abyss after this stunning attack. The kobold miner boss's health was severely depleted. Dragon King excitedly clasped his hands and cheered, "Excellent, keep wearing it down until it's exhausted. As long as we persevere enough, we'll definitely clear the level." "Damn it, this boss is trying to mess with me." The kobold miner boss immediately threw several bombs, accompanied by incomprehensible cries. Zhang Zi quickly shouted, "Dodge!" But it was too late. Dragon King's health was severely reduced by the explosion. Jushin gripped his shield tightly, reminding Princess, "Watch your health." Meng Dai hid behind, observing, "Oh no, the boss is using its skill again. Is this skill infinite?" The kobold miner boss continued to frantically throw bombs. Zhang Zi's arrows swiftly shattered the candles, and Jushin praised, "Excellent shot, perfectly timed." He continued to shoot arrows, not forgetting to remind, "Quickly defeat the boss now. I'll take care of shooting down the candles on its head, otherwise it will continue to use bombs." Moonshadow seized the opportunity to swing her sword, with Meng Dai providing support from behind. "Good, we must deal with it quickly, otherwise its skill damage is too terrifying." She then continued to jump onto the kobold miner boss's head to attack. Dragon King quickly rushed forward for a one-on-one fight. "Forget it. I'm going all out. It's either its death or mine." Jushin also fully committed to the battle, attacking with all his might. Zhang Zi launched a fatal attack from above with the devouring toad. The kobold miner boss could only silently endure the immense damage at this point. Dragon King saw its health drop to 0 and laughed heartily. Finally eliminated it. Jushin quickly sensed something was wrong and shouted loudly, "No, it seems it's about to self-destruct." The entire team was surprised and utterly terrified. "What, self-destruct?" Jushin stepped forward, pressing his shield against the kobold miner boss. "Scoundrel, come play with your grandpa," Dragon King and Meng Dai reminded in unison. "Boss, don't go over there, it's dangerous." Jushin, "No." Jushin, "Come back quickly, don't be impulsive." An earth-shattering explosion immediately occurred, and then Zhang Zi quickly jumped down to observe the situation. "This boss is too terrifying. I didn't expect it to have a self-destruct move." Meng Dai anxiously called out in vain, "Jushin, where are you?" As the smoke cleared, the shattered shield also became visible. Dragon King lowered his head sadly as if sobbing. "Boss, why are you so foolish?" Jushin coughed and spoke intermittently. "Why are you crying?" A rock was pushed aside, surprising everyone. Jushin let out a sigh of relief but still said confidently, "Don't be so quick to cry, I'm not dead yet." Meng Dai and everyone happily ran over. "Boss, you were too reckless just now. Boss, you really scared me just now." "Jushin, if you do that again next time, I'll definitely break off our friendship." Jushin sighed and said, "This time I've really suffered a big loss. All my equipment is damaged. Quick, let's see what good stuff this boss dropped." Meng Dai excitedly reached out and felt it. "This is black gold ore. It's indeed different from ordinary ore." Dragon King looked up at the sky and boasted, "This thing, it's worth over 1,000,000. Goodness, no wonder that little fairy Lua Wenyang brought so many people to fight the boss. It's really a big profit." She unhesitatingly turned to her teammates and handed over the items. "Boss, these are all for you. Your contribution was the greatest." Jichu smiled and supported her. "That's right, if it weren't for your timely rescue just now, mages like me and Princess would have been doomed." Jushin looked displeased and quickly explained, "How can that be? If it were just me alone, it would be impossible to eliminate the boss. So the ore must also be split evenly, and most of the credit this time goes to Brother Rakshasa. If he hadn't shot down the candles in time, we would probably have lost our lives long ago." Zhang Zi immediately explained seriously, "Boss Jushin, please accept everyone's kind intentions. Besides, your equipment is already damaged. Just use it to buy new equipment." Jushin considered it reasonable and reluctantly accepted. "All right then, I'll use it to buy new equipment. But that's enough for today. Once I've replaced my equipment, we'll start exploring the 7th floor." The entire team happily nodded in agreement. "Okay." Everyone then left the cave. Meng Dai nimbly ran forward and asked, "By the way, Rakshasa, do you have anything else to do later?" Zhang Zi replied frankly and truthfully, "It's still early, I don't have anything to do." She happily blinked, playfully saying, "That's great, let's meet at the altar on the 6th floor in half an hour. You, Dragon King, and I can earn some money together." Zhang Zi still calmly agreed without objection. "Earn some money? Sounds good. I'll log off first then. See you in half an hour." Meng Dai also waved goodbye. "Okay, see you later." After conquering the cave, he rested. Zhang Zi happily lay on his bed planning meet up in half an hour. "Then I'll take this opportunity to go to the trading post and buy some equipment, plus the 5 million little rabbit gave me. I've already earned 10 million today. Maybe it's enough to buy a few S-rank pieces of equipment. But these S-rank pieces are too expensive. These shoes are very suitable for little rabbit. I can't always take her money. Buying her some equipment will also make her safer." Zhang Zi was immediately drawn to a silver necklace. This was an excellent item. It increases talent skills by 10. It sounds rather unremarkable, but for me, this is equivalent to being able to summon one more monster. He unhesitatingly and swiftly made a decision. "I'll take it." A notification panel popped up, indicating a successful purchase. Zhang Zi confidently looked at the newly bought equipment. "It's almost time. I need to go to the altar on the 6th floor to meet up." So he met up with Meng Dai and Dragon King on the 6th floor of the demon domain. Zhang Zi walked to the designated spot and asked, "Is everyone here?" Dragon King didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "Princess, tell us, how can we earn more money?" Meng Dai nimbly pointed and explained, "This job to earn more money, of course, is to collect ore." Dragon King, "Do you still remember the ore location we visited last time?" He stroked his chin thoughtfully. I remember, but don't you think it's very dangerous?" He just silently observed everything. Sure enough, he hadn't guessed wrong. Princess really plans to earn more money by collecting ore. Meng Dai continued to repeat to convince her teammates it's not dangerous. "You didn't die last time, and this time I'll be healing you, and Rakshasa will be responsible for shooting down the candles. Don't worry." Dragon King then nodded in agreement. All right. As she walked, she reminded the entire team, "Let me make it clear first. Collecting ore is based on individual effort. Those who don't participate won't get a share." "All right," Little Rabbit cleverly affirmed. "Don't worry, I won't take any share from everyone. However, any items I get I'll only give to Brother Rakshasa." As she spoke, a stone was unconsciously thrown out as bait. 2 kobolds immediately jumped out to attack without hesitation. Zhang Zi immediately drew his bow, warning his teammates, "Be careful, prepare for battle." Ming Dai then provided healing support from behind, and Dragon King launched his attack. As the battle raged, Little Rabbit suddenly appeared behind a kobold. Dragon King couldn't help but shout angrily, "Moonlight, Little Rabbit, stop messing around here. Be careful they don't switch their attack target to you. I won't be responsible then." Little Rabbit also swiftly made her move. "Don't worry, I'll protect myself. I just stole some scraps, rags, and a broken watch." Zhang Zi drew his bow, carefully instructing, "Girl, be careful not to get hurt." Dragon King dealt with the last one, then proposed the next plan. "Done, let's get out of this cave. The place where I stole ore last time is just ahead." Meng Dai ran enthusiastically to lead the way for the team, then "Stop dawdling, let's go quickly. Time is money." He still walked slowly and leisurely as if it was no big deal. "You'll know when we get there. It's not as simple as you imagine." Standing before the gleaming ore, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Ore, so much ore. If we take all this ore, it'll surely sell for a lot of money." Dragon King recounted the past with worry. "Are you silly? Do you know how heavy that ore is?" "No, last time I only took one piece and it felt like it weighed nearly 10 kilograms. Meng Dai remained carefree, actively thinking of various solutions. "How so heavy? Then can each of us only take a few pieces back?" Zhang Zi, standing behind, reached out and stroked his chin, pondering for a long time. "In the demon domain, the higher the strength attribute, the more items one can carry. My strength attribute is now 16 points. A single punch has about 1,000 kilograms of force. But judging by what Dragon King said, a bag of ore weighs about 2,000 kilograms. I definitely can't carry it all by myself." He then spoke up to direct, "Everyone, check your attribute points and backpack size. Let's calculate how many pieces of ore we can carry." "I can probably carry 60 pieces of ore." Dragon King and Meng Dai quickly reported their information. "I can probably carry 50 pieces, but let alone fight, I wouldn't even want to walk. Most of my attribute points are focused on mental power. I can only carry 18 pieces. Zhang Zi then took out his bow and arrows, placing them before him. "If that's the case, we can only lure the kobolds over one by one to kill them. Otherwise we'll definitely be in danger." He agreed mechanically. "That's right, I don't want to lose my life just for ore." No sooner said than done. He immediately rushed forward to act as bait. "All right, I'll be responsible for luring the monsters over, and then we'll all gang up and eliminate them. Little Rabbit, find a safe place to hide." The little girl awkwardly but immediately declined. "Okay, Brother Rakshasa, don't worry about me." An arrow swiftly sliced past the kobold, and it immediately turned to find out who the attacker was. Just as the kobold was about to pounce, Dragon King jumped out from a corner, launching an ambush. An hour later, he wiped sweat from his brow and commented, "Killing them one by one like this is truly exhausting." Meng Dai stood behind him, seriously reminding, "Don't complain. Just a few more to kill and we'll be done. After this is over, I'll treat you to a big meal. We can take these back and sell them first." Zhang Zi began to worry, looking around. "Little Rabbit, where are you?" The little girl playfully refused to explain. "I was just wandering around outside, Brother Rakshasa. I have something good to give you later." Zhang Zi was surprised upon hearing this. What is it? I can't tell you in advance." Zhang Zi no longer dwelled on it, ordering the entire team, "Let's go." Dragon King let out a sigh of relief. "I'm exhausted, finally back. I hope they sell for a good price this time." At the altar, shouting could already be heard. "Buying ore, high prices for ore?" A group of people quickly headed towards the orange-haired and blue-haired individuals who were shouting. "Buying black gold ore at high prices. Each piece of black gold ore is bought for 500,000 yuan above market price. If you have any, don't hide it, bring it out and sell it. High prices for black gold ore, a rare opportunity. We're only buying 10 pieces. Once we have enough, we won't buy any more. Don't miss this chance, everyone." Meng Dai eagerly stepped forward to inquire about the price. "Two big brothers, I don't have black gold ore, only ordinary ore." "I wonder if you're buying it?" The orange-haired man sneered disdainfully with great contempt. "We don't want ordinary ore, we only want black gold ore." She became even more annoyed and unhappy. "Why, our ordinary ore is also very valuable. How do you do business?" At this moment, a soldier immediately walked out and asked, "How's it going? How many pieces have you collected?" The young master is already very anxious. The blue-haired man carefully, with a timid attitude, revealed the truth. "Boss, we've been shouting here for an hour, but we've only acquired one piece of black gold ore." he immediately shouted loudly with a furious expression. "You two good-for-nothings, young Master Chen Feng has been stuck on the 7th floor for several days and needs black gold ore to craft equipment. If you dare delay the young master's entry into Qingda Martial Arts Academy, watch your lives," he nodded repeatedly in fear. Yes, I'm sorry, it was our oversight." Dragon King also became flustered as if being scolded by Luo Zhang. "This person is so fierce, he scolds those two as if they were his own grandsons." Zhang Zi immediately vowed inwardly, "Chen Feng, the score with the Cloud Top Guild isn't settled yet. If you're preparing to go to the 8th floor, I'll definitely surpass you before you get there." Meng Dai sadly suggested, "If they won't buy it, then we'll take it to the trading post. As planned, the three of us will split it evenly." He nodded farewell. "Alright, it's getting late. I need to go back and cook for Little Rabbit." Zhang Zi also bid farewell and logged off. "Okay, goodbye, it is getting late, we should all log off." Little Rabbit quickly stepped forward whispering, "Brother Rakshasa, I have something I want to give you." "Brother Rakshasa, look what this is." Zhang Zi was stunned, his voice becoming a stutter. "This is black gold ore, how did you get it?" Little Rabbit quickly and confidently explained. "While everyone was fighting monsters, I secretly stole it from a kobold. I thought it was just a useless item, but it turned out to be black gold ore." He smiled, praising repeatedly. "Little Rabbit, your luck is really good. You've already given me your share of the money before. You can take this one." "Just take it." The little girl happily refused without any demands. No, Brother Rakshasa, black gold ore can help you quickly increase your strength. The stronger you are, the faster you can take me to the 30th floor and the sooner I can see my father. So please don't refuse." Zhang Zi had no choice but to accept it. "Alright then, consider it a favor I owe you." Little Rabbit quickly bid farewell. "Then I'll log off now, Brother Rakshasa. See you tomorrow." He held the black gold ore, observing it from all angles. Although my S-rank weapon has good attributes, its level is still too low, and its damage isn't high. It might become increasingly difficult to fight monsters when I enter higher floors of the demon domain. Reinforcing it with this piece of black gold ore, I believe my S-rank weapon can achieve greater effects. The next day, Dr. Yang greeted him. "Oh, Zhang Zi, come have a seat. Is your sister not feeling well again?" "No," he quickly got to the point without beating around the bush. "Dr. Yang, I came this time to purchase the permanent usage rights for an artificial kidney." He leaned back in his chair in surprise. "Permanent usage rights? The permanent usage rights for both of your sister's kidneys cost 10 million. That's a huge sum of money." Zhang Zi awkwardly scratched his head and stammered, "That I borrowed it from a friend, but currently I only have 7 million. Can I buy one first? I'm sure I can buy the remaining one within half a year." Dr. Yang hesitated for a long time. "In that case, I have a suggestion. Next month the hospital will introduce a new batch of artificial kidneys. Both their performance and adaptability to the human body will be better. It's just that the price might be a bit higher. Why don't you wait until next month?" He happily agreed on the spot. "Good, then I'll wait another month. I want to get the best for my sister." "Alright." Subsequently, a hand pushed open the door without permission and entered. Dr. Yang and Zhang Zi both turned their heads in surprise, only to see a bald man eagerly pleading loudly. "I have a very urgent matter and need to speak with Dr. Yang alone." He happily bid farewell. "Then Zhang Zi, you should go back first. I'll notify you immediately if there's any new information." He nodded in agreement. "Okay, Dr. Yang, if anyone tries to cause you trouble, I'll help you. Don't worry, it's fine." Zhang Zi silently passed the bald man and left. Dr. Yang unhappily crossed his arms. "So urgent, what do you need me for?" The bald man, with his hands behind his back and head held high, informed him. "Leader Headquarters has issued an order for us to do something big in the demon domain tonight." Zhang Zi quickly left, but his mind kept dwelling on the thought, "I still don't have enough money. Within a month I must get the best artificial kidney for my sister. I must find a way to earn more money in the demon domain." In the giant's cave on the 7th floor of the demon domain, people were discussing animatedly. "It's terrifying, yes, killing everyone on sight, it's really horrifying." Raging Wind Pursuit quickly spoke to calm everyone down. "Don't panic, everyone, stay calm. Rakshasa, long time no see." Zhang Zi greeted him in surprise. "Uncle Lu, so you're also part of the Demon Domain Management Bureau. What happened here? Why isn't everyone fighting monsters?" Dragon King walked over unhappily to complain. "Some madman appeared out of nowhere, killing everyone on sight, and he's very strong. Ordinary adventurers simply can't defeat him. I heard over 100 people have already died by his hand." Raging Wind Pursuit also agreed. "Indeed, the Ministry of National Security and the Demon Domain Management Bureau have joined forces, dispatching a large number of strong individuals to the demon domain to maintain order. Now on every floor, criminals are killing lone adventurers. Everyone, don't enter the demon domain for the next few days. Wait until the matter is resolved before making any plans." He immediately felt somewhat awkward, wanting to escape. "No way, looks like I can only log off for now," a player immediately shouted loudly, pointing ahead. "Damn, it's a killer. Oh no, it's a killer. That person is holding a weapon." Ghostface was threatening a player's life. "Demon Domain Management Bureau, this is what happens to busybodies." As soon as he spoke, he mercilessly struck down with his blade. The player immediately fell to the ground, logged off. After he disappeared, he was summoned back to the altar. Raging Wind Pursuit quickly entered a ready stance. "It's someone from Dawn. I didn't expect them to dare openly challenge us." Moonshadow quickly ran over, panting, and shouted, "Uncle Lu, I'll go with you." Zhang Zi quickly rushed to the front, his face full of murderous intent. "It's Dawn again. I'd like to see what you're capable of. Other players immediately shouted to warn. Oh my god, someone rushed out of the altar. How bold, come back quickly, it's too dangerous, you're seeking death? Immediately after, Moonshadow and Zhang Zi followed him into the cave. Raging Wind Pursuit turned around, his expression extremely worried, and asked, "Why did you two follow?" She quickly proposed a plan, disregarding everything else. "Uncle Lu, there are two branching paths here. Which way should we go?" he sternly ordered. "There's no time to hesitate. Choose any direction, you two follow me, understood?" As soon as they left, Ghostface appeared. He smiled smugly, then slowly lowered his hand. Soon Ghostface returned to human form. "Today all three of you will be my prey." The notification panel displayed a rank transformation. The three continued deeper, and a roar echoed. Raging Wind Pursuit quickly extended his hand to protect the team. "Careful, it's a savage giant, one of the small monsters on the 7th floor. Low intelligence, slow speed, but immense strength. Getting hit by it will hurt a lot. Follow me, damn it. I didn't expect there to be ogre giants here too." Zhang Zi quickly opened his info panel. Ogre giant, skill. Silence magic. I saw information about it in the Demon Domain Handbook before. I heard this ogre giant skill is very tricky. Raging Wind Pursuit nodded in agreement. "Yes, the ogre's skill can seal talent skills," Moonshadow exclaimed in surprise, inadvertently shouting, "What? Seal skills?" He quickly rushed into the battlefield. "To get through here we must kill 3 giants. I'll lure one first. Zhang Zi and Moonshadow will then deal with the rest." The three collaborated to eliminate and weaken the savage giant. Zhang Zi quickly shot a fire arrow at its body. Raging Wind Pursuit attacked while continuously praising, "Rakshasa, your 4 murlocs are also helping with a lot of healing." Critical hit damage. Raging Wind Pursuit. After the savage giant fell, he proudly announced, "Finally dealt with one." Zhang Zi then landed, reminding, "The remaining 2 won't be easy to deal with." Raging Wind Pursuit turned to observe the enemy. "Those 2 giants are too close. Attacking one will alert the other. We must attack the ogre giant first. Although that guy has silence magic, its health and defense aren't high. So kill it first, then deal with the savage giant." He then charged forward with his sword. Moonshadow, follow Uncle Lu. Focus your attacks on the ogre Rakshasa. Uncle Lu and Moonshadow's health is in your hands. Zhang Zi also obeyed and drew his bow. "Okay, don't worry." The savage giant and ogre giant quickly rushed over with their massive weapons. Enemy eliminated. It quickly attacked with silence. Last time, Moonshadow was unfortunately the first to be affected. She struggled helplessly, crying for help. "Oh no, I can't use Light Slash anymore." System notification, you've been hit by silence magic. The savage giant then rushed over, slamming down with its repel skill. It raised its weapon, mechanically shouting, "Enemy strong, kill enemy." Raging Wind Pursuit quickly rushed out to block, buying time for his teammates. "Moonshadow, how long until your skill recovers?" she replied, trembling. 40 seconds, Moonshadow warned cautiously despite being restrained. "Uncle Lu, be careful." Raging Wind Pursuit struggled to block despite still being very scared. "I can't dodge." Zhang Zi quickly ran over, standing in front of Uncle Lu to absorb the attack, which surprised Uncle Lu. "Rakshasa, why?" Zhang Zi quickly turned around and explained, "Uncle Lu, you are the team's main force. Your skills absolutely cannot be sealed. I am responsible for ranged attacks, so let me deal with the ogre giant's silence magic. Everyone, focus your attacks on the ogre. Don't let it continue to use its skills." Subsequently, the three collaborated to eliminate the ogre giant. Finally, it let out a painful roar as if bidding farewell. Ultimately, the ogre giant fell to the ground motionless. Raging Wind Pursuit quickly turned to Moonshadow. "Now there's only one left. The scales of victory are tipping in our favor." Zhang Zi couldn't help but say, "I feel something is wrong." He rushed over, asking back, "What's wrong?" He quickly questioned, "If there were 2 giants blocking the way here, how did that masked killer get through? Uncle Lu, be careful." Raging Wind Pursuit shouted loudly, "What the hell is this? How can there be an epidemic eater on the 7th floor of the demon domain?" He judged the situation with a grave expression. "No, this is that guy's transformation." Ghostface's strike caused Raging Wind Pursuit to take a step back. "Damn it, this guy's damage is too high." He smiled sinisterly and rushed over to attack. "You realized too late, all of you will be my prey today." He then gathered the whole team. "Rakshasa, Moonshadow, quickly come closer to me." That guy transformed into an epidemic eater, changing his body color to camouflage. "Be careful he doesn't ambush you." Moonshadow immediately raised her weapon to defend. "That killer is too dangerous." Zhang Zi drew his bow and arrow, focusing his observation. "In that case, I'll make him reveal his true form." He extended a hand to summon power, and Zhang Zi's other summoned beasts immediately appeared. Ghostface was startled, retreating in a hurry. "He's an archer. His attributes aren't high. I can take him out in one hit." "What the hell is this? Why is the devouring toad on the 7th floor and the death butcher? Isn't that a Death Zone boss? Could all these bosses be summoned by him?" Zhang Zi quickly ordered. "Devouring toad, spray fire all around here. Force that epidemic eater out." He was there, and the Death Butcher immediately launched a fatal blow at Ghostface. He was quickly hit, reverting to human form. Ghostface awkwardly grinned. "Rakshasa is truly interesting. You guys got lucky today." Ghostface held a teleportation scroll in his hand. He laughed as he bid farewell. "Dawn will continue to hunt. You just wait." Raging Wind Pursuit quickly rushed forward. "Damn, he's trying to escape." "Damn it, that guy slipped away with a random teleportation scroll." Moonshadow expressed her concern. "Uncle Lu, just how terrifying is Dawn?" he solemnly explained. "Never underestimate Dawn." Back then, the Management Bureau dispatched a team to eradicate their nest. The entire team was wiped out, even though the team members were all very powerful individuals. She sadly began to speak, then stopped. "So Rakshasa is being hunted by them." does that mean? Raging Wind Pursuit sighed. Yes, Rakshasa, you must be careful. Zhang Zi nodded in agreement. I'll face whatever comes my way. He turned and left first. I don't know where that guy ran off to. Let's go back to the altar and log off. We'll make plans after this matter is resolved. Alright, that's all we can do. The three quickly disappeared from the cave. Ghostface quickly sent a message to his teammates. That Rakshasa is indeed difficult to deal with. I must report to the boss. I just encountered Rakshasa. Everyone be careful. Meanwhile, explosions continuously rocked the city wall of Tianfeng City. Zhang Zi and Zhang Feng quickly walked out to observe the situation. The sound came from the city wall. You go change quickly. I'll go check outside. Brother, what's happening outside? Brother, look, it's a burrow ghost monster. It quickly broke through the glass and rushed in. The little girl retreated in worry. Brother, it's a burrow ghost monster. I'm so scared. He quickly stood in front to shield her. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Let's quickly go to the shelter, it'll be safer there. Subsequently, the siblings quickly ran out of the building. Zhang Zi shouted loudly to warn as he escaped. Help, monsters have invaded. A burrow ghost monster was about to attack a child and he ran over. Oh no! Zhang Zi picked up the child and then ordered. Zhaofeng, go to the shelter quickly. Zhaofeng, don't be afraid, I'm here. I have to deal with 3 burrow ghost monsters alone. I'm afraid. The mysterious big sister's voice suddenly rang out. Damn monsters, come at me. Zhang Zi quickly looked towards the source of the voice. So it's her. The person who appeared in the wheelship area last time. The mysterious big sister was standing majestically on the rooftop. Zhang Zi saw the monsters behind her and shouted loudly to warn. Be careful. The mysterious big sister quickly jumped to a high place to dodge. So fast, Zhang Zi observed and commented silently. And very powerful. The burrow ghost monster roared helplessly. Now the mysterious big sister was standing on its body, and a soldier quickly ran over to report to the commander. The mysterious big sister calmly ordered, take this monster back and hand it over to Professor Wu Yang. Understood. She crossed her arms and greeted him. So you live here. Quickly go to the shelter first and come back when the monsters retreat. Okay. After the mysterious big sister left, Zhang Feng immediately asked curiously, Brother, do you know her? She seems really strong. Zhang Zi's expression was serious, and he secretly made a resolution. Give me some time and I will definitely surpass her. The next day, major media headlines reported that all monsters had been cleared, but this invasion of demon domain monsters had severely damaged traffic in many areas of the city. As Zhang Zi scrolled through social media, he pondered, the Dawn organization is indiscriminately killing in the demon domain. And on that very night, Forbidden Zone monsters simultaneously invaded the city. Are the Dawn organization and the Forbidden Zone monsters working together? He quickly read through the heated discussions. Last night was terrifying. Why did Forbidden Zone monsters suddenly invade our city? I heard this time Forbidden Zone monsters not only invaded our Tianfeng city, but all dozen cities in Great Sha suffered the same invasion. Is that true? What exactly is going on? This isn't the first time Forbidden Zone monsters have invaded cities, but it's never been such a coincidence that all cities were invaded at the same time. I have a feeling Forbidden Zone monsters will definitely return. And it will be even more terrifying than this time. Gods bless us, gods bless us. Instead of praying to gods and Buddhas, it's better to seek out the masters in the demon domain. Only they can save our great Shah. Zhang Zi jumped out of bed. This matter must not be simple. Tonight I must enter the demon domain to investigate. Everyone gathered on the 7th floor of the demon domain, and Zhang Zi was the last to appear. Jushin spoke first. This monster invasion is very serious. I heard tens of thousands of people have already died, Moonshadow added sadly. My uncle Liu also said that high-ranking officials from the Ministry of National Security and the Demon Domain Management Bureau are giving this matter high priority, and they are actively recruiting experts from all walks of life in the demon domain. Dragon King crossed his arms in dissatisfaction, gritting his teeth. It's a pity my strength is too weak, otherwise I'd want to fight those monsters too, Zhang Zi agreed. Exactly, we should still focus on improving ourselves first. I heard the Dawn people have retreated. Now let's discuss how to deal with this floor's boss. Zhang Zi was silent for a moment, then began to formulate a plan. The Demon Domain Guide states that a maximum of 3 people can participate in the boss battle on this floor. He quickly questioned, what does that mean? What do you mean only 3 people can participate at most? Jushin confirmed the information again. That's right, I've heard about it too. Let's discuss a strategy as we go. He led the way for the entire team. I heard the boss's lair on this floor only opens every 12 hours, and only one team can enter each time with a maximum of 3 people. Meng Dai expressed her concern. What should we do then? Everyone has their own advantages and responsibilities. No one is dispensable. After listening, he pondered for a moment, then turned around. I have an idea. We can split into 2 groups of 3. The first group includes me, Shan Wai, Ji Chu, and Money Princess. I'll be responsible for tanking, Ji Chu for crowd control, and Money Princess for healing. The second group includes Rakshasa, Lu Yuing, and the hot-headed Dragon King. Brother Rakshasa is a versatile expert. His merman nurses can help everyone recover health, and both Dragon King and Moonshadow are main damage dealers. Their monster slaying efficiency is very high. I believe your team will clear the level faster than ours. Dragon King stroked his beard and commented. Sounds good, Little Rabbit yelled angrily. What about me? What should I do? Zhang Zi quickly comforted her. Little rabbit, don't worry, I'll definitely come back for you after I clear the level. Okay? After the entire team agreed, Jushin led the way. Since that's the case, let's proceed with this plan for now. Ahead is the two-headed giant's lair. Let's move, he quickly nodded. Okay, there are no small monsters ahead. It seems someone has already been here. The entire team followed the direction he pointed and quickly reached the lair. Sure enough, there were people, and many of them. Other players discussed. Young Master Chen, just hearing the name sounds arrogant. Zhang Zi began to wonder. That person seems to be Chen Feng. Jushin calmly evaluated the other party. That hermit Feng Yun, he looks like a master, at least elite level or higher. Feng Yun confidently crossed his arms and announced loudly. Today is a momentous occasion for young Master Chen's family as we defeat the Demon Domain's 7th floor boss. We ask for your patience, players immediately shouted in dissatisfaction. Why, the boss is public, we'll fight it whenever we want, can you stop us? He then took out his weapon and threatened. Youngsters, speak with strength, if you don't listen to advice, don't blame this old man for being impolite. Feng Yun threw his longsword to the ground, sending players flying. Zhang Zi couldn't help but take a step back. So strong, Jushin also felt the aftershock. That old man is indeed very powerful, let's just stand outside and observe for now. Dragon King, however, recklessly descended from above, launching an attack. Hey old man, why are you acting mysterious? I'd like to see how powerful you really are. Take this, his staff swung down with fierce power, but Feng Yun still confidently blocked it with just one sword, revealing an arrogant smile. Youngsters don't know their place. Dragon King retreated in dissatisfaction after taking damage. Damn it, is this old man really that powerful? He injured me with just one sword energy. Zhang Zi ran over to support his teammate. He's already so strong with just one sword, he still has another one on his back. Ji Chu quickly provided information from behind. That hermit Feng Yun's strength is very profound. He can sense attacks from behind without looking, which means his mental power is very high. Chen Feng let out a mocking laugh. The demon domain is a place where the weak are preyed upon. If you don't have enough strength, just stay put. It's not too late for you to go up after our 4th young master has dealt with the boss. Jushin, Zhang Zi, and Moonshadow quickly stopped their teammates. That's right, let's just stand aside and observe for now, and I'm also curious about what they're waiting for. Dragon King, don't act rashly. We're really not their match. Exactly, that old man is so powerful. Why aren't they going in to fight the boss yet? Chen Feng impatiently questioned again. Elder Gao, when will those small monsters appear? We've already waited half an hour. Feng Yun still calmly comforted him. Young Master Chen, don't worry, the refresh time for those small monsters is not fixed. Once they appear, the door will open, and we can rush in to deal with the boss. Meng Dai, who had overheard, asked curiously, small monsters, what small monsters are they waiting for? A talkative player immediately explained, little girl, is this your first time here? Usually this door cannot be opened. Only when small monsters come to deliver food to the boss will the door open. Zhang Zi also turned around to find information. The refresh time for small monsters is not fixed. So does that mean we have to rely on luck to fight the boss? Exactly, that's why the old man is guarding the door. He nodded repeatedly with his arms crossed. I see, I have an idea. Moonshadow leaned closer to his ear and whispered. What idea? Immediately, a savage giant appeared, startling everyone who began to clamor. They're here, the small monsters are here. Everyone move aside quickly. After these two finish fighting the boss, it will be our turn. A giant calmly ran out holding a roasted pig. Chen Feng quickly pointed at it. Elder Gao, is this the small monster, right? After the door opens, we can go in and fight the boss, right? He nodded repeatedly with his arms crossed. Exactly, soon young Master Chen will be able to advance to the 8th floor. Zhang Zi decisively rushed out and the giant was immediately hit and fell backward. Chen Feng angrily cursed, damn it you Rakshasa. Are you crazy? Why are you attacking the small monster? If I can't fight this boss, it won't be your turn in the next life. Zhang Zi put down his bow and arrow but still loudly warned. Whether it's our turn to fight the boss or not is not important. The important thing is today I must kill this small monster. Chen Feng immediately took out his weapon ready to start a fight. Damn it, are you crazy? Or did you get water in your brain? How dare you block my young master's way? Zhang Zi widened his eyes and challenged. If you don't let us fight the boss, then you won't be able to fight either. Let's see who's afraid of whom. Dragon King and Jushin echoed in unison. Exactly, Rakshasa is our brother. At worst it's a mutual destruction, that's right. If you have the guts, then make a move. Chen Feng laughed triumphantly. Alright, today I'll let you see the power of my young Master Chen family. Elder Gao quickly put his hand on his shoulder and comforted him. Young Master Chen, don't fight them. Yesterday, Dawn caused trouble in the Demon Domain, and the Demon Domain Management Bureau and the Ministry of National Security are investigating. If a homicide occurs at this time, it might bring unnecessary trouble to our Chen family. Hearing this, Chen Feng impatiently put away his weapon. Consider yourselves lucky today. But if I can't fight the boss, you won't be able to either. All of you will wait here with us for nothing. Zhang Zi, instead of being happy, announced even more seriously, you don't need to worry about that. Even if I eliminate the small monster, everyone will still be able to fight the boss. Chen Feng laughed excitedly, his tone full of mockery, bragging without blushing. Everyone can fight the boss, wait for it, you'll be able to fight it next year. Immediately, Zhang Zi drew his bow and with a light arrow, the giant immediately took a large amount of damage and then was summoned back due to exhaustion of life force. Chen Feng, furious, cursed loudly, rudely. Damn it, Rakshasa, I'll remember you, just you wait. Elder Gao immediately reminded him. Young Master Chen, now that the small monster food delivery man is dead, it won't respawn so quickly. Why don't we go back and rest first? After the small monster respawns, this old man guarantees the boss will still be yours. He irritably turned and left. Damn it, what bad luck to run into such people. You two stay here. Elder Gao and I will go back and rest first. Okay, other players sighed sadly. Let's log off too, with so many people. Who knows when we'll be able to fight the boss? Zhang Zi quickly reiterated. Everyone, I just said I'd let everyone fight the boss. Please wait a little longer. The crowd didn't listen, instead becoming more impatient. The food delivery monster has been killed by you. It will take at least 4 or 5 hours to respawn. By then that young Master Chen will come back again. And it still won't be our turn, forget it. We also know that what you said just now was just to comfort us. Otherwise, instead of waiting here for nothing, why don't we go kill a few more monsters, collect some demon soul orbs and earn some living expenses? These fools are truly overestimating themselves, daring to go against young Master Chen. If they don't seek death, they won't die in the end. They still won't be able to fight the boss. Jushin walked forward worriedly and asked in detail, Brother Rakshasa, although I greatly admire your actions just now, I still don't understand why you did that. Zhang Zi didn't answer, just smiled slightly. No need to rush, I'll explain to everyone now. Immediately, the giant was summoned again. Moon Shadow and Dragon King smiled happily as they realized the truth. I understand we were so foolish. How could we forget that Brother Rakshasa's talent skill is summoning magic? I understand now too. Brother Rakshasa, you're truly brilliant. Zhang Zi quickly ordered, Little Giant, quickly go knock on the door. It immediately ran quickly to the door. The giant then pushed the door hard. The sound of the door opening attracted many players to turn around. They looked up in confusion. What's going on? How did the door open? The giant then picked up the roasted pig, scaring those subordinates back a few steps. Jushin quickly reiterated the core strategy. Brother Rakshasa, thanks to your good idea in this critical moment. According to the plan, now the three of you go in first and we'll wait for you here. Zhang Zi and Moonshadow agreed. Alright then, we'll come back for everyone after we're done. The two subordinates couldn't help but freeze, then hurriedly retreated. Quick, report back to young Master Chen at the altar. After passing through the gate, the three immediately encountered the two-headed giant. It quickly sensed the presence of humans, then glared at them angrily. Dragon King rushed up impatiently. Two-headed giant, prepare to die, Moonshadow shouted angrily, but it was already too late. Dragon King is too impulsive. The two-headed giant continued to argue with each other, ignoring everyone. Food, where's the food? I'm hungry. Idiot, there's no food, it's invaders, you're the idiot. Kill them quickly. Kill all these invaders. Dragon King seized the opportunity to attack one head, making it scream, it hurts. Counterattack, kill them. The two-headed giant then blocked with its axe, leaving him no time to resist. Damn it. So Dragon King retreated, severely injured, his health dropping significantly. Zhang Zi loudly warned, this guy's strength is very dangerous. Everyone be careful. He immediately summoned a healing beast. Moonshadow seized the chance to leap, performing several sword slashes, but the damage was too low. The twin-headed giant quickly grabbed her foot, and Moonshadow screamed loudly, struggling helplessly. The twin-headed giant lifted her high, then slammed her to the ground like a toy. Dragon King rushed over. Moonshadow, I'll deal with it. However, he also suffered a fierce blow from the twin-headed giant and was thrown far away. Subsequently, Dragon King and Moonshadow both fell to the ground, severely injured. Zhang Zi's goblins quickly went to restore their health. Zhang Zi quickly drew his bow. Devouring Toad, attack. The twin-headed giant was hit immediately, and the other summoned beasts also swarmed it. It impatiently complained to itself, damn it, how can they summon so many helpers? Let them see our power. The twin-headed giant immediately summoned a second clone, and two twin-headed giants instantly appeared on the battlefield. One of them charged at Zhang Zi, scaring Moonshadow into shouting, be careful. He did not flinch, but became even more determined. I didn't expect this twin-headed giant to have cloning abilities. We must eliminate one quickly. One twin-headed giant was attacking Zhang Zi's summoned beasts, while the other was entangled with Dragon King. He felt the situation was not good. The Minotaur Overlord, being a boss, was unexpectedly defeated by them so easily in an instant. This twin-headed giant is truly difficult to deal with. It seems I must find another way. Its second clone continuously eliminated the summoned beasts. Die, Zhang Zi turned to observe. This boss is truly terrifying. I must eliminate it. Moonshadow quickly ran over to help Dragon King. I'll help you. Alright, Zhang Zi continued to draw his bow. Death Butcher, charge. Immediately a huge amount of damage struck the twin-headed giant, making it sway. Zhang Zi exclaimed, the combined damage is so high, how did you two do that? Moonshadow and Dragon King were still confused. What's going on? The twin-headed giant clutched its head and screamed in pain. It hurts. I've been hit by them. That's right, it hurts so much. Kill them all? Zhang Zi extended his weapon, ordering the team, you two, try again. Okay, Dragon King leapt up, swinging his long staff. Die, I'm going to fight you to the death. The twin-headed giant still held its axe high, intending to kill them. Zhang Zi felt surprised and puzzled. What happened? Why wasn't there a combined attack this time? Dragon King was immediately severely injured. It hurts so much, Brother Rakshasa. Quickly call out your merman nurses to heal me, Moonshadow asked worriedly. Why did it fail again this time? Does the combined attack require a certain probability to succeed? What? Zhang Zi hesitated, then continued to extend his weapon. I think I understand. Dragon King, Moonshadow. Try again. Death Butcher, go. The two rushed forward again without hesitation. Alright, you big brute, I'm going to fight you to the death. A huge amount of damage instantly struck the twin-headed giant. Moonshadow and Dragon King laughed happily. It worked. Zhang Zi descended from above. As expected, it must be attack-type talent skills that can combine into a combined attack, and my summoned beast seemed to be able to increase the success rate of the combined attack. The twin-headed giant became increasingly enraged, roaring continuously. Kill all these hateful invaders. Zhang Zi loudly warned, be careful, dodge quickly. This boss has 2 health bars. As long as both are depleted, it can be eliminated. He immediately commanded, let's use a combined attack on the magic casting one. Eliminate them one by one. Alright, Zhang Zi continued to summon his summoned beasts. Devouring Toad. Alright, Moonshadow and Dragon King once again combined their swords. Dragon King, let's do another combined attack. Perhaps we can defeat the boss quickly. Alright, one head of the twin-headed giant fell, the other head filled with worry. Brother, what's wrong with you, brother? Dragon King happily shouted the next command. Press the advantage, eliminate the remaining one too. Zhang Zi immediately drew his bow from above. I'll do it. I'll deliver the final blow so I can summon it. The arrow swiftly shot into the twin-headed giant's other head, a fatal strike that made blood splatter. Moonshadow laughed happily. We won, we cleared the level. The twin-headed giant lay supine on the ground like dried fish in a market. It was gradually summoned back to the altar as it had been defeated. A system notification popped up. Congratulations, you have defeated the boss twin-headed giant, 7th floor. Dragon King clenched his fists, full of fighting spirit. Awesome, we defeated the boss of the 7th floor. Immediately, gold and silver treasures appeared before them. The three happily ran towards the mountain of treasures before them. Zhang Zi quickly approached a sword and handed it to Moonshadow. This A-rank one-handed sword suits you very well. She approached somewhat shyly, examining it carefully. An A-rank weapon, but Zhang Zi continued to push the sword towards her. Don't hesitate, only you can use this sword. You are its master, thank you. He extended his hand towards his other teammate. Dragon King, this is a rank armor, take it. I see your armor is also very old and this armor is too heavy for me. He accepted it in surprise. Ah, a rank equipment. I can't believe I actually own an A- rank equipment. Moonshadow then suggested. These 2 pieces of equipment have been split among us, so the rest of the items are yours. That's right, Rakshasa, you take all the rest. Then Zhang Zi raised his hands to summon. Alright then, let's pack up our items, head to the 8th floor altar first, and then go back for them. The 3 swiftly went to the 8th floor of the demon domain. Moonshadow exclaimed in surprise, it's so beautiful here. Dragon King, with his arms crossed, laughed happily. The grassland scenery is beautiful. My father said that before the centaur monsters invaded, the grasslands were their home. Unfortunately, the grasslands no longer exist. Zhang Zi was momentarily lost in thought. The last time he saw such beautiful grassland scenery in his previous life was, what was that? A group of centaur cavalry was charging towards them. Dragon King cried out in panic. It's centaurs, so many centaur cavalry. The chased players shouted for help. Help, the centaurs are terrifying. He watched the scene before him in shock. It was an army of hundreds of monsters. How could they possibly fight them? An old man appeared from nowhere and stood nearby. One person definitely can't fight them. It would take at least a team of 100 or more to eliminate this cavalry unit. Are you 3 new adventurers to this floor? Do you want to join our team? We're still short a few dozen people to make 300. Then we can all act together and eliminate this cavalry unit. Zhang Zi coldly extended his hand. Hello, old sir, are there any requirements to join your team? The old man happily explained. Of course there are requirements. First, you must obey command. Second, the loot will be distributed by the captain. Finally, each team member must pay a 10 demon soul orb entry fee. I am also getting old and commanding a team of over 100 people in battle is very tiring. This small amount of money, are you really unwilling to part with it? After listening, Zhang Zi merely scoffed inwardly. As expected, he had encountered a scammer again. Said calmly, thank you for your kind offer, old sir, but we don't plan to join a team for now. Our friends are still waiting on the 7th floor, so we'll be leaving first. The old man immediately reached out to stop them. Don't rush to leave, the entry fee can be negotiated. If 10 orbs isn't enough, 5 orbs is fine too. Dragon King immediately burst out. You old swindler, do you really think we're inexperienced newcomers? If Rakshasa hadn't stopped me, I would have cursed you out. Moonshadow also agreed. We don't need to bother with such people. Why bother arguing with them? Zhang Zi made a critical statement. That's right, it's not that bad people got old. It's that bad people were already old. She happily waved. Josh and Little Princess were back. Little Rabbit excitedly jumped forward. Brother Rakshasa, you're back. Chen Feng immediately jumped out. Why are you here? My subordinate said you had already entered the boss area. That subordinate immediately whispered. Young master, this archer is called Rakshasa. He seems to be summoning small giants to deliver food for him. Chen Feng was furious. He can summon small giants. How is that possible? Zhang Zi calmly turned to his teammates. Jushin, I'll open the door for you. After you 3 are done, please come back. I want to take Little Rabbit through the level with you. He made a gesture of agreement. Alright, no problem. Then Zhang Zi placed his hand on the ground and a giant immediately appeared, opening the door for Jushin and Meng Dai. He turned to his teammates and reminded them, Rakshasa, be careful, we'll be back after we defeat the monster. We'll wait for you here. Elder Gao immediately praised. I didn't expect such a talent skill to actually exist. Young man named Rakshasa, I just saw you summon a small giant to deliver food. Your talent skill is very interesting. May I ask if it's a rank or S rank? Dragon King spoke too quickly again. My friend's talent skill is S rank, how about that? Isn't it amazing? Elder Gao smiled meaningfully again. So it's an S-rank talent. No wonder, Rakshasa, I have some connections with the Ministry of National Security. The country is in great need of talent like you. Are you willing to join the Ministry of National Security? Dragon King recoiled a few steps in panic. What? The Ministry of National Security? Zhang Zi pondered in silence. He didn't expect Hermit Fengyun to have a connection with the Ministry of National Security. The Ministry of National Security is the most important institution in Great Sha. He left but didn't forget to thank him. Thank you for your kind offer, but I am currently a student and haven't even obtained a Tier 1 Demon Domain Expert certificate yet, so I don't plan to join the Ministry of National Security for now. Chen Feng turned away unhappily. Elder Gao, were you trying to recruit him just now? The old man refused without hesitation. That's right, his talent is very powerful. If he doesn't join our faction, he will definitely become a great threat in the future. If he goes over to Elder Dongfang, then he must be eliminated. Dragon King followed behind, expressing his confusion. Rakshasa, I truly admire you. You can even refuse the Ministry of National Security, so where exactly do you want to go? To heaven, Zhang Zi coldly explained. I don't have a good impression of Feng Yun. I feel he is very insidious. He folded his arms in annoyance. I think you're crazy. Moonshadow smiled and comforted him. Don't blame Dragon King for being too blunt. His father hopes he can work for the Ministry of National Security, so he reacted that way when he saw you refuse. He smiled awkwardly. I understand, everyone has their own path to walk. 3 hours later, the three returned to the 8th floor. Little Rabbit excitedly looked around. It's as beautiful as a dream here. I can't believe I've reached the 8th floor. Jichu praised endlessly. You two are amazing. You defeated the twin-headed giant in less than 30 minutes. After listening, Jushin just smiled. We fought this boss twice, so it was relatively easy, and Rakshasa's summoned monsters are very powerful. He commanded his summoned beast to attack the twin-headed giant in turns alone. You wouldn't believe how spectacular that scene was. Zhang Zi quickly brought the team back to the main topic. It's too late. It's already 3 a.m. If I don't rest, I'll be exhausted. He smiled and nodded in agreement. Everyone is exhausted today. Let's log off and rest. Subsequently, everyone logged off. Moonshadow turned and smiled. Goodbye, I'm leaving first. See you tomorrow. Zhang Zi waved back. Goodbye. The next day, Zhang Zi left home with a piece of bread in his mouth. Zhaofeng, I'm going to school. Okay, just as he stepped out, a car sped by. Sister Zhang immediately got out, startling Zhang Zi into exclaiming, Sister Zhang. She happily reached out and invited, Little brother Zhang Zi, get in the car quickly. Sis will take you to Tianfeng City's biggest charity event. He chewed his bread unhappily. Charity event? I'm not really interested. Sister Zhang remained calm and persuasive. This isn't just any ordinary event. All the famous people in Tianfeng City are gathered here. I heard today's main guest is the leader of GU Medical Equipment Group. Zhang Zi quickly recognized GU Medical Equipment Group as the company that sold artificial kidneys to his sister. What? She pushed Zhang Zi into the car and continued, Sis needs to take you to change and get ready first. The event is about to start. I have to change too. Soon the two arrived at the event venue. Inside were socialites dressed in luxurious clothes with noble temperaments. Zhang Zi sighed tiredly. Following Sister Zhang inside, Sister Zhang picked up a glass of champagne and gestured with her eyes. I didn't lie to you, did I? All the prominent figures in Tianfeng City are gathered here. You can look around first. Sis needs to go say hello to a few big bosses. Zhang Zi smiled and replied, All right, Sister Zhang, you go ahead and do your thing. Then he walked forward alone. Wang Yang immediately recognized him. Hey Zhang Zi, you're here too. Hearing the familiar voice, Zhang Zi quickly turned around. Wang Yang, you're here too, he teased with a smile. Hey Zhang Zi, who brought you here? You can't get in without an invitation, you know. Just as he was about to explain, he recognized Chen Feng. Wang Yang unhappily glanced behind him. What, you know Chen Feng? No, he drank champagne while looking around. Isn't that Sister Moonshadow? I've been looking for you everywhere. Moonshadow unhappily turned and scolded loudly. Chen Feng, what nonsense are you spouting? Chen Feng walked up and made a move to touch her. Sister Moonshadow, weren't you quite formidable in the demon domain yesterday? She immediately slapped his hand away. Young Master Chen, please let go, he grinned. Sister Moonshadow, you're so fierce. Anyway, we're engaged. How about we start cultivating our relationship now? Moonshadow quickly turned away. Are you crazy? I don't know what nonsense you're babbling about. Chen Feng ran over again to block her path. Sister Moonshadow, don't leave. Moonshadow gritted her teeth in displeasure. Zhang Zi suddenly walked over from a distance, calling out with a smile. Lu Yueyang froze for a moment, her eyes thoughtful. This boy looks so familiar. Who is he? Zhang Zi extended his hand and waved. Lu Yueyang, come over quickly. I'll take you to meet some of my friends. She also complied and walked over. Okay, I'll be right there, Chen Feng immediately shouted. Stop right there, I remember your name is Zhang Zi, right? Why are you always going against me? Zhang Zi retorted dismissively. Do I know you? Did you mistake me for someone else? I don't even know who you are. He pointed angrily at the other party's face. I haven't settled the score with you from the Cloudtop Guild last time. He stroked his chin, smiling sinisterly. I remember now, so it was that scoundrel. Chen Feng unhappily waved his fist. Bastard. Do you want to die? Zhang Zi immediately firmly grasped his hand. Raging Wind Pursuit calmly walked over. Young Master Chen, that's enough. Do you really think this is Zhang Bei? Moonshadow happily said. Uncle Lu, he smiled gently. Although our family arranged a marriage for you and Moonshadow back then, who can predict how the future will change? Besides, this isn't Zhang Bei. Young Master Chen, please restrain yourself a little. Chen Feng was very angry but dared not say more. Lu Santong said, alright, I've had enough fun for today anyway. After the national martial arts competition, I will personally visit your home to propose marriage. Moonshadow glared angrily. That Chen Feng is truly trash. Raging Wind Pursuit continued to comfort her. Moonshadow, don't worry about the engagement. I'll find an opportunity to talk to your grandfather. Yes, he turned around, smiling happily. Young man, hello, thank you for helping Moonshadow. Have we met somewhere before? Zhang Zi naturally gave a faint smile. I also feel you look familiar, but I don't remember where we've met. My friends are still waiting over there. I'll go first. I can't tell them my true identity yet. Moonshadow, don't you think that boy looks familiar? He was willing to stand up for you. He must like you. Moonshadow also looked at his retreating back in surprise, but couldn't remember who he was. She immediately blushed. Uncle Lu, you're teasing me again. Raging Wind Pursuit chuckled awkwardly and ran off. Alright, no more teasing. That important figure must be arriving soon. Come with me. That's the main purpose of today, yes. Wang Yang ran over and comforted him. Zhang Zi, you're really bold, daring to provoke Chen Feng. Zhang Zi crossed his arms and frowned. I didn't want to provoke him either. A voice came from a distance. Who are they waiting for? Welcome, Minister Dongfang. Hello, Minister Dongfang. Minister Dongfang walked in, smiling and full of grandeur. Hello everyone, Minister Dongfang, you look as vigorous as ever. Hello, Minister. Zhang Zi immediately recognized her. It's her, the Minister of Security. Wang Yang's mouth dropped open in surprise. No way, you even know Minister Dongfang of the Ministry of National Security? The mysterious big sister also quickly saw him. I didn't expect him to be here too. Sister Zhang stood on the stage holding a microphone and announcing next the evening will proceed to its second segment, the auction. The main item for auction tonight is the calligraphy and painting, Ode to the Prince's Army. Zhang Zi looked up in shock. How did this calligraphy and painting appear here? Could it be? He quickly turned his head. Zhang Zi noticed something amiss. Sure enough, Boss Li is here. This scoundrel is actually profiting from the lives of old age and crazy. He's utterly inhumane. I must get justice for them. He then walked up to his friend. Hey, I need your help with something. Wang Yang asked while eating. What is it? After hearing Zhang Zi, Wang Yang hesitated and reminded him. Zhang Zi, this is very dangerous. He immediately encouraged his friend. It's okay. If you find it too difficult, I can figure something out myself. He wiped his mouth and stood up and said, no problem, I'll help you with this. Afterwards, Wang Yang secretly slipped into a corner of the restaurant. Sister Zhang meanwhile was leisurely hawking on the stage. The starting bid for Ode to the Prince's Army is 5 million yuan. Friends who like this painting can start bidding. 5 million, 6 million. She turned to look behind her where a video was playing. Others discussed amongst themselves, the person on the screen is Boss Li, right? It looks like he's holding Ode to the Prince's Army. He pointed at the screen awkwardly. What's going on? Who is playing this video? Sister Zhang pointed unhappily and questioned, Boss Li, how could such a thing happen? Do you have anything to explain? His eyes darted about. Who is it? Come out now. Who dares to slander and frame me? Zhang Zi walked out from behind. Does everyone want to know who the killer in the video is? Boss Li, if you don't want people to know, don't do it. Your methods of murder and robbery cannot be hidden. Boss Li gritted his teeth. Why you? Who exactly are you? How dare you slander me? He then stepped forward and made a request. Hello, could you please help me confirm if the killer in the video is Huang Hanfei, the serial killer apprehended by the police a few days ago? Who is that killer? Xiao Qin crossed her arms and averted her gaze. What? Boss Li is actually involved with a serial killer? She then lowered her hand and ordered. I've just verified that the man in the video is Huang Hanfei. Arrest that Mr. Li immediately. Others gathered, discussing in disbelief. I thought he was a patriotic businessman. I never expected him to be a murderer. Oh my God, I never thought Boss Li was this kind of person. Well done, young man. We were all fooled by his hypocritical facade. If it weren't for this young man, we might still be kept in the dark by him. Zhang Zi let out a long breath. Old eight crazy, I've avenged you. Minister Dongfang stroked her beard, praising incessantly. Xiao Qin, your judgment is indeed unique. This young man is really interesting. She nodded calmly. Thank you for the compliment, Minister. You're truly not modest, are you? But this young man is no pushover either. When the time comes, you'll have to train him well. Yes, Uncle Lu also expressed satisfaction from the side. This young man is very capable, bold, and intelligent. He will definitely become a remarkable person in the future. Yes, let's go. I'll take you to meet Minister Dongfang. Hello, Minister Dongfang, I hope you're well. Minister Dongfang happily waved. Santong, how is your father? It's been almost 10 years since I last saw him. He chuckled and introduced. Father is very well. He often mentions you, Minister. Minister, this is my niece Moonshadow. I'd like to recommend her to join the Ministry of National Security. I know the Ministry of Security requires employees to possess at least an A-rank talent skill as well as a level 2 Demon Domain Expert certificate. Moonshadow is fortunate to have awakened an S-rank talent. Although she is currently only a level 1 expert, I can guarantee she will obtain a level 2 Demon Domain Expert certificate within a year. Therefore I hope you can take her in. She shyly clasped her hands and bowed. Hello, Minister Dongfang. Minister Dongfang nodded in agreement. Indeed, a younger generation is formidable. Santong, I personally have no objection to this, but we still need to follow the proper procedures. After all, we can't let people gossip behind our backs, can we? Uncle Lu felt a bit awkward after hearing this. Well, Xiao Qin then spoke up, breaking the deadlock. It's a small matter. As long as she meets our standards, joining the Ministry of Security won't be a problem. But if she doesn't, I hope you'll understand. Uncle Lu happily accepted. Yes, Team Leader Qin, I'm entrusting my niece's entry into the Ministry of Security to you. Minister Dongfang quickly chimed in. Team Leader Xiao Qin is currently in charge of personnel matters for the Ministry of National Security. You can discuss it with her. I will not be involved in this matter naturally. Sister Zhang rushed over. Zhang Zi, you're so cool. I can't believe you dared to expose that scoundrel Boss Li. The leader of the medical equipment group has agreed that the new artificial kidney products will be prioritized for you. He nodded in response. Yes, Sister Zhang, thank you. If everything goes smoothly, I'll be leaving first. She hastily reached out to stop him, saying regretfully, Leaving? Where are you going? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. All the prominent figures in the province are gathered here. Don't you want to meet them? Zhang Zi awkwardly refused. Sister Zhang, thank you, but I have other things to attend to. And I'm not very good at socializing. Just as Sister Zhang was about to say something, he had already slipped to the door. Sister Zhang, I'll be leaving first. If you need anything, just come find me. She sighed helplessly. Zhang Zi is still too young. The opportunity tonight is something many people can only dream of. Uncle Lu quickly comforted his niece. Moonshadow, don't worry, joining the Ministry of Security won't be a problem. Moonshadow shook her head repeatedly. No, Uncle Lu, I was just looking at the person who helped me out just now. Uncle Lu, I think he resembles someone. He looked over in surprise. Who? Rakshasa. Uncle Lu became serious. Rakshasa from the demon domain, that archer? She nodded, observing carefully. That's right, I think they look very similar. Since that's the case, why don't you just go to the demon domain and ask Rakshasa directly? Moonshadow's eyes immediately lit up after hearing this. She happily turned to Uncle Lu. You're right, why didn't I think of that? I'll go to the demon domain and ask him right away. Uncle Lu, I'm leaving now. Uncle Lu waved goodbye with satisfaction. Seems this girl is truly smitten. Oh, Rakshasa, your charm is truly great. You've even captivated the Lu family's girl. Everyone quickly arrived on the 8th floor of the demon domain. Zhang Zi appeared as usual with his bow and arrow. Jushin sighed wearily. This isn't monster hunting, it's self-torture. Dragon King quickly supported his teammate. You're right, we've never been so miserable. Zhang Zi rushed over. What happened? What did everyone encounter? Jushin and Moonshadow moved away in displeasure. Don't even mention it. Today, Moonshadow couldn't make it, so we went to hunt monsters, and we encountered over 300 centaur cavalry. It was absolutely terrifying. They gathered over 300 cavalry in a short time. We were lucky to escape with our lives, Zhang Zi questioned gravely. Over 300 centaur cavalry? How could a team of just a few adventurers possibly withstand that? Even a team of dozens of adventurers probably wouldn't be enough. It would take hundreds or even thousands of people to defeat a centaur cavalry unit. He clicked his tongue helplessly. Sigh, there are only 3 months left until the level 2 Demon Domain Expert Assessment. If this drags on, it will be difficult to improve our strength. A magic circle appeared and Moonshadow materialized awkwardly. I'm so sorry. I had to attend a banquet, so I'm a bit late, Dragon King reported wearily. Not late, we just got thoroughly beaten. She stepped forward and observed carefully. You're here so early? If Zhang Zi and Rakshasa are the same person, then why didn't he admit it when Uncle Lu asked him? Is it because he has his own reasons for not wanting to admit it, or because he doesn't trust us? Meng Dai excitedly rallied. Alright, everyone's here. Let's quickly continue to hunt monsters. Zhang Zi quickly opened the Demon Domain Handbook. According to the handbook, the monsters on the 8th floor of the demon domain are all centaur, divided into 3 professions. Jushin clenched his fist, determined. Everyone's here, let's discuss a plan as we go. The small monsters on this floor are terrifying. Centaur archers excel at ranged attacks and have extremely skillful archery. At the same time, they are extremely vigilant, not allowing adventurers to get close. Once they encounter danger, they immediately create distance from adventurers. Centaur warriors' movement speed isn't exceptional, but they are fully equipped with iron armor and great axes. Their attack power is very strong. Centaur cavalry are very agile and extremely fast. They are equipped with leather armor and sabers, dealing massive damage to ground-moving targets. Finally, the 8th floor boss of the demon domain is the Centaur General. It's said that the Centaur General is located on a high platform in the camp, guarded by 3 armies. The boss will use a token to command its army to attack targets and enemies. He led the team forward, but still remembered to remind them, everyone be careful, don't get discovered. There will definitely be centaurs ahead. The entire team responded in unison. Understood. He immediately dodged, then shouted a warning, everyone be careful, it's centaur warriors. Before them were scattered centaur warriors. Jushin turned and ordered, Zhang Zi, the bosses you painstakingly collected will be very dangerous if surrounded by centaurs, so don't summon them for now. Can you try to lure one over first? Understood. He secretly pondered, that's right, I must use my summoned bosses judiciously. Constantly collecting them back and forth would be a waste of time. An arrow quickly shot towards a centaur warrior. It cried out in alarm and turned to look at Jushin. Jushin quickly ordered, Success, there's only one of him here, let's focus fire and defeat him first. He then pushed out his shield, serving as a barrier to protect the team. Dragon King and Moonshadow immediately launched a combined attack and charged forward. Ji-Chu also cast a skill on the Centaur warrior from a distance. Zhang Zi quickly ordered, I'll attack him from range. Everyone, focus your attacks on the unprotected parts of his legs. Ji-Chu quickly extended his hand and used a skill on the monster, and the Centaur warrior's legs were immediately frozen. Moonshadow rushed forward, performing several sword slashes that caused massive damage. Dragon King walked up and praised, Wow Moonshadow, your light slash has significantly increased in damage recently. Jushin suggested, I'll hold on to the items for now, we'll distribute them later. Okay, Zhang Zi proposed another plan. Killing them one by one like this is too slow, let's take care of the remaining two together. He placed his hand on the ground and summoned his monsters. Dragon King laughed triumphantly. I agree, if Rakshasa's summoned beasts could have joined earlier, Moonshadow and I wouldn't have had to fight ourselves to exhaustion. Jushin reminded with crossed arms. Dragon King, although Rakshasa's summoned beasts are powerful, we also need to train harder so we can fight independently on higher floors, he agreed perfunctorily. Yeah, I know I need to train hard. Can't I slack off once in a while? Zhang Zi ignored him and ordered directly. First take down these Centaur warriors, then we'll continue forward. The Centaur warriors immediately charged over as if nothing had happened. Dragon King and Moonshadow still proudly charged into the battle. The savage giant roared loudly, and the kobold miner also charged forward with fiery eyes. The devouring toad simultaneously sprayed flames. The Centaur warriors were quickly surrounded by the summoned beasts. It quickly fell to the ground, dead. Jushin quickly picked up the items. 3 taken down in one go, excellent. Zhang Zi then proposed an idea. I suddenly have an idea, why don't we establish our own guild? Mengdai, Ji-Chu and Dragon King all turned their heads in surprise. Establish a guild? Are you paying for it? It's not that we haven't thought about it, but establishing a guild requires a large sum of money. Moreover, guilds have responsibilities to each member. If a member dies unexpectedly, the guild must pay a death benefit and provide members with everything from demon soul orbs, potions, equipment and weapons. Zhang Zi stroked his chin and thought, indeed it's not simple. However, adventurers joining guilds is an inevitable trend for the future. Jushin also agreed. Exactly, but with our current strength we can only consider it later. Zhang Zi pointed into the distance. I think we've seen those people before, he explained. Ahead is the Centaur stronghold. The boss is inside. That's right, it's Brother Black Carp Turtle. The crowd was cheering excitedly. How do we fight it? Yeah. Jushin walked up to greet them. Brother Black Carp Turtle, what's wrong? Has someone else come to monopolize the boss? The old man turned around and said with a happy smile, it's you, Brother Jushin. No one's monopolizing the boss. It's just that the Centaur general inside isn't an ordinary boss but an elite boss. Zhang Zi and Meng Dai were both startled. An elite boss, the 8th floor elite boss, how terrifying must its strength be? No wonder everyone's here. First floor elite boss was already tough. An 8th floor elite boss? Dragon King plopped down on the ground. Forget it, looks like we have no hope today. Jushin turned around to comfort his teammates. We won't be able to clear this floor today. Everyone, let's head back to the altar and log off early. Dragon King also sighed. Looks like this is the only way. What bad luck. Moonshadow ran towards Rakshasa. I wanted to ask something, never mind. Wang Yang quickly greeted him. Zhang Zi, you're finally here. Hey, why are you only showing up now? Do you know who just came looking for you? Zhang Zi was startled. Who was looking for me? Wang Yang walked up and demanded. Tell me, what exactly is your relationship with goddess Lu Yuying? She came looking for you twice this morning. Zhang Zi feigned ignorance, confused. Me and her, Moonshadow immediately called out. Zhang Zi, come here for a moment. Friends quickly rushed to the window to inquire, what do you think is going on? Why is goddess Lu Yuying suddenly looking for Zhang Zi? Who knows, could something unspeakable be happening between them? Are you crazy? From every angle, Zhang Zi is not worthy of our goddess Lu Yuying. I don't believe anything is going on between them. Wang Yang grinned provocatively. That's just because you don't know. I, Wang Yang, know Zhang Zi best. Let me tell you about him and goddess Lu Yuying. His friends became even more curious. What do you mean? You're always with Zhang Zi and you're his best friend. So you must know some secrets. He immediately sat on the podium and said earnestly, let me tell you, actually my friend has liked goddess Lu Yuying for a long time. He's flirted with her countless times, but how could someone of goddess Lu Yuying's caliber fall for Zhang Zi? So she always rejected him. But persistence pays off. With his unremitting efforts, goddess Lu Yuying was finally moved, and so the two became a couple. A classmate was dumbfounded. Really? What did Zhang Zi do? Goddess Lu Yuying actually came to find him in person, and they even avoided the crowd. Wang Yang put his hand to his mouth and gestured. Think about it, what kind of things would a man and a woman not want others to know? A girl subconsciously asked, are you saying Lu Yuying is pregnant with Zhang Zi's child? He quickly waved his hands in alarm. I didn't say that, I didn't. Moonshadow handed him an item from outside. Thank you for yesterday. I don't have much to repay you with. Take this notebook, it contains my insights into martial arts and it might help you with the upcoming national martial arts competition. Zhang Zi took it and examined it carefully. This notebook is her life's work, it's too precious, I can't accept it. She turned and left but didn't forget to remind him. This time our school only has 2 spots for Qingda Martial Arts Academy. As far as I know, 1 spot is already reserved, leaving only 1. Work hard to get it. I'll be waiting for you at Qingda Martial Arts Academy. He held the notebook, lost in thought. She shouldn't know my identity, right? She shouldn't. Zhang Feng happily greeted him. Brother, you're back, brother. This is our school's new homeroom teacher, Teacher Shang. Zhang Zi was surprised. It's her. Is it because of the charity gala before? Xiao Qin smiled brightly, arms crossed. Hello there, Zhang Zi. I came today mainly for a home visit. Why are you still standing at the door? Are you afraid of me? Zhang Feng gently brought over some fruit. Brother, have some fruit. This is from Teacher Shang. He nodded repeatedly. Thank you, Teacher Shang. Please make yourself comfortable. I've already reviewed Zhang Feng's records. He immediately waved his hand, refusing. Teacher Shang, you don't need to worry about that. I can take care of my sister. Xiao Qin turned and looked. Tens of millions in kidney rental fees a year is no small sum. Zhang Zi, what are your plans for the future? I know your identity. If you need anything, you can call me at this number. You're not young anymore. Even if not for yourself, consider your sister. Think about it carefully. Zhang Zi looked worriedly at her retreating back. Does she want me to join the Ministry of National Security? Xiao Qin quickly said goodbye. I'll be leaving now. Zhang Feng ran to see her off, disappointed. Teacher Shan, why are you leaving so early? Won't you stay for a bit? Zhang Zi stood up and looked at his sister. Zhao Feng, when did Teacher Shang start as homeroom teacher at your school? About a week ago. He mused to himself. She's only been on the job for a week and she's already doing home visits this week. It seems she noticed me a long time ago. Zhang Zi then ordered. Zhao Feng, cook for yourself. I must enter the demon domain earlier today. The little girl immediately pouted. You go into the demon domain every night. What's so fun in there? I want to see too. Everyone had already gathered at the 8th floor altar. Dragon King waved in greeting. Rakshasa over here. Hopefully the elite boss has already been eliminated by some expert. Jushin happily crossed his arms. We'll find out when we get there. Zhang Zi turned his head. What's going on over there? One Arrow argued unhappily. Why aren't you accepting archers? What's wrong with us archers? Yeah, why? The old man explained unhurriedly. Compared to mages, archers have too low damage and low defense. They also need to assist with healing and take up a team slot, so please go somewhere else. Jushin shook his head helplessly. Archers in the demon domain are indeed not very popular. Zhang Zi then walked forward. Hello. I'm an archer too. I just saw you being rejected by others and I suddenly had this idea. I plan to establish an archer guild. I wonder if you'd be willing to join? Jushin didn't stop Rakshasa either. The players behind were surprised. What? An archer guild? Did I hear that right? Zhang Zi immediately explained. I know you don't believe me, but that's okay. As long as you join the guild, I promise not to charge a single penny. You won't incur any losses. Moreover, I can guarantee to help you clear the 8th floor. How about it? Do you dare to try? Other players scoffed dismissively. I bet he's a fraud. He'll trick everyone into joining, then start collecting guild fees and then disappear. I've seen this trick too many times. He's really bragging without a plan. Why don't you join my team? I'll lead everyone through all the levels of the demon domain. Did I hear that right? A guild specifically for archers? A trash profession. Forming a trash guild is just a dumpster. Jushin and Dragon King quickly interjected. Rakshasa, this matter isn't as simple as you think. Archers alone cannot defeat the boss. How do you plan to have these archers deal with the centaur attacks? Exactly. Yeah, kid, listen to Jushin. Before things get out of hand, let's leave quickly. Zhang Zi reassured his teammates. Don't worry, since I've said it, I'll definitely make it happen. One Arrow agreed without hesitation. Okay, I believe you. It's just joining a guild. What's the big deal? You're right. I'm joining too. We archers can't keep taking this abuse. Yes, let's join. At worst, it's a fight to the death. Very good. A notification panel popped up showing he had become friends with One Arrow Piercing Heart. He continued recruiting without hesitation. Are there any other archers who want to join? Today I'm only recruiting 100 people, and no fees are required. But after today, once we clear the 8th floor, if anyone else wants to join, they'll have to pay a fee. Everyone decide quickly. Everyone immediately swarmed forward. We're joining. No one else wants us anyway. We're going all in. We're joining too. That's right, we're joining too. We don't want to keep taking this abuse. Jushin sighed. Rakshasa, you're really in a difficult situation now. You've already recruited so many members, it's too late to disband. Dragon King and Ji-Chu, still fully believing, said from behind. Rakshasa is our brother, we should trust him. Why don't we join too? That's right, we should support him. Meng Dai reminded worriedly. What? Are you kidding? How can we fight with only archers? I'm joining. Moonshadow and Little Rabbit also nodded in agreement. I think Rakshasa must have his reasons for doing this. I'm joining too. Dragon King and Jushin both agreed. Although Rakshasa is a bit reckless, he's our brother after all, so we must support him all right. If everyone agrees, then let's all join, he playfully teased. Rakshasa, does your archer guild accept people like us? Zhang Zi turned to his teammates. Of course, not only do we accept you, but you'll also be high-ranking members enjoying the best benefits. Awesome, I'm a high-ranking member too. Jushin worriedly placed a hand on his shoulder and comforted him. Rakshasa, we can worry about the special benefits later. First, we must clear this floor. How do you plan to lead? How will an archer guild defeat the centaur general boss on this floor? After hearing this, he remained silent for a long time. As for that, everyone will find out when the time comes. One Arrow excitedly ran to the guild leader. We've already recruited 100 archers. What do we do next? Zhang Zi looked around in surprise. 100 people recruited so quickly. All right, everyone, head to the trading post immediately and buy a shovel and a pickaxe each. He was puzzled and curious. What? Shovels and pickaxes? He nodded in confirmation. That's right. If you don't have those, then buy some weapons that can be used for digging, such as long knives, axes, and so on. They will be used to fight monsters. Understood. Zhang Zi clenched his fists. The show was about to begin. Other players continued to discuss noisily. Oh my god, are they all archers? Do they want to hold an archery competition? Are these people crazy? Or have their wires gotten crossed? Are they looking for death? They don't even have any defensive classes. If they encounter centaur cavalry, one move could wipe them all out. Let's go watch and see how these archers die. Immediately after, the archers formed a long line, following behind Zhang Zi. He immediately gave a signal. Everyone stop. From now on, everyone must strictly follow my commands. Understood, guild leader. What's our battle plan? I'll attack first. Everyone else stands behind and shoots arrows. Ji-Chu immediately reminded, you must be very careful. This group of cavalry is very fast. They can charge dozens of meters in less than 5 seconds. Zhang Zi waved his hand to decline. Brother Jushin, we won't need to trouble you this time. It's all right, everyone, just wait, Moonshadow worriedly said with unease. Rakshasa, you must be careful. He then issued a guild command. All archers listen to my command. Do not attack for now. Prepare your bows and arrows. Lock onto the centaur cavalry I lure, then await my order. Understood. Zhang Zi first shot an arrow. It flew swiftly and immediately struck the centaur cavalry's rump. He shouted, prepare bows and arrows. Everyone simultaneously shot their arrows. A volley of arrows whistled past and the continuous damage instantly eliminated the centaur cavalry. Dragon King and Meng Dai were dumbfounded. Oh my god, the combined damage from 100 people is truly terrifying. A staggering 1,000 points of damage. Another barrage of arrows shot out and centaur cavalry fell in droves. One Arrow and his teammates were excited. This is awesome, so archers aren't useless after all. We just hadn't found the right way to fight. So this is the correct way for archers to fight, not fighting alone. Zhang Zi nodded. That's right, this is the true power of archers. After clearing the battlefield, there were still many small monsters to eliminate ahead. Other players were immediately terrified. Oh my god, the damage is too high. Yeah, everyone shooting one arrow. I never imagined archers united could be so powerful before. Zhang Zi continued to shout the shooting command loudly. Arrows shot like a tide towards the centaur cavalry. They could only stand there and endure it. Jushin observed from a distance. Rakshasa is truly a genius. Dragon King ran over and praised. Rakshasa, how did you think of having the archers attack together? What a brilliant idea. Zhang Zi modestly waved his hand. It's nothing remarkable. I just recalled that during the Warring States period, the Qin state had a very powerful army that swept all before them, conquering the 6 states, and their weapon was the bow and arrow. He stroked his chin and thought. The Qin state during the Warring States period? I've never heard of it. He sighed, feeling a little sad. Of course you haven't heard of it. That's the history of another world. Subsequently, a large number of centaur cavalry were quickly eliminated. One Arrow walked up and asked the guild leader, you haven't told us what to do next yet. Zhang Zi pointed ahead. We finally arrived. The centaur stronghold boss is straight ahead, other teammates asked curiously. That's right, guild leader, why did you make us buy shovels and pickaxes? Do you expect us to fight monsters with these? Zhang Zi quickly pointed ahead. That's the stronghold's main gate. Everyone use your tools to dig a pit around the gate. Remember, the pit's depth must be greater than a centaur's height, and its width must exceed 10 meters, Jushin asked. Rakshasa, are you planning to trap the centaurs in the pit and then eliminate them? He nodded. That's right, otherwise we won't be able to resist hundreds of monsters. Only this way can we eliminate them. Rakshasa is a genius, everyone. Start digging immediately, Jushin asked worriedly. But there's still a problem. There are hundreds of cavalry in the stronghold. How can we lure them over? Zhang Zi commanded sternly. I've already decided on this. I'll take responsibility. He and Moonshadow seriously objected. No, Rakshasa, it's too dangerous. You're an archer. Your defense is very low. If the centaur cavalry catch up to you, you'll be in great danger. That's right, it's too dangerous to do that. Zhang Zi calmly and meticulously explained the plan. Since a decoy is needed, I'll do it. My defense is high enough. Even if the centaur cavalry pursue me, I can hold on. Brother Jushin, don't argue with me. My agility attribute is nearly 50 and my evasion skill is maxed out, plus I have this guaranteeing safety. The notification panel displayed agility potion. It seems you've calculated everything, but you still need to be careful. 10 minutes later, One Arrow reported, Guild leader, the pit is dug. Zhang Zi immediately checked. Everyone prepare. I'll go alone to lure the centaur cavalry over, then use this rope to jump over the pit. Jushin and Moonshadow still reminded him worriedly, Rakshasa, safety first. If things go wrong, run immediately. You must be careful. Zhang Zi ran out without looking back. Don't worry, everyone, I'll be fine. Dragon King also felt worried. Will Rakshasa succeed? Moonshadow comforted him. We must believe he can do it. At this moment, Zhang Zi sprinted forward. So many tents. No wonder the boss can gather hundreds of centaur cavalry. After a while, the boss's figure gradually appeared. Zhang Zi quickly hid to the side. I didn't expect it to still be an elite boss. It seems no one has cleared this stage yet. Centaur General Elite. Who cares? I don't care if it's an elite, it's going to be finished soon. Zhang Zi immediately drew his bow, preparing to shoot. The Centaur General immediately dodged the attack. It gritted its teeth and shouted, "Damn invaders, all soldiers heed my command, blood-stained banner." A Centaur cavalry unit swarmed out. He then acted as a decoy, waiting for the right moment. Come on, hurry and come." Zhang Zi immediately drank a potion. He rushed in the opposite direction at full speed. "So fast, you four-legged pest, can't you catch up to me, a two-legged one?" The other archers immediately gave orders. "It looks like they're about to leave the stronghold. Everyone, prepare quickly." Jushin and Moonshadow also watched worriedly as the menacing Centaur cavalry charged over. "Kill, kill, kill." Zhang Zi jumped over the rope, calculating in his mind that victory or defeat would be decided in this single move to see if those centaurs would fall for it. He leaped high, clearing the cliff. Zhang Zi landed steadily on the rope. Moonshadow anxiously shouted, "Rakshasa!" The centaur cavalry behind were still in hot pursuit, and they immediately fell into the pit, having taken the bait. Zhang Zi immediately ordered, "Everyone, shoot!" The archers uniformly shot arrows into the pit. A rain of arrows poured down like a waterfall, and the centaur cavalry sustained massive damage. They quickly fell, summoned back to the altar. Dragon King and Meng Dai gaped astonished. "Oh damn, I'm getting goosebumps all over. Too terrifying. Archers are too terrifying. I'll never underestimate archers again." The archers cheered excitedly. "What a satisfying shoot. Since I chose the archer profession, I've never felt such exhilaration." "That's right. Before, we only used hit-and-run tactics. Monsters chased us from behind. We ran ahead, occasionally shooting 2 arrows. It was incredibly boring to fight like that. This time felt truly exhilarating. Now I no longer think archers are a useless profession." Everyone in the guild looked down into the deep pit together. Zhang Zi reached out to collect the items. "All right, everyone, prepare to clear the battlefield. All spoils of war will be put into the guild warehouse and then distributed uniformly." The archers excitedly obeyed the command. "Understood," Ming Dai muttered curiously. "Nearly 300 centaur cavalry. So how many demon soul orbs might there be? This is fantastic." Dragon King stood sadly in place, suddenly feeling redundant and unable to help at all. Jushin and Moonshadow walked forward. "Rakshasa, the boss, will summon 3 waves of centaur cavalry in total. This is just the first wave. The next 2 waves will be even fiercer. You must be careful." "That's right. I don't think it'll be that simple." Zhang Zi immediately comforted his teammates. "Don't worry, I've prepared enough agility potions. Everyone, take care of clearing the battlefield. I'll go lure the monsters first." She loudly reminded. "Okay, be careful." Zhang Zi quickly rushed towards the village again. A moment later, a group of centaur cavalry pursued him. Zhang Zi glanced back, and Jushin retreated a few steps worriedly. "Oh no, this time it's heavily armored centaur cavalry." "Rakshasa, can arrows pierce heavily armored cavalry's armor?" Zhang Zi ordered. "No time to hesitate, let's try it first. Shoot with all your might, pierce their armor. Come on everyone, attack them hard, use your skills if you have them. We cannot fail at this crucial moment." However, the arrows soon failed to penetrate the centaur cavalry's armor, causing negligible damage. Jushin and Dragon King looked down into the pit, didn't expect the damage to be so little. The archers' arrows had no effect on the heavily armored cavalry's armor. "What should we do? If we keep shooting like this, even if the boss summons a new wave, we won't kill them." He turned his head to ask about the next plan. "Given the current situation, what should we do, Rakshasa?" Dragon King earnestly said. "How about we retreat? We've already eliminated 1 wave of light centaur cavalry anyway. We haven't lost anything." Zhang Zi observed in silence. "If we retreat now, all our efforts will be in vain. This will inevitably shake the trust of all guild members in me. There might even be a situation where a large number of members leave the guild." He reached out and commanded, "Everyone, cease fire." Jushin turned his head curiously. "Rakshasa, are we retreating?" Zhang Zi mockingly said with a serious expression. "Retreat? How can we retreat without killing the boss first?" The archers quickly spoke up. "We simply can't kill these heavily armored cavalry." He calmly suggested, "Then let's just ignore them for now." Jushin was puzzled. "Rakshasa, why am I understanding less and less?" Zhang Zi quickly explained. "Since we can't kill them anyway, let's just trap the heavily armored cavalry in the pit. I'll lure the boss and the last wave of cavalry over. We'll just eliminate the boss directly." Moonshadow and Dragon King were dumbfounded and extremely worried. "What? You're going to lure the boss and small monsters over by yourself? That's too dangerous." "That's right, Rakshasa, are you kidding? That's a death sentence." Jushin also agreed. "Moonshadow is right, Rakshasa, you shouldn't be so impulsive. Even if you can lure the boss and the last wave of cavalry over, we won't be able to kill them." Zhang Zi calmly comforted his teammates. "You have to trust me, I already have a plan. Time is running out. Everyone wait for me here." Moonshadow grabbed his hand, pleading earnestly, "You can't go." Zhang Zi was surprised and puzzled. "Lu Yueying, why is her face red?" Moonshadow unconsciously reminded him. "Don't forget, that's an elite boss. 1 hit from it can instantly kill an opponent. Don't take risks, retreat with everyone." He suddenly made a suggestion. "If you want to persuade me, let me kiss you." Moonshadow was startled, retreating a few steps. She agreed, blushing. "Okay, I'll allow you to kiss me." Zhang Zi quickly ran away. "Just kidding, don't take it seriously." Moonshadow shouted, "Rakshasa, you hateful guy." One arrow enthusiastically cheered him on from behind. "Guild leader, we'll wait for you to come back." He reached out to summon a summoned beast. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." I didn't expect to be so important in her heart. One arrow looked on in astonishment. "Oh my god, am I seeing things?" the guild leader is actually riding a kobold miner? A kobold miner was walking towards the village, and everyone discussed animatedly, praising, "It looks so cool." Zhang Zi raised his hand and ordered, "No need to waste words with it. Kobold brothers, hurry and throw bombs." A bomb was immediately thrown, and the centaur general, displeased, brandished its weapon. "Despicable human, you're seeking death." Immediately after, the centaur cavalry appeared. Zhang Zi jumped down, entrusting the kobold brothers to him. "It's all up to you, just throw bombs randomly." He then drank a speed potion. As it continuously threw bombs, there were too many cavalry. "If the boss isn't dealt with, it's impossible to attack the boss. This is the last potion. Sorry, kobold brothers, I can only sacrifice you." The centaur general suddenly charged forward. "Bold human, daring to invade my camp, you have only one path, death." Zhang Zi scoffed. "It's not certain who will die. Come and chase me." Meanwhile, the kobold miner's life force gradually ran out. Zhang Zi shouted as he ran away, "Kobold brothers, I'm sorry, I can only sacrifice you." Subsequently, the kobold miner fell to the ground, its body growing redder and redder, and an earth-shattering explosion occurred, terrifying the archers, who panicked. What happened? Did the kobold miner self-destruct? Look, its brother Rakshasa. Zhang Zi was charging at the very front with high morale. Come on, I want to know how powerful an elite boss truly is." Rakshasa is truly powerful. He eliminated over 100 cavalry by himself. Jushin quickly ordered, "Everyone prepare. Once the boss enters attack range, concentrate all firepower to defeat it." "Understood." Zhang Zi immediately leapt high. Meanwhile, the centaur general shouted, "Die, despicable human brothers, the boss is here. Attack with all your might." The archers uniformly drew their bows. "Brothers, fight desperately. Shoot him dead." The guild leader risked his life to lure the boss over. "We cannot fail." Understood. A barrage of arrows whistled past, and everyone shouted in unison, "Brothers, fight desperately. Shoot him dead." The guild leader risked his life to lure the boss over. "We cannot fail." Understood. The centaur cavalry fell into the pit one after another. Only the centaur general still blocked the arrows. "You think you can hurt me with such petty tricks?" Subsequently, the centaur general threw a spear at the archers. Everyone hit lost a large amount of health. Jushin, while raising his shield to block, worried, "Damn it, no way. That boss not only blocks all arrows, but its damage is also terrifyingly high. Everyone pay attention and dodge. Don't get hit by his spear." Zhang Zi quickly revealed a faint smile. "As expected, it's an elite boss. In that case," he slammed his hand on the ground, "come out, it's finally your turn to enter the stage." That was the Black Flag Witch. Dragon King laughed excitedly, full of confidence. "Isn't that the Black Flag Witch? How did she get here? Rakshasa is truly amazing. He actually thought of this move. How could I have forgotten your move?" Zhang Zi quickly ordered. "Black Flag Witch, now is your time to unleash your dark magic." The Black Flag Witch immediately grabbed a monster next to her, pushed the monster forward, and cast a spell with one hand. The Black Flag Witch shot that power towards the centaur general, and it and the centaur cavalry were immediately affected by the death sacrifice skill. Their health was greatly reduced, and Thunder Source died layer 1. Jushin excitedly clenched his fists. This move is truly powerful. Rakshasa's death sacrifice is magic damage, and this group of cavalry simply cannot resist it. Moreover, the damage is calculated based on a percentage of the target's health. Moonshadow quickly realized that the more health, the higher the damage. If the health is low, the damage will be reduced. But regardless of how much health, when the death curse stacks to the 5th layer, the target will definitely die. The centaur general retaliated without hesitation. "So it's a curse, damn merman, die." The Black Flag Witch quickly saw a spear flying towards itself. Jushin immediately rushed up to block, not allowing the boss to attack the Black Flag Witch. Moonshadow and Dragon King also jumped out. "Moonshadow, let's engage the boss in close combat," Dragon King cursed. "I've put up with him for too long." "Alright." Zhang Zi also followed with his move. Ranged attackers focus fire to defeat the boss. The Black Flag Witch continued to cast skills, and a large amount of health was deducted again. Followed by the Death Curse Layer 2, Zhang Zi put down his weapon. Still not dead, the centaur general remained full of fighting spirit. "Damn humans, all of you die." An explosion quickly knocked Moonshadow and Dragon King back. It was Thunderclap. He struggled to stand firm in the aftershocks of the explosion. Zhang Zi and Jushin immediately jumped forward. "Oh no, Moonshadow is in danger. Dragon King is in danger. Immediately summon reinforcements." The centaur general used its ultimate skill. "Despicable humans, die." Zhang Zi felt it was too late. "Oh no." The spear in its hand immediately lit up. The centaur general shot the spear at the Black Flag Witch, leaving him helpless. "It's over." The Black Flag Witch's health immediately depleted rapidly, and the effect of the death sacrifice skill also disappeared. The centaur general was freed, while the Black Flag Witch fell to the ground in defeat. System prompt: your summoned minion, the Black Flag Witch, has been defeated. Zhang Zi looked around worriedly. "Holy crap, this critical damage is too terrifying. Damn it, I can't worry about that anymore. I have to go all out." Ranged attacks. "Focus on the boss." Devouring Toad sprayed flames. "It's all up to you." As soon as he finished speaking, a volley of arrows continued to rain down. Devouring Toad also sprayed fire at the general. Its health visibly decreased. Zhang Zi froze in confusion. "Why is the damage so high?" Moonshadow quickly jumped up, landing several fatal blows. "I see the curse effect on the boss hasn't been removed yet. Magic damage will increase. Even Light Slash's damage has increased significantly." Zhang Zi seized the opportunity to shoot arrows. "My weapon has a lifesteal effect, so the damage dealt should also increase significantly, right?" The centaur general turned away unhappily. Despicable humans, you can't kill me, die, Zhang Zi unhappily pointed at it. Holy crap, why is my damage so low? That's so unreasonable, devouring toad. Quickly spray fire, don't give it a chance to use skills. A stream of flames immediately shot at the general. Its health continued to be greatly reduced. It roared and then fell to the ground. A centaur general collapsed. Dragon King walked forward worriedly. Is the elite boss really dead? A notification popped up. Congratulations, you have successfully eliminated the Demon Domain 8th floor boss, Centaur General. One arrow-piercing heart and the archers cheered. Oh my god, we cleared the level. The guild leader is amazing, so powerful. We can go to the next floor. The guild leader is amazing. He truly kept his word. Guild leader, I'll follow you for life. Meng Dai excitedly ran towards the treasure. I've never seen so much loot. I'm rich, Zhang Zi calmly commanded. Everyone clean up the battlefield together. I'll see if the elite boss dropped anything good. A notification popped up. Golden Battle Blade. He observed it carefully for a long time. So it's an S-rank weapon, increases attack speed by 20, the attributes are also good. It's indeed an S-rank weapon. The Centaur General dropped this S-rank weapon. Tell me who wants it and we'll decide who needs it most. Everyone immediately refused. No need to consider it, guild leader, you take it. If it weren't for the guild leader leading us to fight monsters and eliminate the Centaur General, we, the underestimated archers, would probably still be praying at the altar or begging others to carry us through. Yes, we're already very happy to have cleared the level today. The guild leader should take the rewards. This is our thanks to the guild leader who brought us dignity and confidence. I think these are priceless. How could we dare to ask for anything else? Does everyone know? At market price, to invite an expert to carry a team through a level, each person would have to spend at least 100,000 N. The Demon Domain 8th floor boss is elite level. I estimate it would cost at least 1 million. The guild leader didn't charge extra and we're already very grateful. We should be thanking you. Jushin walked forward, patted his shoulder and comforted him. In today's battle, Rakshasa, you were the strategist. Everyone else just did their best to turn the tide and eliminate the monsters. So the spoils belong to you. It's completely fair and reasonable. Zhang Zi was grateful but still kept it professional. I understand everyone's intentions, however there's too much loot today, I can't take it all. Now everyone is a guild member, and as the guild leader I have an obligation to protect the interests of all members. Therefore in this battle, regardless of contribution, as long as you participated, you'll get a share. Meng Dai happily jumped up. My credit card is maxed out. Zhang Zi turned to lead the way. It's almost time to go to the portal to the next floor. The latecomers immediately showed dissatisfaction. What happened? Where's the elite boss and the Centaur cavalry unit? Aren't those the archers who charged into the Centaur stronghold? Are they still alive? I thought they were all killed by the boss. Something's wrong. Look at how smug they are. Did they clear this floor's boss and Centaur cavalry? How is that possible? They're just a bunch of archers, a trash profession, useless. I don't believe it, but there are no bosses or Centaur cavalry there. Only those archers. How do you explain this? Perhaps they also hired experts to help them clear it. That's right, it must be like that. Zhang Zi and the guild quickly arrived at the gate to the next floor. Little Rabbit excitedly shouted, I'm so excited, Demon Domain 9th floor, here I come. Everyone immediately gathered on the Demon Domain 9th floor. The archers looked around in fear. Oh my god, what is this place? The underworld, it's terrifying. According to the Demon Domain handbook, the 9th floor is a very terrifying place. The monsters here are cultists, extremely brutal and bloodthirsty. It seems the handbook is right. Meng Dai looked around, feeling weak all over. Can we skip this week? I'm afraid of blood, Jushin quickly suggested. Rakshasa, everyone just went through an intense battle today and is exhausted. How about we let everyone log off first? And tomorrow night we too will go explore the Demon Domain 9th floor. Zhang Zi nodded in agreement. Then let's do as you say. Dragon King and Moonshadow also agreed. It's indeed very late. Yeah, I'm so tired today, my limbs are almost falling apart. He and Jushin then said goodbye. Today's battle was indeed very intense. Everyone is tired. Log off early to rest. See you tomorrow. She turned and smiled as she left. Rakshasa, you should rest early too. Okay. Moonshadow still hesitated without asking, is he really that person? The next day, Wang Yang yelled angrily, the national competition is almost here. What should I do? Zhang Zi comforted him. I think if you study hard these few days you might still have a chance. He picked up his school bag and left. I heard that one of the 2 spots from Guangming Middle School for Qingda Martial Arts Academy is already reserved. He asked in surprise. Another spot is reserved? That's right. Zhang Zi secretly vowed that no matter who the reserved person was, he would definitely get into Qingda Martial Arts Academy. Outside the school a sudden commotion arose. It's too shameful. How can you lose to a girl? Don't embarrass us. Wang Yang's mouth dropped open, his face full of confusion. No way, why are they suddenly fighting? As soon as the exams are near, people start fighting in school. He, Lily, confidently stepped on her opponent. Are the people here all so weak? With this little strength you still want to get into Qingda Martial Arts Academy? He, Lily, quickly pointed. Hey little brother over there, come fight with your big sister. Big sister's calling you, didn't you hear? Wang Yang turned and explained. He, Lily, seems to be a student at Qingda Martial Arts Academy. Too fierce. Zhang Zi ignored her. Never mind her, let's go. He, Lily gritted her teeth, running over angrily. Damn kid. Then He, Lily leapt high. Zhang Zi gently grabbed and held her foot. He, Lily immediately dodged and jumped down. She turned and praised. Little brother, your movements are quite fast. You actually managed to dodge. Then He, Lily kicked out. Let's see how you dodge this time. Zhang Zi quickly ducked. It seems He Lily is good at leg attacks. He remembered Lu Yuing's notebook recorded a few moves to deal with these kicks. He then kicked out. He Lily immediately fell to the ground. Two companions ran over to help her up. That move just now seemed to be dark clouds obscuring the moon. Damn it, I remember the boss and young lady both used this move. Why does this kid know it? Zhang Zi calmly said goodbye. I have other things to do. I won't play with you anymore. If you still want to fight, wait until I get into Qingda Martial Arts Academy and then come find me. After he left, the crowd discussed, isn't that the boy who cleans the martial arts hall? I didn't expect him to defeat that violent girl. It seems to be him. He's usually so quiet. I didn't expect him to be a master. No matter who he is, he got rid of those shrewish women. Great. Everyone continued to gather on the Demon Domain 9th floor. Oh no, I overslept, half an hour late. Zhang Zi quickly checked the system, and after reading the message he sighed, looks like I can only wait for them here. Phil suddenly appeared. Guild leader, I've been looking for you everywhere. Zhang Zi asked, are you a guild member? Phil replied. He nodded repeatedly. That's right, I'm a member of your guild leader. He awkwardly scratched his head. Sorry, I added too many friends suddenly, so I'm a bit forgetful. What can I do for you? Phil didn't seem upset but quickly said, Guild leader, quickly go to the Demon Domain 8th floor to help the brothers in the guild. Zhang Zi confirmed in surprise. Demon Domain 8th floor? Didn't you go exploring with Brother Jushin? Phil cried sadly. Because we were too weak we didn't go with one arrow-piercing heart in them but went to the 8th floor to level up. We didn't expect to be chased by 5 heavily armored centaur cavalry, and we panicked and ran into a nearby valley to hide. Only later did we realize it was a dead end. Guild leader, quickly go save them. Zhang Zi comforted the archer. Alright, don't cry, I'll go check the situation with you after I send this message. He quickly stood up. Okay, I'll lead the way for the guild leader. Phil smiled sinisterly. Then on the Demon Domain 8th floor, Zhang Zi observed suspiciously, this doesn't look like an ordinary valley. Phil pointed inside. It's inside, almost there, he confirmed suspiciously. Are you sure you didn't take a wrong turn? Why are there so many flags and fortifications in this valley? He nodded repeatedly. Definitely not wrong, the flags on the ground were left by the centaur cavalry. Guild leader, our people are trapped up there. Let's go save them quickly. Zhang Zi looked up in surprise. Don't rush, he thought to himself. 7 heavily armored centaur cavalry. Saving people is the priority. Zhang Zi then placed his hand on the ground, summoning the centaur general. Phil's mouth dropped open. It's the centaur general, Zhang Zi explained seriously. Don't be afraid, this is my summoned beast. The centaur general charged forward, roaring loudly. The general charged first, and the opponents also quickly charged to counterattack. The centaur general quickly eliminated them all. Zhang Zi extended his bow. What are you waiting for? I'll lure the monsters away, you quickly go save them. Understood. Phil quickly looked around. Then he ran into a house. Zhang Zi looked around worriedly. Quick, he always felt something was wrong here. The centaur general used its ultimate skill, thunderclap suppression. Zhang Zi surprisingly extended his bow. Are there more? What's going on? Centaur general. Who? Zhang Zi immediately turned around. The centaur general stomped its foot heavily on the ground, and he immediately ordered, as expected, something's wrong. Attack. A guy immediately died. An arrow immediately shot at Zhang Zi, and he quickly dodged. Zhang Zi looked up. Phil, you tricked me, he grinned proudly. Guild leader, don't blame me, blame yourself for offending the Dawn people. Now your bounty is as high as tens of millions. We're very envious of all that money, just the 3 of you. You can't kill me. Arrows quickly shot past him. Phil yelled after being hit by an arrow. Holy crap, Rakshasa, you're dead today. Let me tell you, this isn't an ordinary valley. It's the Centaur Legion's training camp. The Centaur General is on its way back. You can't escape unless you can kill hundreds of Centaur cavalry by yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of Centaur cavalry rushed out like a storm. Zhang Zi awkwardly glanced back. They charged at him with extreme fury. Phil cackled proudly. They're back. The Centaur cavalry are back. Rakshasa, you're dead. Quickly record the entire process of Rakshasa being killed by the Centaur cavalry. Don't miss any details. Then send it to them as evidence to claim the reward. I'm about to get rich. Don't rush me. I'm recording now. Zhang Zi quickly turned to observe the situation. A system prompt immediately popped up asking if he confirmed using a random teleportation scroll. Is there? He tightly clenched his hands in worry, not expecting to be tricked by these villains again. I won't let them succeed. Phil and his accomplices were still smiling gleefully on the tower. Oh no, what's going on? Why isn't he using a random teleportation scroll to escape? Has he given up? Does he want to surrender? Maybe he wants to beg us for mercy, hoping we'll let him come up to the watchtower to avoid the Centaur General. Never mind, it's fate anyway. He's definitely dead today. So let's just wait for the reward. Has Rakshasa given up, or does he want to beg me for mercy? Don't dream about it. I won't spare you, unless you offer more than the bounty. The Centaur cavalry were getting closer. Phil happily watched the spectacle before him. Rakshasa, today is your doomsday. The 15 million bounty is about to fall into our hands. Zhang Zi immediately curled his lips into a smile. It seems you've misunderstood. Now I'm coming for your lives. How dare you use my kindness to deceive me? You must pay for this. Phil wasn't scared. Instead, he provoked. Have you gone mad with fear? You're the one who's going to die. Those 500 centaur cavalry behind you aren't just for show. First deal with them, then come find us to die, Rakshasa. Zhang Zi stood calmly within the centaur cavalry's encirclement. He displayed a faint smile. Zhang Zi pointed at the tower and said, I already told you, I'm coming for your lives now. Phil suddenly shuddered in fright, shouting in panic, "What? How could this be?" Phil and his companions began cursing wildly. "Oh no, the centaur cavalry should be attacking Rakshasa. Why are they just surrounding him but not attacking? Didn't you say he could summon monsters? Could it be related to that? Are you stupid? If he could summon so many centaurs, he'd already be the demon domain overlord." "Definitely not. Could all those 500+ centaur cavalry be summoned by him?" Zhang Zi now pointed upwards, giving the order, "General, command the cavalry to besiege the watchtower." "Yes, sir," the centaur general quickly shouted. "Charge everyone, give the order to the three armies." It raised its spear and charged forward. The surrounding cavalry also swarmed in, attacking the tower. Charge, charge. Phil's two accomplices were terrified and disoriented. "Damn it, why are the centaur cavalry charging at us?" "Something's wrong. They saw Rakshasa first, so all their hatred should be focused on him. Why are they targeting us? Boss, what do we do now? We're surrounded by centaur cavalry. Damn that Rakshasa will fight you to the death." A cavalryman immediately chopped off one of the tower's legs. Other cavalrymen also attacked the tower, scaring Phil into cursing loudly. "The Dawn organization won't let you get away with this." Zhang Zi was fearless. Instead, he became even more composed. "Remember what I said, anyone who dares to deceive me will die a miserable death." A hidden mysterious person witnessed all this. Rakshasa is indeed a difficult character to deal with. He opened the chat interface. "Phil's team failed. I already said Rakshasa is not to be trifled with. Phil's team was completely wiped out. He's getting stronger and stronger. We can't let him do as he pleases anymore. He's not simple. His weakness is that he's too kind-hearted." Subsequently, Zhang Zi returned to his teammates and one arrow happily ran over. "Guild leader, the demon domain 9th floor is absolutely insane. There are traps everywhere, and the cultists on this floor are just madmen." Zhang Zi immediately opened the demon domain handbook to check. The handbook recorded that this week's monsters were mainly cultists, including red-robed cultists and green-robed cultists. After red-robed cultists die, their bodies mutate into hideous monsters, continuing to fight adventurers. Their attack and defense attributes double. The damage dealt to them and normal attacks are extremely difficult to limit. Green-robed cultists are even scarier. Although their attack and defense attributes aren't high, adventurers can easily kill them, but after death, they curse the adventurer who killed them. Jushin also nodded in agreement. "That's right. The curse effects include but are not limited to reduced defense, reduced attack, reduced speed, continuous health drain, stun and more, with over a dozen different types." Dragon King listened and complained unhappily. "And it lasts for an hour according to the demon domain's time. How are we supposed to fight like this?" He reached out and continued to explain. "The scariest thing is still the boss. That grand cult leader is really hard to deal with. His room is full of venomous snakes and their attacks are poisonous. Once an adventurer is poisoned, they'll continuously lose health and need immediate detoxification. Only after all the snakes are eliminated will the Grand Cult Leader attack. He uses dark magic attacks, and if hit, all the adventurer's attributes will be reset to 0, making them completely useless. This state will last until the Grand Cult Leader is killed. Not only that, but after death, the Grand Cult Leader will enter a second phase. He will be possessed by an evil god, transforming into a massive evil spirit creature. To eliminate the Grand Cult Leader, you need at least 10 adventurers rated as elite. Otherwise, forget about it." Hermit Fengyun stroked his beard. Zhang Zi quickly suggested, "We need adventurers who can help remove debuffs, otherwise it will be difficult to conquer this floor." Jushin sighed. "Support adventurers are hard to find and most of them can only heal like Money Princess but can't remove debuffs, or how about we buy some activators? Those items can nullify any debuff. And they can also increase damage resistance," Dragon King said with a bitter smile. "It's just that the price is a bit high." Meng Dai immediately retorted. "A bit high? Is this price still a bit high? One activator costs 50,000 N. How is that any different from robbery?" Jushin explained. "Activators are very rare, you can't necessarily buy them even with money. We'd better find a few support adventurers." Zhang Zi noticed Lu Yuyan wasn't there, so he looked around. "She didn't come today." He reached out and stroked his chin. "She said she had an urgent family matter, and she has to fill out her college applications tomorrow, so she won't be coming today." He then disbanded the team. "Well, let's get some rest early today. Many people are cursed now, so we can't continue fighting anyway." Jushin reluctantly complied. "I guess that's all we can do." Dragon King shouted irritably. "This is really tough. Where are we going to find support personnel?" Meanwhile, at Lu Yuying's manor, she stood in a martial arts uniform, clenching her hands. Chao Wei quietly walked over, happily greeting, "Cousin, I'm clumsy, so please go easy on me, Tang Chao Wei." Lu Yuying confidently revealed the truth. "Tang Chao Wei, don't pretend to be weak in front of me." The champion of the 40th Student Martial Arts Competition, a prodigy pre-selected for direct admission to Qingda Martial Arts Academy, possessing in sulfur monosulfide rank talent and already on the Ministry of National Security's recruitment list. Chao Wei immediately stepped forward with a straight kick. "But cousin, you still said I couldn't get into Class A of Qingda Martial Arts Academy. Take this." Lu Yuying dodged fearlessly. "Chao Wei, you shouldn't underestimate your opponents. There are hidden masters in every class of Class A, for example, in my Class A. Many people have received high evaluations in the Demon Domain and are also Level 2 Demon Domain experts in the real world." Chao Wei attacked while chatting. "Cousin, is this all your strength? I think Class A's strength is just so-so. Just then, Li suddenly walked over and greeted them seriously. Young Miss Yuying. Chao Wei quickly recognized her. Li, are you injured? She snorted coldly and immediately nodded. Today I went to school to challenge someone and met an annoying kid. I didn't expect him to know Tang family martial arts. After hearing this, Chao Wei unhappily clenched her hands. What? Tang family martial arts? You didn't see wrong, did you? Li confidently affirmed. No, absolutely no mistake. She then turned and left. I can't believe such a thing happened. He must be the illegitimate son left behind by my father's philandering past. Come on, let's go home and settle the score with him. Li and Chao Wei turned around, pretending to promise. Young Miss, don't get too agitated. You two don't look like biological sisters. No need to say more. I must personally go and ask my philandering father for clarification. Lu Yuying merely smiled to herself. This cousin has never worked hard for anything, yet she can easily get into Qingda Martial Arts Academy. Her natural talent is truly enviable. Zhang Zi walked distractedly towards the school, waves of lively chatter reaching his ears. Today's the day to fill out college applications. Have you decided which school to apply to? What's there to decide? It's just a few third-rate schools anyway. His phone vibrated several times in his pocket. Hello Pan, what's wrong? News immediately came from the other end of the line. Brother Zhang Zi, Zhang Feng can't come to school today because of something. The teacher asked me to call and ask about her absence. Zhang Zi was startled and froze. What, didn't come to school? I left with her this morning. I understand. I'll call her now. Who's sending me a text message now? It turned out to be a threatening text from Zhang Feng. If you want your sister to be safe, give up the national martial arts competition. Zhang Zi was immediately confused. Who is it? Who kidnapped Zhao Feng? Has my identity in the demon domain been discovered? Impossible. If they wanted a ransom, they wouldn't ask me to give up the registration. What now? What should I do? He picked up the card. That's right. Hello. Is this Xiao Qin? I need to trouble you with something. Please help me find my sister. The location was identified as the abandoned district. 3 kidnappers were happily drinking. When is boss coming to take this little girl away? I don't want to spend the night in this gloomy, dilapidated place. You ask me, who should I ask? This is the boss's order. We must do it well. Otherwise, one of the kidnappers stammered in fear. Why you? Leader immediately roared. What, why you? Zhang Zi quickly walked in. Where's my sister? He turned around in fright, threatening. Zhang Zi, don't come closer or don't blame me. He immediately kicked the leader away. The leader, terrified, knelt and begged for mercy. Your sister is safe inside and nothing happened. Zhang Zi clenched his hands and shouted loudly. Who ordered you to do this? Tell me the truth and I'll spare your lives. The leader lowered his head and confessed everything. It was Zheng Hao. He told me to kidnap your sister, saying you were the obstacle preventing him from getting into Qingda Martial Arts Academy. Zhang Zi quickly understood but remained incredibly furious. It was him, just to get into Qingda Martial Arts Academy. He kidnapped my sister. What an asshole. He then ran to the school that night. Get out of the way. Zhang Zi rushed to the school. Zheng Hao immediately learned the news via phone. Exposed, as expected. Zhang Zi is not simple. Zhang Zi then kicked open the door, walked in and shouted loudly. Zheng Hao, come out now. Zheng Hao, I can't believe you kidnapped my sister, forcing me to give up the competition. You've made a grave mistake. He was sweating all over in fear but still feigned calmness. Zhang Zi, your strength indeed exceeded my expectations. You're too strong for me. You're an obstacle to my entry into Qingda Martial Arts Academy. To be admitted to Qingda Martial Arts Academy, I need to clear all obstacles, and you're no exception. Zheng Hao immediately drank a strange potion. Zhang Zi immediately clenched his hands. What the heck? What did you drink? Zheng Hao's face immediately flushed crimson, veins bulging. He rushed forward and threw a punch. What did I drink? You'll find out soon enough. But by the time you know, it'll be time for you to return to the King of Hell. Zhang Zi reached out and blocked with difficulty. The power is terrifying. This punch has at least 2,000 kilograms of force. How can he have such strength? Zhang Zi retreated and dodged. What the hell did you drink? Zheng Hao rushed forward desperately. Go ask the King of Hell. He swung his fists wildly. Zheng Hao laughed triumphantly. Do you only know how to dodge? He immediately punched the wall and the wall cracked. Zhang Zi, as a man, don't keep dodging. Come fight me head on. He dodged to the side and provoked. I'm not foolish enough to butt heads with you. If I want to counterattack, I need to find the right moment. Zheng Hao immediately rushed towards Zhang Zi and he punched Zheng Hao in the stomach. This punch is for my sister's revenge. Zheng Hao trembled in pain, clutching his body. Zhang Zi, you despicable scoundrel. He tensed his power even more. Subsequently, Zheng Hao still rushed at his opponent like a madman. Zhang Zi quickly realized, it's over. Zheng Hao had already grabbed his neck and was pinning him to the ground with both hands. Let's see you dodge now, die. A flying kick came from nowhere, hitting Zheng Hao squarely, and he quickly spammed into the wall. That was Xiao Qin's fatal kick. Zhang Zi, she asked coldly. Zhang Zi, are you alright? He panted and coughed loudly. If you had come any later, I really would have gone to meet the King of Hell, Xiao Qin then joked. In that case, I should have come a little later. She then ordered her subordinates to take Zheng Hao back to the lab. Yes. Zheng Hao's face was bruised and his eyes were vacant. Zhang Zi asked in surprise and curiosity. I don't know what he drank, but his strength suddenly increased abnormally. Xiao Qin also folded her arms and looked at the ground. My purpose for coming here is also related to this. What he drank earlier is very likely the demon domain forbidden drug I've been investigating recently. He recoiled in fear. What? Demon domain forbidden drug? How is that possible? Items from the demon domain cannot appear in the real world. Xiao Qin approached to explain further. Many records in the Demon Domain Handbook are outdated. In the past 2 years, some lawless individuals have created special containers and used them to bring items from the Demon Domain into the real world. What he drank is very likely the forbidden drug I mentioned. I'll only know the specifics after I interrogate him. Zhang Feng ran happily from a distance. Brother, the little girl hugged her brother tightly. Brother, I'm so scared. Tianfeng City is too dangerous. He quickly comforted her. Zhaofeng, don't be afraid. Big brother is here, Xiao Qin quickly ordered. All right, Zhangzi, you take your sister home first. I still need to stay here and deal with the scene. Zhang Zi also agreed. Okay, we'll head back first then. Contact me if anything happens. Zhang Feng quickly reminded him. Oh, by the way, brother, today is the deadline for exam registration. Did you sign up? He happily left with his sister. Don't worry, Zhaofeng, I've signed up. I'll definitely get into Qingda Martial Arts Academy and then earn money to treat your illness, the little girl innocently asked. So when I'm well, can I also enter the Demon Domain, brother? Everyone gathered on the Demon Domain 9th floor again. Moonshadow rushed over. Rakshasa, what took you so long? Did something happen? Zhang Zi awkwardly scratched his head. Sorry, I ran into some issues, but they've been resolved. That's good. Jushin immediately cut to the chase. Guild leader, you're finally here. Everyone has already gathered, but how can we conquer the 9th floor? It's difficult to clear without support adventurers. Zhang Zi then reported the situation. I've already posted on the forum to recruit support adventurers for cooperation, and I promised to share a portion of the spoils with them, but no one has contacted me yet. Jushin clicked his tongue. Support adventurers are hard enough to find, and excellent ones are even rarer. Dragon King stroked his chin, trying to recall. Actually, I know a very powerful support adventurer, and he even has a team, all of whom are support adventurers, but Jushin and Meng Dai immediately pressed him impatiently. Dragon King, why didn't you say you knew someone earlier? Exactly, what's the deal? Don't stammer, tell us. Dragon King detailed his worries. It's just that this person is very selfish, very greedy, she quickly interjected. Very greedy? How greedy? He hesitated for a long time. According to that person's previous demands, he'll likely take all the spoils. Jushin and Moonshadow were stunned, their mouths agape. What? One person takes all the spoils? Meng Dai also complained indignantly. I can't believe he's even greedier than me, Dragon King nodded in agreement. That's why I didn't tell everyone. He's my dad's classmate. My dad said that this person used to be a top performer in the Ministry of National Security. Later, for some unknown reason, he left the Ministry of Security and then recruited his own team of support adventurers. Jushin asked again, doubtfully. Ministry of National Security, then his strength and skill must be very impressive, right? Zhang Zi quickly suggested. He's the one we need to find. I really want to know how powerful he is. Zhang Zi seriously proposed. Right now, we desperately need talented support adventurers. Dragon King immediately agreed. Okay, I'll contact him tomorrow. He's my dad's old classmate anyway, so he'll be easier to talk to. Just wait for my news, One Arrow said boredly. Looks like there's nothing to gain today. Let's log off early. But he was pulled into another plan. I have an idea. I want to go to the altar and take a look. One Arrow and Brother Jushin, if you're not busy, come with me to check out the situation. He immediately became excited. Okay, Jushin also happily joined. Let's go then. Everyone else can go back and rest first. The three of us will go to the altar to observe the situation. He then looked at the door ahead. The monsters on this floor are all concentrated in the altar, so it's still very safe if you don't cross that door. Zhang Zi quickly urged the two. Then let's go straight in. One Arrow agreed and followed. Okay, the three walked in under everyone's suspicious gazes. Only 3 people dare to come here, another group going to their deaths. As they crossed the large door, they suddenly stopped. Jushin looked around and warned, careful, this is evil energy. Zhang Zi frowned, also sensing the anomaly. This place is indeed terrifying. We're already affected by a debuff before even fighting monsters. Not only that, Jushin added, through this corridor you'll reach the boss's lair, and there are many cultists inside. One Arrow seemed experienced. That's right, last time we went in we got hit with that damned curse. So Zhang Zi glanced at Jushin. Then let's stop here for today. It seems it's really hard to clear without support. One Arrow, tonight take the Archer brothers who are still online in the guild to the 8th floor to level up. He quickly took orders. Okay, then he calmly made a decision. Let's go back first then. Hopefully Dragon King can find that powerful support adventurer tomorrow. In another part of the outskirts of Tianfeng City, a police officer said to Zheng Hao, I didn't expect you to be so stubborn at such a young age, but we're almost at the Ministry of Security headquarters. You'll have to confess everything sooner or later. The driver in front threatened, Kid, once you meet Professor Yang you'll obediently explain everything. Suddenly, something appeared, startling Xiao Qin, whose face turned pale. She saw a huge rock rushing towards them. Careful, look ahead. It hit the police car's wheel, and the violent impact caused the entire car to shake. The people inside only cursed. Damn it. Xiao Qin quickly jumped out of the car, watching the 3 Ministry of Security cars roll over. As Xiao Qin stopped, a blurred figure appeared above the building. The masked man gradually appeared in the night, indeed as rumored. Xiao Qin flew up without a word. She brandished her staff and shouted, Who are you? Xiao Qin struck him with her staff, but the masked man dodged, frustrating her. Too fast. Who exactly are you? He said coldly. Who I am doesn't matter. You just need to know that the light of Dawn's victory will shine upon this land. Only then did she realize he was from Dawn. Suddenly he shook his black cloak and a swarm of bats appeared and flew everywhere. Xiao Qin turned to look behind her, worriedly saying, "Oh no, I fell for Fox Mountain's trick." But a huge explosion was already in front of her. Moving to another location, everyone was gathered at the National Martial Arts Competition. Zhang Zi silently walked down the steps. "The competition is almost here, just a little more effort." Suddenly someone called him Zhang Zi. He was startled by the appearance of the person opposite him. Team leader Shang Xiao Qin folded her arms and said seriously, "Just call me Shang Xiao Qin, don't use those political titles." Not only that, a serious light flashed in her eyes. "Oh, by the way, I have some bad news for you." Zhang Hao was snatched away by someone. Zhang Zi cried out in surprise. "What? Snatched away? Who dared to snatch someone from the Ministry of Security? Could it be?" Xiao Qin immediately offered a condition. "Don't overthink it. I'm here to ask you, when do you plan to repay me for helping you find your sister?" He quickly agreed, "Anytime." At this she seemed to unburden herself, smiling. "Great. Then join the Ministry of Security and become my teammate." But Zhang Zi's tone was hesitant. "Well, I have a competition in a few days." Xiao Qin immediately handed him a piece of paper. Zhang Ping curiously took it. "This is," she left, reminding him, "go find that person at the address above, she'll give you special training. I guarantee you'll get into Qingda Martial Arts Academy." He still asked doubtfully, "Is there really such a good thing?" At the apartment door a lady was knocking. "Professor Pang, please tutor my son, no matter the cost." Zhang Ping also found the place based on the address on the paper. "This should be it, right?" He calmly walked to the door. Zhang Zi raised his hand and knocked, then politely introduced himself. "Hello, is Professor Pang home?" Shang Xiao Qin introduced me. Unexpectedly, the door opened and Iron Flower appeared. "Are you the talent that annoying little girl was talking about?" This statement made Zhang Zi pause. Annoying little girl. Before he could react, she suddenly attacked him. Fortunately, Zhang Ping agilely dodged. Iron Flower continued to attack with her cane, but still didn't hit Zhang Zi. Her last strike hit him with her foot. Zhang Zi fell to the ground crying out in pain. Iron Flower said to the woman there, "Madam, your son has no talent. I can't teach him. Please keep your money." She then pointed her cane at Zhang Zi. "Kid, you actually managed to dodge 2 of my kicks, which means you do have talent. Come inside with me." At this moment, he still hadn't recovered from the shock. Her attacks are too brutal, so the training began. Iron Flower's voice continuously echoed in the room. "Professor Pang, please go easy on me." Back in his room at night, Zhang Feng called out softly, "Brother, it's time to eat." But he was focused on meditation. Qi entering the Dantian, condensing Qi into power, dragon walking through snake meridians, yin and yang intersecting. The little girl walked by with the food, asking in confusion, "Brother, what are you muttering about? Come eat." Suddenly, Zhang Zi excitedly stood up. "I understand." Zhang Feng was even more confused. "Brother, are you okay? What do you understand?" He gently stroked the little girl's head. "Zhao Feng, recently Big Brother has been learning the dragon's breath technique from a senior. I finally realized my own method." Zhang Feng couldn't help but be curious. "Is the dragon's breath technique very powerful?" "Very powerful." Zhang Xi's voice became excited, profound. "Tonight I want to take this opportunity to earn more demon soul orbs in the demon domain to increase my attributes." The little girl feigned maturity and protested. "Brother, aren't you pushing yourself too hard to get into Qingda Martial Arts Academy?" He replied while hurriedly eating dinner. "Qingda Martial Arts Academy is just a stepping stone for me to become stronger." After dinner, Zhang Zi went to the demon domain 9th floor. Zhang Zi appeared. "Dragon King isn't here yet?" Jushin looked somewhat worried. "Not yet. We've already been in the demon domain for half an hour." He couldn't help but wonder if something had happened. Suddenly his voice rang out. "Zhang Zi, we're here." Dragon King was accompanied by Leng Feng Saiyuan. Jushin seemed to unburden himself. "Finally you're here. We were just waiting for you." He walked up to everyone, excitedly. "Let me briefly introduce him. This is the very powerful support adventurer I mentioned. He will help us clear the demon domain 9th floor." Leng Feng calmly spoke. "Are you the guild leader he mentioned? Make the conditions clear. All spoils belong to me." Zhang Zi immediately agreed. "No problem. As long as you can help us clear the 9th floor, all rewards are yours." After speaking, he smiled in satisfaction. "It's settled then, let's go." But One Arrow's face showed worry. "Just you alone? Our team has over 100 people. How can you control them all?" Leng Feng glanced at him, asserting, "What's wrong with being alone? I can still ensure all of you meet the final boss." Then he confidently took out an item. "Don't believe me?" Leng Feng threw out a green barrier. "Look at this." Instantly it spread in the air, distributing its power equally to everyone. Their voices were filled with excitement. "This buff effect is amazing." One Arrow's jaw dropped in surprise. "Oh my god, debuff effect reduced by 60 and it's indefinite?" So he wasn't boasting. He really is a master. Leng Feng quickly urged, "If you finished looking, let's go. My time is precious, don't waste it." So everyone walked in together. Zhang Zi curiously asked Dragon King, "Leng Feng Saiyuan's talent skill is indeed powerful, is it S rank?" But he denied it. "No, I heard my dad say it's a rank." He became even more confused. "A rank talent skill is that strong? You didn't remember wrong, did you?" He still affirmed. "No mistake. Did you see that crystal ball weapon in his hand? That's no ordinary weapon." Leng Feng was holding an S rank orb of blessing. Zhang Zi stroked his chin and sighed. Talent skill effect increased by 100. No wonder he was so confident earlier. Because this demon soul orb doubles the effect of his A rank talent skill, even surpassing S rank talent. He led everyone deeper. "Once you enter here, enemies will start attacking. As long as you stay within my green barrier, I guarantee you'll all get a buff. If you step out of the magic circle, don't blame me if you die then." Little Rabbit looked around. "It's so scary here." The little girl's worry was justified as the road was littered with bodies and a group of red-robed cultists and green-robed cultists were slowly approaching. Ling Feng didn't forget to remind them, "I'm only responsible for the buffs helping to resist curses. As for killing monsters, you'll have to handle that yourselves." Zhang Zi immediately agreed. Okay, they carefully walked step by step. Then he raised his hand and ordered Group 1 focus fire on the red-robed cultist on the left. The second group should focus on attacking the green-robed cultist on the right. Aim fire immediately. Arrows rained down, and one arrow hit the green-robed cultist, who excitedly said, "Taste instant defeat." They were hit by arrows and fell to the ground, their lanterns dropping and shattering, and the black mist within them dissipated. Zhang Zi immediately warned, "Everyone be careful, the curse has appeared." System notification, this is a level 1 malicious curse. The orb of blessing immediately enveloped everyone, and Ling Feng began to urge, "I've already promised to lead you through this floor, so attack with confidence." They immediately stood ready, weapons in hand. Dragon King charged forward and jumped. "This feels great, finally I can fight freely." But Zhang Zi did not forget to remind everyone, "Finish this quickly." Everyone's morale was high and they charged forward with all their might. He glanced at Little Rabbit. "Hey little girl, why aren't you fighting monsters?" The little girl replied softly, "My combat ability is poor, I can't fight them." Ling Feng's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. "Your teammates are fighting desperately, but you're just sitting here enjoying the benefits?" Little Rabbit stuck out her tongue disdainfully, saying, "What's it to you, aren't you enjoying the benefits too?" He bristled with anger. This little girl, after a while, all the monsters were eliminated, and Ling Feng walked to the door ahead. "All the spoils from this time, collect them properly and hand them over to me." At the same time he warned, "Also behind this door is the final boss, the grand cult leader, and I have something to say." Zhang Zi walked over and asked, "What is it?" Ling Feng's tone was provocative. "Since there are so many of you, if you want me to join you in fighting the boss, you'll have to pay more." Dragon King indignantly questioned, "What, more money? Uncle Tai, didn't you make it clear before? Now you want more money, that's very unfair." He cunningly smiled. "Little dragon, I'm only here to help because of you and your dad. The price for me to take action is over 1 million. These scattered rewards are nothing at all. There are too many people in your team and the venomous snakes inside are difficult to deal with. It's not easy to protect fragile archers." Jushin continued, "The boss's venomous snakes will spray potent venom. If not detoxified in time, you'll die instantly." So Zhang Zi had no choice but to compromise. "Then how much do you need?" Ling Feng held out his hand to bargain. "I'll just charge per person. The fee is 500,000 per person." Everyone was shocked to hear this. "What?" they said in unison. "Your fee is too high. We have so many people. Where are we going to find that much money?" Little Rabbit also felt indignant. "You're too much. For money you're abandoning all your integrity." She pointed at him. "A selfish person like you will never have true friends. When you die you'll walk the Yellow Springs alone. Even the wandering spirits will look down on you." Ling Feng's eyes suddenly widened. He lowered his head and said in surprise, "What did you just say? Who taught you those words?" Zhang Zi suddenly appeared in front of Little Rabbit, shielding her. "I'm sorry, my friend got a little emotional, please don't mind her." But Ling Feng was persistent, still wanting to get to the bottom of it. "Hey little girl, where did you hear those words? Tell me quickly." Although Little Rabbit was scared, she still answered honestly, "My dad told me." He decided to press on. "Your dad? What's your dad's name?" "Is it Cao Yi?" The little girl's eyes widened and she asked in surprise, "My dad's name is Cao Yi. Do you know my dad?" At this moment Little Rabbit boldly stepped forward. "Do you know my dad?" Ling Feng calmly replied, "Of course I do. Your dad was my superior and more importantly, he was my guide." Her voice became more and more urgent. "What? Are you and my dad colleagues? Do you also work at the Ministry of National Security? Then do you know what happened to my dad on the 30th floor of the demon domain? Why hasn't dad come back?" He seemed to find it difficult to speak, clenching his teeth. Then Ling Feng covered his face and said sadly, "The life of Tai Jiji was saved by your dad." Little Rabbit kept urging, "Uncle, please tell me, where's my dad? Is dad alive or dead?" At this moment Dragon King also spoke, breaking the tension between the two. "I once heard my dad mention that Uncle Tai's team left the Ministry of Security because something big happened back then." Now Ling Feng dared to recall the scene at that time. His team had a total of 7 people and your dad was the captain. He led the team along with 3 Tier 3 experts to explore the 30th floor of the demon domain. At that time, his team was the first group of adventurers to encounter the 30th floor boss. That name made Zhang Zi suddenly remember. "The boss on the 30th floor, is it the Snow Maiden?" He also agreed. "That's right, it's the Snow Maiden." Then Ling Feng described in detail the scene when she appeared. His team was deceived by her gentle and delicate appearance. The entire team had a total of 10 people with 4 S-rank talented adventurers alone. Everyone was very powerful. However, unexpectedly, the situation at that time also made Ling Feng panic. The Snow Maiden used only one skill, just one skill, and 6 of the 10 team members were frozen into stone. Captain Cao, in order to protect the safe retreat of other members, was also hit by the Snow Maiden's skill and frozen into stone. At this point Little Rabbit suddenly had tears in her eyes. "Dad, I must go to the 30th floor to find you." He immediately dissuaded her. "No, the reason I told you this is to warn you not to go. Your current strength is too weak. You would only be sacrificing yourself in vain." The little girl's face suddenly brightened. "It's okay, I found a friend who will help me get to the 30th floor." Ling Feng eagerly asked, "Friend? Which friend? How much money does he need? Little Rabbit cast her gaze towards the person behind her. It's Big Brother Zhang Zi, he doesn't need me to pay. He also affirmed, that's right, I promised Little Rabbit that I would take her to the 30th floor to find her dad. Little Rabbit is my friend. He thought for a moment, then made a decision. Alright, since you said so, today I'll make an exception and help you get through the Grand Cult Leader boss for free. Jushin was also ecstatic when he saw this. Just now he was asking for exorbitant prices, but now he says he doesn't want a single penny. The little girl's face was filled with hope. What's going on? Uncle Tai has finally turned over a new leaf. As he spoke, Ling Feng turned and led the way. What do you mean, turned over a new leaf? I'm a good person, you know. It's not early, let's move quickly. When the door opened, he warned. Once you enter, you'll immediately become the boss's target. Everyone be careful. Everyone responded in unison. Understood. Before them was a group of black snakes intertwined with black mist, forming a terrifying and eerie space. The Grand Cult Leader high above warned, you who trespass into the sacred temple and profane the gods now receive your punishment. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hands commanding the snake horde to attack. Ling Feng, being experienced, ordered everyone, don't think that venomous snakes only spray poison. Their attack power is not low at all. With the archer's defense, they probably won't last long. Don't engage in close combat with the venomous snakes. They also obediently complied. Understood. Then Zhang Zi drew his bow. We won't get close to the venomous snakes. Everyone pay attention to your shooting posture. Jushin, behind, acknowledged the command and understood. Thus arrows rained down on the snake horde. They met their maker one after another. Ling Feng couldn't help but praise him. You're truly intelligent and agile to think of having archers fight together, saving the useless archer profession that everyone despised. Next, Jichu made his move, shooting sharp ice shards to freeze them. The archers fired another volley, and this time all the snake horde was eliminated, with colorful gems falling like rain. Zhang Zi turned to him. Uncle Tai, we agreed earlier that the rewards would all be yours. Now you can come and collect them. But Ling Feng was a little embarrassed. Forget it, looking at your poor state. I don't need these rewards anymore. You can share them among yourselves. Everyone jumped up excitedly. That's great, Uncle Tai, you're really a good person, that's amazing. Little Rabbit gave a thumbs up and praised. Uncle Tai, you did great, my dad will definitely praise you if he knows. Then Zhang Zi returned to the main topic. Uncle Tai, how can we defeat the Grand Cult Leader? Ling Feng warned everyone. The Grand Cult Leader's power at this stage is nothing special, and its damage isn't high, so everyone can relax. The only thing to watch out for is its dark magic. That thing is very tricky. Once hit, all attributes will be reduced by 50. But Dragon King retorted, that's not right, I remember the Demon Domain Handbook stated that all attributes would be reset to 0, why only a 50 reduction? He sighed deeply. Because when the Demon Domain Handbook was compiled, those people's attribute values were similar to yours now, around 20 to 30 points, so when it was reduced to 0, they mistakenly thought it would directly reset to 0. The duration of dark magic is similar, it doesn't last forever, only for 60 minutes. At this moment, Zhang Zi felt much more relaxed. I see. So now with Uncle Tai's green barrier, which can reduce debuffs by 60, we don't have to worry about not being able to defeat the Grand Cult Leader. But Ling Feng poured cold water on them again. It's not that simple. When the Grand Cult Leader enters its third phase, it will transform into a massive snake demon with terrifying attack power. And it will also cast potent poison spells, poisoning over a dozen people at once. Furthermore, he revealed, not only that, but it also has lifesteal ability, draining 50 of an adventurer's health each time to replenish itself and extend its life. Seeing this, everyone began to clamor. That sounds so scary, too terrifying. But Zhang Zi looked at them with resolute eyes, affirming, everyone don't be afraid, we have so many people and Uncle Tai's support will definitely be fine, let's go all out. So they began to fight. Dragon King excitedly raised his long spear. Finally, it's our melee team's turn to strike. Moonshadow also charged forward. Zhang Zi drew his bow, shouting loudly, attack boss team, everyone prepare. Immediately the vanguard arrow shot out, piercing the Grand Cult Leader's chest. The black mist surrounding him grew thicker and thicker. Arrogant unbelievers, despicable mortals, die now. Zhang Zi focused his command. Big Brother Jushin, hold the boss's aggro. Jichu, control the enemy. Melee and ranged attack groups, full damage output. Everyone pay attention to safety. Then everyone charged together to attack the Grand Cult Leader. Understood. Dragon King charged forward fiercely. I'm so angry, this time I must have my revenge. In the space, Ling Feng continued to praise Zhang Zi for remaining calm in the face of danger. Zhang Zi's command ability is excellent. Little Rabbit, making friends with him was the right choice. Hearing this, Little Rabbit also said proudly, yes, Big Brother Zhang Zi is very powerful. He can even summon bosses. As soon as she finished speaking, he widened his mouth in surprise. What, you said his skill can summon bosses? The little girl innocently replied, He can summon devouring toads, shadow wolves. Big Brother Zhang Zi can summon them all. Just as she said this, Ling Feng's body trembled. Heavens, does such a talent really exist? If he can summon bosses, then can he also summon the Snow Maiden from the 30th floor to participate in the battle? Dragon King fought back desperately. Take this, Zhang Zi focused on observing. That's right, everyone, keep it up, keep attacking. On the other hand, the Grand Cult Leader being continuously attacked, his energy constantly decreased, which made him furious. Despicable mortals. Then the Grand Cult Leader summoned black mist in his palm. He shot that stream of energy, making everyone feel fear. Everyone be careful, it's dark magic. Jushin struggled to block the continuous attacks. Damn it, I was caught off guard and hit by the Grand Cult Leader's dark corrosion magic. This is bad. Then he swung his staff directly hitting Jushin's shield. Jushin fell to the ground groaning in pain. Dragon King watched helplessly. Charm, the damage is too high. Next, it was Moonshadow's turn, but before her halo could shine for 3 seconds she was hit by the Grand Cult Leader, making Jushin worried. Moonshadow, be careful. This moment he became frantic, his eyes bloodshot. She lay on her back accepting her fate. All attributes are reset to 0, I can't dodge it. Then Moonshadow looked back and it was the Centaur General who appeared, blocking the fatal blow for her. Everyone's faces showed joy as they had a new ally. It brandished its sword, roaring provocatively. By my master's command I will kill, Lang Feng quickly reminded from behind. Melee teammates who are cursed, retreat quickly. Continue attacking after the dark magic disappears. Dragon King had no choice but to accept. Okay, understood. Zhang Zi asked with concern. Lu Yueyang, are you alright? She clutched her wound, calmly saying, I'm fine, thank you. As for Jushin, he was severely injured and needed to be helped away. Zhang Zi, this isn't working. All attributes are reset to 0, everyone's attacks do no damage. If we drag this on, the Grand Cult Leader will continue to attack. He also agreed with this. Indeed, another solution must be found. Meanwhile, the Grand Cult Leader was still fighting fiercely with the Centaur General. Dragon King anxiously shouted, Oh no, Zhang Zi, your Centaur General is about to give out. Moonshadow was also extremely anxious. Damn it, this boss's dark magic is too dreadful. The situation was too urgent, so he immediately reached out and recalled it. This dragging on isn't working. I need to verify my judgment. The Centaur General's body gradually became transparent. While the Grand Cult Leader was still fighting fiercely, it suddenly disappeared. Despicable mortals, come and accept my judgment. Then Zhang Zi summoned the Centaur General again, and everyone's eyes widened in surprise. The Centaur General's curse status has disappeared. At this he felt relieved, just as he had expected. Recalling the summoned beast would break the curse. Centaur General, show that old geezer some manners. It charged forward fiercely as ordered. Subsequently, the Centaur General fiercely thrust its spear into the Grand Cult Leader. The Grand Cult Leader was hit by a critical strike and only had time to let out a tragic scream before logging off. Zhang Zi received the system reward. Congratulations, your summoned beast has defeated the Grand Cult Leader. Everyone was overjoyed. Is the Grand Cult Leader dead? Great. The Grand Cult Leader was killed by the Guild Leader. Long live the Guild Leader. Unexpectedly, he widened his eyes and smiled. Suddenly, the Grand Cult Leader revived and stood up. You think you can defeat me like this, you fools? Jichu immediately warned. Everyone pay attention. The Grand Cult Leader is about to enter its 3rd phase. Zhang Zi immediately summoned the devouring toad and a huge snake tail gradually appeared. In a blink of an eye, the Grand Cult Leader had transformed into a half-human, half-snake form. It opened its bloody maw in defiance. Today is the doomsday for you despicable beings. One person in the team saw this and was terrified. This monster's power is too horrifying. Zhang Zi commanded the archers. Brother Jushin has already drawn its aggro ranged attack team. Prepare to shoot the boss. However, those arrows were just a tickle to the Grand Cult Leader. An archer screamed in terror. Holy crap, you've got to be kidding me. Why is the damage so low? He soothed them. Its scales must have very high defense. Don't get distracted. Keep attacking. This time it was the Grand Cult Leader's turn to spray venom. Despicable humans, all of you turned to ashes. Zhang Zi had just given a warning when a group of people who couldn't run in time were poisoned. Beware of the boss's venom. Jichu threw the green barrier into the air. Everyone pay attention to healing. Those with low health should quickly use potions and keep shooting arrows. Green barrier, everyone hold on a little longer. It's almost at half health. Subsequently, the devouring toad sprayed flames, hitting the Grand Cult Leader directly. Then the Centaur General stabbed its head with a spear, and it furiously charged at the Centaur General. Zhang Zi's sharp eyes noticed the problem. This is bad. The boss's aggro has been pulled by the Centaur General. Sure enough, the Centaur General was entangled and devoured by the Grand Cult Leader. Jichu urgently pointed at them. The snake demon is sucking the Centaur General's blood. Quickly stop it. Moments later, it spat out the Centaur General's dried corpse. Blood is truly tempting, the Grand Cult Leader said with a satisfied look revealing its sharp teeth. Zhang Zi extended his hand and recalled it. The Centaur General only had 15 health remaining and had to wait until it recovered before rejoining the battle. Without the Centaur General, damage output was greatly reduced, and now they could only rely on Dragon King and Moonshadow. He walked forward. Hit, your command ability is excellent, but your team is too weak. My friends are just not strong enough yet. In fact, they are all very talented. Jichu analyzed with crossed arms. I'm not saying your friends aren't talented, but your team composition is unreasonable and has major problems. Haven't you noticed? Zhang Zi was speechless for a moment. In addition, he pointed out the crucial points. In the demon domain, how far a team can go depends on its damage output. Especially Zhang Zi's ranged attacks, and the Ice Mage Jichu can control enemies and dictate the pace of the entire battle. But the most important role of a mage is to kill monsters. Currently, your team lacks a class responsible for magic damage output. Not only that, Jichu frankly stated, in the demon domain, the further you go, the defense of monsters will increase exponentially. You also lack a support class to help the team improve its clearing ability. He hesitated. If I want to add members, I need to discuss it with Brother Jushin and the others. Jichu seriously suggested, if needed, I can introduce you to some promising candidates. As long as they agree to join your team, I believe your team will become stronger and stronger. Zhang Zi directly asked without hesitation. How much does it cost to invite these people? His tone became firm. According to current standards, it requires at least 500,000 in annual compensation. That's just for a talent level. Never mind, if you want to find stronger people, the price will be even higher. Hearing this, he immediately refused. Then forget it, we don't have that much money to hire people now. And we don't know what kind of personalities those people have. The demon domain is a lawless place and human hearts are unpredictable. Then you all decide for yourselves. However, with your team's current strength you can at most reach the 20th or 23rd floor. Going any higher will be very difficult. Back on the battlefield, Dragon King leapt. You damn monster, die, Jushin shouted worriedly from below. Dragon King, be careful. In this moment of impulse he was entangled by the Grand Cult leader. Meng Dai struggled to resist and couldn't help but complain. Annoying Dragon King, don't you know how to dodge when attacked? Still thinking you're a tank, I can't heal you anymore. Seeing his pained expression, Moonshadow shouted, Dragon King, are you crazy? Retreat quickly. Then the Grand Cult leader sprayed venom at them. The doomsday for you despicable beings has arrived. Jushin expanded his shield to block poisonous spell. Be careful. Meanwhile, Dragon King kept urging little princess. Quickly heal me, it's all up to you. Meng Dai on the side wasn't idle. I'm healing. My magic points are almost gone. Quickly think of something. Zhang Zi observed for a long time and finally saw the problem. We can't drag this on any longer. The snake demon's scales are hard as iron and normal attacks are difficult to deal damage. So he decided to try another approach. All ranged attackers, listen to my command. Aim for the snake demon's mouth. Once it opens its mouth, shoot immediately. One arrow grinned enthusiastically. This is a good idea. I don't believe it has scales in its belly either. Moments later, the Grand Cult leader began to inhale venom. At this moment, Zhang Zi immediately gathered the archer squad. Opportunity has arrived. Everyone prepare to aim for the snake demon's mouth. When it opened wide enough, he ordered them to shoot, and arrows rained down on the Grand Cult leader. Each attack caused it to lose a large amount of health. It was Moonshadow's turn to jump and attack. Dragon King seized the opportunity. The snake demon is almost dead. Just then, he delivered a fatal blow to its head. Well done. Suddenly, the Grand Cult leader quickly swept backward. Dragon King stopped curiously. What's going on? Why is it curling up into an egg? Ji-Chu shouted loudly, his voice like thunder. Don't be careless. That snake demon is trying to escape. Shanwei couldn't believe his efforts were in vain. What? After all that fighting, it's trying to run away. Suddenly, the Grand Cult leader's massive body shrank, transforming into a small white snake, a cunning enemy hiding and waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. Little Rabbit was startled, pointing at it. Look, there's a small snake. His urging voice was like thunder on the battlefield, making the entire team instantly alert. Don't let it escape. If it goes into the hole, all our efforts will be in vain. Zhang Zi rushed forward nimbly. I'll do it. With a whoosh that cut through the air, an arrow shot out like lightning, carrying violent power. That arrow struck the Grand Cult leader, making it scream in pain and anger. Despicable human, damn you, he landed perfectly. Good thing, almost let it get away. The system popped up a notification. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Grand Cult leader. The Grand Cult leader disappeared, and with it appeared the rewards of their hard work. Meng Dai's eyes lit up at the sight of the pile of rewards, gleefully shouting, so this annoying guy was hiding so many good things. The entire team was immersed in the joy of victory. Laughter filled the space, accompanied by the pride and satisfaction of a fulfilling battle. Zhang Zi knelt to inspect the items, looking for anything valuable. Ji-Chu softly called his name Rakshasa. Meanwhile, everyone was scrambling to pick up rewards. She happily held a shimmering snakeskin skirt. I like the A-rank snakeskin skirt, he also grinned, and the serpent-patterned armor, in a corner. He had something to say. Zhang Zi, the boss battle is over and my mission is complete. Rakshasa, I have something I want to discuss with you. He asked curiously. What is it? Zhang Zi pondered, understanding the question Ji-Chu wanted to ask. Does Uncle mean he hopes I'll go to the 30th floor to save Little Rabbit's father? He replied. Exactly, this is also what I wanted to ask of you, hoping to save my former superior. If there's a price to pay, I'm willing to accept it. Zhang Zi didn't want Ji-Chu to sacrifice for his promise to Little Rabbit, and he was also willing to go all out. No price is needed. I've already promised Little Rabbit that if I have the ability to save her father, I'd be happy to help, but the journey to the 30th floor will be very difficult. There will be times when I need your help. He agreed. No problem. Contact me whenever you need me. De Yang came over to tell Zhang Zi to prepare. Rakshasa, the loot is almost collected. Let's go to the 10th floor. His eyes filled with determination. Okay. Ji-Chu waved goodbye to the team. You all go to the 10th floor altar quickly. I'm old. This battle has lasted too long. My body can't take it. Please take good care of Little Rabbit. Don't worry, Uncle. Also, every 10 floors there's a level demarcation, and the difficulty of the demon domain will gradually increase. Everyone must be careful, he replied firmly. Understood. The portal to the next floor awaited them. Everyone rejoiced at reaching such a high floor. I never thought we'd reach the 10th floor. Yes, thanks to our guild leader. That's right. Long live the guild leader. The 10th floor of the demon domain was desolate and cold. Only broken stones and scattered bones remained, as if relics of countless battles. As everyone stepped out of the portal, sand and wind howled, carrying the stench of death. And everyone shivered involuntarily. This place is too desolate. According to the Demon Domain Handbook, this is an endless ancient battlefield. Look, indeed, countless skeletons have died on the battlefield. Ming Dai trembled and reached out. We've been fighting snake demons and prisoners for 7 hours. It's probably 3 a.m. now, right? I'm so sleepy, Moonshadow suggested an idea. How about we meet tomorrow? The exam is approaching and many people need to prepare for it. Zhang Zi was surprised to find his identity exposed. Did she recognize my identity? Does she know I have an exam soon? Impossible. He agreed wholeheartedly. Everyone's tired, let's log off for now. What do you think, Rakshasa? He agreed. Okay, everyone go back and rest. Everyone said goodbye and returned to the real world. Goodbye, see you next time. She gave a gentle smile and waved goodbye to Zhang Zi. Rakshasa, you should rest early too, he replied with seriousness and a hint of intimacy. Okay, see you tomorrow, Moonshadow. Looking forward to seeing you again. See you tomorrow. Zhang Zi opened the system panel again to check. 5 high-grade demon soul orbs, high, medium, low, 7 mid-grade demon soul orbs, 4 low-grade demon soul orbs. I'll absorb these first. Strength 1, Speed 2, Spirit 2. With this level I should be able to pass the Qingda Martial Arts Academy exam, right? In a bright 2-story building, Xiao Qin's clear voice rang out with a touch of liveliness and intimacy. Xiao Zeze, hello. You're here so early? He was practicing, but stopped because of her strange nickname. Xiao Zeze, call my name normally. Ironflower struck Zhang Zi with a heavy blow. Don't get distracted, concentrate, do as I taught you. He focused all his strength, punching repeatedly. Zhang Zi worked hard, practicing non-stop in order to pass the exam. The panel showed he reached 3,010 kilograms. Xiao Qin was stunned because it was too high. Even Zhang Zi himself couldn't believe his eyes. I never thought it would reach 300 kilograms in just a few days. He reached this level, shocking her. What? He completed the basics in just a few days, really? Zhang Zi proudly raised his head. That's all thanks to Professor Pang's teaching, she praised him. It seems you have mastered the basics of the dragon's breath technique. The training continued. Ironflower tapped his head with a ruler to wake him up. Stop talking nonsense, keep practicing. Looking at Zhang Zi's imposing demeanor, Xiao Qin couldn't hide her surprise. I can't believe he grasped the dragon's breath technique in just a few days. She admired her ability to judge people. Xiao Qin, where did you find this kid? Xiao Qin replied arrogantly. Of course it was with my keen eye. Ironflower took the opportunity to tease, you annoying little girl, you're almost 30 and still so childish. Her tone was playful and willful, showing a clever, slightly arrogant yet endearing personality. I worked so hard to find such an excellent student and you, Professor, scold me. She praised him endlessly. This kid is truly a talent. After a while, Xiao Qin came over and called Zhang Zi. She extended her best wishes to Zhang Zi, who was about to participate in the competition. I won't be in Tianfeng City in a few days, so I can't cheer you on. So today I wish you all the best in advance and hope you can get into Qingda Martial Arts Academy and become my alma mater. These past few days you must pay attention to the person in the photo. This guy snatched Zheng Hao and he's very dangerous. He looked at the photo of the Dawn member. Okay, I'll pay attention to this person. Xiao Qin glanced at Zhang Zi, her tone crisp. Security Bureau has other matters. I'm leaving first. Contact me if you need any help. His eyes filled with confidence. Okay, the group quickly gathered at the martial arts arena. The 10th floor of the demon domain. Shan Wai happily greeted. Rakshasa, Zhang Zi asked worriedly. One Arrow, what's wrong? Why do you look so troubled? One Arrow sighed. Ling Feng Saiyuan was right. From the 10th floor onwards the monsters were getting harder and harder to fight. He patted One Arrow's shoulder encouragingly. What's so difficult? A man shouldn't complain about difficulties. One Arrow asked displeased. Then why did you run when you saw the 10-meter-tall war chariot beast? Shan Wai quickly explained. I wasn't ready then. One Arrow added. I've read the Demon Domain Handbook. The handbook states that there's a very huge monster on the 10th floor. Have you encountered it yet? His expression was serious. That's right, it's that one, One Arrow continued worriedly. It's over 10 meters tall and the ground shakes violently when it moves. It also has 3 orc warriors on its back, one with a bow and arrow, one with a knife and an armored chariot. How can we defeat them? Zhang Zi's voice not only held a leader's composure but also a hint of decisive authority, immediately focusing the entire team for the upcoming battle now that everyone is here. Let's go find that terrifying beast together. Shan Wai firmly expressed his determination. All right, suddenly, there was a murmur of discussion mocking their team. This team has so many people, almost 100. What's the use of many people? A bunch of frail archers. How can they withstand the beast's attacks? They hadn't walked long before a huge beast gradually appeared from the thick smoke ahead, its massive body shaking the entire space. Di Yong raised his shield, protecting everyone from its impact. Everyone be careful. He and One Arrow watched in terror at the beast and the orcs. In the swirling smoke the beast let out a deafening roar, and on its back were 3 fierce orcs, burly and clad in beast hides and human bones, like trophies of their slaughter. He quickly sought help. The war chariot beast is too big, even I find it hard to resist. Rakshasa, for the safety of the Archer Guild, I suggest we keep a safe distance to avoid being hit by the war chariot beast. One Arrow's eyes widened in protest. How can that be? If we're too far, we'll be out of range, and how can we help then? Shadow placed her hand on Zhang Zi's shoulder. Rakshasa, what do you think? He suddenly had an idea from his careful observation. Did everyone see that orc holding a chain? Look at his movements. He controls the war chariot beast with that chain. I think that's the key. The orc leader holding the chain gripped his hands tightly, muscles bulging, teeth clenched like an enraged beast, while his 2 companions behind him held their weapons high, shouting in the howling wind. Zhang Zi assigned tasks to everyone. First, Brother Jushin will go forward to attract aggro. We'll take care of that orc first. That way, the war chariot beast might lose control, reducing its danger. Once the beast is dealt with, we can deal with the remaining orcs, De Jong said decisively. All right, he charged forward with his shield like a gust of wind, as if all his strength was concentrated in this one blow. The beast saw De Jong attack and immediately blew its horn. It let out an earth-shattering roar, revealing teeth sharp as daggers. The terrifying beast rushed towards De Jong like a greedy animal pouncing on delicious prey. Its horns charged like a huge spear. It collided with De Jong's shield, creating a grating roar. He struggled to withstand the beast's immense impact. This guy's strength is too terrifying. It stubbornly slammed into De Jong's shield until the shield shattered. Zhang Zi and the others seized the opportunity to shoot arrows. Everyone prepare to fire arrows. Fatal attack, defeat them. Countless arrows cut through the air, carrying heavy killing intent, raining down like death. The arrows hit the orc, and at his age this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. The orc fell to the ground and his companions were all stunned. Their eyes were filled with shock and panic. Facing this sudden sight, they had no idea this would happen. The beast raised its claws and incredibly sharp nails, then stomped down heavily, creating a deafening roar that made the heavens and earth tremble. Its eyes flickered with fierce light, its gaze seeming to scorch the surrounding air. Its huge teeth ground against each other, making a chilling, crunching sound. The beast let out a massive roar, its voice full of anger and ferocity, accompanied by monstrous killing intent, signaling an impending burst of rage. Zhang Zi signaled a retreat. No good, a beast is enraged. Jushin, run! The remaining orcs also jumped off its back. The beast turned and ran away. Shan Wai gritted his teeth. Did that big guy run away? Moonshadow. Let's deal with those two orcs. Moonshadow fiercely agreed. She quickly stepped forward to block the orc's companions. Moonshadow delivered a fatal blow. But these guys seemed to read her mind, easily dodging the attack. These orcs react so quickly and they know how to dodge attacks. He drew his bow, and everyone attacked together. Zhang Zi's arrow hit another orc. He quickly reported to everyone, we finally eliminated them, but it's a pity the beast ran away. Moonshadow pointed into the distance. Everyone look, do you see someone blocking it? There's someone over there, it's that same beast. It's charging towards that person, let's go save him quickly. De Jong panicked. Too late. On the other side, Don still stood tall, ignoring the beast charging at him. Don's lips curled into a confident smile as if this was nothing to him. Don decisively drew his sword. His sword light cut through space like lightning, and finally Don ended the beast with a high-damage sword move. Only then did it let out a tragic cry. One arrow, Don. He calmly greeted Zhang Zi. Rakshasa, I finally found you. Shan Wai gasped at the damage Don inflicted. Nearly 90,000, taking down the war chariot beast in one move. Zhang Zi was also stunned, speechless. His attack power is too terrifying, and I barely saw him draw his sword, his eyes filled with killing intent. Don left proudly like an uncrowned king. Rakshasa, I found your heart. They said you were on the 10th floor of the demon domain. I searched for a long time, wasting a lot of time. Zhang Zi looked bewildered, surprised. One arrow, Don, I don't think I know you. Don took the opportunity to propose cooperation. To be frank, I'm with Don. I came to invite you to join. He flatly refused. Join? I'm not interested in criminal organizations. Don stubbornly continued to tempt him. This world will be occupied by monsters sooner or later. Only by joining Don will you have a chance to survive. So I hope you consider carefully whether to join. Despite this, Zhang Zi still participated, but left a probing remark. What if I still don't want to join? Don immediately showed a confident smile. He frowned and made a motion to draw his sword as if preparing for a fight. Don pointed his sword at Zhang Zi, threatening. Hey young man, are you really not afraid of death? The team's camaraderie deepened. As everyone protected Zhang Zi, De Jong stood firm. We're not afraid of you. Shan Wai gritted his teeth in agreement. That's right, you guys only do bad things. Moonshadow stopped Zhang Zi. Rakshasa, don't join them, Zhang Zi declared decisively. With our current strength we are certainly no match for you, but I will never bow down. His eyes blazed with fury. Nothing could extinguish Zhang Zi's anger at this moment. Don, helpless and unable to recruit him into his team, had no choice but to sheath his sword for now. Before leaving, Don still spoke a few contemptuous words. What a bunch of arrogant brats. Rakshasa, will meet again. He left without looking back like a brave warrior heading to the battlefield. He was surprised that no one stopped him. Did they just let him go? He replied humbly. Currently, we are not his match, he agreed wholeheartedly. That's right, now is not the time to fight him. The most important thing is to become stronger. Zhang Zi continued. That's right. Before he left, Ling Feng told me that there's a secret camp coordinate on this floor where we can enhance equipment. Let's go try it there. De Jong was startled. What? Enhance equipment? Don went to a distant place and secretly checked the team's notifications. He stood there, facial muscles tense, alert and thoughtful, preparing for what was to come. Team chat interface. In another scene, Zhang Zi's team continued forward. Shan Wai was surprised to see someone had arrived first. I didn't expect someone to be here already. Mingdai saw a figure flash by. It seems we're not the only ones who know about this camp, others do too. Those two adventurers look familiar, he immediately remembered. He also recognized them, but was a step slower than Zhang Zi. Sure enough, old adversaries. Chen Feng turned around, his face dark. It's Rakshasa, Elder Gao glanced, his face full of disdain. Young Master Chen just needs to do his own thing, no need to mind anything else. Chen Feng replied. Suddenly, a person with a giant hammer was ecstatic because his beloved hammer had been upgraded to S-rank. I finally have an S-rank weapon too, the blacksmith gave advice that made Chen Feng's face change dramatically. Give me the other materials too. This helps increase the success rate and quality of enhancement, but I must warn you beforehand, equipment enhancement does not guarantee 100 success. There's a chance the weapon might be damaged. You must consider carefully. Hearing this, Zhang Zi was a little wary. It seems the chance of enhancement failure is high. A single mistake could damage the weapon. Shan Wai didn't believe it. That's right, although my iron staff is only a rank, I still can't bear to part with it. The old man folded his arms and encouraged, Young Master Chen, don't worry, it's just a piece of equipment. You're a man of great ambition, you shouldn't get bogged down by such trivial matters. Chen Feng spoke tough, but his heart was in turmoil. All right, the blacksmith has inspected the weapon, its attributes are good and there are A-rank materials. Adding them will greatly increase the enhancement level. He began to raise his hammer to forge. The blacksmith swung his hammer forcefully, sparks flying, each strike a thunderous clang full of power and determination. She and he both prayed for bad luck to fall. Fail, 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 fail. His eyes were sharp, his movements decisive and cautious. But unfortunately, Shan Wai and Meng Dai's wishes were not granted, and a system notification popped up. Congratulations, your weapon enhancement was successful. Chen Feng smiled with satisfaction. SS rank. Attack 2700 to 3800. Freeze effect lasts 20 seconds, 10 seconds longer than before. Elder Gao also rejoiced. Good, good. The two of them were annoyed yet helpless. Heaven truly has no eyes. Everyone looked at his weapon in amazement. SS rank. The blacksmith leaned on his hand and commanded, next. The old man worriedly watched Zhang Zi decide to upgrade his weapon. Rakshasa's weapon must also be S rank. Chen Feng denied all his achievements. Sure enough, he shouldn't be underestimated. He must have been lucky to get an S rank weapon. The blacksmith was curious. Do you have materials? The higher the level, the better. It can greatly enhance the effect. Black gold ore, snake demon scales and snake demon sinews. Good, good. These materials are all very useful. He used the valuable rewards he collected to upgrade his bow. Elder Gao couldn't believe what he heard. Snake demon scales, snake demon sinews, it seems they are all from the demon domain 9th floor snake demon boss. Chen Feng started to sweat, worried. When we fought the boss, why didn't we have these things? The blacksmith was burly. Holding a hammer almost as thick as an adult's arm, he let out a resounding shout, pouring all his strength into each strike. The hammer made an earth-shattering clang, and Little Rabbit cheered him on energetically from the side. Brother Rakshasa, don't worry, it will definitely be successfully enhanced. Zhang Zi also looked forward to it. His disdainful look. The enhancement failure rate is as high as 40, and the higher the equipment level, the higher the failure rate. I succeeded in enhancing, but you may not be so lucky. In the end, Lady Luck favored him, and the blacksmith smiled. Congratulations. The system also joined in the joy. Congratulations. Weapon enhancement successful. Bloodkill longbow 1 SS rank. He couldn't believe his bow had reached this level. The attack power is so high, a minimum of 3,400. I'll never have to worry about insufficient attack power again. She came over to congratulate him. Shan Wai patted his shoulder and congratulated. Rakshasa, you have an sulfur monosulfide rank weapon, Zhang Zi invited. Everyone go enhance your weapons too. His face showed fear. Never mind, I'm always unlucky. It will definitely fail to enhance. He sighed with folded arms. In the demon domain, weapons like the iron staff are rare. Although Dragon King's weapon is a rank, if it gets damaged, he'll have no weapon to use. Chen Feng had no choice but to leave with this resentment. He didn't expect him to actually succeed. The old man comforted him. Young Master Chen, let's go, it's getting late. You still need to prepare for the exam, Chen Feng replied, displeased. The entire team decided to return to the real world. Di Yang spoke. It's late, everyone should go back to the altar and log off, Shan Wai agreed. Okay, I need to go back and see how my dad is doing, Moonshadow also echoed. Okay, and I need to review for the exam. Zhang Zi said goodbye. Alright, see you tomorrow. In the training hall, a surprised voice exclaimed, Really? 1907 kilograms. At this moment, the physical fitness test machine showed 1907 kilograms. Teacher Lu took out a notebook, watching and writing. Strength 1907 kilograms, speed 2100 meters 30, stamina 1620, from pressure resistance lasting over 60 seconds, nerve and brain stability test, 34 minutes. My goodness, taking out the physical fitness test report, he couldn't help but exclaim, Zhang Zi, your results this time truly exceeded my expectations. Zhang Zi took the report and replied, Teacher Lu, I will continue to work hard. Teacher Lu praised him while instructing, Zhang Zi, you're excellent. You haven't disappointed me. Get some good rest and focus on preparing for your exams. Zhang Zi waved goodbye to the teacher, saying, Alright teacher, I'll head back now. He wiped sweat from his brow as he departed. Just then, Tang Chaowei and He Lily entered, each holding a lollipop. Tang Chaowei walked forward, pointing and declaring, This is the place. Upon seeing the two girls, the surrounding boys immediately started buzzing. Who are these two beauties? They look formidable. My goodness, the badges on their chests are from Qingda Martial Arts Academy. They're students from Qingda Martial Arts Academy. Really? What are they doing at our school? He Lily paid them no mind, simply performing her duty of informing, Miss, the testing area is straight ahead. Tang Chaowei nodded in response. Teacher Lu approached, clipboard in hand, and asked with a smile, Hello, may I have your name? Tang Chaowei replied coolly, arms crossed. Tang Chaowei. Teacher Lu recorded it, then announced, Alright, begin. Tang Chaowei raised a hand to cover a yawn and delivered a punch to the testing machine with astonishing force. The screen displayed a force of 1566 kilograms. The surrounding boys, seeing this figure, couldn't help but exclaim, 1566 kilograms. This beauty is truly formidable. After the test, Tang Chaowei turned, a confident smile playing on her lips. How dull. This score is surely first place again. What's the point of taking tests? They might as well just admit me directly into Qingda Martial Arts Academy. Just then, one boy remarked. Still, he's not as strong as that previous guy. The boy beside him nodded in agreement. Yeah, he just hit over 1,900 kilograms. Tang Chaowei, who had been walking, immediately stopped, turning her head to demand, "What did you just say?" "Someone stronger than me hit 1,900 kilograms." That evening, Zhang Zi finally returned home. As he walked, he sighed, "I'm exhausted. The test is finally over." Zhang Feng was already waiting at the door, and seeing her brother return, she immediately greeted, "Brother, you're back." Zhang Zi noticed his sister's unusual expression and asked with concern, "Zhao Feng, what's wrong? Why do you look so upset?" Just then, Zhang Zi's uncle and aunt walked over arm in arm. His uncle greeted him, "Zhang Zi, you're back. Your aunt and I have something to talk about." The moment Zhang Zi saw them, he frowned. Ever since his parents' passing, they had always coveted this house, so their sudden appearance couldn't be for anything good. Zhang Zi, arms crossed, questioned, "Uncle and aunt, is there something specific you've come to see me about today?" Zhang Feng said nervously from the side, "Brother, they're here for money." Zhang Zi, hearing this, questioned, "Money?" His aunt Tang Zhuang sat on the sofa and offered an excuse. "What's with money or no money? That sounds so uncouth. Your cousin Zhang Bo's exam results are out and he got into Donghai University. As you know, Donghai University's tuition fees aren't cheap." His uncle sat beside her, lazily interjecting, "Your aunt and I are a bit short on cash lately, so we were hoping you could cover the tuition fees for now. After all, your cousin got into a good university. As his elder brother, you should offer some congratulations, right?" After listening, Zhang Zi thought, Donghai University, it's a decent second-tier university, but still a far cry from Qingda. His aunt's face took on a greedy, calculating expression as she said, "Don't play poor with us. We both saw on TV that you received a substantial reward for helping the police apprehend that criminal." His uncle shamelessly demanded money. "The bonus was around 600,000, right? We just need 400,000. You can keep the rest." Zhang Zi immediately had an idea and agreed, patting his chest. "Uncle's right. My cousin got into Donghai University, and as his older brother, I should offer my congratulations." Zhang Feng couldn't help but curse, "Why, they're going too far," but before she could finish, his uncle grinned, "At least you still have some conscience. Back when your parents passed away, if we hadn't helped with the arrangements, they probably wouldn't even have had a proper burial." His aunt's greedy expression intensified. She reached out, urging, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and get the money for your uncle and me." Zhang Zi, seeing they had taken the bait, lowered his head and asked with a smile, "Aunt, don't rush. I also took the exam and applied to Qingda Martial Arts Academy today. If I'm lucky enough to be admitted, shouldn't you two also show your appreciation and congratulate me, your nephew?" Upon hearing this, both husband and wife exclaimed in shock, "Qingda Martial Arts Academy." His uncle, disbelieving, covered his face and burst out laughing, his tone filled with scorn. "That's utterly ridiculous. You think you can get into Qingda Martial Arts Academy? That's the top martial arts academy in Great Sha. The annual admission rate is less than one of all applicants." His aunt laughed until tears streamed down her face. "Qingda Martial Arts Academy. Zhang Zi says he wants to test into Qingda Martial Arts Academy." "Oh, his uncle. Did you hear that?" Zhang Zi calmly took out an admission notice and asked a question that stunned them both. "Don't believe it, then see for yourselves." The paper listed the Qingda Martial Arts Academy admission results. Guo Shang 18 male 11th from Longtan City, Kong Hongfei 18 male 6th from Yangchun City, Yao Lily 18 female 9th from Mingle City, Zhang Zi 18 male 5th from Tianfeng City. Zhang Feng read the content and immediately cheered, "Brother, congratulations, your name is on the Qingda Martial Arts Academy admission list." The couple, unable to believe their eyes, shrieked, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. The list must be mistaken." His uncle pointed at Zhang Zi, cursing unceremoniously. "Exactly, it must be wrong. How could such good fortune fall upon a useless person like you? Don't try to trick us. Hand over the money now." Zhang Zi, seeing they were still demanding money, couldn't help but retort with a smile, "Even if I had the money, I wouldn't give it to you." Zhang Feng nodded in agreement from the side. "Exactly, why should we give you money?" His uncle, refuted by the two siblings, became furious, gritting his teeth. He raised his hand, shouting, intending to slap Zhang Feng, which made the little girl raise her hands to cover her face in fear. But his hand was barely halfway up when it was tightly seized, making him yelp in pain. Zhang Zi gripped his wrist tightly, angrily warning, "This is the last time I'll call you uncle. If you ever dare to lay a hand on my sister again, I won't hold back. Now get out of my house immediately." He cried out in pain, "It hurts, let go." His uncle and aunt, seeing Zhang Zi's resistance and unable to control the siblings, were scared and ran off. Before leaving, they didn't forget to curse, "You two wretched children." Zhang Feng stood behind her brother, sticking out her tongue at their uncle and aunt, which only made them angrier but left them helpless. After they left, Zhang Feng couldn't suppress her inner joy, cheering, "That was so satisfying. I've wanted them to get a taste of their own medicine for so long, and today I finally got my wish. Brother, I'm going to tell my friends that you got into Qingda Martial Arts Academy. Let them share in my happiness." Zhang Zi sat on the sofa, placing his backpack beside him. "Let's not," he said. "It's just an admission list, not yet an official acceptance. What if I'm rejected in the end? Wouldn't that be too embarrassing?" But the little girl confidently replied, "My brother won't get rejected." Zhang Zi smiled, entreating, "Now that those nuisances are gone, Zhaofeng, please go make dinner. I need to go to the demon domain early later today." Hearing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but ask, "Brother, you're going to the demon domain again today, aren't we celebrating?" Zhang Zi clenched his fists, his voice full of determination. "I must seize every moment to improve my strength. If I want to get into Qingda, I can't afford to be lazy." The little girl nodded obediently upon hearing this. Zhang Zi quickly logged into the system, appearing on the demon domain's 10th floor. His teammates had already been waiting for some time. Little Rabbit took the opportunity to ask, "How was your exam?" One Arrow sighed, "Don't even ask, it wasn't good at all." Rakshasa stepped forward to greet him. "Brother Jushin, congratulations, your shield enhancement was successful." Jushin, seeing him arrive, replied with a smile, "Well, we've reached the 10th floor. I heard the Swordmaster boss's attack power is terrifying. If I don't increase my defense, I'm afraid I won't be able to tank it," Dragon King boasted with a smile. Moonshadow's weapon enhancement was also successful. Rakshasa turned and said sincerely, "Congratulations." Moonshadow caressed the red longsword in her hand, nodding happily. Someone in the team spoke up, asking, "Guild leader, most of the members are here. What's our plan for today?" Rakshasa stroked his chin and thought, "Today we're going to seize the opportunity to confront this floor's boss, the Swordmaster. According to the Demon Domain Handbook, the 10th floor boss is an incredibly powerful orc warrior named Swordmaster. His earth-shattering slash skill is incredibly terrifying. He's as swift as the wind, his mind is clear, and his swordsmanship is exquisite. To defeat him, we must be resolute and fight to the bitter end," he continued. "Today, we're going to seize the opportunity to confront this floor's boss, the Swordmaster. According to the Demon Domain Handbook, the Demon Domain's 10th floor boss is an incredibly powerful orc warrior named Swordmaster. His earth-shattering slash skill is truly terrifying. He's as swift as the wind, his mind is clear, and his swordsmanship is exquisite. To defeat him, we must be resolute and fight to the bitter end." Zhang Zi led the team forward with Dragon King following behind, staff on his shoulder. He sighed helplessly. "It's not even certain if there's a boss yet. First, let's figure out how to deal with the war chariot beast." One Arrow agreed. "Exactly. If it hadn't been for the devouring toad last time, we archers alone wouldn't have stood a chance against that huge monster." Hearing this, Moonshadow brought up the topic. "Regarding this, I asked Uncle Lu. He suggested we find 20 shielded warriors to encircle the war chariot beast. Then everyone else focuses their attacks, but that would definitely result in some casualties." Jushin frowned, hesitant. "We can't find 20 shielded warriors right now." Just as the atmosphere grew heavy, Zhang Zi spoke. "I've come up with a method, but I'll need everyone's cooperation." Everyone immediately responded enthusiastically. "All right." The team was moving forward when they suddenly encountered a colossal beast slowly approaching. That enormous creature was actually a mount for other monsters. The moment he saw it, Zhang Zi signaled, "Brother Jushin, it's all on you." Equipment information immediately popped up. Jushin picked up his shield and shouted, "All right, watch closely." The beast, controlled by the orc with a chain in front, charged forward and attacked, but Jushin's shield blocked it, creating a deafening clang. Not only did the beast's attack fail, but a similar force also rebounded, hitting it from behind. Dragon King held his staff in a ready stance, not forgetting to remind everyone. Jushin's new shield has a damage reflection effect, which will allow him to hold aggro more steadily. Once he's drawn the war chariot beast's aggro, we'll make our move. The teammates behind shouted in unison. "Understood." Zhang Zi continued to observe the situation. Seeing the time was right, he immediately shouted, "Excellent, it's time. Everyone move out." Dragon King was the first to swing his staff, smashing it towards the beast's head, shouting, "Charge, take this hit." Moonshadow cooperated by swinging her sword, a move that instantly reduced its health by 7,520. Dragon King, seeing the notification, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "My goodness, Moonshadow, is your attack power really that high?" Zhang Zi also took out his bow and arrow, aimed at the target, drew the bowstring taut, then released. An arrow trailing a red glow shot straight out, striking the orc's chest and causing its health to plummet. The arrow's sheer force knocked the orc off the beast's back, sending him crashing to the ground. He lay there, motionless. The other team members, drawing their bows in preparation for battle, were utterly dumbfounded. "Over 60,000 damage, Guild Leader. That damage is incredible." Suddenly the beast roared, leaping wildly and shaking off all the orcs from its back. The orcs tumbled off the beast's back and the beast itself bolted. Jushin quickly warned, "Watch out, the beast has gone berserk." Zhang Zi, still holding his bow, assigned tasks before running off. "Brother Jushin," he said, "those 2 orc warriors are yours. I'll take our archers and pursue the war chariot beast." He immediately nodded in agreement. "All right." Zhang Zi led the other members, closing in on the beast with bows and arrows. Drawing and firing as they went, he instructed, "While the beast is berserk and has no specific aggro, let's chase and attack it." Those behind immediately responded. "Understood." Everyone released their arrows simultaneously, forming a rain of arrows that struck the beast, inflicting massive damage. They cheered each other on as they shot. "Keep it up, everyone. This guy's HP is too high, at least over 50,000. We have to take it down before it recovers." Meanwhile, a group of enormous orcs charged fiercely towards them, weapons in hand. They targeted Jushin, Dragon King, and Moonshadow's team. Jushin, realizing the dire situation, immediately pulled out his shield, forming a golden magical barrier in front of everyone. He then shouted, "Dragon King, Moonshadow, seize this chance to attack." He gritted his teeth, channeling power into his shield. Moonshadow, sword in hand, leapt from behind and responded. Understood. She activated her light slash skill, her sword blade flashing with golden light as it swung, inflicting massive damage on the orcs. Dragon King, seeing their health plummet from behind, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "My goodness, Moonshadow, your damage output is truly incredible now." Jushin also agreed. "A level 5 weapon truly is extraordinary." Dragon King leapt, smashing his staff into an orc, shouting, "I need to upgrade my weapon too." A short while later, both orcs were defeated. They gradually faded away, dropping items as they vanished. Dragon King sighed in relief. "Finally, they're dealt with," Moonshadow urged. "We must catch up to Rakshasa's team quickly, otherwise once the beast berserk state ends, they will be in danger." Jushin put his shield on his back and led the way, saying, "That's right, let's go." Everyone quickly arrived at the giant beast location and saw Zhang Zi and his team fighting fiercely. Moonshadow gripped the longsword in her hand, resolving, "I must hurry. Before the berserk state ends, I need to draw the giant beast's aggro, otherwise Rakshasa will be in danger." Zhang Zi was currently stringing his crossbow, secretly thinking that he must end the battle quickly and hoping this attack would deal critical damage. He stood up, raised his bow and aimed at the giant beast. As soon as he released, the arrow whistled out, striking the giant beast's head, causing blood to splatter. This blow dealt over 10,000 points of damage. The giant beast let out a painful roar. Seeing this, Zhang Zi murmured in surprise. It worked. Moonshadow behind him couldn't help but gape. Wow, terrifyingly high damage. The giant beast quickly disappeared after suffering a fatal blow, dropping items simultaneously. Everyone cheered happily. It worked. "Everyone quickly clean up the battlefield," Jushin praised. "Rakshasa, your damage has increased a lot." He nodded and replied, "That's right, but I have an even bigger surprise." Moonshadow was startled. "Could it be you?" Zhang Zi stretched out his hand, cast a summoning spell and shouted, "That's right, come out." The giant beast that had just been defeated had now become a summoned beast. Zhang Zi stood on its back and introduced, "My mount." One arrow was dumbfounded. "Oh my god, the guild leader can actually summon a giant beast?" Jushin crossed his arms, a proud expression on his face, and praised, "Rakshasa's summoning spell is amazing." Zhang Zi leaned down and shouted, "Big brother Jushin, with a giant beast mount now, you'll have a much easier time. One arrow, you also come up to observe the enemy." He immediately responded, "Understood." Dragon King stood below, clenching his fists, his voice full of confidence. "Rakshasa, you're amazing. At this rate, we'll be unstoppable." Zhang Zi also clenched his fists, his eyes full of determination, and said, "As long as we kill a few more giant beasts, everyone will be able to ride a giant beast and then we'll become a giant beast army." Zhang Zi rode the giant beast and everyone continued to advance. While marching, One Arrow suddenly noticed something and shouted, pointing ahead, "Everyone look, there's a giant beast acting as a mount ahead." Zhang Zi held the iron chain and said, "This is a good opportunity to test the giant beast's strength. Let's charge straight ahead." He raised his bow, aimed forward, and an arrow struck a beastman, severely injuring it and knocking it off its mount. Before the opponent could react, Zhang Zi controlled the reins and shouted, "Accelerate and charge." His giant beast charged straight towards the opposite giant beast. His summoned beast used its immense strength to knock the other giant beast away, causing it to let out a roar. The beastmen were also knocked off their mounts, and they all picked up their weapons. Zhang Zi assigned, "Moonshadow, Dragon King, you two charge up and quickly end this battle." The three of them rushed up to attack with their weapons, responding in unison. "Understood." Zhang Zi continued to assign other groups. All ranged attack groups focus fire on the giant beast. They immediately drew their bows and responded, "Understood." A volley of arrows rained down, striking the giant beast that had just been knocked away. Seeing that the time was right, he raised his weapon and said, "It's my turn to deliver the fatal blow." That arrow struck the giant beast with immense power, causing incredibly massive damage. Dragon King laughed happily when he saw the giant beast defeated. "I'll be able to ride a giant beast soon." After a while, Zhang Zi finally tamed enough giant beasts to serve as mounts for his team. The entire team advanced in a grand procession. This caused an uproar among many players, becoming a topic of conversation for everyone. "Do you know, I heard that someone on the 10th floor is controlling a war chariot beast and has formed a giant beast army. I heard it was someone from the Demon Domain Management Bureau. I also heard that an adventurer has a talent skill that allows them to control war chariot beasts with mental power, making those behemoths obedient." Dragon King finally rode this giant beast and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, Rakshasa, this feeling is amazing." Zhang Zi clenched his fists, ambitiously setting out to find the boss. "Swordmaster, here we come." Everyone stopped in front of a stone door carved with ancient runic patterns. Dismounting from their giant beasts, Zhang Zi gathered them. "The boss Swordmaster is just ahead. Everyone get ready. This might be the toughest opponent we've ever faced." Everyone responded in unison. "Understood." Zhang Zi turned to One Arrow and assigned, "The Demon Domain Handbook clearly states that to defeat the Swordmaster, one must have the determination to fight to the death. One Arrow, lead the ranged attack group to provide support from the surroundings." He immediately ran off, responding, "Understood." The stone door slowly opened and Zhang Zi and his party walked in unison. In the depths of the stone cave, a red giant beast, larger than all the others, lay lazily on the ground, merely glancing up when people entered. On the only chair on its back, a dark figure sat proudly. He was the Swordmaster, holding a bowl of wine, looking down on all beings with formidable presence. As soon as he saw the players enter, the Swordmaster's mouth curved into a slight smile. He picked up his sword, laughing, his tone full of disdain. Foolish humans, how dare you invade the territory of my orc tribe, I will kill you all. Jushin quickly raised his shield, activated a skill and loudly warned, he's very fast, everyone retreat behind my shield. Suddenly the swordmaster disappeared from his throne. He drew his sword, jumped down to attack everyone, confidently declaring, you will all become souls under my blade. The swordmaster's sword struck down. Fortunately Jushin's shield blocked the damage. Zhang Zi, after careful observation from behind, provided data. 3 seconds. Seeing him swing his sword again, Dragon King couldn't help but curse. Damn it, this swordmaster's skill cooldown is so short, or does he not need a cooldown at all? After that attack, Zhang Zi reminded with even greater certainty. 3 seconds, everyone pay attention. The boss's attack interval is 3 seconds. Dragon King, holding his staff, nodded in trust. Good Rakshasa, you're very observant. Zhang Zi stood behind Jushin's shield, aimed and shot an arrow at the swordmaster, but he quickly noticed it. The swordmaster immediately swung his sword and split the arrow in half. Zhang Zi pointed at him and shouted, Dragon King, Moonshadow, opportunity knocks. The two responded in unison. Understood. Moonshadow and Dragon King charged up together to attack, but the swordmaster suddenly disappeared. He used a teleportation skill, jumping to the other side, his tone full of disdain. Amateurs. Dragon King looked over and cursed, holy crap, he can teleport? Before they could react, the swordmaster rushed over, activated a skill, and with one swipe of his sword 100 sword auras flew out. Zhang Zi shouted in surprise, watch out, it's whirlwind slash. The area in front of the swordmaster had transformed into a whirlwind and charged over. Dragon King, blocking, couldn't help but exclaim, he's too fast to dodge and he doesn't even need a skill cooldown, how are we supposed to fight him? Ming Dai heard the commotion, turned around and also shouted in surprise, the red war chariot beast is also charging over to attack us. Behind them, the red giant beast had somehow stood up and charged straight ahead. It rammed its head directly into the giant beast standing outside. Those sitting on the backs of the giant beast swayed. Inside, the swordmaster swung his sword again and jumped towards them. Moonshadow shouted, watch out. The swordmaster struck directly at them but was blocked by the shield. Jushin seemed to be on the verge of collapsing and urged, we have to find a way, we can't counterattack at all like this. Zhang Zi began to think of other methods, then assigned, one arrow, you command the war chariot beast to attack and eliminate that red giant beast. As for the swordmaster, I'll handle him. Upon receiving the order, he immediately replied, understood, guild leader. We'll take care of that red giant beast outside. That red giant beast continued to charge and attack the other giant beasts. Zhang Zi used his summoning skill, shouting, come out, Grand Cult Leader, let him know the power of dark magic. Immediately after, the Grand Cult Leader appeared in view. He turned his attack towards the swordmaster, shouting, receive your punishment. The swordmaster was somewhat surprised to see him attack, but just as the magic was about to touch his body, the swordmaster swung his sword and cut the dark magic in half. This made Zhang Zi and his party shout in surprise, what? Ming Dai also couldn't help but curse, holy crap, his blade can actually cut through dark magic? This swordmaster is too unreasonably strong. Moonshadow vigilantly picked up her sword and recalled, I heard Uncle Lu say that only adventurers rated as Grandmaster level or above can use physical attacks to resist magic attacks. I never expected this boss to be able to do it. Zhang Zi also nodded in agreement. This matter is completely beyond my expectations. Ming Dai kept an eye on the swordmaster and seeing him stir quickly warned, quickly think of a way, he's charging over again. This time he aimed at Zhang Zi and charged over, swinging his sword and shouting, die! Fortunately, Jushin appeared in time, raised his shield and blocked the swordmaster's attack. Jushin gritted his teeth and said, Rakshasa, we can't hold on like this. Dragon King nodded and suggested, that's right, why don't we retreat first? After hearing these opinions, Zhang Zi made a decision, retreat, alright everyone retreat. Let's leave here first and then think of a solution. Everyone responded in unison, understood. The swordmaster sensed their intention and shouted, despicable beings, don't even think about escaping. As soon as he finished speaking, he continued to use the whirlwind slash skill, transforming into a whirlwind and charged over to attack again. Jushin raised his shield to block and said, you all retreat first, I'll hold him off. Moonshadow noticed something and shouted, pointing ahead, oh no, Rakshasa, your Grand Cult Leader? Ahead, the swordmaster continuously used skills to attack the Grand Cult Leader, causing it to let out painful cries. Finally, the Grand Cult Leader was defeated and gradually disappeared. Moonshadow couldn't help but exclaim, what a pity, has the Grand Cult Leader fallen? Zhang Zi continued to inject power into his summoned beast, replying, no need to feel sorry. The content in the Demon Domain Handbook is quite reliable. The only way to deal with this boss is to persevere. At this moment, the Grand Cult Leader's body lay on the ground, suddenly emitting more dark magic. Its palms gradually grew scales and began to writhe. Its body transformed and a system notification popped up. Your summoned minion, the Grand Cult Leader, has transformed into a snake demon. Zhang Zi also summoned the Centaur General and said with confidence, if we need to persevere, then let's fight him to the death. The snake demon form of the Grand Cult Leader quickly crawled forward, approaching the target. The swordmaster charged forward, his tone full of disdain. A bunch of despicable beings, how dare you profane the territory of my orc tribe? Die! He activated the whirlwind slash skill again, transforming into a whirlwind and continuously attacked the two summoned beasts. The Centaur General gritted its teeth and raised its spear to block the attack. A Grand Cult Leader failed to dodge the attack, and its health was reduced by 3,755 points. Seeing this, Jushin quickly assigned tasks loudly. Dragon King, Moonshadow, the Snake Demon, and the Centaur General are distracting the Swordmaster. Seize this opportunity, let's all attack him. The two immediately rushed forward with their weapons to join the battle. The four of them charged forward together, attacking the Swordmaster simultaneously. Seeing her standing still, Zhang Zi spoke up to remind her. Moonshadow, why are you frozen there? Attack quickly. She quickly regained her senses, rushed forward with her longsword and replied. I'm sorry, I suddenly felt the Swordmaster's moves were very exquisite, and I unconsciously watched him to learn. I apologize, but I've already discovered a weakness of the Swordmaster. Zhang Zi was startled and asked, what weakness? Moonshadow began to analyze. If you don't believe me, just look. He doesn't dodge when he attacks, and the amount of damage he takes when hit is also very high. Zhang Zi nodded. That's right, the Swordmaster doesn't defend when he starts attacking, but his skill damage is too terrifying. Zhang Zi watched his health gradually decrease under everyone's attacks, and he suddenly realized, so the Demon Domain Handbook was right, the only way to deal with him is to persevere. The Swordmaster was enraged and continued to swing his sword and curse, despicable beings, you will all turn to ashes. The Swordmaster's attack caused massive damage, making the Centaur General fall. System notification popped up. Your summoned minion, the Centaur General, has been defeated. Zhang Zi angrily drew his bow, gritting his teeth. How dare you kill my elite general? Zhang Zi rushed forward, aimed an arrow at the Swordmaster, and shouted, Dragon King, Moonshadow, find an opportunity to attack his weakness together. Moonshadow looked up and anxiously tried to stop him. Rakshasa, retreat quickly, your defense is too low, it's very dangerous. The Swordmaster turned and saw him charging over, and immediately changed targets, turning to Zhang Zi and saying, your courage is admirable, but you cannot escape death. The Swordmaster swung his sword forward, but Zhang Zi nimbly dodged, thinking proudly, of course ordinary attacks won't work, I can only rely on speed to fight. Zhang Zi quickly jumped behind the Swordmaster, successfully avoiding the attack. Seeing this, the Swordmaster asked in surprise, what, how could you dodge? Zhang Zi raised his bow and shouted, Dragon King, Moonshadow, now's your chance. Dragon King and Moonshadow charged forward together, attacking the Swordmaster, shouting, die! Zhang Zi also raised his bow, locking onto the target. His arrow had immense power, causing the Swordmaster's health to plummet until it was depleted. The Swordmaster slumped to the ground, mumbling, human, you win. He collapsed, his health at 0. Dragon King watched the Swordmaster gradually disappear, still disbelieving. Did we win? At this moment, a system notification popped up. Congratulations, you have successfully eliminated the Swordmaster. Zhang Zi read it and immediately confirmed, that's right, we have defeated the Swordmaster. Hearing this good news, One Arrow cheered excitedly. We defeated the 10th floor boss, is this not a dream? Little Rabbit also exclaimed, I never thought I could reach the 11th floor. All guild members were excited and cheered. Guild leader Zhang Zi watched the Swordmaster's body gradually dissipate, murmuring with a pang of regret, to recruit you, I sacrificed a Centaur General. As the body completely vanished, Zhang Zi summoned again, shouting, revive Swordmaster. The Swordmaster appeared, bowing respectfully, as you command, Master. Zhang Zi pointed forward, ordering, let me see your power. Send this war chariot beast back home. The red-headed giant beast ahead was still attacking other giant beasts by itself, causing their demise. The Swordmaster immediately drew his sword and replied, as you command. The Swordmaster leaped onto the red-headed giant beast's head, swinging his sword to attack. The red-headed giant beast's eyes widened, enduring the lightning-fast sword strikes in stunned silence. The Swordmaster landed successfully, followed by continuous health deduction notifications from the system. Eventually, the red-headed giant beast was defeated, its massive body collapsing to the ground and gradually disappearing. One Arrow, standing on the back of a giant beast, witnessed this and gaped. So many of us fought for ages and couldn't take it down. Yet he finished it in the blink of an eye. The Swordmaster's damage is outrageously high. Others couldn't help but exclaim, with just one person, the damage is in the thousands, is that real? It seems no one is stronger than the guild leader. The defeated giant beast gradually disappeared and the demon domain gate reopened. Zhang Zi stepped forward and asked, One Arrow, what's wrong? You look troubled. He sadly nodded. 3 archer brothers are missing. I checked the friends list and their names aren't there. I'm afraid they met with misfortune. Zhang Zi offered comfort. The demon domain is inherently a cruel and dangerous place. All who enter here are prepared for it. We need not be overly sad. Zhang Zi checked and then assigned tasks. Go ask if anyone in the guild knows those 3. Then allocate a portion of the guild fund as a death benefit for their families. One Arrow replied, understood. After the matter was settled, Zhang Zi turned and rallied. It's getting late and everyone has fought for 6 hours. Let's head to the 11th floor altar. Dragon King was very excited and quickly agreed. All right, I can't believe we actually reached the 11th floor. This is thrilling. Zhang Zi gazed ahead, murmuring, our journey ahead is still very long. The entire team passed through the gate together, arriving at the 11th floor of the demon domain. As soon as they saw the surroundings, everyone was astonished. Where is this, a harbor? Zhang Zi couldn't help but ask. Haven't you read the demon domain handbook? The 11th floor battle location is on the sea. The scenery was very calm. Seagulls perched on the ropes looking into the distance. Jushin pointed at the ships on the sea and explained, we must board that ship and set sail to reach our final destination. Someone in the team cried out, I hate the sea, I get seasick. Jushin offered his suggestion, everyone is very tired today. It seems we'll have to wait until tomorrow to start exploring this floor. Zhang Zi nodded in agreement. I might not be able to make it for the next few days, I'm a bit busy. Moonshadow also spoke up, sorry, I might not be able to come for the next few days either, Dragon King added with an awkward laugh. Me too, there are enrollment exams recently, and the Academic Affairs Office has given us tasks. Meng Dai heard this and complained with crossed arms. I can't believe you guys at Qingda Martial Arts Academy. You're too stingy to even hire people for enrollment. Hearing this, Zhang Zi frowned. The Qingda Martial Arts Academy entrance exams last for several days. He hadn't expected them all to be from Qingda. Did this mean he would soon meet them in the real world? Jushin waved goodbye. All right, let's reschedule after everyone is done with their busy days. Today was really tiring, let's head back and rest early. Zhang Zi nodded in response. Okay. Back in the real world, Starshine City. Zhang Zi carried his backpack, standing with a group of people at the entrance of Qingda Martial Arts Academy, thinking to himself, this is Qingda Martial Arts Academy, the pillar of Great Sha. Suddenly someone asked for help. Hello student, could you please give me directions? Sun Ruotong, wearing a blindfold and holding a cane, said, I can't see clearly. Zhang Zi, seeing someone in need, immediately replied, no problem, I'll lead the way for you. She grabbed his arm and asked, thank you. My name is Sun Ruotong. What's your name? Are you a new student too? He replied, my name is Zhang Zi and I'm also a new student. Ruotong followed him, unable to help but sigh. Everyone says Qingda is very hard to get into, and many people will be eliminated. I'm a bit worried. The surrounding boys noticed Ruotong and whispered amongst themselves, the heck, a blind person can qualify for Qingda? Are they serious? Qingda's spots are so precious, how can they give them to a blind person? How can a blind person fight monsters in the Demon Soul Cave? Exactly, I don't know what the academy is thinking. They shouldn't let disabled people like this enroll. It's a waste. Zhang Zi heard their comments, frowned, and comforted her. Don't mind them. Just prove yourself with your strength and you'll be qualified enough to get into the academy, she replied with a smile. Thank you, Zhang Zi. After a while, they finally arrived at the registration point. A student from a support team stood with hands on hips, shouting loudly, line up, one at a time. Zhang Zi was very surprised when he saw that person. My goodness, he looks just like Dragon King. The person noticed his gaze and immediately pointed at him, scolding, hey, what are you staring at me for? Is there something good on my face? Hand over your documents quickly, then get in line. Shan Wai picked up Zhang Zi's name tag and examined it carefully. Then he gave instructions. Jushin, this kid is yours. Take him to N13 student dormitory. Di Yang, who was standing nearby with crossed arms, heard this and sternly reminded him, hey, old Guan, don't call me by my demon domain name here. He perfunctorily nodded. Got it. Old Di Yang turned around and greeted with a warm smile. Hello, new student. I'll take you to N13 student dormitory. If your luggage is too heavy, I can help you carry it. Zhang Zi was surprised to find that the hot-tempered Dragon King's real name was Guan Shanwai and Jishen's was Di Yang. He waved his hand and replied, thanks, I can carry it myself. The two walked together to a fork in the road where there were signs for the dormitory area and the library. Many students were already coming and going from N13 male dormitory. Di Yang led the way, reminding him as they walked, N13 dormitory is just ahead. Once you get there, you can rest first. Gather in the auditorium at 5, don't be late. Zhang Zi nodded, okay, thanks, I'll remember. Before entering the dormitory, Zhang Zi didn't forget to look back and say, thank you, I have the key, see you later. Di Yang also waved, see you later. A hint of doubt arose in his mind. How strange, why do I keep feeling like he's familiar? Transition. In a large auditorium, many students were attending. Someone on stage announced loudly, please quiet down and let's give a warm round of applause. Welcoming Principal Ran Tianchu to the stage to give a speech. On stage, Teacher Lei Zhenlong and Principal Ran Tianchu were speaking with smiles. Good evening, students. I am the principal of this renowned century-old institution. I hope to cultivate all of you into pillars of the nation. This is also our school's mission. Zhang Zi stood there, listening to the speech, and couldn't help but murmur, the principal is too long-winded. A boy next to him also complained, exactly, let's get to the point already. What are this year's enrollment standards? Zhenlong stepped forward to speak. Thank you, Principal Ran Tianchu, for your wonderful sharing. Congratulations to everyone for meeting Qingda Martial Arts Academy's enrollment standards, but this does not mean you have officially become students of the school. The screen behind him switched to another scene, and he simultaneously explained, next I will announce the information everyone is most concerned about. This year's entrance examination rules will still be in the form of an elimination round. The examination location is a designated fallen zone outside the city, covering an area of approximately 200 hectares. Starting at 8 p.m. tonight, everyone must find a way to survive in this area for 72 hours. He began to announce other regulations. Everyone is prohibited from bringing any items, including but not limited to food, water, communication devices, and weapons. To ensure the fairness of this examination, 26 tokens have been placed within the fallen zone. Within 72 hours, those who acquire a token will pass the examination and officially become a member of Qingda. Unfortunately, students who fail to pass the examination will have to leave Qingda and seek other paths. During the examination, we will randomly drop emergency supply packs. They will help you overcome obstacles. As for who gets these items, that will depend on everyone's luck and strength. Finally, I will emphasize a few points. This examination has no restricted scope. Everyone can fully display their talents, whether by using force or strategy. As long as you ultimately acquire a token, you will pass the examination. However, killing fellow students is strictly prohibited. We have installed many surveillance cameras within the Fallen Zone. Do not violate the rules or you will be disqualified from admission and sent to prison. As soon as he finished speaking, a male student below raised his hand and asked, "Teacher, I have a question. Are there any monsters from the Demon Soul Cave in the Fallen Zone? Can our safety be guaranteed?" He patiently explained, "The Fallen Zone has been inspected and there are no monsters from the Demon Soul Cave. You can rest assured about your safety. Furthermore, if anyone wishes to withdraw, simply find a surveillance camera and call for help. Afterwards you will be arranged to leave the examination area, and will be considered to have forfeited the examination. If there are any other questions, please submit all your personal belongings." Alright, the buses outside the auditorium would take everyone to the examination site. The new students walked towards the buses outside, complaining as they went. "We have to hand over our personal belongings too, not even weapons? Exactly, isn't that too much?" Ruotong also blended into the crowd, but unfortunately she was bumped by someone and almost fell. Fortunately, someone reached out and grabbed her arm. The kind Zhang Zi smiled and offered, "I'll help you onto the bus." Ruotong heard the voice and recognized him. "You're Zhang Zi?" "Thank you," he replied. "We're all classmates, no need to be polite." Tianchu, standing nearby observing, heard the name and stroked his beard, indicating Zhang Zi. "I just heard Tihua say she took on a new apprentice. I think his name is Zhang Zi Shiqing, check it out." She immediately acknowledged, "Yes, Principal, I didn't expect Professor Pang to take on another apprentice." After the students boarded, the buses departed one after another. Zhang Zi's bus also followed suit. He looked out the window, frowning. "It's too dark outside and the sky is overcast, I can't see anything." Ruotong next to him agreed, "It's going to rain soon." Hearing this, Zhang Zi asked in surprise. "How do you know?" She explained, "I can tell by listening. I hear faint thunder about 10 kilometers away. It will be here soon. Although I can't see, my hearing is very sensitive. I can distinguish thousands of sounds. Through these I can know everything happening around me." She continued to recount what she heard. The two boys sitting in the 5th row ahead. They have secretly formed a partnership to help each other pass the exam. The chubby girl in the 9th row didn't eat enough dinner and is complaining. And the one in the 14th row. Zhang Zi listened and praised, "Ruotong, your hearing is amazing. I think we should cooperate to pass the exam. I'll be your eyes and your hearing will be a great help." Hearing this, she happily agreed, "That's great, I agree, Zhang Zi, you're a good person. Regardless of whether I can stay after this exam, I hope you can become a student of Qingda." Eventually, the bus stopped in an area surrounded by ruins. Zhang Zi led Ruotong off the bus, assessing the surroundings. After the students had gathered, Zhenlong introduced, "This is the examination area. Everyone is free to move around. Remember to check your communicator for updates. I wish you all a successful examination." The area map information also appeared before everyone. System prompt, tokens and the first batch of emergency supply packs have been dropped. Red represents tokens, yellow represents emergency supply packs. Note, location information updates every 8 hours. As soon as the system finished speaking, all the students quickly left their original positions. Those who had already teamed up urged each other, "Quick, let's go there. Strike first, quick go." Ruotong spoke worriedly. "We should also act quickly or the tokens will be snatched by others. Don't worry about me, I won't hold you back." But Zhang Zi shook his head and walked in another direction. "We're not looking for tokens, we're looking for emergency supply packs first." Hearing this, Ruotong was startled. "Why tokens are more important than emergency supply packs?" Zhang Zi pulled her along and replied, "Tokens are important, but the exam still has 72 hours left. We need enough supplies to survive. Only by surviving can we have a chance to snatch tokens. Trust me, the exam has just begun." After a while, Zhang Zi walked and searched, simultaneously formulating a battle plan. "About 8 hours have passed. Someone must have already gotten a token. We must find a place to hide and rest and wait for the second batch of emergency supply packs." Ruotong pricked up her ears, listening to the sounds, then reported, "Zhang Zi, about 15 meters to your left, there seems to be a basement." He led Ruotong towards the direction she pointed. Ruotong stopped at a spot and said confidently, "It's right here." Zhang Zi moved aside the rubble on top, immediately revealing a staircase leading to a basement. He asked in surprise, "How did you find it?" She replied, "I heard squeaking sounds coming from below, so I guessed it must be a large space." Zhang Zi walked down, looked around, and then praised, "Your hearing is more sensitive than a radar." He took out a box and the two sat down together, then made a fire and shared its contents. Sure enough, the location information updated. The second batch of emergency supply packs had been dropped and one was very close to them. Zhang Zi immediately got up and said, "You stay here, I'll go get the supply pack." She immediately replied, "Okay Zhang Zi, be careful." Zhang Zi looked at the shimmering object by the tree root and chuckled to himself, "Great, no one has taken this supply pack." He rushed towards it with all his might without hesitation, but before he could reach his target, a volley of arrows suddenly rained down from the sky. Zhang Zi swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding bloodshed, and the other party revealed themselves. "Do you want to die?" He walked over step by step and urgently warned, "This supply pack is ours. If you dare to snatch it, don't blame us for being impolite." Zhang Zi's mind raced. The opponents were numerous and armed, making a direct confrontation unsuitable. Getting the supply pack was more important. Having made up his mind, he suddenly reached out for the white briefcase. Arrows continuously whizzed past his heels, but in the end Zhang Zi successfully escaped into the depths, leaving two people with crossbows cursing angrily. Damn it, he got away, he's too fast, I wonder what his stats are. Outside it started to rain heavily, and Zhang Zi returned to the basement. I'm back. Ruotong immediately stood up to greet him. Zhang Zi, you're back? He then noticed the unfamiliar guest beside her. Who is that? Chao Wei replied with an aloof voice. What? So you're Zhang Zi? He immediately put his guard up. Who are you? I don't think I know you. The young girl didn't answer but initiated hand-to-hand combat mode. So you're Zhang Zi, the one with the top exam results? I'm not convinced. I want to compete with you. But just as he struck a pose, Chao Wei's stomach betrayed its owner with a rumbling sound. The young girl awkwardly covered her belly, then stared at the briefcase in front of them. Zhang Zi calmly chewed, complaining, compressed biscuits again. If we ration them we might last until the exam ends. Ruotong beside him echoed, it's so cold, I wish we had some hot water. Chao Wei timely pulled out a matchbox and proposed, I have matches. How about I trade them for your compressed biscuits, then you can make a fire. Zhang Zi made a decision without hesitation. I can only give you one. After you finish eating, go find your own food. The young girl looked at the biscuit in her palm and grumbled softly, how can one be enough? But then Chao Wei obediently ate while muttering, damn the entrance exam. If I had known it would be this torturous I wouldn't have participated even if it killed me. Zhang Zi, without any sense of hospitality, proactively spoke up to dismiss her. Now that you've finished the biscuit you should leave, shouldn't you? The young girl retorted angrily, why, this basement isn't your home, what right do you have to kick me out? He calmly reminded, if you don't leave, what you have on you will harm us. No sooner had he spoken than Ruotong grabbed his hand and warned, Zhang Zi, someone's coming. Sure enough, the next second noisy sounds came from above their heads. The map shows this area. Everyone search carefully. There are stairs here, could this be it? The group quickly approached them and then arrogantly threatened. So there really are people hiding here. Who among you took the token that just appeared nearby? Hand it over quickly. Chao Wei, quick-witted, pointed him out. He has the token. Zhang Zi cursed inwardly. She's playing dirty. One of the three newcomers coaxed sweetly. Hey classmate, I don't want to make things difficult for you. Just hand over the token obediently so you don't have to suffer. But he still adamantly denied. I don't have a token. If you take another step, don't blame me for being impolite. The fat man said nothing more and immediately struck first, but he was met with Zhang Zi's thunderous kick to his fat belly. He didn't stop but turned to his next target, the red-haired girl. Finally, an uppercut landed squarely on the leader's face. Zhang Zi looked at them lying on the ground, cracked his knuckles and emphasized, before I get angry, get out. Sure enough, these blusterers ran faster than rabbits. His speed is truly terrifying and his strength is not ordinary. We are not his match. Zhang Zi picked up the things they dropped and studied them carefully. So this is what a token looks like. Ruotong commented directly, those people are really annoying. They already have a token but still try to snatch others. With the trouble resolved, he finally had time to look around. Seeing the tide had turned, Chao Wei eagerly changed her tune. You're a big man, you wouldn't stoop to bickering with a little girl like me, would you? Zhang Zi directly extended his hand and urged, give me your token and I won't hold it against you. The young girl outwardly retorted, how dare you? Dare to snatch my things, I'll fight you to the death. But inwardly her heart pounded wildly. His speed is too fast and his strength isn't weak. If we really fight, I need to find an opportunity to escape. Seeing that reasoning wouldn't work, Zhang Zi prepared to use force. Ruotong cautiously reminded, be careful, her skill is very profound. I guess she's either from the Lu family or the Tang family. Zhang Zi, don't underestimate her. He immediately stopped upon hearing this. The Lu family? Zhang Zi's mouth was faster than his brain and he immediately asked, do you know Lu Yueying? Chao Wei admitted frankly, Lu Yueying, she's my cousin, do you know her? Seeing that they were closely related, he magnanimously waved his hand. If she's her cousin, then I won't make things difficult for you. Don't do this again, next time you can go. How could Chao Wei miss the opportunity to gossip? So she leaned closer. From just now until now, so you're my cousin's friend, the young girl boldly speculated. What kind of friends are you? Do you have some special relationship? Lovers, HMPH? Zhang Zi cried out in exasperation. Lovers, my foot, go, I don't want to see you again. Chao Wei covered her mouth and giggled, taunting, getting flustered. That means there's definitely something going on. I'll ask Lu Yueying when I get back. I never thought I'd hear such an interesting story this time. Zhang Zi and Ruotong looked at the young girls retreating back, somewhat speechless. But in the end he had to return to the main topic. This is truly a troublesome girl. We've exposed our position, we must quickly pack up and leave here to find a new safe place. Ruotong agreed without hesitation. Okay, Zhang Zi led the way, but didn't forget to instruct the person behind him. Although the rain isn't heavy, we still need to quickly find a new hiding place. Ruotong obediently agreed. Okay, she had no idea his mind was in a turmoil. He had originally intended to hide until near the end and then find a way to snatch a token, but now he had unexpectedly obtained one, which meant he could no longer hide safely. Just then she spoke up again to warn. Careful, there's someone about 100 meters northeast of here, seems to be severely injured but not dead yet. Zhang Zi immediately instructed, you stay here, I'll go check it out. Ruotong had no objection. Okay, please be careful. Over here, the blonde man struggled, spitting blood, and Moonshadow could only helplessly comfort him. Hey classmate, just hang in there a little longer. But the sound of approaching footsteps made her vigilant. Who is it? Only after clearly seeing who it was did she slowly lower her voice. Zhang Zi. You were no less surprised than her. Lu Yuing, why are you here? She suddenly stood up, rattling off a string of words. Something very serious has happened. 5 students have already been accidentally killed, and I don't have enough time to explain in detail. In short, please return to the bus at the assembly point. That's the safest place. Zhang Zi boldly stated his guess. Okay, is it due to monsters from the Demon Soul Cave? Moonshadow frowned and denied. No, it's an unidentified person, and the specific situation hasn't been confirmed yet. I have other tasks, so you must be careful. Zhang Zi had just agreed when she turned and left, simultaneously speaking into her intercom. Minister Lei, another male student has met with an accident, and the culprit hasn't been found yet. Urgent notice, the exam is suspended. All candidates must return to the assembly point bus immediately. You must return immediately. Ruotong walked over at this moment looking very worried. Zhang Zi, something's happened. Urgent notice to stop the exam. He understood implicitly, confirming with a thoughtful look, a problem seems very serious. Let's go back quickly. As the two sped up, they vaguely heard another shout. Help, don't come any closer. Ruotong keenly pointed. Ahead to the right, a man and a woman. The girl is injured. Zhang Zi quickly decided. Let's go take a look. The killer clown holding a butcher knife slowly approached Chao Wei. He calmly elaborated on his plan. It will be quick. In the blink of an eye I will release you from your suffering. Just then a booming voice retorted, what kind of skill is it to bully a girl? The killer clown instinctively turned toward the source of the voice, but before he could figure out what was happening he took a heavy punch from Zhang Zi. However, this killer clown recovered extremely quickly. Chao Wei, seeing the arrival of support, quickly flattered, brother-in-law, you're finally here. You're so handsome. Zhang Zi dared not accept this familial relation and sternly said, who's your brother-in-law? You're still joking when you should be sleeping. The killer clown, seeing the game difficulty increase, grinned. Interesting. 2 more, then I'll send all 3 of you on your way. His mind raced, calculating based on the punch he just threw. This guy is at least a level 1 demon domain expert, perhaps even close to level 2. I must take the initiative to attack to gain the upper hand. Then he loudly instructed, Tang Chao Wei, protect Sun Ruotong and take the opportunity to leave here. The young girl, for once, didn't object. Understood, brother-in-law, with arrangements made. Zhang Zi immediately unleashed the softness flow technique, his left and right hooks swiftly forcing the killer clown to retreat continuously. He created distance while showing curiosity. Softness flow technique. What is Pang Tihua to you? Zhang Zi shifted his fist to the dragon's breath technique while simultaneously replying, since you know my master's name, you're certainly not an unknown nobody. Dying by my dragon's breath technique, you have nothing to regret. I have used all my strength to enhance the power and speed of the dragon's breath technique. This strike will decide the winner. Only now did the killer clown realize he had picked a fight with the wrong person. What? Dragon's breath technique? Before he could come up with a countermeasure, he was hit by a punch that twisted his face. His entire body flew into the air like a puppet. But Zhang Zi was also in a similar state. His strength had increased astonishingly, but his physique didn't match, leading to backlash damage. Roughly 2 of his 5 fingers were broken. Ruotong fumbled her way over, expressing concern. Zhang Zi, are you okay? Let's go quickly, just in case he has accomplices. Chao Wei verbally conceded, but still took the opportunity to butter him up. All right, brother-in-law, that punch you threw just now was too handsome. At the assembly point, broadcast announcements and chatter filled the air. All candidates please board the bus as soon as possible. We are beginning the head count. Moonshadow saw a familiar figure and took the opportunity to ask, Chao Wei, are you hurt? Are you all right? The young girl honestly boasted. Just a slight injury. But it was very dangerous just now. Luckily, my brother-in-law showed up in time. She questioned back in confusion. What brother-in-law? Before she could figure out the cause, a sudden commotion erupted from the woods. One sharp-eyed student screamed in panic. It's a monster from the Demon Soul Cave. It had just dragged its grotesque body into view, drooling and complaining, food hungry. Moonshadow didn't hesitate to instruct, everyone hurry, get on the bus. Di Yang also loudly reminded, Lu Hao, Wang Shaoshan, Feng Yuan, you are responsible for protecting the new students. Moonshadow immediately reported to Minister Lei. With that said, he decisively picked up the box next to him. Moonshadow anxiously shouted, Di Yang, come back quickly, you can't hold on alone. But he still stubbornly charged over. There's no time to hesitate. I must protect the new students and get them out of here. Di Yang had just approached the monster from the Demon Soul Cave when he raised the object in his hand. However, it crushed that iron object as easily as cutting tofu. He watched its claws swing, his face changing drastically. It's over. At the critical moment, Zhang Zi rushed over and kicked to relieve the pressure. Di Yang exclaimed in surprise, Why are you, a new student, charging up? Are you trying to die? That's a monster. He lost patience and interrupted. You're very much like a friend of mine. Both of you are very brave, so I want to help you. The monster from the Demon Soul Cave didn't give them much time to catch up but continued to approach. At this moment, Moonshadow also arrived in time, lending a hand. She used all her strength to smash the weapon in her hand onto its head. However, the monster's hardness shocked Moonshadow. Its hide is so thick, It angrily turned its target to the new student who had just ambushed it. Zhang Zi immediately tensed his muscles, preparing to unleash energy. Shadow retreated. Zhang Zi gritted his teeth and charged forward. He used the dragon's breath technique again, kicking the monster from the demon soul cave squarely in the face. Sure enough, this time it was knocked down. Moonshadow couldn't help but exclaim, "Is that the dragon's breath technique? I never expected him to be a practitioner of the softness flow technique." De Yong also found it hard to suppress his surprise. That kick was amazing. "Student, you defeated the monster from the demon soul cave. You've rendered a great service." Just then, an unfamiliar voice suddenly interjected. "Not bad, I really have to commend you all. You can still hold on against an intermediate demon soul cave monster." De Yong looked at the provocative mask and blurted out, "Who are you?" He didn't answer directly, but waved his hand in provocation. "Who I am doesn't matter. You just need to know that the light of dawn's victory will shine upon this land." De Yong immediately accused angrily. "As expected, it's you Dawn people causing trouble, daring to attack students. You're too despicable." He didn't hesitate to extend his sharp claws and retaliate. "Hey little ones, today you will all die here." As soon as he finished speaking, the man in black charged straight forward, moving so fast that only afterimages could be seen. Moonshadow was the first to fall, and even De Yong couldn't escape. Zhang Zi saw his teammates at a disadvantage and shouted, "Careful!" Then without hesitation he stepped in front of Moonshadow, directly facing the enemy. The man in black made no distinction between male and female, maintaining his rhythm even as his target changed. He swung his sharp fists at Zhang Zi, roaring, "You brat, you want to be a hero, do you? Then I'll send you on your way first." At the critical moment, a familiar figure appeared in the air. Zhenlong descended like a god, successfully blocking most of the man in black's impact. Moonshadow and the others cheered in surprise. "It's Minister Lei, and everyone are back." Minister Lei rubbed his aching wrist and warned, "Dawn people, how dare you cause trouble at Qingda Martial Arts Academy? Do you have a death wish?" As soon as he finished speaking, the police also swarmed into the battle zone. Seeing that the tide had turned, the man in black immediately changed his tone. "Minister Lei is indeed one of the top 10 experts at Qingda Martial Arts Academy. Your skill is truly impressive." He crossed his arms, leaving one last farewell. "However, I can only accompany you this far today." Zhenlong angrily lunged forward. "You think you can just run away?" However, the man in black still said flippantly, "Little ones, until next time." With that, he left behind a monster from the abyss of hell, and then leisurely departed under everyone's helpless gazes. Zhenlong, having lost the main culprit, unleashed all his fury on the monster before him. Before long, he had the monster under his foot, but Zhenlong still couldn't help but curse at the sky. "Damn it, he got away again." He quickly composed himself and issued a new order. "Safety team and senior cadres, immediately count the numbers and send the injured students back to school for treatment." Everyone shouted in unison, "Understood." The next day, the team entered the demon domain's 11th floor. As soon as Zhang Zi logged in, he greeted the person in front of him. Dragon King Shanwei also politely said, "Brother Rakshasa, you finally arrived. I've missed you so much these past few days." His gaze quickly fell on Zhang Zi's injured wrist, and he asked, "Ha, Brother Rakshasa, what's wrong with your hand? Are you injured?" Zhang Zi vaguely replied, "It's nothing, just a minor injury." Shanwei immediately put Zhang Zi out of his mind and turned to gossip. "Jushin hasn't been here these past few days either. Is he injured too? What happened to Jushin?" "Don't even ask. There was an accident during the school's freshman entrance exam, and he was injured and hospitalized. He'll probably need a few days to recover. Without Jushin, it'll be tough with just us." Just then, Zhang Zi's gaze fell on a familiar figure. "How that girl looks like Tang Chaowei," he thought aloud. "Moonshadow, who is this?" Moonshadow seemed flustered and vaguely explained, "Oh, this is a good friend of mine. She wants to join us on our adventure." Chaowei, under the name Little Birdie, chimed in with a smile. "Hello everyone, I'm new, please take care of me." Hearing the little girl's polite greeting, Zhang Zi secretly scoffed, "This damn little brat is acting again. Yes, it's that dramatic Tang Chaowei." Just then, the crowd suddenly buzzed. "Guild leader, everyone's pretty much here, we can set off now." Zhang Zi agreed without hesitation. "Alright, let's go." Shenwei excitedly waved and shouted, "Let's go, get on the ship." Chaowei, blending into the crowd, couldn't suppress her curiosity. "Why is Sister's guild full of archers? Is that person named Rakshasa the guild leader? Why does he wear a mask?" Moonshadow quietly reminded her. "Lower your voice." The little girl dejectedly oh-ed and fell silent. The large ship carried everyone swiftly towards the open sea. Moonshadow leaned against the railing, voicing her doubts. "I really don't understand why you don't join your own guild but instead come here to mine." Chaowei didn't hide anything. "I was just curious. Uncle Lu said there's a very promising person in the demon domain who's quite interested in you, sister, so I came to see if he's worthy of our Miss Lu." She flushed with anger and raised her voice. "Stop talking nonsense, not even a single punctuation mark of Uncle Lu's words can be trusted." The little girl casually changed the subject. "Uncle Lu also said that Rakshasa's talent is incredibly strong, possibly S-rank or even sulfur monosulfide rank. Is he as good as me? I have S-rank talent." Moonshadow helplessly denied, "How would I know? You two haven't fought yet." Chaowei, however, proposed a surprising challenge. "We have to find a chance to compete and see who's better." In a corner not far away, Little Rabbit was also full of questions. Brother Rakshasa, I want to ask you a question. Why are you adventuring in the demon domain?" Zhang Zi calmly shared everything. "To give my family a better life. Once I achieve that goal, I'll retire and live a peaceful life. To me, being with my family is the most important thing." Chao Wei, who had appeared beside them at some point, suddenly spoke up. "Brother Rakshasa, I have a small request, can you grant it?" Zhang Zi casually replied, "Oh sure, go ahead," but inwardly he was roaring. What kind of trick is this dramatic person trying to pull now? So the little girl cautiously added, "I think a good person like Brother Rakshasa definitely wouldn't refuse." Zhang Zi impatiently pressed, "What is it? Speak." Chao Wei tilted her head and directly declared war. "A one-on-one close combat match with me." Zhang Zi poured cold water on her without thinking. "I refuse." The little girl was startled and demanded, "What, you refuse? If you fight me, I'll tell you a secret. It's about Lu Yueying." Zhang Zi pretended to be interested. "What secret?" Chao Wei leaned in and whispered. "I know what she usually likes to eat." Zhang Zi interrupted her before she could finish, appearing completely uninterested, but the little girl still persisted. "I also know what color underwear she likes to wear." Zhang Zi waved her off once more, ignoring her. This left Chao Wei confused. "Aren't you trying to pursue my cousin?" "Oh no, Lu Yueying. I'm helping you." Zhang Zi calmly stated a clear boundary and then turned to leave. "You're mistaken, we're just ordinary friends." Chao Wei shrieked, "Impossible, how can there be pure friendship between a man and a woman? I know everything." Zhang Zi annoyedly uttered flat words, "Think what you want." Just then the crowd nearby suddenly shouted, "Oh my god, it's a pirate ship." Sure enough, a menacing ship was approaching them on the sea. The people on deck immediately descended into chaos. "Damn it, why are we encountering pirates? Doesn't the Demon Domain Handbook say there are no dangers at sea?" "Don't you know, there have been rumors that the Demon Domain Handbook was compiled 10 years ago and is long outdated. Just read the content, don't take it seriously." "Oh no, we're about to collide with a pirate ship." Shanwai was still busy cursing. "Damn it, first time at sea and we encounter pirates, this is unbelievable." Zhang Zi had already proactively rushed up to assign tasks. "Everyone don't panic, gather here and prepare for battle." The pirate ship on the opposite side was getting closer and closer, and everyone stared wide-eyed, shouting worriedly, "It's going to hit." However, Zhang Zi's ship didn't change course at all. The pirates, having caught their prey, immediately became invigorated and rushed in for the kill. The deck instantly devolved into chaos. "Help, the pirates are charging." "Are we surrounded by pirates? The pirates are too fast. Our formation is broken. I'm being attacked by 5 pirates. Help." Zhang Zi sensed danger and quickly signaled, "One arrow, you direct everyone. Don't let them scatter. Everyone focus your attacks," he shouted without hesitation. Understood. He had been waiting for this moment and immediately unleashed his skill. "Come forth, Grand Cult Leader. Solve this group of invading pirates with dark magic. At your command." He rushed towards the target according to the summons. "Master," the Grand Cult Leader waved its hand, releasing magic power into the pirate horde before them. Zhang Zi quickly took out his divine bow and provided cover from the rear. "One arrow, aim at the cursed pirates and try to take them out with one shot." Realizing the urgency of the situation, he immediately replied, "Understood, brothers, focus fire on the target." As soon as he finished speaking, rows of steel arrows rained down and the pirates were quickly hit. They fell one after another like cut straw. However, before long the pirates revived like zombies. Zhang Zi tried his best to reassure them. "These pirates have quite a lot of health, everyone be careful." But in his heart he was churning, "Damn it, if this continues, I'll have to summon the Sword Master." Little Rabbit stood by, expressing concern. "Looking at your equipment, you must be a mage, right? Why aren't you going up to fight?" Chao Wei curled her lip in derision. "This kind of ordinary battle isn't worth my effort. You might be surprised, but my talent skill level is the highest among this group." The little girl indignantly muttered, brazenly stating, "I also said I have an SSS-Rank talent skill." "SSS rank." Chao Wei confidently showed off on the spot. "You don't believe me? Then I'll show you." Just then a foolish pirate charged over and provoked, "Beauty, don't try to take her from me, I must have her." Shanwai frantically warned, "Hey little girl, run, what are you standing there for?" Moonshadow calmly reassured, "Dragon King, don't worry about her, she can handle herself." Indeed, Chao Wei still wore a confident smile. She pointed directly at the pirate's head, releasing a crushing force. It lowered its head, looking at the totem beneath its feet, stammering in panic, What's going on? Why can't I move?" Chao Wei walked forward with her weapon, clarifying the confusion. "Because I increased your gravity by 100 times, lasting for 100 seconds. During this time you won't be able to move." With that, the little girl continuously swung her blade, making octopus sashimi. Experience points soared like a stock chart, while the pirate screamed loudly, "It hurts so much, help me." Little Rabbit watched the scene of frenzied slaughter, terrified and dumbfounded. "That girl called Little Birdie is too scary." Zhang Zi also had to sincerely praise. "Her talent skill is indeed powerful. Once hit, one can only be at her mercy for 100 seconds. Just then an untimely voice echoed in their ears again. "Do you arrogant fools really think you can set foot on my sea fortress?" Captain Jack stood on the mast, arrogantly declaring war. "I'll throw you all into the sea to feed the sharks." With that, he immediately jumped onto the deck. Holding a cold weapon in his left hand and a firearm in his right, he rampaged through them as if no one else was there. Unlucky players were quickly hit. The crowd fell into chaos again, like sheep without a shepherd. "Damn it, isn't that Captain Jack, the boss of the Demon Domain's 11th floor? How did he get here? Doesn't the Demon Domain Handbook say he'll wait for adventurers at the sea fortress? Why is he appearing earlier than expected?" However, there were also some reckless individuals who charged forward. "Perfect, we have strength in numbers now, and Captain Jack is alone. If we work together we can definitely defeat him. What are you waiting for? Kill him. Shanwai also wanted to follow suit. Rakshasa, let's charge too. We can't let those people snatch all the good stuff. Good stuff. Zhang Zi narrowed his eyes, calming his companions. Don't rush, first observe the situation. The final boss appeared earlier than expected. According to game logic, this might be a fake boss, or the boss will retreat when the battle reaches a certain point. The people here were all pumped up, excitedly rushing to kill him. Captain Jack waited until enough prey gathered before unhurriedly grabbing a rope. He used the rope as a moving tool to shorten the distance and shoot. You want to catch the great Captain Jack? You're still too green. Dense bullets accurately hit every player. Only then did Shanwai have an epiphany. Thank goodness I didn't rush in. This boss's damage isn't high, but his firing speed is too fast. What if I shoot Captain Jack's rope? Zhang Zi quickly drew his bowstring, muttering to himself, the rope is constantly swinging too fast. I have to seize the moment. In the blink of an eye, the rope was easily severed by his arrow. Captain Jack lost his balance and fell directly onto the deck. However, his landing posture was perfectly standard. Captain Jack grinned and boasted, you did well, but it's useless. He straightened his back, preparing to activate his secret weapon. It's time for these damned fellows to see Captain Jack's true power, polytransformation. The colorful parrot on his shoulder immediately poked its head out to scout, then spread its wings and flew high, opening its large mouth and squawking, Polly, at your command, master, eat them. The crowd watched it transform from a fist-sized bird into a giant beast, and all frantically sought their escape routes. Polly easily clamped every prey in sight with its huge claws. It flung people out like rag dolls. Shanwai saw the black shadow overhead and shouted in panic, oh no, that giant black bird is flying towards us. Even Little Rabbit couldn't remain calm. What do we do? Only Zhang Zi still tried to maintain a calm tone. There's no other way. Prepare for battle, little birdie. How many targets can your talent skill control? Chao Wei dutifully reported. 1. He immediately assigned tasks. Good, use gravity suppression to deal with that giant black bird. Make sure it stays rooted to the spot. Captain Jack is my responsibility, the little girl immediately shouted. Okay, and charged forward. Chao Wei quickly unleashed her skill on Polly, not forgetting to urge the two below. Don't just stand there, hurry up. Sure enough, the blackbird immediately squawked. Polly can't move. Zhang Zi was also busy dealing with his own target. Archers, prepare to attack. Seeing that the tide had turned, Captain Jack deftly changed his plan. That's all for today. You are very welcome to my sea fortress, Polly, and I will treat you warmly. Moonshadow watched him throw out a smoke bomb and cried out in annoyance. Oh no, he got away. The pirate ship quickly left the battlefield. Captain Jack, out of danger, shouted arrogantly, you all better come. Zhang Zi sternly assigned tasks to his teammates. Everyone, brace yourselves. Our next destination is Captain Jack's lair, the sea fortress. When the target came into view, someone exclaimed loudly, the sea fortress is built on the back of a turtle. Zhang Zi observed carefully and commented, it seems the demon domain handbook was right. The sea fortress is indeed built on the back of a turtle. It's surrounded by solid walls with cannons on top. To see Captain Jack, we must first get through this wall and into the fortress. But that's no easy feat. We can only climb up using rope ladders. He meticulously analyzed each objective. It seems getting close to the rope ladders won't be easy. Guarding pirates will attack from above with cannons, and once we're up we'll encounter fully armed pirates. Someone nearby anxiously asked, and what do we do? How can we defeat them? Zhang Zi tried to remain optimistic. We'll see when we get there. Haven't you seen that there are already hundreds of people ahead? He gazed into the distance and asked doubtfully, how tall do you all think that wall is? Someone nearby immediately estimated, I guess about 10 meters. Zhang Zi measured with satisfaction. 10 meters, that's enough. I have a way to get through here. No need to fight for the rope ladders, we'll go straight up the wall. Just then Moonshadow's gaze met a familiar figure. Meng Dai mocked caustically, well, if it isn't our old adversary. Chen Feng flirtatiously teased, my dear future wife, what a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you here. Chao Wei blurted out, puzzled, cousin, do you really have an engagement with the Chen family from when you were little? Moonshadow immediately denied, don't listen to his nonsense, my marriage is my own decision. Chen Feng remained shamelessly persistent like a stubborn plaster. Hey, my dear future wife, come with me. My team will help us cross the wall and reach boss Captain Jack. Will definitely clear this floor as quickly as possible. She decisively gave him a cold shoulder. I don't need you, stay away from me. Chen Feng, angered and embarrassed, shouted, don't put on airs in front of me pretending to be virtuous. If you insist on associating with these good-for-nothings in the demon domain, I won't stop you. Just wait until our wedding night and see how I'll teach you a lesson. Shanwai cursed furiously, that guy is too arrogant. I really want to kick him. Moonshadow quickly stepped in to ease the tension. Forget it, don't conflict with him here. I'll handle my own affairs. Zhang Zi took the opportunity to state his position. Don't be afraid, I'm always on your side. Chao Wei quickly whispered, cousin. She forced a smile. Thank you, Rakshasa. But internally she was filled with doubts. Did I say something wrong? I increasingly feel that Rakshasa is very much like someone. Who exactly is that person? Meanwhile, groups of players were already approaching the fortress one after another, rushing to eliminate the pirates. The pirates fired their cannons wildly as if to kill everyone, and the entire area was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire. One arrow observed from the side and couldn't help but interject. It's young Master Chen Feng's team. They've also started their attack. It turned out Chen Feng's side had prepared a series of sturdy shields and the cannonballs striking the defensive layer caused no direct damage. It was only then that Zhang Zi realized that young Master Chen Feng had cooperated with Fairy Luo Yan to use her manpower to break through the pirates' defenses. Shan Wei also nodded in approval. That's a good method. It's a pity our team only has archers. Exactly, Meng Dai also quickly shared. Guo Yu hired a large number of adventurers to make money in the demon domain. Those warriors are all her people. Indeed, Fairy Luo Yan's side also loudly confirmed their words. Well done, everyone. Keep it up. We're almost at the wall. Chen Feng, despite being in battle, still didn't forget to taunt. That stupid woman, by the time we deal with the boss, I estimate she still won't have crossed the wall. Elder Gao carefully reminded. Young Master Chen, Lu Yueying and Rakshasa have a very good relationship. It's probably not just a simple friendship. You'd best decide on the marriage soon, lest you regret it later. He immediately agreed. Qingda Martial Arts Academy is sealed off recently, so I can't go out, but when the time is right, I'll immediately propose to the Lu family. Lu Yueyang will definitely marry me. Meanwhile, Zhang Zi was busy planning the route. It's time, let's start too, Moonshadow blurted out, puzzled. Rakshasa, how are we going to attack? He clenched his fists, vaguely replying, let them see how we attack. Then Zhang Zi slammed his hand on the ground and shouted, come out, war chariot beast. Shanwei and One Arrow immediately exchanged smiles, having forgotten about their existence. That's right, with these big guys around. No longer have to fear the pirates' cannons, nor do we have to fight other adventurers for the rope ladders. Zhang Zi controlled his prized possession, directly facing the pirates' hot weapons preparing to attack. There was hope on their side, but others weren't so lucky. The pirates' cannons were too terrifying. I charged 3 times and each time I was blasted away. If I hadn't healed in time I would have been annihilated long ago. My friend was blown to smithereens. His body exploded directly. It was horrifying. What now? I dare not advance nor retreat. I'm afraid if I leave here I'll be blown to death by cannons. What should I do? Did you see that turtle shell formation? That method is really amazing, using shields to block cannon attacks. They're almost at the foot of the wall. I'm so envious. When they saw the war chariot beast approaching, they discussed even more animatedly. My goodness, everyone, look, what's that? Such a huge monster. Isn't that the war chariot beast from the M floor? Why is it appearing on the 11th floor? There seem to be people on top of it. An archer squad. How did they get war chariot beasts? It looks so cool, even cooler than that turtle shell formation. Effortlessly moving to the wall, it's simply amazing. The pirate, sensing danger, immediately issued frantic orders. What in the world is that? Fire the cannons? Zhang Zi on his side also waved in response. Everyone attack. The pirates, seeing their comrades struck, screamed in fear. How did those invaders get so close? Zhang Zi, while controlling his mount, didn't forget to remind everyone, be careful, there are still people under the giant beast's feet, don't step on them. His teammates immediately responded in unison, understood. Meng Dai, on the other hand, gripped the iron rod tightly. Her goal was clear. She was standing below. Guo Yu, I'm going to stomp you to death. She gnashed her teeth in anger but still had to patiently negotiate. Shen Mengdi, are you crazy? Do you want to stomp me to death? You're committing murder. In another area, the pirate wall was suffering round after round of cannon fire, seemingly unable to hold out much longer. Zhang Zi seized the opportunity and waved, brothers, everyone can now enter the fortress. As he spoke, he actively jumped to the front lines. Everyone hurry. Maintain the lead. We must be the first to eliminate this floor's boss. Chen Feng and his 2 companions had initially taken the lead, but now could only watch their opponents surpass them. He gnashed his teeth and roared, I'm not reconciled. I must surpass that damn Rakshasa and eliminate this floor's boss. However, just as he reached the foot of the wall, he stopped. It turned out there was already a group of armed pirates waiting there. Only the glint of sharp sword light remained in the space. Elder Gao successfully resolved the situation and quickly advised, young Master Chen, please wait for me. Don't get agitated. However, Chen Feng remained stubborn. Elder Gao, don't stop me. Today I must have a good fight with that Rakshasa. He grew more and more aggrieved. That guy stole my person, I must kill him. The elder patiently analyzed the pros and cons, telling this love-struck fellow, calm down, Rakshasa's talent skill is very strong, you saw it just now. He can even summon war chariot beasts, and he summoned 5 at once. Chen Feng was struck hard, wilting like a frosted eggplant. Then what do we do? Just watch them snatch the boss. Elder Gao, having seen more of the world than he had, turned to a long-term goal. Know yourself and your enemy and you will win 100 battles. Let's first see how they deal with Captain Jack. Hearing the name of the final boss, Chen Feng immediately perked up again. Fine, this time I'll catch them off guard. Meanwhile, Captain Jack hung from the mast, exclaiming in admiration, I never thought you'd be able to break through my sturdy walls. I'll turn you all into food for my pet Polly. Little Polly, despite having made a mistake once, still knew no fear. Hearing its name, it immediately spread its wings and flew over. Zhang Zi saw it quickly transform and immediately instructed the person next to him. Everyone be careful, Ji Chu, quickly control it. Ji Chu, called by name, unhesitatingly unleashed her icebound dance skill. Polly's claws were sealed by a thick layer of ice and it squawked, damn humans trying to trap Polly. Zhang Zi saw it fall into the trap and handed it over to the next person. Little bird, you deal with that giant bird. The rest of you come with me to deal with the captain. Chao Wei immediately responded, okay. He watched the cannonballs continuously exploding on the ship's hull and called out softly, Grand Cult Leader, unleash your attack. As soon as the Grand Cult Leader appeared, it unleashed its ultimate move, Receive the holy god's punishment. With just one blow, Captain Jack's health continuously dropped. However, his tenacity still required Moonshadow to act again. This boss's evasion rate is too high, dark magic can't defeat him. Shanwei also enthusiastically assisted his teammate. Then let's try close combat with him. Moonshadow charged forward with him and Zhang Zi had a general grasp of the situation. Captain Jack's speed was fast, but his movement trajectory seemed fixed. Minion could definitely judge his direction of movement, so he immediately gave the order, Grand Cult Leader, charge. He habitually chanted the familiar lines. The Lord of Darkness is always with me. Elder Gao, observing from the side, couldn't help but praise. Calm and decisive, Rakshasa is truly not simple. Chen Feng said sourly, what's so not simple, damn it? This forced Elder Gao to painstakingly pacify him. Young Master Chen, don't get agitated, just let the boss deal with them. Captain Jack was still firing wildly. The Grand Cult Leader bore the brunt of his firepower. Anwei saw Zhang Zi's summoned beast fall to the ground yet still laughed calmly. Rakshasa, so that's your plan. As expected, in the next second the Grand Cult Leader transformed into an even more powerful form. Zhang Zi seized the golden opportunity and gave the command to have the snake demon attract aggro, allowing everyone to attack the boss. The surrounding teammates responded in unison without hesitation. The snake demon charged straight towards the enemy Captain Jack. He was caught off guard in his defense and was struck in the chest by the snake demon, only able to cry out in pain. Chen Feng's eyes turned red with anger and he shouted anxiously, it's over. They're about to defeat the boss. I'm going to kill Rakshasa. Elder Gao, however, still insisted on advising, young Master Chen, don't be impulsive. This floor's boss isn't that easy to deal with. Indeed, after suffering a few setbacks, Captain Jack became even more enraged. You fools, you've angered me. Now I'm going to make you suffer a terrible death. He suddenly opened his mouth and let out a wild laugh. Zhang Zi sensed the anomaly and adjusted the team in alarm. What's happening? Everyone be careful. Even Moonshadow asked loudly in confusion. What's happening? Why is the ground shaking violently? Only after it stabilized slightly did everyone realize in horror that they were surrounded by giant tentacles. Meng Dai, harassed by it, screamed frantically. Ah, what is that terrifying thing? It's so disgusting. Captain Jack laughed heartily, proudly explaining to his opponents, allow me to introduce one of my pets. The Emperor Octopus. Zhang Zi looked at the giant monster before him like a small mountain and warned his 500 brothers worriedly, he actually has such a huge octopus, everyone watch out for the tentacles. The Emperor Octopus didn't give them time to catch their breath and swung its tentacles, slamming them onto the ship's surface. Shanwei, busy fending it off, cursed angrily. Damn it, the damage is too low, that cursed octopus. Little Rabbit stood behind Zhang Zi, sighing in fear. It's too scary. This is only the demon domain's 11th floor and the boss is already this difficult. He didn't flinch, but slammed his hand on the ground, preparing to unleash his secret weapon. It seems it's time to use my trump card. Just as Zhang Zi cast his skill, the Swordmaster immediately appeared. He immediately assigned tasks to the Swordmaster. Go eliminate that detestable Emperor Octopus and then kill that damned Captain Jack, the Swordmaster shouted twice, yes master, and then charged straight towards the target. He leaped, brandishing the weapon in his hand, aiming at the giant tentacles. The sword intent, carrying surging killing intent, sliced through the air. Section after section of tentacles were neatly sliced like expertly cut sashimi. Falling to the ground one after another, the Swordmaster weaved left and right as if a master chef preparing sashimi. Wave after wave of sword intent continuously sliced off the Emperor Octopus's soft tentacles. The crowd below cheered madly like 50-year-old fans. Swordmaster, the eternal god, while Moonshadow secretly dreamed, this move is too powerful. If only I could learn it. Chen Feng watched this scene speechless. Rakshasa can actually summon the Swordmaster? That's too unfair. Rakshasa has only reached the 11th floor of the demon domain, and already has such a powerful summoned minion. I can't figure him out. Captain Jack, seeing his most capable subordinate gradually losing ground, anxiously summoned more helpers. Damn beastman, how dare you intrude on my territory? Emperor Great Octopus, come forth. As soon as he finished speaking, the sea surface trembled violently, and in the blink of an eye the Emperor Great Octopus's massive head also surfaced. Amidst the intense battle, Shanwei still found time to eat. That octopus is too big. If cut into sashimi, it should be enough to feed us for several days and nights. Zhang Zi calmly reassured everyone. Don't panic, be careful not to be swept away by the sea. Swordmaster, it's all up to you. The Swordmaster drew his blade without hesitation, standing opposite the Great Octopus's colossal mouth. His jaw was set, showing his determination to fight to the death. The Swordmaster condensed all his life's energy into his ultimate move, Full Wind Slash. The energy wave, like a tornado, pierced directly through the Great Octopus's body, and then the Swordmaster seized the opportunity to leap onto its head and plunge his blade in. The Great Octopus was severely wounded and roared with an open mouth. Seeing the favorable situation, Zhang Zi immediately issued another command. Swordmaster, take care of Captain Jack. Upon receiving the order, the Swordmaster immediately turned and charged towards his next target. Understood. However, he was met by Captain Jack's rows of shining gun barrels. He wildly sprayed bullets and roared, damn beastman. The Swordmaster remained silent, merely coolly employing flowing sword wind. Captain Jack's weapon was seized and he collapsed to the ground, mumbling, no, impossible. but his demise was inevitable, and the system issued a notification. Congratulations, you have eliminated Captain Jack and his pets. Shan Wai and the others immediately cheered, waving their arms. He's dead, dead. We defeated Captain Jack. We can go to the next floor. As soon as they spoke, the portal officially opened. Zhang Zi examined the spoils of war while still gravely observing his surroundings. Just then, One Arrow cautiously spoke. Guild leader, there's something I want to discuss with you, but don't overthink it. Zhang Zi asked curiously. One Arrow, what do you want to say? He awkwardly scratched his head. It's just that I want to take the brothers and temporarily leave the team for a while. Zhang Zi narrowed his eyes and questioned why. One Arrow seriously explained. Guild leader, you saw it. During the battle just now, everyone realized their attacks were too weak. The damage dealt to monsters was only a few scattered numbers, so we want to go back to previous demon domain floors to improve our strength and then return to fight alongside everyone. After hearing the reason, Zhang Zi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. So that's it. I didn't think everyone was a hindrance. You don't need to put too much pressure on yourselves. However, One Arrow was very insistent. Although you don't think we're a hindrance, if we continue like this, we'll become more and more useless. So guild leader, please rest assured we won't leave the guild. The Archer Guild will always be our home. We worked so hard to find such a team we would never betray it. We just want to train more and improve ourselves. If we truly encounter difficulties, we will ask for your help. Since the other party had said so, Zhang Zi was no longer overly stubborn. In that case, I respect everyone's decision. You must protect the safety of the brothers. If you encounter any problems, contact us anytime. One Arrow immediately happily promised. Okay, guild leader, you all go to the next floor quickly. I will lead the Archer brothers to fight monsters and become stronger. As they prepared to pass through the portal, Zhang Zi still didn't forget to remind One Arrow, remember to contact us if necessary. One Arrow will wait for you ahead. He obediently waved and agreed. Got it. You all be careful too. Elder Gao with his arms crossed suggested to Chen Feng. Young Master Chen, the boss is dead. Let's go back first and wait for the monsters to respawn. Rakshasa's team has already reached the next floor. Chen Feng gnashed his teeth in anger. Damn Rakshasa, I'll kill you sooner or later. Elder Gao turned away from the crowd and revealed his plan. Rakshasa is getting stronger too fast. If we can't find a way to deal with him soon, the consequences will be unimaginable. Soon, Zhang Zi and his group arrived on Demon Domain Floor 12. Little Rabbit looked around and exclaimed, "The night sky on this floor is so beautiful," Meng Dai echoed. "There are even stars? I love watching stars the most." Just as they were engrossed in the beautiful scenery, monsters quietly approached. Zhang Zi whispered an explanation. "The monsters on this floor are all elemental monsters. They are immune to physical attacks. Only magic attacks that counter them will be effective. Otherwise, no damage can be dealt." Moonshadow quickly understood. "So if it's a fire element, we need to use water or ice magic to deal with it. If it's a wood element monster, we use fire, is that right?" Zhang Zi quickly confirmed and continued to explain. "Currently, only Ji Chu and Chao Wei are mages in the team. Ji Chu is an ice mage, so she can deal with fire element monsters. However, Chao Wei's magic is non-elemental gravity attacks, which can deal with all elemental monsters, but cannot cause any damage. The currently known magic systems include fire, ice, water, earth, wood, lightning, non-elemental and undead. Right now, we only have ice magic to deal with fire elemental monsters. It seems we still need to find mages of other elements." Moonshadow immediately expressed her concern. "It won't be easy to find so many mages in a short time." Zhang Zi rubbed his chin and admitted, "You're right, it's already very late today. Everyone go back and rest. We can't rush things, after all. Jushin is still in the hospital and we have to wait for him." Shan Wai immediately responded, "Okay, it's late today. Let's rest first." In the administrative building of Qingda Martial Arts Academy, a conversation was taking place. "Principal Ran, I've been entrusted by Minister Dongfang to assist the academy in investigating this matter." Ran Tianchu sat behind his desk and casually instructed, "Xiao Qin, I'm confident in leaving this investigation to you. I'm very relieved. Please convey my thanks to Minister Dongfang. Such an incident happening at our old school, I cannot shirk responsibility." Chen Long, standing by, added, "Principal Ran, the biggest problem right now is the entrance exam candidates. If over 100 people remain here, it will disrupt the order of our academy." Ran Tianchu immediately outlined the direction. "Xiao Chen and I have already discussed this. The exam will proceed as scheduled. Results will be out within 3 days, determining who stays and who leaves." Zhenlong worriedly expressed his anxiety. "Continue the exam. I'm worried another accident might happen." Xiao Qin stepped forward at the right time to explain in detail. "Don't worry, the principal has already proposed a plan to the Security Bureau to test the candidates using specialized equipment." Zhenlong exclaimed, "Specialized equipment? What specialized equipment?" She calmly explained in detail. "The Virtual Combat System, or VCS for short, is equipment specifically used by the Security Bureau to train new recruits. The Virtual Combat System tests 10 people per group. Candidates will face demon soul cave monsters that are identical to those in actual combat." Ruotong frowned, asking, "I'm in Group 9. Which group are you in, this blind girl?" Sun Ruotong honestly replied, "I'm in Group 11, and you?" Zhang Zi replied briefly, "I'm in Group 3. She couldn't help but get a little excited. "Group 3, then it's almost your turn. It's Group 2 now." Zhang Zi pondered and confirmed, "That's right, I didn't expect Chen Feng to be in Group 2. The screen was broadcasting Chen Feng's entire battle and the onlookers were very excited. Level 15 Demon Soul Cave Monster, total time 1 hour 56 minutes. Broke the record as expected of young Master Chen. Bringing honor to our Zhangbei, young Master Chen is forever God. Young Master Chen is number 2, no one dare say number 1 right. Where's that arrogant Jiangdong person from just now? Come and see young Master Chen's results. If any of you Jiangdong people can get half his score, I'll call him Dad." As soon as Chen Feng stepped down, the host immediately announced the next notification. Group 2 test concludes. Group 3 candidates, please take your positions. Although Ruotong couldn't see, she analyzed everything articulately in the testing system. Levels 1 to 15 correspond to low-level Demon Soul Cave monsters. Levels 16 to 30 correspond to mid-level Demon Soul Cave monsters. And levels above 30 correspond to high-level Demon Soul Cave monsters. Chen Feng is too formidable. He can defeat a level 15 monster. Chen Feng's heart swelled with smugness. "Actually, I've already used the virtual combat system, and this time I'm definitely taking first place." Here, Chao Wei secretly grinned. "Brother-in-law, it's your turn." "Good luck." Chen Feng looked at his opponent, his eyes full of meaning. "Zhang Zi, watch carefully. This time I'm going to trample you." "You trash?" Zhang Zi also inwardly swore without weakness. "Chen Feng, don't get cocky, we'll see." Xiao Qin encouraged him at the opportune moment. "Don't disappoint me, all right?" Zhang Zi vaguely humored her. "I'll do my best." He quickly put on his glasses in preparation. With the sound of test start, Zhang Zi's eyes sharpened completely. He looked down at his hands, unable to help but exclaim, "This is the virtual combat system. It feels too real." Just as Zhang Zi was deep in thought, a Demon Soul Cave monster rumbled forward. It swung its muscular arms and charged towards its target. Fortunately, Zhang Zi reacted quickly, deftly sidestepping, narrowly avoiding death. Then Zhang Zi retaliated, punching it in the face. Everyone was astonished. "He's not weak at all. His name seems to be Zhang Zi. Is he from Jiangdong?" Ruodong asked curiously. "Did Zhang Zi win?" Chao Wei crossed her arms and mocked. "You can't even see. What's the rush?" "Yes, he won, don't worry." The screen continued to broadcast Zhang Zi fighting a level 9 Demon Soul Cave monster. The students seeing the scene on screen began to discuss. "Oh my god, that guy named Zhang Zi is too strong. He's already at level 9. I remember he's from Tianfeng City in Jiangdong. I never expected Jiangdong to have such a formidable person." "Don't be too happy, it's only level 9. Maybe he's about to be eliminated, trying to catch up with our young Master Chen." Zhang Zi is still too green at this moment. The screen continued to show Zhang Zi kicking the Demon Soul Cave monster's bloated body, causing its face to turn aside. He gasped for breath, secretly thinking, "I'm using too much stamina." Although Dragon's Breath and Softness Flow are powerful, but they also put a strain on the body, so their use needs to be limited unless absolutely necessary. However, the Demon Soul Cave monster quickly recovered and leaped forward again, closing in on Zhang Zi. At this point he swung his fist forward, but the Demon Soul Cave monster promptly dodged. Zhang Zi opened his mouth wide and muttered to himself. "It dodged?" Chen Feng observed intently. Arms crossed, he thought to himself with satisfaction. Level 10 Demon Soul Cave monsters already possess rudimentary intelligence. If you're not familiar with their attack patterns, they'll be difficult to deal with. Zhang Zi, just wait to die. At this moment, the Demon Soul Cave monster raised its arm again, preparing to attack. Zhang Zi judged that without using real strength it would be difficult to deal with. Finally, he rushed forward using the Softness Flow technique to tightly choke its neck, making its veins bulge with anger outside the auditorium. Ran Tianchu was also surprised to see this scene. Softness Flow technique, it seems he is Pang Tiwa's last disciple. Xiao Qin stood by, proudly confirming, "That's right, Principal, it's him." Zhang Zi, below were throngs of students incessantly chattering. "He's already fighting a level 16 monster. There are mid-level tentacle monsters everywhere. He actually made it to a level 16 Demon Soul Cave monster. Zhang Zi is too amazing. Others are usually eliminated at level 7 or 8. Only he and Chen Feng made it to level 16. Now we'll see if he can defeat the level 16 Demon Soul Cave monster. If he succeeds, he'll be firmly in first place in the entire school. I don't think it's very likely. I heard level 16 is equivalent to a mid-level Demon Soul Cave monster. Do you remember the giant Demon Soul Cave monster we encountered during the last test in the Fallen Zone? That was mid-level, amazingly strong." At this moment Chen Feng clenched his fists in anger, anxiously hoping no impossible Demon Soul Cave monster quickly defeat Zhang Zi. Zhenlong, hands in pockets, also watched his every move. He wondered, can Zhang Zi really break the record? The highest record in the system's history only reached level 15. Then Zhenlong spoke. "If the strength of the level 16 Demon Soul Cave monster is truly the same as a mid-level Demon Soul Cave monster, then Zhang Zi has no hope of success." These words immediately reached Xiao Qin's ears. She turned her head, a smile playing on her lips. "Minister Lei, let's make a bet." Zhenlong gave a surprised hum. "Bet on what?" Zhang Zi bent over, panting. The wind howled around him. Continuous combat had drained too much stamina. Defeating the level 15 monster just now had been extremely difficult. The Demon Soul Cave monster bared its sharp teeth, roaring incessantly. Its massive body was a stark contrast to Zhang Zi's. Just as it bent down, Zhang Zi immediately leapt high, fists clenched. "I won't give up, come on, use all your strength." However, the moment Zhang Zi launched his attack, the Demon Soul Cave monster immediately raised an arm to block. Zhang Zi shouted in horror, "What? It's so fast, it can actually block my attack." Immediately after, Zhang Zi bounced up and directly headbutted its hard head. However, as the demon soul cave monster prepared to deliver a fatal kick, Zhang Zi had already swiftly leapt behind it. He knelt on one knee, calculating that he could only use Dragon's Breath once or twice at most and needed to conserve his strength. Waiting for the critical moment, Zhang Zi observed the demon soul cave monster's circling movement and mused, "This guy has strong attack power. It's faster than me. I can't use the quick fight strategy like in the previous matches." The students, seeing him still standing, seemingly hesitating, were very confused. What is he trying to do? Surrender? Give up resisting? Idiot, if he gave up resisting, he would have quit directly. Why stay in the virtual reality space? I don't know what he's thinking, but I think he's reached his limit this time. His speed and strength are inferior to the demon soul cave monster. How else can he fight? Ruotong, hearing the noisy discussions nearby, could only encourage loudly. Go Zhang Zi. Chao Wei also gritted her teeth and shouted, "You can't give up. You're going to be my brother-in-law." At this moment, a current of air swirled like a violent whirlwind, flying straight towards Zhang Zi. The demon soul cave monster also leapt and pounced on him, clinging to him for an advantage. Its rapidly approaching palm was immediately reflected in Zhang Zi's eyes. In that instant, Zhang Zi tilted his head. Successfully dodging its sharp fingertips, he tightly gripped the continuously swinging hand and shouted, "The most essential move of softness flow technique is Tai Chi." As soon as his voice fell, Zhang Zi quickly leaped down, taking advantage of the demon soul cave monster's struggle. The next moment, he rushed up again and locked the demon soul cave monster's neck from behind, giving it no time to resist. System cheers came from nowhere. "Congratulations, you have defeated a level 16 demon soul cave monster. Level 17 monster will appear in 5 minutes. At this, Xiao Qin spoke proudly, making Zhenlong laugh. "Excellent move of borrowing force to strike. I was right about him. Minister Lei, you've lost." Everyone leapt up in celebration after seeing the results on the screen. Zhang Zi is amazing. Our Zhangdong has finally gained glory. However, a few people were still unhappy. Chen Feng indignantly pointed, "How is that possible? How could I lose to him?" Xiao Qin stood above, looking at his actions in confusion. "What are you doing? The exam isn't over yet. You're not allowed on the podium." Zhang Zi still sat quietly in his chair, his lips tightly pressed, his heart pounding. The demon soul cave monster had now leveled up to 17, its bloated body even larger than before. Zhang Zi shouted without flinching, "Underestimating me? Then come on, charge." The demon soul cave monster heard this and immediately rushed forward. However, he showed no fear but was very decisive. "I will fight with all my might." However, just as he was about to continue attacking, the demon soul cave monster's body was suddenly enveloped by the system. Zhang Zi shouted in surprise, "What's going on?" The system began to count down. "Test ends, preparing to exit virtual reality space. Please be ready." He looked around confused. "Is it over? I haven't even gotten into the rhythm yet. I just found my footing. Maybe I could have overcome the current predicament, and it just ends like this." Just then, a hand quickly removed the VR glasses from Zhang Zi's head, making him exclaim. Xiao Qin happily praised, "Xiao Zeze, well done. Even a level 16 demon soul cave monster lost to you. You'll definitely pass the Demon Domain Expert and Security Bureau tests." Below, rows of students cheered incessantly. "Zhangdong Zhang Zi, Zhangdong Zhang Zi." At this moment, the students seemed to explode, swarming forward, the atmosphere passionate. "Hero, you're amazing. How did you defeat it?" "I was eliminated at level 4. Hero passed, even level 16. Please accept my bow." They rushed directly onto the stage, surrounding Zhang Zi like ants. "Brother Zhang Zi, do you take disciples? I'm willing to be your oxen horse, serving you tea and water." He was surrounded by the crowd, completely stunned. "What on earth is going on?" Chao Wei, blocking them, shouted in explanation. "What else could be going on? You reached level 16. They're all your fans' brother-in-law." Someone in the crowd loudly introduced, "Big brother, I'm also from Tianfeng. Zhangdong, a student from Tianfeng School. We're from the same hometown. Please take care of me in the future." Zhang Zi quickly pushed his way out of the crowd, walking away annoyed. "So annoying. I feel a bit tired. I'll go back to the dorm first. I still have to go to the demon domain later." Ruotong hurriedly caught up with Zhang Zi. Zhang Zi heard her call and immediately stopped and asked, "Ruotong, is something wrong?" Ruotong stammered for a long time before softly saying, "You said you're going to the demon domain and I'm still stuck on the 11th floor. Could I trouble you to help me clear it tonight?" He nodded after hearing her. "Yes, I can, but you're blind. Entering the demon domain is very dangerous." Just then, Chao Wei hurriedly ran to the front, helplessly reminding, "There's no stopping these people. Let's go quickly. Son Ruotong, I'll take you back to your dorm." With that, Ruotong was immediately pulled away by her shoulder and she could only anxiously remind, "Zhang Zi, my clothes are a blue mage robe." At this moment, Zhang Zi suddenly felt confused. She can't see. Then how does she know I'm wearing a blue mage robe? Someone must have told her. A while later, on the 11th floor of the demon domain, the sky was clear blue and the sun was warm. He just saw a girl behind him. Zhang Zi immediately thought, "A blue robe, is that Sun Ruotong? Let me say hello and see." He quickly walked over and greeted politely, "Is that Ruotong?" The girl opposite immediately turned around, smiling warmly. "Are you Zhang Zi?" He nodded in confirmation. "I'm Zhang Zi. I'll take you to fight this floor's boss. You can't see, so just follow me." Ruotong froze, stammering for a long time before replying, I didn't mean to hide it. I can actually see everything in the demon domain." Her words immediately made Zhang Zi's eyes widen in surprise. Ruotong gripped her cane tightly, her cheeks flushed, and stammered, I'm sorry, Zhang Zi wondered inwardly. Does that mean she already knows my true identity? Then Ruotong promised, I'm sorry, I apologize to you. I swear I will never reveal your identity. If I break my oath I will suffer retribution. He then raised a finger in relief. Okay, you must keep my identity a secret, only you know this, if it leaks out it will be troublesome.